This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Return to the Capital Star. News Star 3073. The transportation transfer station of District 14 of the Capital Star. At 2:10 in the afternoon, a huge blue-silver flying boat slowly landed. There were many mottled marks on the outer shell of the flying boat, and 3 huge words were engraved on the boat: Blue Bay. Blue Bay is an old interstellar flying boat that has been in operation for 100 years. But it can carry 80,000 passengers, and its routes include half of the locations in the Interstellar Alliance area. Many residents of remote planets who want to visit the Capital Star almost all take the Blue Bay to save money, so it has not been scrapped so far. The flying boat connected to the terminal channel, and with a beep, the doors of the 10 entrances and exits on the side slowly opened. Shinshinfu put his hands in the pockets of his thin black sweater and moved forward with the crowd. This is the first time she has returned to the Capital Star in 11 years. Please exit the station in an orderly manner. The Blue Bay thanks you for riding. The Interstellar Federation is with you. Amid the background sound of the female electronic and the noise of the crowd around her, she stepped onto the land of the capital planet. The sunlight hit her face through the glass of the terminal passage, which was dazzling and warm. It was completely different from the ruins, although there was a distinction between day and night there. It was covered by clouds, and there was no sunlight all year round. Shinshinfu pulled out his hand and put on the hood of his sweater to block the sunlight tightly. Suddenly, there was a burst of rustling noises in front. Hey! Who are you? You bumped into someone and didn't you apologize? They were 2 Noahites with pointed ears and fat as balls. One was wearing bright red, and the other was wearing bright green. They were squatting on the ground at this moment, because their packages were knocked over by a man wearing glasses, and the crafts inside were scattered all over the ground. The passage was only 7 or 8 meters wide, and there were many people leaving the station. The scattered items and the 2 chubby Noah aliens slowed down the crowd's progress. The man with glasses stopped when he heard the questioning, turned around and glanced at the 2 people on the ground, and sneered with great contempt. Are you talking to me? When he turned around, there was something on his chest, which emitted a very dazzling light under the sunlight. Shinshinfu's eyes were flashed by the light, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Other passengers recognized it. That's the symbol of the 5 major interstellar families. Shinshinfu looked over and saw that it was a white rose badge with a 6-pointed star. The rose was made of star stone, and the light was dazzling. The man with glasses didn't say anything more, but just clenched it casually with an impatient look on his face. In an instant, a black whip with spikes appeared in his hand. There was even a layer of lightning power around the whip, which was imposing. Then he raised the long whip high, and a violent sound of breaking through the air sounded. The long whip drew an arc in the air and rushed straight towards the red and green 2. The people around gasped when they saw the whip. This person actually wanted to use supernatural powers to hurt people. It is illegal to use supernatural powers to hurt people at will. The 2 people from Noah's star were also stunned, and then showed a very terrified look. The speed was too fast, and they only had time to curl up and wait for the whip to arrive. This time, the skin and flesh will definitely be torn apart. Shinshinfu's face sank, and he secretly drove his mental power, and the fingers in his pocket moved slightly. Snap! A loud noise echoed in the passage, and both of them trembled. But somehow, they didn't feel any pain. Dahong looked up carefully, and the black whip was drooping on the ground in front of him. And in front of them, a transparent barrier appeared at some point, just like water waves floating slowly, and soon returned to calm, without a trace. It seemed that its appearance was just their illusion. Not only were they shocked, the black-clothed man who beat the man also found it unbelievable. He was a middle-level and senior member of the family, an A-level psychic, but at this moment, he did not even detect a trace of mental fluctuation. He looked at the people around him vigilantly, but still did not find anyone using superpowers. For a while, the whole passage fell into a strange calm, and the black-clothed man gradually broke out in a cold sweat. The superpowers that could not be sensed by him, an A-level psychic, could only be above S level, or even SS level. Such a genius could not be an ordinary person. Moreover, this man's superpowers looked like space-related, S-level space-related, and it would be easy to kill him. But how could an S-level person take a civilian transportation like the Blue Bay? Even he took this broken copper and rotten iron only because of an accident. But at this time, he still made up his mind. flipped his palm, and the long whip disappeared instantly. Looking down at the two squatting on the ground, he stuttered, "Yes. I'm sorry." The two people from Noah's Star looked up at him timidly, not daring to speak. After 2 seconds of silence, the man with glasses turned around and left quickly. In fact, it was not possible to say that the back figure was leaving. It would be more appropriate to say that he was running away. The two people from Noah's Star looked at the man's back that was gradually going away, and realized that they were saved by a kind person. They didn't know who it was, so they could only shout thank you loudly, hoping that the kind person could hear them. The onlookers watched the man in black put away the whip after failing to hit the person, and even apologized. They all sighed. It is worthy of being the capital planet. The security is good. The security guard solved the matter without seeing it. And the security guard Shinshinfu was still squeezed in the passage, gathered the black coat that was washed gray, and yawned sleepily. In a crowd that was getting lively again, she did not attract any attention. No one knew that she had saved the person. Shinshinfu walked lazily to the exit, and then found that the exit required queuing to verify the identity, and needed to press the palm on the verification board of the gate. The system would detect the palm print and non-invasive scanning to obtain basic information, such as blood type, race category, body age, and compare the corresponding identity information. But she is an illegal resident without identity information. There are still more than a dozen people in front of her. She touched the ID card in her pocket. It was a fake ID card she bought on M77. Only the ID card needs to be verified to get on the M77. But now, the ID card is unusable. She will definitely be arrested for investigation. Teleportation is too bad. She is too weak now. And the glasses man just now is stronger than the average A level. His ability should be added by other psychics. If that blow really hits the two of them, it will not be just a superficial injury. Either seriously injured or dead. Opening the space shield to block the blow is already worse. Her mental strength is not stable now. Soon, the people in front have left the station. Shinshinfu stood at the gate. When she was still considering whether to fight out in a melee, a hand reached out and grabbed her right wrist, pulled it out of her pocket, and pressed it directly on the verification panel. That person had no ill intentions, and she was in a bad condition now, so she didn't react immediately. "Hey, little girl, just put your hand on this panel." Shinshinfu looked down at the big red cuff on her wrist, and saw the two fat Noah people again, and her head ached. "It's my blessing to meet you." Unexpectedly, the gate machine sounded an emotionless female electronic voice. "Verification successful. Please pass as soon as possible." Shinshinfu frowned, glanced at the gate machine with some doubt, quickly withdrew her hand, and whispered to them, "Thank you." She quickly passed the gate machine. Just as she walked out, the top floor of the first building of the capital star, 5,000 kilometers away from the transfer station, was about to be in chaos. Chapter 2. It's the missing young lady. Ethan was holding an itinerary, and he ran to the top floor office in a hurry without waiting for the elevator. Rushed to the two black carved office doors. He took a deep breath and knocked on the office door. "Mr. Lange, I have important matters to report." He stood outside the door waiting anxiously, wishing he could rush in immediately. After a while, a clear and low voice sounded from inside the door. "Come in." Ethan pushed the door open and smelled a rich fragrance. Vian Lange, with blonde hair, sat on the sofa, put 2 sugar cubes in the coffee, and stirred it gently. "What's the matter?" Vian Lange raised his eyes and glanced at Ethan, who was still panting, and frowned slightly, as if he didn't understand what could make him so anxious. Ethan immediately adjusted his breathing. "Just now, new itinerary information of Lange family members has been imported." Vian Lange put down the stirring spoon and sighed casually. "Who went out to play? Xian or Shiyu?" Children are always a little rebellious when they grow up. As long as they are not going to some remote and desolate planet, let them go. "No, none of them." Ethan looked at him, and was a little nervous for a while. Vian Lange was a little puzzled now. He slowly picked up the coffee. "Could it be that Jasmine? She has always been very obedient, so she shouldn't." "It's Miss Hill." Ethan interrupted him. "It's Miss Hill Lange. A minute ago, I received her itinerary record at the Transportation transfer station in District 14. Hearing this, Vian Lange's hand trembled, and he couldn't hold the coffee cup steadily. The mellow coffee spilled all over him, and the cup fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. The mental power overflowed instantly, and the sense of oppression made Ethan almost kneel down. Ethan had never seen him like this before. Lange, the head of one of the 5 most powerful families in the Interstellar Alliance, is always so dignified and calm. But at this moment, coffee was spilled on his white suit, and he looked very embarrassed. With a frown on his face and a changing expression, Ethan lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Lange raised his hand and took the itinerary that Ethan handed over. It was clearly written on it, Hill Lange, 3073.08.24.14:24. Exit 1. Area B. Traffic Station. District 14. Capital Star. Go. Send someone to pick her up. And we know if it's true after checking. Lange pulled out the handkerchief pinned on his suit and leaned back on the sofa. Ethan felt the pressing mental power recede like a tide. When he looked at him again, he was gently wiping the coffee on his hand with a handkerchief, wiping it very seriously one finger after another, with no emotion on his face. No difference from usual. If it weren't for the traces of coffee on his body, Ethan would even think that this matter had no effect on him at all. After all, it has been 11 years, and this is the first time that Miss Hill's whereabouts have been received. Everyone thought she died when the accident happened that year. Ethan walked out of the office, carefully closed the door, and immediately arranged for the nearest personnel to pick up the eldest daughter of the Lange family, who had been missing for many years. Shinshunfu looked at the map of the capital planet on the interactive screen at the exit of the transfer station. She was in District 14. The capital planet is very large and is divided into 27 districts. Districts 1 to 9 are upper areas. Districts 10 to 19 are middle areas. And the areas after that are lower areas. Even on this map, the more marginal the area, the darker the color of the map filling. However, according to her previous understanding, the lower area of the capital planet is no worse than the middle and upper areas of ordinary remote planets. It contains a huge underground money trading network. As long as a satisfactory price or item is given, almost anything can be traded. After counting her remaining 50-star coins, Shinshunfu decided that she must go to the lower area quickly to find a way to the underground trading city to exchange some money and information. She almost spent all her money on the Blue Bay. Shinshunfu called up the route on the screen and decided to take the cheapest floating bus, which only cost 10-star coins from District 14 to District 20. If she took the flying bus, she would need 80-star coins, which was obviously not something she could afford. And she could not even think about the high-speed aircraft. She took out 10 coin-shaped star coins and threw them into the coin slot at the bottom of the screen. In fact, there was a prompt on the screen that she could pay with a light brain. But she didn't have it. She didn't even have paper money. After confirming it, a paper ticket came out next to the coin slot. Shinshunfu tore off the ticket and went to the outdoor platform in the sun to wait for the bus. After sitting for a while, she heard a hurried sound of footsteps approaching. Shinshunfu glanced to the left calmly and found that it was a dozen people in the same clothes running straight towards her. Shinshunfu sat motionless, but his eyes were sharper, carefully using his mental power to drive his special ability. An invisible space protection shield flowed without a trace. If someone now used mental power to attach to his eyes and observe carefully, they would be able to see the scene. But unfortunately no one noticed this invisible special ability. The leader was a fierce-looking bald man who looked to be in his 40s. He and the group behind him were wearing the same black suit and headphones on their ears. They looked awkward together. When the bald man and his group were about to reach her, they gradually slowed down their pace. He looked at the person in front of him as he approached. This was a girl with long black hair and simple clothes, like someone from a slum on a remote planet. There were several patches on her pants. She looked very thin and had no luggage. She sat casually on a bench wearing a sweater and a hat, looking listless. Although she looked good, I really didn't understand how she could be a distinguished guest of the Lange family. The order conveyed from above was to bring her back well, and if she resisted, some gentle measures could be taken. The bald man stood in front of Shinshunfu, blocking the sunlight. He rubbed his palms and smiled unnaturally. The smile looked a little funny on this ferocious face. "Miss, the Lange family invites you." Other people waiting for the bus nearby widened their eyes when they heard this, and they wanted to prick up their ears to listen. That was the Lange family, the richest family in the galaxy. Shinshunfu raised his head. "The Lange family? I don't know them. Did you find the wrong person?" When he heard that she didn't know them, The bald man was anxious. We checked the surveillance, and the Lange family is looking for you. Looking for you. The guests they want to invite must go. The bald man looked at the girl in front of him and looked indifferent, and began to threaten her. You have to know that the Lange family is one of the 5 major families. If you don't go, you will have no good results. Shinshinku lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Just when the bald man was considering whether to knock her out and take her back, she slowly stood up and said, I go with you. Lead the way. When she stood up, she also lifted her supernatural power. Hey, this way. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief and led the way for Shinshinku. The few eavesdroppers quickly took a few photos with their light computers, then looked at the sky, the ground, and the crowd. Some even whistled guiltily, but they didn't even look at Shinshinku and his group, pretending nothing had happened. Chapter 3 returned to the Sky Castle. Shinshinku looked at the silver-gray small and medium-sized aircraft in front of him, and asked the bald man sideways, Where do you usually buy this kind of aircraft? The bald man thought for a while. This aircraft is uniformly configured by the aircraft factory under the Lange family. There are many different brands and types of aircraft that other people want to buy. Do you know the model of the aircraft with a silver-white shell and white patterns? Patterns? General aircraft are not allowed to have patterns. If there are patterns, it means that they are specially made and only rich and noble people will use them. Shinshinku nodded, thanked him, and walked into the aircraft. This small and medium-sized aircraft can carry 30 people, so it is not crowded for a group of more than a dozen people to go up. After she chose a seat by the window at the innermost part and sat down, the aircraft took off immediately. The flight speed was extremely fast, but she did not feel any turbulence. The bald man brought her a bottle of water and nutrient solution. Shinshinku picked up the nutrient solution and carefully checked the words written on it. Advanced nutrient solution. Watermelon flavor. Shelf life 12 months. Production date. See the bottom of the bottle. Shinshinku opened the nutrient solution, took out the straw stuck to the bottle, inserted it, and sucked it all the way to the bottom. The tense mental strength also relaxed a little. The bald man was innocent and teased her. How long have you not drunk the nutrient solution? Why are you so anxious? Shinshinku put down the small bottle after drinking and looked at him. I have never drunk the nutrient solution. The bald man was stunned and wanted to slap himself on the spot. He really deserved to die. Then he listened to the poor little thing in front of him continue to say, I didn't expect it to be quite sweet and delicious. He looked at the thin person's mouth slightly rippled, and he felt that it was a bitter smile no matter how he looked at it, and felt that he was not a human. Looking at her like this, you can tell that she is very poor, and he has to be so pretentious. So he immediately went to get more than a dozen bottles, put them all on the table, and said to Shinshinku with sympathy, These are all for you. If not enough, there are more. Seeing Shinshinku open another bottle to drink, he walked to the front cab and reported to Ethan using the light brain. Mr. Ethan, we received the call, but she said she didn't know the Lange family. Ethan looked as if he understood. It's okay. She was still young at that time. It's natural that she doesn't remember. You just need to take her back to the Sky Castle. Oh, okay. After ending the call with Ethan, the bald man went out and looked at Shinshinku in even more confusion. The Sky Castle is the most important residence of the Lange family in the capital star, and generally only well-known people can enter by invitation. I really don't know what the identity of this girl is. The bald man walked over and sat opposite Shinshinku. The nutrient solution on the table was gone. Maybe it had been cleaned up after drinking it. Thinking about it made him even more sad. Shinshinku asked the bald man, What does the Lange family do? The bald man opened the conversation with a little shock. You don't know the Lange family? The Lange family is mainly engaged in commercial trade, and the trade is almost throughout the entire galaxy. The most famous mall on the capital star is also the Lange family. The head of the family is the president of the Interstellar Trade Alliance, and his status is higher than that of the general planetary lord. Facing Shinshinku, a poor and weak girl, he was not on guard at all, and even began to gossip in a low voice. The Lange family has only 2 sons. Unlike the Lee family, which has 7 or 8 children and 5 or 6 mothers, there will be competition in the future. Oh, the Lange family also has an adopted daughter. It is said that it is because of their eldest daughter. Adopted daughter? Yes, the adopted daughter, Miss Jasmine. She is the most. The bald man was interrupted by Shinshinku cough, before he finished speaking. After drinking a mouthful of water and suppressing the restlessness of her mental power, Shin Shinfu looked at the uncle whose inner gossip level was completely inconsistent with his appearance. Thank you. I roughly understand. The bald man waved his hand carelessly. Why are you being polite? If you have anything else, just call me. We will be there in about 20 minutes. Shin Shinfu nodded, leaned back on the chair, and closed her eyes to rest. She originally thought that her identity information had been cancelled long ago, but she didn't expect that the Lange family did not report her death. It would be best if she could use her identity. If not, she could only find a way to get out of it. 20 minutes later, the aircraft landed at the docking point of the Sky Castle. Shin Shinfu got off the aircraft, and the docking point was next to the tulip garden below the castle. The garden layout and design were very exquisite, with sculpture fountains, stone paths, flower racks and corridors, etc. Looking up, you can see the Sky Castle. The castle is not located entirely on the ground, but is surrounded by 18 small castles in the middle, floating in the air in a staggered manner. The castles are connected by corridors of various types, and the outer walls are made of a lot of white star stones and crystal diamonds. Looking at them under the sun will make your eyes go blind. In Shin Shinfu's opinion, it can be described in 2 words: exaggeration. It's like putting a pile of money here and shouting, I have money. I have money. What's the difference? Thinking of this, Shin Shinfu laughed out loud. The bald man glanced at her and thought she was so happy because she saw such a gorgeous and shining castle for the first time. After all, the Sky Castle is the most exquisite and expensive residence in the entire capital star. It is said that the entire castle cost 18.7 billion star coins. Such an astronomical figure is unimaginable for ordinary people like him. Assistant Ethan and Lange's housekeeper Evan have been waiting in the garden. When they saw the aircraft landing, they came to greet it immediately. Evan is the old housekeeper of the Lange family. From a young man to now, his beard is white. He has worked for the Lange family for 40 years, and is already over 60 years old. When the eldest lady went out, she encountered the Zerg and disappeared. Everyone thought she was dead. Unexpectedly, she was still alive, and returned to the capital star by herself. Evan followed Ethan to the landing pad. The black figure was getting closer and closer. When he saw her full appearance, Evan almost immediately determined that she was the eldest lady who disappeared that year. Like, really too much like. Black hair and black eyes. Smiling casually. Obviously wearing old clothes that are too big. But she looks calm and at ease. Except for being extremely thin. She looks about the same as her mother. Evan saluted Shin Shinfu excitedly. Miss, you are finally back. Shin Shinfu regained her indifferent expression, looked at the gray-haired old man in front of her and dodged to the side. Old man, you may have recognized the wrong person. I am just an orphan, not a young lady. The bald man stared at this scene with wide eyes. Young lady? Didn't the eldest lady of the Lange family die at the age of 4 or 5? Is this the eldest lady? Evan turned slightly and saluted Shin Shinfu. You are the eldest lady of the Lange family. The head of the family will explain to you after what happened. Please come with me first. Shin Shinfu followed the two to the castle in the sky. The bald man stayed where he was until his colleagues in the aircraft asked him to return. And he came back to his senses. This is a huge piece of news. But I dare not say it. I dare not say it at all. Chapter 4 Amnesia? Miss, this is the base of the castle. Evan introduced the design of the castle. Let's go to the teleportation elevator hall on the right now, which can go directly to the main castle. There is also a staircase outside. After you move in and enter the castle system, you can use the teleporter on the left side of the base to go directly to various castles. Evan passed the verification and opened the teleportation elevator hall. Soon they were teleported to the side of the leisure reception room in the main castle. The door slowly opened, and Shin Shinfu smelled a flower fragrance as soon as he went out. It was like the smell of many kinds of flowers mixed together, which was very familiar. What came into view was the extremely luxurious hall, various tall pillars and complex lighting, and many servants and housekeeping robots doing their own things in an orderly and silent manner. Evan and Ethan took her to a relatively remote room, knocked on the door and walked in. The room was very large, and there were several other connected rooms with a lot of equipment. There were 3 or 4 people in the room, wearing white coats. It was the family doctor and assistant. This was the doctor's office and equipment room. Evan said with some embarrassment, Miss, The owner of the house arranged to check your physical condition first to see if there is anything wrong. Shinshinfu glanced at him and said nothing. He just glanced at a blood sample next to the instrument. What kind of physical examination is it? It's just a paternity test. But since he was here, Shinshinfu cooperated very well to take blood for examination. The result came out in 1 minute. In addition to some basic information on the display of the instrument, it was written at the bottom, after testing, the two parties are in a parent-child relationship. Ethan was very excited to see this, and pushed the door open and went out, presumably to report the results. Then the doctor and the assistant began to give her other examinations. She stood in a full-body scanning chamber. After the scan, her condition would immediately appear on the doctor's system display screen. But when the doctor saw her physical information on the screen, he frowned. Age, 15 years old. Height, 168. Weight 40 kilograms. Malnutrition. Basic stomach disease. Fatal brain injury. Or the possibility of memory confusion or loss. Need to be checked. Another result of the mental power injection test was mental power, C level. Ability type, space system. When injecting, she used some tricks to force the unstable mental power fluctuations to be flattened to a normal state, so that the machine that detects mental power would think that this was her normal level. Besides, she really couldn't go up to C level now. Generally, the level should be measured when a person is in his prime. But she is not. The doctor asked her to sit down and asked her a few questions. Miss, have you found that you have memory loss? Yes. When? Probably 8 or 9 years old. I can't remember clearly. I felt very confused at that time. Have you consulted for treatment? No. The doctor recorded all her answers and then went outside to contact someone. His voice was very low, but Shinshinfu still heard it. Please contact the head of the family. Hello. Head of the family. The young lady had a fatal wound on her head, and she may have amnesia. Do we need to check her memory? Yeah. Okay. It's a C-level space system. Okay. I think he is asking if he can check her memory. If she really has amnesia. It's okay. The problem is that she remembers everything. Not only does she remember everything from birth to now, but she can even remember everything. Her so-called father wants to know whether she really remembers it. Just because he wanted to kill her back then. Only if she forgets everything. He may not do anything to her. The doctor opened the door and came in, pulling one of the assistants over. Your ability can check memory. Come and check the young lady's memory before the age of 8 or 9. Generally, checking memory also requires a lot of mental energy. And the earlier the memory, the more difficult it is to check. There are not many people with this type of ability. The assistant is only an A-level ability, and his inspection is generally fragmentary. If she has amnesia, then the picture he sees will be black. The assistant put his index and middle fingers on the middle of Shinshinfu's forehead, and a soft white light came out from the contact point. The assistant closed his eyes and checked her memories before she was 9 years old. At first, he saw a pair of small hands climbing out of a pit. Then he saw a huge tree, and when he pushed the timeline forward, he could only see a black and gray chaos. Black and gray were intertwined, and nothing else could be seen. It was the same when he looked forward. When he activated his superpower, Shinshinfu's memory of just going from the Freestar Cave to the ruins emerged in her mind. She immediately judged that this superpower should control her brain to recall the scene at that time, and the superpower user would check it synchronously. The moment she realized it, Shinshinfu drove her mental power to control herself. The assistant would not have thought that a C-level person could resist his control. Generally, memory-type psychics can only resist if their mental power is 2 levels higher. But if they resist, he will find out. In fact, Shinshinfu did not resist completely. She just forced herself to keep recalling the scene in the belly of the Chaos Star Beast. It was like an endless abyss, and it was pitch dark. The assistant looked forward and did not see anything. He thought that the difference between this black and gray area and other patients was due to her severe brain injury. After he withdrew his hand, he reported the situation to the doctor and confirmed that she had amnesia. Can I leave? Shinshinfu asked the doctor. Yes, miss. Butler Evan is waiting for you at the door. After Shinshinfu went out, Evan took her to a door. Evan pressed a button on the door and said, Sir, Miss Hill is here. A voice sounded in the machine. Well, let her in. Evan immediately opened the door and stood outside to signal Shinshinfu to go in. Shinshinfu walked into the door. It was a round high-ceilinged study room. There was a vase of lily of the valley on the desk. The light from the French window shone on the person standing behind the desk by the window. He seemed to be coated with a layer of gold. Lange turned around and looked at the approaching girl. Just like the photo he got at the beginning. She looked pale and indifferent. She looked at him with cold and wary eyes. He pointed to the sofa on the other side of the study. Sit down. No need. Shinshinfu interrupted him. Mr. Lange, I want to know what's going on. Lange paused and said to her across the table, You are my eldest daughter, Lange, who was accidentally lost 11 years ago. We haven't heard from you for so many years, until you arrived at the Capital Star today, and we received your itinerary. You will live in the Sky Castle from now on. And I will give you everything you want. You also have 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. They went out today. But you will see them at dinner. Shinshinfu curled his lips, ignored what he said, and stared at him and asked, Then Mr. Lange, where is my mother? Where is she? Why can't I see her? Chapter 5 Personal Space. Lange was startled and looked away. She died unexpectedly on the day you were born. What kind of accident did I have that caused me to get lost? We encountered the Zerg attack. And I was not by your side when the airship was damaged. When we repelled the Zerg, I could not find you. For so many years. I thought you had. He walked forward. And Shinshinfu also took 2 steps back. I'm sorry, Mr. Lange. I'm not familiar with you. Shinshinfu looked at Lange and forced a fatherly smile. And said to her, It's okay. You live at home. And I will give you the best of everything. Alone and hungry. If she suddenly became rich, it would be obvious that there was something wrong if she refused. Shinshinfu nodded. I can live here. But I want my own freedom. And my travel life is up to me. Okay. You go and rest first. The maid will call you at dinner. Shinshinfu walked out of the study. The moment the door closed, the smile on Lange's face disappeared instantly. She looked out the window silently for a long time without moving. After she came out, Evan took her to enter the family management system and open the permissions of Castle Number 9. When Shinshinfu walked to the door, the castle gate detected her and opened automatically. After the door opened, there were 2 rows of neat maids, and some housekeeping robots were cleaning in the back. After she approached, the maid bowed to her. Miss. Shinshinfu suppressed the discomfort in her throat and pointed to someone casually. Take me to the bedroom. After being pointed at by the young lady, Xiaoyin led the way for her timidly. No one knew what kind of personality this newly returned young lady had. If she was like the young master, her future life would be very difficult. There was no conversation along the way. After Xiaoyin took her to the door of the master bedroom on the 5th floor, Shinshinfu spoke. Tell them not to come up. Okay. Okay. Miss. After going down, Xiaoyin conveyed Shinshinfu words and gave instructions to the housekeeping robot. Shinshinfu stood at the door of the master bedroom. The door opened automatically after the scanner on the door confirmed her iris. After she entered, she immediately spread her mental power to explore the entire 5th floor. In addition to the master bedroom, there is also a study on the 5th floor. The master bedroom is equipped with a living room, tea room, cloakroom, bathroom, etc. After the exploration, she did not find any hidden monitors or listening devices except for the public area. She quickly passed through the living room and cloakroom and walked to the bathroom, which can be described as vast. After locking the door, a blue light flashed and she disappeared in the bathroom in an instant. This is a pure white space with about 100 shelves. Each shelf is neatly placed with countless transparent cubes of different sizes. Each cube has a separate creature in it, which looks like a drip gel model made of resin. There is an area next to the shelf where desks and other supplies are placed. And there are many miscellaneous things piled together, which is far less neat than the models. There are also more than a dozen bottles of high-grade nutrient solution on the desk. Before Shinshinfu came here, this place was absolutely quiet, because this is Shinshinfu personal space. A blue light flashed, and Shinshinfu appeared directly in the space. Before she could make any movements, she spit out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood was extremely dazzling and eye-catching in the pure white space. Recently, the impact of overdrawing mental power is very large. Shinshinfu mental power is almost exhausted for the first time. It is precisely because she has almost no mental power left. So when the detection machine measures her mental power, it can only measure sea level. Sea level is a level suitable for her without any threat. walking to the desk, taking a piece of paper, and wiping the corners of her mouth casually. Shinshinfu opened all the nutrient solutions and poured them into her mouth one by one. Her physical condition is better now, and her mental power is slowly recovering. After recovering, she went to the shelf, walking through rows of shelves. When she saw the person lying there, the atmosphere around her suddenly became heavy. In front of her was a 3 meter by 3 meter cubic space grid, which looked like an enlarged version of the model block on the shelf. The difference was that the border of the block, which was supposed to be as transparent as resin, turned into a flowing blue-green color, flashing every second. This block seemed to be cut directly from a certain position. From the side, it looked like a cut of a huge tree. A person was lying on the uneven trunk, covering his body with a black cloth, revealing only his shoulder-length hair, even without opening his eyes. You can see that this is a very pretty girl, the real and only family in Shinshinfu's heart. Her sister, Shinshinfei. Half a month ago, she was still alive and kicking, and said happily, "Sister, I think I'm about to awaken my superpowers. I want a superpower that can turn anything into food." Shinshinfu regretted it because she was too confident and thought that she could just set up a space barrier. After going out, Shinfei was only one breath left. This breath was kept alive by a nearby healing psychic who tried his best. But the level of that psychic was too low, and there was no way to save her. But he told Shinshinfu that this kind of injury can only be treated by a healing psychic of SS level or above, and the current medical technology can't save her. When Shinshinfu felt that the barrier was broken and teleported back, Shinfei was almost out of breath. No one knows who made her like this. Shinshinfu is not a time psychic. She can only do everything she can to keep her. But the price is that her mental power is overdrawn and extremely weak. She can only last for a month at most in this overdrawn state. Otherwise she will also die of weakness. And now half a month has passed. At that time, she asked everyone near their residence in the ruins, and only learned from a child that a man and a woman came to the area in a very beautiful aircraft that day. He said that the aircraft was silver, and there seemed to be some white things like flowers painted on the side. The child was very afraid of strangers at the time, and ran away without seeing much clearly. Shinshinfu carefully explored every inch of land around the scene of the incident, and only found a platinum button with a white star flower exquisitely carved on it, and the letter R on the back. So in addition to finding a high-level healing ability person to treat her sister, she also needed to find the murderer. She must avenge this hatred. In order to save her sister, she set foot on the land of the capital star for the first time after leaving for more than 10 years. But she didn't expect that after she had been dead for so long, the Lange family had not cancelled her identity. After all, her biological father, the distinguished Mr. Fine Lange, personally pushed her into a desperate situation. Looking at his hypocritical appearance today, it was more disgusting than eating raw meat. Shinshinfu raised her hand and pressed the space block, mobilizing the mental power that had just recovered and injecting it all into the space block. As she injected more mental power, the color at the edge of the space block became brighter, until it was almost bright enough to blind her eyes, and Shinshinfu withdrew her hand. After a dizzy spell, Shinshinfu suddenly spit out another mouthful of blood. Holding the space block, Shinshinfu slowly slid down to sit on the ground, closed his eyes, and almost fell asleep. Chapter 6 Adopted Daughter and Twins. Capital Star District 1. Liguang Mall 36th floor. A girl with golden curly hair wearing a white long dress with pearl lace was sitting in the Star Stone jewelry store. And there were 2 classmates she called out today. Her slender fingers in white gloves casually hooked a valuable necklace, and looked at the light twice. The light of the Star Stone fell on her face in fragments, and there was a natural smile at the corner of her mouth. Every move was so perfect. However, she casually threw the necklace back on the tray, which scared the store manager, who was kneeling on one knee to hold the tray for her. "Are there any other things? The light of this Aurora Star Stone is too bad." The store manager immediately responded, "Yes. We also have a set of jewelry made of purple galaxy stone. Bring it over and have a look." The store manager gave a look to the clerk standing next to him, and the clerk immediately ran to get the jewelry. "Hey, Jasmine, why do you have to come out to buy it yourself? Aren't those countless jewels usually sent directly to the Sky Castle?" The classmate next to him was puzzled. "The weather is good today. Let's go out for a walk," another classmate said. "Well, the vacation is almost over, so let's go out and have some fun." At this time, the clerk brought over the set of purple galaxy stone jewelry, necklace, earrings, bracelets, a whole set placed on a black tray, shining with a unique light. Jasmine picked up the gorgeous necklace and finally became interested. The carving and light of this necklace are very perfect. Suddenly, the light brain on her hand flashed a light spot. She clicked it, and a dialogue panel appeared in front of her. Evan, Miss Jasmine, the head of the family requires you to come back tonight for a family dinner. And there is something important to announce. Jasmine clicked on the panel. What's the matter? Evan's message came back quickly. The eldest lady has been found. With a click, Jasmine's hand shook, and the necklace fell directly to the ground. The largest purple galaxy stone hanging below had a scratch. The two female classmates were shocked. Jasmine, what happened to you? Jasmine stood up, looked at the flawed necklace on the ground, opened her own payment authority on the light brain, and said to the store manager, I buy this set. The store manager immediately took out the cash register to connect her payment and received 8 million star coins. The two classmates looked at her with envy. It was as easy for her to spend 8 million as 80 yuan. Jasmine turned her head and looked at the two confused classmates. You can take it and divide it. Then she walked out of the store without looking back, and said to the two bodyguards guarding the door, return to Sky Castle immediately. At the same time, in the physical training center of District 7, on the opposite platform, a strong figure was punched to the ground by the person in front of him, and slid 6 or 7 meters away, unable to get up at all. However, his opponent did not intend to let him go. Lange looked at his opponent, who had fallen to the ground, and rushed forward, pressing him down, hitting his face with both hands non-stop. The harder he hit, the more arrogant his smile became, until the man lost consciousness. None of the people watching from the audience dared to step forward to stop him, until his hand that was continuously hitting was caught by another person. Sean turned his head angrily, but when he saw the other person's face, he was instantly discouraged. You are really a bummer. Taking the handkerchief handed over by the other party, casually wiping the blood on his hands, Sean stood up slowly. So boring. The two 13-year-old boys stood together, obviously with the same facial features, but their temperaments were very different. One had a clever look, with a look of contempt in his eyes, and no one dared to approach. The other had deep eyes and a gentle smile, which made people feel good when they looked at him. Lange looked at his arrogant twin brother and comforted him. Something interesting is coming. Sean looked at him puzzled. Tapped his light brain. I just received a message that my father's eldest daughter has been found and is now in the Sky Castle. He asked us to go back for dinner today. Hearing this, Xian followed him out. Eldest daughter. Didn't she die a long time ago? Who knows? Shiyu raised an arc at the corner of his mouth. We know when we go and ask her. Seeing the two gradually walk away, the people around dared to run up to the stage to see how the man was. Fortunately, although the injuries looked scary, no one died. Most of them were external injuries. He only needed to be placed in the treatment chamber for an hour. Several people moved him to the treatment room. A newcomer who didn't know the identities of the two Lange family asked them, who are those two people? They look exactly the same. One beat people to death, and the other was watching happily on the side. Shh! Keep your voice down. They are the twins of the Lange family. They are very precious. How can we say anything? Yes, these nobles among the upper class can easily deal with it even if they beat someone to death. And we can't beat them. They are SS-level geniuses. The newcomer was shocked. SS level? This is the first time I've seen them alive. Why do they have to come to us for training? Yes, it is said that everyone from the training center in the 1st district to the 7th district has been beaten by him. What's more, they are only 13 years old. 13 years old? Didn't they awaken their superpowers last year? Yes. Then what are their superpowers? How can I know? Several people carried the injured and walked away while chatting. Not long after, a sonic boom sounded outside, and a small aircraft took off and disappeared in the air at a rapid speed. Shinfu rubbed his eyes. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he finally recovered a little. Standing up, a blue light flashed, and she returned to castle number 9. Looking out the window, the sky was getting dark, and it must be almost time for dinner. She opened the bathroom door and walked through a small corridor before entering the bedroom for the first time. This bedroom was much larger than the tree hole where she and Xiafei lived. After going down to the 1st floor, she was shocked by the clothes and people in the living room. The living room of the castle was not small. But it was full of clothes at this time. Most of the shelves were casual clothes. And there were also many dresses, various skirts, and countless shoes. The second largest amount was jewelry. And even the housekeeping robot was holding several trays of jewelry. What's going on? Xiaoyin saw her coming down and immediately stepped forward. Miss, these are the clothes that the master ordered the housekeeper to buy for you. He ordered not to go up. So we are all waiting for you downstairs. Xin Shinfu looked at the girl in front of her, who was not too old. What's your name? Miss, my name is Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin held up the things in her hand and showed them to her. Miss, these are the latest models of optical computers. And the federal card arranged by the master, which contains star coins. You can connect the card to your optical computer and use it. There is still an hour before dinner. You can wash and change your clothes first. And then the lady and the young master and the young lady will be there. Xin Shinfu understood that this was her kind advice. Walked to the nearest shelf, took out a black casual suit, and said to her, Xiaoyin, ask them to put all the things upstairs. Chapter 7 The First Family Dinner. Xiaoyin took her to the main castle. When they reached the corridor at the junction, Xin Shinfu looked at the aircraft docking point below. Under the abundant lights of the sky castle, she could clearly see that there were 2 more aircraft at the docking point than at the beginning. Seeing her stop, Xiaoyin asked, Miss, is there any problem? Xin Shinfu shook her head, and the two continued to go to the main castle. Arriving at the door of the family banquet restaurant, Xiaoyin stayed at the door. Xin Shinfu walked in alone, only to find that this was not a restaurant, but a lounge in front of the restaurant, where several people were sitting. Seeing Xin Shinfu come in, Lange waved to let her pass, and the lady with a bun next to him in a white off-shoulder dress nodded slightly to her. As a greeting, Xin Shinfu remembered her. Irene, who was considered her stepmother. The 2 boys who looked the same were Irene's sons, Shiyu and Xian. When she left, they were only 2 or 3 years old, and I think they had completely forgotten her. When Lange introduced several people to each other, she felt that there was a spiritual force carefully testing her. Looking over, a girl in gorgeous clothes came in from the door. Her hairstyle, jewelry and dress were all exquisite, and she had a perfect smile on her face. She looked like a princess doll that children loved. Jasmine walked to Lange's side and sat down, and asked with a natural smile, Father, is this Sister Hill? Yes. She finally came back. If she needs anything, Jasmine, you have to help her well. Jasmine smiled at Xin Shinfu very kindly, but unfortunately Xin Shinfu saw deep emotions in that crescent smile. It's almost time. Go in. Lange spoke, and several people walked in one after another. Lange sat at the main seat of the long dining table, with Irene and Jasmine on his right, and Xin Shinfu, Shiyu and Xian on his left. The servants quickly served the dishes. Xin Shinfu picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak casually. The knife and fork made a very harsh sound when rubbing against the plate. Jasmine had been secretly observing her. When she heard the sound, she frowned and showed an impatient look. When Shiyu looked over, she lowered her eyes and could not see a trace. Shiyu turned her head. Sister Seer, where were you before? Why haven't you come back for so many years? Xin Shinfu was stunned. When he looked at Shiyu, he seemed to see the 2 babies who hugged her thighs and cried loudly. I'm on M77 planet. M77? At this time, Xian snorted coldly, looking at her like this. I know it must be a garbage wasteland planet. Lange warned Xian. Xin Shinfu ate the last bite of steak and said while chewing, It's okay. He is right. He looked like he didn't care. Xian was choked by this, and a nameless fire rose up. At this time, the maid took away the plate for her and served a new steak. She actually started to cut it leisurely. Although she didn't move fast, she ate very quickly. Have you never eaten steak? You look like a starving ghost. Xin Shinfu took another bite. Well, I have never eaten such delicious food. What do you usually eat? Eat garbage? Xin Shinfu looked at him very sincerely. Well, just see what is edible in the garbage. The ruins originally describe a remote abandoned garbage planet, and the whole planet is full of garbage. Obviously, she didn't say anything bad, but she just made him speechless. Xian hated this feeling very much. He saw it all. The servants waiting on the side heard this and looked at him with different eyes, as if he was some kind of unforgivable bully who bullied her. He hated weak and useless people the most. When he opened his mouth to say something, Lange interrupted him. Xian. Shut up. How can you eat if you shut up? Eat with your nose. Irene stared at him at this time. Xian didn't say anything in the end. He just rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. He must let her teach him a lesson. After dinner, Lange asked everyone to go back to their own castles. After Shinshunfu returned to the room, he saw that all the clothes had been hung in the cloakroom, and the jewelry was neatly placed in the glass cabinet in the middle. With so many things, many people must have come into the room. Once again, she released her mental power to explore. And this time she really caught a little abnormality. Behind the head of the bed in the bedroom, Shinshunfu slowed down and walked over, tilted his head to look at the gap. There was nothing protruding, only a piece of something like transparent tape stuck on it. The gap was too small, so she had to use her special powers to carve out a small space block, completely separating the tape-like thing from the bed, and then controlling it to float into her hands. This should be used for eavesdropping, but I don't know who arranged it in this family. Walking to the bathroom, she raised her hand to release the bug on the bathroom cabinet, but the bug was still suspended in the air. This was her more commonly used space block ability, which could frame any object, and the space block could be moved to any position. She snapped her fingers gently with her right hand, and the bug was instantly squeezed into powder by the space block and slowly fell down. Turning on the faucet, the water washed away the powder without a trace, and the mirror reflected Shinshunfu's cold but sleepy face. And at this time, Castle number 12, Jasmine, who was wearing the bugging headset, only heard a snap of her fingers. And then, there was silence, and she could hear nothing. Pulling off the headset and throwing it on the ground, Jasmine stomped on the headset with her feet in anger until it was completely broken into garbage. Jasmine could no longer maintain the perfect look she had just had at dinner. Her heart was beating violently, and many emotions were about to tear her apart. She died well. Why did she come back? It's obviously mine. This home is mine. No one can take it away. I saw it all. When he said he was picking up garbage for dinner, his father's face, which had never changed, showed a strange expression. The fool Xian was so rebuked that he couldn't say a word. The number 9 house she had always wanted to live in was also given to her. This was an unlucky beginning. Just like what those people said before. If she came back, she would lose everything, be abandoned again, and fall into darkness again. Hill was just a sea-level mutant. If she could die once, she could die a second time. As long as she was alive, she would always be her substitute. Thinking of this, she took out an old optical computer from her personal safe and sent a message to a familiar number. After waiting for 4 or 5 hours, the optical computer lit up the message prompt. She was relieved when she saw the other party's affirmative reply. She took another sleeping pill and fell asleep on the bed as if exhausted. Chapter 8: The Boy in the Slum. Shinshunfu woke up early in the morning. Today she was going to visit District 20. After going downstairs, she saw breakfast in the restaurant and several bottles of nutrient solution. Shinshunfu grabbed the nutrient solution and drank it while walking towards the teleporter beside the castle. Strawberry flavor is still not as good as watermelon flavor, but unfortunately, she had finished all the watermelon flavor. Xiaoyin took her there for dinner yesterday, so that she could get familiar with the environment. Generally, if you are in a hurry, the teleport is faster. Otherwise, it will take 20 minutes to walk to the main castle. The teleporter teleported her to the base in just 2 seconds. When she went out of the gate, she saw Evan coming. Evan, I want to go out today. Which way is more convenient? Miss, if you want to go out, I will arrange a flying vehicle for you, and you can tell the driver as you like. Please wait a moment, and we will set off at the stop later. Shinshunfu did not refuse his arrangement. After all, she was not familiar with this place, and this time she could remember the route nearby. When she walked to the stop, she saw the 2 aircrafts from yesterday. One silver-purple gradient, and the other black. There were no patterns on the silver-purple, while the black aircraft had many red flames painted on it, which was very ostentatious. These were not what she was looking for. Soon, the driver drove an aircraft over, and Shinshunfu asked him to drive to the center of District 8. Yesterday, she saw a large amusement area there on the map, and using this location as an excuse was the best. After getting off the bus at the amusement area, Shinshunfu asked the driver to pick her up in the evening. As for the optical computers prepared for her yesterday, she did not take any of them, because there was a high probability that a locator was set up in them. She did not plan to use the money that Fine Lange gave her for her own affairs. First, she felt uncomfortable. And second, if she asked a high-level psychic to treat her sister, the location and route of every expenditure she made could be checked, which would cause endless troubles. Shinshinfu took the floating bus. It cost 20 star coins to go from District 8 to District 20, which was more expensive than going to District 14. She must trade something today, otherwise she will be penniless soon. After about 2 hours, we arrived at District 20. There were people coming and going on the road. Many vehicles were shuttling in the air, and tall buildings were standing tall, apart from the strange people walking on the road. It was impossible to imagine that this was a lower-level area. Shinshinfu walked deeper into the street and asked several people where the underground trading city was. But no one knew. Just as she was worried, a man suddenly crawled out from the shadow of the trash can she passed by, and then ran to a place with fewer people in a panic. Quick! That kid went this way. On the other side, a group of people holding long sticks chased him to where he had just escaped. Shinshinfu thought about it and chased in the direction where the man ran. The man ran very fast, so Shinshinfu changed his route and ran quickly from the other side, then climbed up a wall in 3 or 2 steps, supported himself with both hands, and jumped over. In this way, she climbed over 5 or 6 walls in succession and landed directly in front of the man, blocking his way. This was a boy who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in rags. His pants were too short, and his face and body were covered with wounds. He was looking at her with a vigilant look. Shinshinfu leaned against the wall of the alley and said, "I can help you. Why should I believe you?" The footsteps behind him gradually approached, and Shinshinfu glanced at him. You have no choice. Soon the group of people chased after them. When they ran into the alley, they only saw a teenage girl holding a book, leaning against the wall, showing a frightened expression. The leader walked up to her and asked, "Hey, did you see a man running here? I saw him running over there, and I was startled." Shinshinfu casually pointed in a direction. The group of people were quite smart. After hearing what she said, they split into 2 groups and chased in different directions. Shinshinfu left the area slowly and without attracting the attention of those people, until she reached a very hidden corner. She kicked her shadow on the ground. "You can come out now." The shadow fluctuated and gradually condensed into a human figure, and the boy slowly stood up. It's really a special ability suitable for escaping. Shinshinfu thought silently in his heart. Why do you want to help me? There was deep confusion and suspicion in his eyes. The girl in front of him was very pale and looked a little weaker than him. The injured? He didn't know how she found his escape route and intercepted him. Of course, it's because I have something to ask you. I will help you once, and you just need to tell me something you know. Isn't this a good deal? What do you want to ask? I want to know where the underground trading city in the lower area is and how to get in. The boy looked her up and down. She was wearing a casual black sportswear. Her long hair was loose, and she didn't have any jewelry on her body. No matter how you look at her, she didn't look like she had anything to exchange. But she was really beautiful, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through people. She wouldn't. He spoke with difficulty. I advise you not to sell yourself for a little money. It's not a good place. It's none of your business what I want to trade. I just need you to tell me the answer. He finally didn't bother with other people's business. I can take you there, but I have something urgent to do, and I need to go back first. You can come to me another day. Shinshinfu didn't have any extra time to wait now. Let's do it today. I don't have much time. I can accompany you back first, but you must take me there immediately after you finish your business. He nodded silently. Shinshinfu followed him to a garbage station after many twists and turns. She was a little surprised when she saw this man dragging an old flying motorcycle out of the shadow of the garbage station. This man's ability may be stronger than she thought. General shadow ability is to shuttle through it by oneself. But he can place items, which means that he has placed an anchor point at this location to support the operation of the ability. He is at least an S-level ability user. The most obvious difference between S-level and the levels below it is that S-level and above can place ability anchor points and operate independently of themselves, while the ability users of the following levels have distance restrictions when releasing their abilities, except for some special long-range abilities. Shinshinfu got on his flying motorcycle, and he gave her a helmet. Drive safely. Wear your helmet. The two of them passed through various small routes, and soon arrived at District 27. Seeing the old and dilapidated buildings, Shinfu realized that this was probably the slums of the capital planet. The wooden houses were stacked one on top of another, and people would make creaking sounds when they walked by. Some houses didn't even have windows, but were covered with rags whose original colors couldn't be seen. The air was filled with a damp and moldy smell. It didn't seem to belong to the capital planet. The boy saw her staring at the broken building in a daze, and teased, "Why? You haven't seen such a broken house before. District 27 is not all like this. Only the West District is like this. The underground trading area you are looking for is in the East District of District 27. I take you there later." Chapter 9 Underground Trading City. Just as Shinfu was about to say something, a group of children came running over in slippers. They rushed to the boy and hugged his legs. "Brother you are finally back." Shinfu was a little confused. They didn't seem to be surprised at all that I was injured. I took out some candies from his pocket and gave them to them. A little kid with a runny nose saw Shinfu standing aside and raised his hand to pull I's sleeve. "Brother who is this sister?" "This is my brother friend. You guys go play first. My brother has something to do." "Oh." The children ran away quickly again. Very obedient. I looked at Shinfu's amazing eyebrows and glowing white skin in the sun, and glanced at the vaguely malicious eyes in the corners of his eyes, and still spoke. "You come up with me. It's a bit chaotic and unsafe here." Hearing this, Shinfu followed his footsteps and climbed up to the 3rd floor from a shaky staircase. Yi opened the lock on the door very carefully, and a hoarse voice still sounded from the door. "Brother, are you back?" Shinfu followed him in. The house in front of him was smaller than the tree hole she lived in, and there were not many things. A girl was lying on the simple bed. She looked a little younger than her sister. Her cheeks were so thin that they were almost sunken. At this time, she was struggling to support her upper body with her hands. Yi walked up quickly and helped her lie down. "It's me. Brother brought you medicine." The girl looked at the wound on Yi's face, and her eyes were slowly filled with tears. "Brother, I'm fine. Don't steal medicine again. What if you are beaten to death by them?" Yi seemed not to hear this. "Don't worry. I will be fine. Brother will not let you die." He bent down and took out a row of injections from his shadow. "Take out one. Pull off the needle cover. Roll up the sister sleeve, and inject her." As the medicine was pushed in, her complexion improved a little, and she gradually fell asleep. Yi packed up the bag of food beside her bed and put some back in the original place. Then said to Shinfu, "Let's go." When going downstairs, Shinfu asked Yi, "What's wrong with her?" Yi looked at her expressionless face, as if the question just now was his hallucination. "She is my sister Alan. She got sick at the beginning of this year. This disease will make her gradually lose control of her body and eventually become unable to move. Her disease will be cured in about a year with medicine. 2 bottles a month. But this medicine is monopolized by the medical company and sold for nearly 500,000 star coins per bottle. I tried everything and only lasted for 3 months." He helped the underground trading city to chase the dishonest people, and he could get a reward of 1% of the debt after catching them. Among ordinary people in District 27, this money is already a lot. But Alan can't wait. Shinfu understood that he couldn't afford the medicine and had no choice but to steal the medicine, and he should not have fought back when he was chased by those people. Otherwise, as an S-level superpower, he would have no problem protecting himself. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked downstairs. Yi saw her nodding in agreement and was very confused. "Don't you think there's anything wrong with me going to rob things?" Shinfu put on a helmet and said in a muffled voice, "If I were you, I would also choose my family. You wouldn't do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Survival is the most important thing." I didn't expect to get such an answer, but her depressed mood was relieved at this moment. "What's your name?" "You need a middleman to go to the underground trading city. I have done some things for them and can be your middleman. My name is Shinfu." "Hello. My name is Yi." Now the two of them know each other. I soon parked the car next to an abandoned building, found a tree, and hid the car in the shadow of the tree. The two walked into the building, and there was only an old man in a security uniform squinting and dozing there, his head falling down bit by bit. Yi walked over, patted the old man on the shoulder, and took out a small metal plate from his pocket. The old man looked at the plate, and the two of them waved his hand and signaled to go in quickly. After entering, Yi took him to the underground floor. After verifying the metal plate in front of several doors, the two finally got on the elevator. But this elevator could not go up. It was all underground floors, with more than 30 floors in total. However, when she saw Yi press the underground 18th floor, she was still speechless. This is too unlucky. After saying poo, poo, poo in her heart, the elevator stopped, and Fu was almost blinded by the light after the door opened. This decoration is dozens of times more exaggerated than the Sky Castle, with gorgeous and luxurious lamps, countless decorations, all shining with gold. Is this the hometown of the god of wealth? At that moment, Fu silently apologized to the Sky Castle. She was careless. She was ignorant. And she didn't know what real exaggeration was. I took her to a magnificent door, where two sturdy bodyguards stood with laser guns. After showing his ID card, I picked up the nose ring on the sculpture of the exotic fire lion on the door, and tapped it. Soon the door opened. Oh! Why are you here? The man was wearing a mink coat, smiling with wrinkles on his face, and holding two beads in his hands. This is Jin Xinshin, one of the persons in charge of the exchange. Before coming, I told her that the underground trading city was responsible for different parts by 3 persons in charge. And this Jin Xinshin was responsible for business transactions and external money business. Before, I was a debt collector for him, and he was responsible for many difficult orders, so he was familiar with it. I glanced at Fu, who was staring at Jean Xi mink coat in a daze. I pointed at her and said, "Boss Jean, this is my friend Fu. She wants to do some business with you." Fu came back to his senses. Boss Jean looked in the direction of his finger, and Fu's eyes fell directly on him without any evasion. His eyes flashed, and he said with a grin, "Then come in." After sitting down, he asked Fu, "What do you want to trade?" Fu looked at his office and asked him, "Do you want exotic beast materials?" "I want to exchange some money and some other things." Boss Jean was very interested when he heard this, because exotic beast materials can be used to make exotic weapons and mechas. But the better the materials, the harder it is to fight. And the manpower and material resources required are also multiplied. Sometimes bounty hunters may not be able to come back alive after going out. And even if they kill the exotic beasts, they are likely to damage the materials. So the price of exotic beast materials has always been very expensive. The bounty hunters in their underground trading city, more than 200 people teamed up to go out for a month. And they could only hunt back 5 to 10 intermediate exotic beasts in total. Less than 2 high-level exotic beasts. And basically all of them were damaged. And the more powerful the exotic beasts, the greater the defects. Of course, this is also related to the level of personnel. For more powerful super high-level and special level beasts, they would hire high-level foreign aid to help. But the commission would be higher. But he didn't think such a little girl could have any high-level materials, and was still twisting the beads in his hand. "Sure. What materials do you have? Take them out and let me see." Chapter 10. You know how to bargain. Fu said lightly. "Your place is too small. It can't fit." Boss Jean and Yi were speechless. "Is it small here? This office is at least 100 meters long and 80 meters wide, and 7 or 8 meters high. Although there are some things, it is big enough." Boss Jean looked at her as if she was really just telling the truth in her heart. Openly. "When will you bring it here? Do you need us to send a car to transport it?" Fu shook her head. "I bring it here, change to a bigger place, and I show it to you." The two looked at her suspiciously. She didn't even have a bag on her. Where did she put it? Did she put it in the fantasy in her mind? She continued. "Oh, I'm a space system." The two looked at each other. It turned out to be a rare superpower. Boss Jean took the two, followed by 2 bodyguards, and changed several places. Fu finally saw a space that she thought was the right size. This was the storage warehouse that was emptied before the 13th floor. It was several hundred meters long, wide, and 70 to 80 meters high. After entering, she asked several people to stand aside, and then a blue light flashed in her hand, and a transparent cube immediately appeared in her palm, with a miniature version of a strange beast lying in the middle, looking like a model. At the same time, a cube was missing from the shelf in her personal space. Boss Jean leaned over to take a look. "What is this?" This red and blue small model looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. I also stood aside. He didn't know much about strange beasts, but he knew that strange beasts made money. Otherwise, when his sister got better in the future, hunting for strange beast materials would also be a way out. Watching Shinshinfu throw the cube in his hand into the air in front of him, a dazzling light lit up, and several people turned their heads away when the blue light disappeared. When they turned their heads again, the four people's scalps suddenly numbed. Lying in front of them was a very eye-catching strange beast, shaped like a porcupine, with thorns. It was estimated to be 30 or 40 meters high. However, the thorns on its back are very different from those on the ordinary ones. They are densely packed, and the tips of the red thorns are blue. They stand upright, and the longest ones are 40 or 50 meters long. It looks like a huge red and blue thorn ball dropped on the ground. Most importantly, it looks like it has no scars at all, as if it is just curled up like sleeping. Boss Jean was stunned, and it took a long time to speak. This is a super high-level exotic beast, the Phantom Sun Porcupine. If its thorns all turn blue, it will be a super-class exotic beast. The two bodyguards at the back also took a breath of cold air. Not to mention the superclass. Such a complete super high-level exotic beast is also unprecedented. Clean and without any scars. It looks like it was just moved from its home. Shinshinfu coughed twice, and the few people finally came back to their senses. She looked at Boss Jean. How is it? Boss Jean, how much is this worth? It only has a wound on the right eye, which pierced the heart, and it is basically intact. Boss Jean's eyes were shining, and he looked at her like looking at a treasure pot. This is a super high-level exotic beast, and it is so complete. You know, every thorn can be sold for money, and this strength of exotic beasts is very rare, and because of its strong attack power, it is very difficult to catch. There were a few in the past, and bounty hunters were attacked by the thorns thrown by the sun porcupine, and then secretly picked them up after escaping. Excluding consumption and manual operation, pure selling of materials can make 200 to 300 million. This type of exotic beast is quite special. There are too many materials that can be used, and the total price is more expensive than ordinary ones. The number of conventional super high-level exotic beast materials that can be used is small, and the price is generally tens of millions. We will take this, since it is so well preserved. I can at least give you this price. Boss Jean made a gesture of 8 to Shinshinfu. 80 million. This commission rate is already high in the exotic beast market. Shinshinfu thought about it, and was not satisfied with the price. This is still a bit low. Boss Jean understood. She was indeed an expert, and he could accept an additional 10 or 20 million. Thinking of her sister Shinshinfei's unusual behavior, Shinshinfu continued to bargain. At least 100,000 yuan. At this time, she was still a little proud in her heart. She had learned to bid even when her sister was not around. For people on the side, ? You know how to bargain. 100,000 yuan. Does she not understand the price? How many thorns can you buy with 100,000 yuan? Boss Jean looked at Shinshinfu like a fool. No. I said 80 million. Although she looked a little bit stupid now. She could easily take out a beast of this level, and try to cooperate for a long time in the future. So Boss Jean didn't want to cheat her to that extent. Shinshinfu, 80 million? I really didn't expect that my little hobby of collecting could make so much money. I knew that these could be exchanged for some money before, but she didn't specifically learn about it. There is no market for this in a garbage dump in the ruins. Collecting beasts makes her feel satisfied, and she is happiest when she collects a set. Which collector would be willing to sell his collection? For example, she has a complete set of this porcupine, and the one she took out is an extra one. A complete set means there's one of the same kind of exotic beast in different colors and grades. At that time, she was 5 years old and was swallowed into the Free Star Cave. When she was in a life and death situation, she was forced to awaken her superpowers and could not get out for a while. During this period, there were always exotic beasts or star beasts that were accidentally sucked in and wanted to eat her when they saw her. Most of them have very strong attack power and have natural malice towards humans. When a person wanders on the edge of life and death for a long time, in order not to go crazy, he develops the habit of collecting exotic beasts or star beasts. Of course, the premise is to win. After coming out of the Free Star Cave, she occasionally looks for the beautiful exotic beasts and star beasts she likes. The accident of Xiufei happened because she went out. Judging from the reactions, this exotic beast must be rare. And she'd better not take out too many at once. After all, it's a crime to have a treasure in your possession. She was not going to exchange all of it for money. Boss Jean, let's do this. I only want 60 million. I ask you to do something for me for the rest. Okay. Let's go back to the office and talk. Shinshinfu rarely smiled at him, stretched out her index finger to the sun porcupine, drew a square in the air, and instantly a cube framed the sun porcupine. Then she clenched her palm, and the huge body of the beast disappeared without a trace. When she opened her hand again, the small cube like the model was in her hand again. The 4 people watching, the space system is really good. The space system is really powerful. I want to be a space system in my next life. But the more Boss Jean knows, the more shocked he is. A space system psychic, who can control freely like her, and divide independent space, must be SS level. There are space systems in their underground trading city. Compared with her operation, those people are simply child's play. Generally speaking, the stronger the mental power of the psychic, the higher the level, and the more supernatural powers that can be realized. A powerful psychic can even create his own tricks in his own psychic category. That is the pursuit of high-level psychics. And it is there incredible. Back in the office, the 3 sat down again. Boss Jean personally brought a cup of tea to Shinshinfu and a yi, and no longer played with his 2 beads. Mission. What do you want to exchange? Chapter 11 Trading Conditions. Shinshinfu drank a sip of tea. I want you to help me find the most powerful healing psychic you can find within 10 days. And make me satisfied. I will discuss the conditions he wants with him at that time. That's the condition? We have a lot of healing psychics here. Boss Jean didn't care. Shinshinfu's eyes sank. I said, I want you to find the most powerful one within your ability. And it must not be lower than SS level. Otherwise it will be useless. SS level? There was a statistics that there were only about 300 SS level in the entire galaxy. And most of them were in military districts and military academies. Yes, I only have this one condition. And I still have the exotic beast materials you want in the future. Yi also drank a sip of tea silently on the side, and didn't dare to speak. But realized that he seemed to have met some big guy. Boss Jean thought about the strange beast just now. And then thought about the star coins. Gritted his teeth, and immediately made a decision. Deal. Unexpectedly, she spoke again. By the way, I need another thing. Boss Jean alarm bells rang. What is it? Could it be that they are looking for someone at the SS level again? They thought it was easy to find cabbages in the field. The girl in front of him put down the cup. I want a light computer. Boss Jean, Yi, The cheapest old-fashioned light computer these days only costs 500 star coins. And a second-hand one even costs more than 200. Even people in the slums basically have light computers. In the end, Boss Jean asked his men to bring a new version of the black light computer to Shinshinfu. After she put it on, Boss Jean asked her to bind and activate it, and then transfer the money to her. Bind? Yes. Bind your ID card. Shinshinfu then remembered this important thing. I don't have my own ID card. Boss Jean, ? Are you an illegal resident? She raised her head slightly, and looked at Boss Jean. Isn't this an underground trading city? Can't I buy another ID card? Boss Jean was helpless. Okay. Everything is fine. Are all the young people nowadays making their way outside with their own integrity? But he could make a lot of money after all. So he didn't charge more. We can only put your identity in the middle or lower area. The identity verification in the upper area is very strict. It takes some time to take care of the middle area. Shinshinfu didn't care at all. I want the fastest. Of course. The fastest in Area 27. It's Area 27. Don't you think about it again? Yi looked at her in different look. When you walk outside, the area your ID card is in determines other people's attitude towards you. Shinshinfu waved her hand. It's okay. I'm a poor person. It would be strange if it was put in another place. Boss Jean asked someone to take her to take a photo. Enter some basic information. And enter the palm print into the system. But this time, she entered the palm print of her left hand. If you say that StarCraft is humanized, left-handed people can record their left hand. Right-handed people can record their right hand. And those without hands can use cards. But they need to be checked separately. In less than half an hour, her ID card was delivered. And a star coin savings card with her identity was also delivered. Which actually had 80 million in it. Boss Jean is a seasoned man after all. Considering the future cooperation and her level, he still gave her 80 million in the long run. He just regarded finding people and the light computer identity card as making friends. I also nodded. He knew that Boss Jean would not lose money. So Fu accepted it. Fu, a resident of the 27th district of the capital Star. Date of birth, New Star November 23, 3057. There was also a photo of her on the card. And she looked in a good mood. After activating the light computer, I taught her how to bind the card and some basic functions. She also gave the space cube containing the sun porcupine to Boss Jean, and told him to throw it on the ground after injecting mental power. She has unlocked the restrictions on the space block, but he has to be careful. If it accidentally falls on the ground, it is very likely to be pierced through. Everyone is very happy about this transaction. Fu has been tense for the past half-month. And now he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Boss Jean helps, the possibility of finding a healer to treat his sister is much greater. The most important thing now is to heal my sister, restore my mental strength, and then find the murderer. She is too weak now. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when she came out of the underground trading city. The underground city had a virtual outdoor scene, so she didn't think it was too bright. Fu asked I to take her to the station. The station in District 27 was very busy, and many people set up stalls. As soon as I got off the bus, I heard I's stomach rumbling. So the two went to the noodle shop next to the station to eat noodles. And a bowl only cost 5-star coins. Although the nutrient is comprehensive and fast, not everyone can afford it. Although there are many alien plants that cannot be eaten. The most common wheat and rice have been studied and restored hundreds of years ago. And the cost performance is very high. There are also some foods made with special ingredients, which are very expensive. For example, the food of Lange's family is made of high-quality ingredients. In terms of price, ordinary food nutrient high-quality food. After eating the last bite, Fu said to I add your Light Brain account. I opened the Light Brain, scanned her account code, and saw the account name on it, Shiofu. Fu received the friend addition message, and after passing it, he transferred 20 million to his account, mainly because he helped her shorten the time to find people, and also let her get in touch with the line of selling exotic beasts. She originally wanted to use this money to do things, and giving it to him to save his sister was also her reward. After all, the medicine was quite expensive. I glanced at the Light Brain message, stood up, and the noodle soup on the table spilled. What are you doing? Seeing him panic, Fu waved his hand and asked him to sit down. This is the fee for you. Aren't you a middleman? Generally, you need to charge a fee. Right? But this is too much. No one would give so much intermediary fee. This is a quarter of her transaction price. Doesn't she have any concept of money? Take it. I may need to contact them frequently in the future. You should be my middleman. Fu looked at him seriously. You helped me a lot this time. Thank you. I looked at a loss. It was obviously she who helped him. But she still paid such a high agency fee. With this money, Alan's disease can be cured. He said to Fu with red eyes, Mission. Thank you. If you need me in the future, I will do my best as long as you ask. Fu raised his lips. Just call me by my name. Don't worry. I will definitely find you. After all, there may be many places to communicate with the underground trading city in the future. It is not convenient for her to come often now. So the money she gave him is not all for his sister. After paying the bill and going out, Fu took the car and left. I watched the flying bus getting farther and farther away, and then rode home. When I got home, Alan was already awake. I was very happy to see him come back so early today. Brother, the nutrient solution you gave me is delicious. Strawberry flavor is so sweet. Nutrient solution? Alan saw his brother puzzled look and pointed to the place where food was placed by the bed. Here. These are them. There were 4 or 5 bottles of strawberry-flavored high-grade nutrient solution on the bedside. And only one bottle was empty with a straw stuck in it. I's nose felt a little sour. And the face of the calm and relaxed girl flashed in front of him. He said to Alan, It wasn't me who gave it to you. It was our savior who gave it to you. Chapter 12 Military Academy also has an art department. Fu had money this time, so she spent more than 100 star coins to take the flying bus, which was much faster. She returned to the amusement area near the 8th district in an hour. She saw that the Lange family's aircraft was still parked at the beginning. So she went around and bought a ticket at the door, spending another 400 star coins. In fact, she had never had any concept of money. She ate whatever she had, and her sister took care of money. She went in and walked around. There were not many people in the afternoon. This kind of 24-hour amusement area has the most people at night. Walking around, she bought everything she saw that looked good, and even bargained like her sister usually did. She held the things in her hands, and didn't put them into space. She wanted to wait until 4:30 before going out. She looked at the time on the light brain, and it was almost time. When walking towards the exit, Shinshinfu found that several figures moved with her. When she turned her head to look, there was nothing wrong, although she didn't know why they followed her. Her current combat power was not suitable for too much conflict. She sighed secretly in her heart. She had never been so cowardly in her life. After getting in the car, the driver drove back. As she thought, the driver immediately reported her day's itinerary to Evan after returning. But he really thought she had played in the amusement park for a day. When the sneaky people saw her leaving, they all poked their heads out. One of them exhaled a puff of smoke and sent a message with the light brain. Sky Castle. Jasmine smashed a cup again after seeing the message. Useless things, saying that there were too many people in the amusement park and couldn't find a chance to attack. They were all trash. The maid Faye was trembling outside the door and didn't dare to speak. Everyone said that Miss Jasmine was the most gentle person in the family. But except for the maid in their castle number 12. No one knew how moody she was. Maybe she smiled at you gently in the previous second, and smashed the things in her hands to pieces in the next second. Although they never cursed or hit people, everyone was under great mental pressure. Just as she was thinking, Jasmine called her. Faye, take care of the garbage. Faye went in carefully to deal with the debris on the ground. During the process, she looked up at Jasmine, and this glance scared her heart. Jasmine actually looked at her, but it seemed that she was not looking at her. Her delicate face was smiling very happily. But obviously the madness in her eyes was about to overflow. This sense of separation made her feel very terrified. She quickly cleared the debris away and checked it again. Faye didn't dare to look at it again and quickly left the room. Shinshinfu went directly back to castle number 9. Evan said that the Lange family usually had a family dinner once a month, on the last day of each month, and the rest of the time was arranged by herself. This made her feel a little more relaxed. It was still very hard to face this family, and she was also worried that she would reveal her feet in front of Faye and Lange. She turned on her light brain and clicked on the hot search rankings of the capital star. Most of them were gossips about some celebrities. The second young lady of the Lee family and the 7th young master are pulling hair on the roadside. Experts suggest postponing the retirement age to 80. Citizens suggest that experts retire at the age of 90. School is about to start. How many monsters have you killed? Traffic jam in the central urban area of the 2nd district. After watching for a while, Xiaoyin came up and knocked on the door. Miss, housekeeper Evan said he has something to give you. Shinshinfu doesn't like others to come up to the 5th floor. She ordered that Xiaoyin only needs to come up when necessary in the future. After going downstairs, Evan handed her a thin leather card bag with both hands. Opening it, it was her ID card. The photo was taken when she was tested yesterday. She looked indifferent and distant, with no expression, and did not look at the camera. Hill Lange, a resident of the 1st district of the capital star. Date of birth, New Star October 15, 3057. When entering the castle system, the right handprint was entered. I guess the ID card update also used that handprint. Shinshinfu closed the card bag, and a blue light flashed at his fingertips, and the card disappeared immediately. Anyway, everyone knows that she is a space system. There is nothing to hide about this. Anything else? She asked Evan. Evan said respectfully, Miss, the head of the family said that you should also go to the Federation Comprehensive Military Academy to register for school on September 1st. According to your level and ability, you can be arranged to study fine arts in the art department. Shinshinfu was surprised. The military academy has an art department. This is not quite what she imagined. Isn't the military academy a military reserve talent? Does fighting also require artistry? When others are fighting, they arrange a few people to sing and cheer on the side? When others are firing, a few people sketch on the side? Yes. The Galaxy Comprehensive Military Academy is an all-round military academy, different from ordinary schools and military academies. There are only 4 such super-large schools in the entire Interstellar Federation. The art department is a new course opened more than 10 years ago, and is also part of the school. It has courses such as the aesthetic design of the shell of the mecha, and the music arrangement courses required by the Federation. But there are not many people in this department. Shinshinfu probably knew why she was arranged to go to the art department. A sea-level mutant, who was malnourished, could not go to the battlefield and had no future. Children from powerful or wealthy families could go to school, which was not tiring, and at least they could get a degree. Shinshinfu agreed. Well, but I have a request. I will go to school by myself. You can just give me a letter of recommendation. In fact, the most important thing was that she did not want to enroll under the name of Hill Lange. First, it would be troublesome for her to be too conspicuous. They arranged it in advance and arranged for one person to enroll. When the time came, she only needed to take the letter, and she could register for which ID card. Second, she just didn't want to use the name he gave her. The financial transactions with the trading city were confidential. Even if Fian Lang knew her current name, it would be fine. No one stipulated that she had to use the name he gave her. The next morning, Evan brought her a letter of recommendation, which was not sealed yet. After she read it, Evan would seal it with a wax seal with a family pattern. Shinshinfu took out the letter and unfolded it. There were gorgeous golden patterns on all 4 sides of the paper. But there were only 4 words written on the paper: let her enroll. Then, there were 3 different stamps below. Shinshinfu, really simple. Clear. Domineering. Evan didn't know what was written inside, and asked Shinshinfu, Miss, if there is no problem, I will seal it with wax. Okay. Shinshinfu handed it to him, and after sealing it with wax, she put the letter in the space world. After returning to her room, she used the optical computer to check the campus forum of the Galaxy Comprehensive Military Academy. I only know how to grow fruits. I'm really angry. I didn't come to school for a week, and the giant energy watermelon I cultivated disappeared. I'm asking for information about these 2 people for a large sum of money. Attached below is a moving picture. 2 people with their faces covered are carrying a watermelon with a diameter of almost 1 meter and running wildly. 1L. This is obviously a single soldier department. How can ordinary people have such great strength? 2L. Yes. They eat a lot and have great strength. And many people don't go home during holidays. The kitten is coming to the bowl. School is about to start. I have only killed 4 low-level monsters. Let's fight for our lives during your vacation. Who can save me? Whose summer homework is to kill 5 low-level monsters and 2 intermediate monsters? Oh, it's me. The biological department's big nemesis. Woo woo woo. The following is the 9-square grid of the cat. A boy is holding it and smiling like a pervert. 1L. Hey! Monster! Let go of the kitten. Let me do it. 2L. I have already finished beating it. I even have 3 intermediate monsters. Damn. The homework is quite simple. Shinshinfu smiled. These people are more interesting than she thought. She has never been to school. She used to fight and came out later. She always sleeps. When she first entered the Freestar Cave, she was only 5 years old. Chapter 13. The Past. She was sucked in from one end of the star hole. When she entered, she felt that everyone was in chaos, as if everyone was being pulled out of shape. When she recovered, she found herself in a long circular tunnel with 2 black spots extending from both ends, floating in the air, without even a foothold. She cried in fear, but no one came. After an unknown amount of time, she could no longer cry. When she was about to starve to death, she met the first alien beast, which wanted to eat her. But at the moment of life and death, she felt that she had broken through some shackles. Her mental strength rose steadily, and she unexpectedly awakened her supernatural power in advance. Relying on instinct, she condensed the first space thorn and stabbed it hard into the heart of the alien beast. So she ate it. It was disgusting. She vomited while eating. But she would die if she didn't eat. So she vomited while eating. She didn't want to die. This was her beginning. She was looking for an exit in the Freestar hole, and remembered that she seemed to have come from the black spot on the left, and should go back from the left. But she couldn't get through at that time. She didn't dare to sleep, as alien beasts or star beasts might appear at any time on both sides, opening their bloody mouths to her. She only took a nap when she was extremely tired, and ate a little when she was extremely hungry. She used her supernatural power to mark out the first space block for herself. so she had a place to stay. When she was wandering in the star cave, she couldn't enter her own space world, so she could only use it for storage. So she collected a lot of models of alien beasts and some star beasts. In fact, it was for reserve food at the beginning, but later it gradually became a habit. But the living alien beasts couldn't be released. They would resist. The dead ones could be released. Just inject some mental power to maintain them before the energy of the alien beast disappeared, and bind them to the space block, so that they would not rot and deteriorate due to the passage of time. This was also the preservation method she tried for a long time before she succeeded. She didn't know how long it had been. Maybe a few years. Maybe more than 10 years. Maybe decades. She was killing alien beasts. But her body grew very slowly. Later, in the space world, the dozens of shelves she condensed were all filled with small space blocks. And she came to her senses. Perhaps the speed of time here is different. Her skills and abilities became more and more handy, and she pursued a one-hit kill. However, there was not much progress in other aspects. She also came up with many space-related tricks, which required a lot of mental power to drive. But for some reason, she had a lot of mental power, and almost never used it up. She grew very fast, and teleported to the edge of the black dot little by little. In fact, it should be tens of thousands of meters wide. But she didn't dare to get too close because she saw a strange beast trying to get out, but was torn apart directly. It turned out that both sides could only enter but not leave. There were no rules for the appearance of strange beasts and star beasts. Sometimes she felt a little happy when she was so angry that she occasionally wondered if she was a monster and whether being eaten was her best ending. But occasionally she felt that she was still a person. Until that day, she encountered the Chaos Star Beast, a black nebula-shaped star beast, about 1 or 2 kilometers long and wide. Because the boundaries are not clear, it is only an estimate. It is dotted with many miniature star-like luminous bodies that look like stars from a distance. The moment she saw it, she felt numb from head to toe, and her hair almost stood up. It brought a huge sense of fear and threat. That time, her mental power was almost exhausted, and she did not defeat it. She could not find its weakness, and she could not even feel where its star core was. It gently threw out a small star with soft light, and directly broke her space shield, passing over her head. Then it swallowed her, and she almost died that time. The Chaos Star Beast's stomach was black and gray, and she could not see anything. She tried her best to drive the last mental power to condense the shield to avoid being swallowed. Just when she was about to give up, she seemed to see white light outside, and she tried it one last time. She teleported herself to the outside world, and she succeeded. It turns out that Chaos Star Beasts can travel through the Free Star Cave. Although they fell into a pit in the ruins, it was 100 times and 1,000 times better than the Free Star Cave. The pit was right in front of the tree where she and her sister Shinshinfei lived later. It was her sister who dragged her back and saved her. After she woke up, she found that after so long in the time-chaotic Free Star Cave, only 3 or 4 years had passed outside. She was 9 years old that year, and her sister who picked her up was only 6 years old. But most of the time it was her sister who took care of her. After that, she gradually relaxed and liked to sleep. Occasionally, she picked up a few books in the ruins to read. It's funny that she was not crazy, and she even remembered the words and everything that her family teacher taught her at that time. At that time, she realized that she had a photographic memory. She didn't want to go back to the capital star either. Those things seemed to be things in her previous life. She didn't have any pursuits and just wanted to live. She has lived with her sister until now, and has always been low-key and careful. Occasionally, she goes to the nearest and most remote M77 star to exchange some things. Some of the strange beasts drawn in the books are very beautiful, and she wants to put them on her shelf. It's funny to say that although she hated them at first, she developed the habit of collecting strange beasts, probably because she always leaves more space on the shelf as a hope for her survival. But I didn't expect that they lived in the ruins, and some people didn't let them go. It turns out that most of the malice is not because you did something wrong, but because evil is evil, and their actions are without reason. But she can't let it go. Seeing her sister's miserable state at that time, her heart was boiling violently, and it was a rage that wanted to burn everything. Malice has no reason, but she wants to deliver retribution with her own hands. That's why she came to the capital star. What the classmates said on the forum made her feel very novel. It was a sense of vitality she had never experienced before. At this time, she had some doubts. Was it wrong for her and her sister to live in the corners of this world? Should they also pursue something else? It is not known yet. Retracting her thoughts, Shin Chinfu ate the fruit plate brought by Xiaoyin. She still preferred fruits and vegetables to meat. But she could eat meat. In fact, she could eat anything. When her sister wakes up, she can take her to eat all over the capital star. Now she can afford a lot of things. Thinking of this, Shin Chinfu sent a message to Ai. Xiaofu, please help me urge the trading city. This matter is urgent. The other party replied quickly, okay. Miss Shin, I will stay in the trading city these days, and tell you as soon as I have news. Xiaofu, yes. Thank you. Then she looked at the school forum again. 5 days passed like this, and Boss Jean still didn't find a suitable one. During this period, Boss Jean found 3 S-level healers. But she rejected them. They were in a state of panic, and it was really hard to find SS-level ones. Shin Chinfu had not gone out for 5 days, and stayed in the room all the time. Not even going downstairs. All the food was brought up by Xiaoyin. Time was running out, and she was a little bored. She rarely walked out of the castle, and walked around in the corridors, connecting the castles. Then she stopped at a flower house connected to a corridor. The flower house planted many rare exotic plants. And the flowers were so gorgeous that they were a little weird. After watching her walk out of the flower house for a while, a person came from the other end of the corridor. She was slender and just right. It was Jasmine. Jasmine walked up to her, smiling with her eyes curved, and greeted her warmly. Sister Seer, I haven't seen you for a while. If you have any problems at home, you can come to me. Then she took her arm and said, come out and play with me when you have time. Shin Chinfu pulled his hand out of her arm, took a step back, and said to her, no need. Chapter 14 Black Iris. The smile on Jasmine's face stopped. Her eyes instantly turned red. Her expression was pitiful and aggrieved. Sister, did I do something wrong? Do you hate me very much? Hearing this, Shin Chinfu raised his eyebrows, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. I don't hate you. After all, I have no grudges against you. But why do you want me to die? Looking at Jasmine's somewhat surprised and flustered expression in front of him, Shin Chinfu said lazily, I go first. She was a little sleepy again. Just as she was about to go back, a force pulled her into the flower room. Jasmine slammed the door of the flower room shut. And when she turned around, she had completely lost her previous pitiful and aggrieved look. Her expression was cold and disgusted. But vaguely. And jealous? How did you know? Jasmine asked her. Those people haven't even started their plan yet. How did he know about it? Could it be that someone turned against her so quickly because of her identity as a real daughter? Shin Chinfu leaned down slightly, slowly approached her and looked up, staring into her eyes. Because your eyes are always saying that you want me to disappear. From the first time she saw Jasmine, she felt the murderous intent in her eyes. That feeling could not be concealed. Even if she smiled, the murderous intent would overflow from the beautiful illusion. In the Freestar Cave, she felt the murderous intent all the time. Those cold eyes locked on her like a venomous snake, expecting to kill her with one blow. So she was very sensitive to murderous intent. Seeing Shin Chinfu's lazy and playful eyes, Jasmine pushed her away and said sarcastically, yes. I just want you to die. What's wrong? You haven't appeared for so many years. Why do you want to come out now? A mere sea level should stay in the garbage dump. Shin Chinfu didn't quite understand. What does my appearance have to do with you? As soon as this was said, Jasmine's eyes were full of madness. What does it have to do with me? Your existence is a hindrance to me. Your life is a hindrance to me. She knew from the moment her father adopted her that she was just a substitute. And she had to be a perfect daughter to get a little praise. But now she is back. So she is useless. Useless people have no place in this family. She finally has a home. Even Hill himself can't take it away. Shin Chinfu looked at her extremely angry expression, and felt that she looked much more vivid and real at this moment. Don't worry. I won't take anything from you. And I won't stay for long. If that's what you're worried about, then you're overthinking it. As soon as the voice fell, Jasmine activated her supernatural power. The cold breath emanated from her body, and the entire flower room was instantly sealed by white ice and snow. And those bright colors were hidden under the ice. Are you mocking me? Jasmine raised her hand, and a circle of ice cones gradually condensed in the air, exuding a piercing cold. all flashing with cold light and pointing at Shinshinfu. The atmosphere was on the verge of breaking out. And at this moment, a low and soft voice sounded from the depths of the flower room. Sisters, my flowers are all frozen. Shiyu held a pot of black irises in his hand and walked out from behind the layers of frozen plants, with a gentle smile on his lips. As he walked, the ice was shattered layer by layer, and as he walked, the flowers behind him showed their original colors, until he walked to the side of Shinshinfu. The flower room had returned to its original state, with only the ice cones in the air still locking onto Shinshinfu. He looked at Jasmine, speaking slowly and calmly. Sister Jasmine, fighting is not allowed at home. After all, she was SS level. She looked at him unwillingly, and finally put down her hand, and the ice cone disappeared. After giving Shinshinfu a fierce look, she opened the door and left. Shinshinfu watched her leave, yawned, and prepared to go back to sleep. But Shiyu called her. Sister Hill, this is for you. Shiyu handed the pot of black irises in her hand to Shinshinfu. This is a gift for you. I thought about what to give you for a long time. Welcome home. Looking at the boy in front of her, who was taller than her, but still looked like a child, Shinshinfu was a little at a loss. Seeing that she had no reaction, Shiyu forced the flower into Shinshinfu's hand, and his smile deepened. I hope you like it, Sister Hill. Shinshinfu's hand sank, and when she hugged the flower, she was greeted by a very soft and elegant exotic flower fragrance. This was the first time she saw a real black iris, and the flower was shining with a crystal light. For a moment, she felt that it was beautiful and smelled good, and it was a good category worth collecting. Thank you, Shiyu. This is very beautiful. He seemed to be relieved and said happily, I'm glad you like it. Looking at the direction where Jasmine left, Shiyu showed a worried look. If Sister Jasmine comes to bother you again, you can tell me. Shinshinfu didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on his lips. This smile was like the sunshine when the glacier melted, gentle and dazzling. Shiyu was a little dazed, and suddenly felt that she was very familiar. After Shinshinfu left, Shiyu returned to his number 5 castle without any hurry. As soon as he entered, he saw his irritable brother Xian leaning against the sofa, his legs resting on the coffee table, things thrown everywhere, and the male servant next to him was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Seeing him come in, Xian rolled his eyes at him, turned his head, and snorted. Shiyu waved his hand to let the servants go down, sat down and poured himself a glass of water, and asked him, What's wrong with you? Xian turned his head and stared at Shiyu in shock, asking him with a betrayed look, Don't you know what's wrong with me? Grabbing the water that Shiyu had just received, Xian drank it up in one gulp, panting and said, You don't know what's wrong with me. You know I hate her. But you still send her flowers? How can such a useless person have the same surname as us? She disappeared because of her stupidity. Don't you hate such useless people the most? Why did you stop Jasmine from taking action? You haven't changed. Have you? Shiyu said helplessly. How could it be? Useless people should not stay in this family. This is what our father taught us before. We should naturally follow through. Then why did you give her a gift? Seeing Xian's angry look, Shiyu's expression condensed, curled his lips. All his gentleness and kindness disappeared, and he said coldly, That's not a good gift. Emily can't hide her thoughts at all. She was discovered before she started. But it's more interesting to scare her away than to kill her. Xian understood at this time. You mean? Shiyu stretched out his index finger and put it on his mouth to silence his brother. Then the two looked at each other, and at the same time showed the expectant and excited smiles, like children, when their pranks are about to succeed. Chapter 15 Poisonous Flowers. Xiaoyin cleaned the 5th floor of the castle, which was where the eldest lady lived. To be honest, it was so clean that she cleaned the entire floor in just half an hour. The eldest lady didn't like others to come up to her space. So basically, she was the only one who would occasionally come up to tidy up and clean. After observing for a few days, she found that the eldest lady was actually a very easy-to-talk person. Or it could be said that she was easy to feed. Although it was a bit wrong for her to say such a thing as a little maid. She really felt that the eldest lady was easier to feed than the other children of the owner. Or even ordinary people. Xiaoyin inexplicably felt that she was like the weeds next to her house. And it seemed that she could grow wildly with just a little watering. The eldest lady was at home these days, and the chef made many different types of food to understand her taste. But she actually accepted them all, and ate them all. Whether it was sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, or spicy, as long as it was served to her, she would eat it. The only thing was that she didn't like raw steak very much. This is different from other young masters and young ladies. Xiao Yin's friends at other castles told her that they all like medium-rare steaks, which taste a little bloody and are the most tender. But the eldest lady is different. She said she wants a well-done steak, which is the only requirement she has mentioned in terms of diet. However, Xiao Yin was very smart to find that the eldest lady likes to drink watermelon-flavored nutrient solution. And there are always a few fewer nutrient solutions of this flavor in the refrigerator than other flavors. Apart from this, she has no requirements. She just quietly does her own things or sleeps, as if she is always sleeping. Every day. Only when I bring food to her can I see her lying in different positions. Once, I even saw her lying directly on the floor. She doesn't lose her temper. That day, I brought tea to her and accidentally broke the cup. I was very scared. The eldest lady just said, "It's okay." I looked up and saw her eyes without any blame. And suddenly I was not afraid. If it was at the young master's place, I might be thrown out. A colleague who started working at Lange's house at the same time as her was assigned to the young master's place. He was kicked out and fired after 3 days. It was said that it was because he couldn't help sneezing in front of the young master. It was really scary. Those days were really unbearable. Colleagues who were assigned to Mississippi Jasmine Place were sometimes trembling. But they didn't dare to say much when they looked at her. And they didn't know what was wrong. In comparison, I have already won the jackpot. I am very lucky to be able to come to the young lady's place. When Xiao Yin was secretly happy and walked towards the stairs, the elevator door on the 5th floor just opened. Shin Shinfu walked out of the elevator and walked into the room with a pot of black irises in one hand. Xiao Yin saw her moving the flowers by herself and quickly put down the cleaning supplies in her hand, walked up and stretched out her hand and said, "Miss, why are you moving the flowers by yourself? Let me do it." Shin Shinfu didn't stop and pushed her away with his other hand. "It's okay. I do it myself." "How can this be possible?" Xiao Yin followed her into the room, seeing her put the flowers under the windowsill in the bedroom, where they were not exposed to the sun, and half of the curtains were drawn. The flowers were very dark, and now they were hidden in the shadows. Shin Shinfu turned around and said, "Xiao Yin, don't come into my bedroom these days." Xiao Yin stayed where she was, and asked anxiously, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" "Woohoo! I don't want to be hated by Miss." "No." Shin Shinfu saw that she was so nervous that her hands were twisted together, and explained, "It's because this pot of flowers is poisonous, so you have to stay away from it." "It's poisonous? Then I have to throw it out now." Xiao Yin was shocked. "Throw it farther, preferably to the horizon." "It's okay." Shin Shinfu comforted her. "I be fine. Just don't come in." Xiao Yin looked skeptical. "Really? It really won't poison you?" "Woo woo woo. Her perfect boss. Her only boss. Her beautiful young lady. It must not get into trouble." Shin Shinfu was leaning against the window with no curtains drawn. The glass window was slightly open, and the refreshing morning sunshine enveloped her. She seemed to be shrouded in water vapor. She spoke lightly, as if telling the truth or joking, "I am immune to all poisons." Xiao Yin was still in shock after she walked out of the room. She didn't know if it was true, but she would still obey. She, Xiao Yin, would carry out her boss's orders to the end. Shin Shinfu looked at the black iris in the shadows, and sighed again in her heart that it was really beautiful. After it was exposed to the moonlight a few more times and became a complete body, she could put it in the space world and become a member of the cube team. Yes, she had collected exotic beasts and star beasts before, and she had never collected exotic plants. She felt a little excited when she thought about it. Although she had never seen this flower alive before, she had seen it in a book found in a garbage dump in the ruins. It clearly says, "Black Iris, born in the land of eternal night." Originally black, the flower fragrance is highly toxic and can cause people to become insane and have terrible hallucinations, until a little light appears on its petals. Put it under the moonlight, and it will generally evolve after 4 to 5 nights of full moonlight, and the whole body will become ivory white with a soft night light. The flower fragrance has the effect of making people have sweet dreams, which is harmless to the body, but it often makes people with weak will indulge in sweet dreams and refuse to face reality. So you need to pay attention to the length of time used. There is also a hand-painted picture of a black iris next to the details, which is exactly the same as the pot in front of her. So she recognized it at a glance. Although it is poisonous, she thinks it is a very good gift. First, she likes to sleep. And when the flower matures, she occasionally takes it out and puts it by the bed. Won't she sleep better? Second, she is indeed immune to all poisons. At the beginning, when she was wandering in the Freestar Cave, she would often get poisoned when she ate those strange beasts. She didn't know what to eat and what not to eat from those strange beasts. So she always poisoned herself. Until one time, a particularly strange beast appeared in the Star Cave. It was not very big, about 7 or 8 meters long, with a big shell on its back, covered with colorful mushrooms. When it rushed towards her, it was very fast, like a big ball of paint rushing at her. Of course, she still beat it, but because she was very hungry that day, she directly took a bite of the meat under its shell. After all, those mushrooms looked poisonous, and she was not stupid. As a result, after taking a bite, the whole person was dizzy and felt that the space was distorted. She seemed to see countless colorful mushrooms flying around her, and even laughing at her. You deserve it. You deserve it. Lolulu. You deserve it. Chapter 16, Dumb Loss. Her head was about to explode from the noise, and she waved her hands to hit the mushrooms. But it was useless, and they laughed even harder. Finally, she drew a space block to lock herself in, and then punched herself unconscious. That time can be said to be the best sleep she had in the Freestar Cave, until another new beast came in and ran the space block crazily, and she didn't know how long it lasted, and woke her up. From then on, she found that she had never been poisoned by eating any beast, and she thought it was because of the effect of eating a bite of the poisonous mushroom beast. After she came out, she didn't see any records in the book, and she was poisoned too quickly at that time, and she didn't have time to put it into the space world. When she woke up, it disappeared, and it should have floated away. Thinking of this, she bent down and reached out to touch the petals of the iris, which were thick and delicate, and felt a bit like velvet. Shinshinfu moved it to a darker place, and began to look forward to its appearance after upgrading. However, until now, she had not noticed that giving a poisonous gift to someone else was problematic. The next day was the last day of August, and it was also the day for the Lange family's customary family dinner. Shiyu and Xian had been waiting for Shinshinfu in the lounge early. Shiyu was fine, but Xian looked eagerly waiting. If you didn't know, you would think he liked this sister so much that he was eagerly waiting for her to come. Of course, he actually wanted to see her laugh. Inhaling the scent of black irises would definitely give her the illusion she feared the most. And it was said that it was not uncommon for people to be scared crazy. Looking at her useless appearance, it was hard to say whether she could come to dinner today. Looking at her stupid brother laughing foolishly in her imagination, Shiyu patted his head helplessly. At this time, the maid's voice came from the door. Miss. The two looked at the door in unison, and Shinshinfu was walking in. They observed her face, and they didn't expect that she looked much better today than yesterday. She looked a little rosy, not pale anymore. Shiyu's gentle expression was almost lost, and she pulled the corner of her mouth and greeted Shinshinfu. How did you rest yesterday? Sister? Shinshinfu walked over slowly, sat down and said to him. Not bad. I slept for more than 10 hours. It's good to sleep. It's a blessing to be able to sleep. Xian was surprised and said, How is this possible? Glancing at her brother, Shiyu smiled and said, Just have a good rest. By the way, if you don't know how to grow black irises, I can teach you. I forgot to tell you yesterday. Shinshinfu yawned and shook his head. No, I can grow them myself. You can grow them? Yes, I read about it in a book before. You have to bask in the moonlight. I know that. Hearing this, Xian rolled his eyes at his brother. What did Yo Chung say to him yesterday? That was not an ordinary gift. He kept saying that he was a fool. How smart was he? Last year, I accompanied him to Fuer Star. In that dark and eternal night, I searched for a whole month with a lamp before I found 2 black irises. When he crawled out from behind the mound, he was almost exhausted. He wanted to scare people away and just gave the flowers to them. Did he think that people would not dare to take the flowers if they went crazy? He should take the flowers back himself. This time, he lost more than he gained. Shiyu should go and cry. Ha! Xian was right. Shiyu's heart was really bleeding at this time. Who would have thought that a homeless sister who picked up garbage to eat would grow such an unpopular and rare exotic plant as black iris? And he originally wanted to wait until she went crazy and then take the flowers back himself. They dug flowers for a month. The two brothers suffered a loss and were so angry that they couldn't speak. But the person involved was still leisurely. The two looked at each other and clenched their fists at the same time. It's really annoying. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive. Several people sat in their seats to eat. Jasmine was concentrating on eating this time. The two brothers didn't talk. For a while. Only Shinshinfu was eating happily. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Lange spoke to Shinshinfu. Hill, you have to report to the Galaxy Military Academy tomorrow. The students of the Military Academy all live on campus. You should prepare some luggage to take with you. Xian was speechless. He had to say such a thing? The eldest daughter is different. They have never seen him give her a word in all these years. All day, you should work harder and don't be useless to the family. TSK. Molly began to feel extremely uneasy and angry. And perhaps a little jealous. No one knew how hard she worked to become a perfect daughter. In front of these two brothers with extremely high levels and weird personalities. Her S level was so insignificant. So she worked hard to learn everything she could learn. How come Hill could get all the attention of her father as soon as she came back? He would personally instruct even on such trivial matters. And she had never heard him tell Shiyu and Xian about it. The plan must be quick. Jasmine took a sip of red wine, deeply concealing her emotions. Shinshinfu didn't know what was going on in their hearts. And while stuffing the last bite, she chewed and said, "Yeah, I got it." Stepmother Irene had already finished eating slowly, and didn't say a word the whole time, as silent as a background board. In Shinshinfu's impression, she was not like this. She remembered that she always smiled and looked bright. Seeing Shinshinfu looking at her, Irene smiled. But there was something in her eyes that Shinshinfu couldn't understand. So Shinshinfu turned his head slightly and looked away. After returning, Shinshinfu went to the cloakroom to prepare the things he wanted to bring. It was called a cloakroom, but it had 2 floors. Every time she went in, she would be shocked by so many clothes. How could she need so many clothes for just one person? She still only picked a few sets of comfortable clothes and shoes and put them all in her personal space. She had seen a school forum before. The school had school uniforms, and the art department had more clothes, which were customized. I don't know if it's because they are all rich and have a lot of free time, but she saw 18 different sets in the post. It's too exaggerated. She originally had 3 sets of clothes. Sewing and mending. Sewing and mending for another 3 years. If there are other things she needs, she will check when she goes there. After packing, she went to the room to move the black iris out, and went up the stairs to the split-level rooftop on the 6th floor. In fact, there is a 7th floor rooftop observatory next to it. But she only went to take a look. The moonlight is not very bright now, but when it shines on the flower, it begins to emit a fluorescence very similar to the moonlight, although it is not very obvious now. Shinshinfu put it on the tabletop of the outdoor table, and walked to the leisure sofa next to it with slippers on, and found a comfortable position to lie down. Today, I will sleep here in the moonlight. Chapter 17 Galaxy Military Academy. Shinshinfu left for school early. She didn't pay attention to the 3 people who also started school today. The driver took her to the 9th district. The Galaxy Military Academy is very large, occupying almost half of the entire 9th district. There are even more than a dozen hills in the school. There is also a sea in the west, with several small islands, and artificial rainforests, deserts, and glacier scenes, all for training. The other half is all kinds of shops and business districts, selling materials, books, equipment, etc. that students need. These are all arranged by the federal government. The talents of the military academy are the most important force in the entire federation, so they spare no effort to support talent training. So, in fact, in a broad sense, the entire 9th district is a military academy area. After arriving at the east gate of the 9th district military academy, students' cars are not allowed to enter the school, and they can only take campus transportation. Because it is still early, there are not many people at the gate. Shinshinfu walked into the campus with ease. Before entering, she saw a wall about 100 meters high beside the school, winding all the way to a place she couldn't see. She was really shocked. This was not a wall, but a city wall. She even felt the presence of lightning on the wall. How afraid were they that students would climb over the wall to get out? Not only could they not climb over, but they would also be electrocuted. For a moment, Shinshinku had a new view of the school. Then she asked the location of the registration office at the reception desk at the entrance. The person asked her to scan a QR code on the table, and her optical brain immediately saved the school map with her location on it. She first took the campus bus for free to reach the registration office. The registration office is in the school's academic affairs department. Located in the center of the school, many silver-blue streamlined buildings of different sizes and heights stand together, connected together, and the whole looks like a mountain. A mountain composed of various buildings, and some school aircraft fly across the sky. She searched for a long time according to the school navigation before arriving at the entrance of the registration office. After entering, a robot took her to the manual window. She told the staff that she had a recommendation letter. The man rolled his eyes and asked leisurely, with an expression of "There is nothing I don't know in this world." "You are from the art department?" Shinshinku saw that she was actually sure that she was from the art department, and nodded. After getting the confirmed answer, the staff pointed to the right with an expression of "I knew it" and said, "Take the escalator to the second floor to find your department head." After going up, Shinshinku saw a white-haired old man sitting by the window, with two mustaches curled up, dressed very elegantly, and a bow tie on his collar. The old man was stunned when he saw her, but soon asked cheerfully, "Little girl, are you recommended by the Lange family?" Nodding, Shinshinku walked over, raised his hand, and handed him the sealed recommendation letter. "Are you the director of the art department?" He took the recommendation letter and said as he opened it, "Yes, I am the director of the art department." Xingn. When he opened it and saw the words "Let her enroll" on the letter, his smile froze, and then he rolled his eyes, mumbling, "Let her enroll," with a weird look on his face. Seeing Shinshinku staring at him blankly, he coughed twice in embarrassment. "It's like this. Mr. Lange is very supportive of our school. Although we usually have to pass the B-level exams to enter, it's not impossible to make one or two exceptions. As long as you study hard, you can also achieve the value of life with the C-level. Our school has always been very tolerant. Come, I take you to enter the system." While going downstairs, Xingn was still thinking about how to spend the 1 billion yuan given by Fei and Lange. The school took 500 million yuan as soon as it opened its mouth. It was really black-hearted. Doesn't the art department need money? Who doesn't know that art is the most expensive for those who study art? After going out, Director Xingn took her up several stairs and turned several corners before arriving at the campus information center. Generally, the school is uniformly enrolled, but there are few people in the art department, and she didn't start from G1. The stage of schooling in StarCraft is like this. The 4 years from 5 to 8 years old are elementary enlightenment, and the 4 years from 9 to 12 years old are learning intermediate knowledge. These two stages are compulsory education stages stipulated by the federal government. After the age of 12, some people will awaken their special powers. So the 6 years from the age of 13 to 18 are the advanced education stage, which is divided into 6 grades from G1 to G6. At this stage, people who have not awakened their special powers but have high mental power can also go to strategic or mecha majors, which are also available in the Galaxy Comprehensive Military Academy. But the mental power requirement is as high as a level, which is very strict. Other professional schools are not so difficult. You only need to pass the exam and reach B or C level of mental power to enroll. Shinshinku is 15 years old now, but she will be 16 in 2 months. According to the normal school age, Xingn can arrange her to G3 or G4. Shinshinku thought about it and chose G4. When entering the system, she took out the ID card with the name of Shinshinku in District 27, and the information was synchronized at the same time. C-level. Space Department. After successfully entering, the machine next to it spit out a campus card. It was called a campus card, but it was actually a necklace with a metal plate stuck on it, which was very convenient to take off and put on. After Xingn took her in, he didn't pay much attention to it, and the student information was also private, so he didn't look at it more. After entering, he remembered to ask her name. "What's your name?" He thought she would be called so-and-so Lange. "My name is Shinshinku." Xingn was a little surprised when he said this, and then said meaningfully, "It's a good name." After Xin sent her the details of the art department, he left. Tomorrow morning, they only need to gather, and classes will start the day after tomorrow. After finding the location of the art department dormitory, Shinshinku used the campus card to swipe a single-person aircraft, stepped on it, and flew for half an hour before reaching the art department dormitory. Shinshinku parked the aircraft and stared at the villas in front of him in a daze. Is this what school dormitories look like? Is this really reasonable? This is not what I read in the books before. They all said that 4 or 6 people lived in one room. University is different. When she sighed inwardly, she didn't know that most other departments also had 4 people in one room, and each department had only a few buildings. The villa area was surrounded by a black fence, and there was a security guard at the entrance. Shinshinku walked over and asked him which dormitory he was in since he had just arrived. The security guard swiped her campus card. Generally, the dormitory would be assigned when entering the system. Seeing the building number displayed on the screen, the security guard took a deep breath, hesitated and wanted to say something but didn't speak. There was a hint of embarrassment and a hint of envy in his eyes. In the end, he only told Shinshinku, "You are in Building 11. Chapter 18 The Second Miss of the Lee Family. Building 11 is very different from other villas in the dormitory area. The others are blue, but Building 11 is red. Not even reddish-brown, but bright red." When Shinshinku used her palm print to open the door of the villa, she was still thinking, black is better. Black is the safest color. She never thought that a black house would be equally dazzling in this blue. After entering, the butler robot in the dormitory came up to her, and Shinshinku asked it, "Where is my room?" The butler robot scanned her campus card with its eyes, and replied to Shinshinku in a very magnetic male voice, "Student Shin, your room is at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor." After she went upstairs, she found the room at the end of the corridor. There was another room door opposite, which must be her roommate's room. The school pays more attention to the privacy of students, and the palm prints must be verified at the door of the room. With a click, the door opened. The entire bedroom is actually a large suite. Although it is not as exaggerated as the one in the Sky Castle, it is also very large, with a study, cloakroom and bathroom. After getting familiar with the space, Shinshinku felt sleepy. She drank 2 bottles of watermelon-flavored nutrient solution she brought with her, and fell asleep on the sofa in the room. When she woke up, it was already dark. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, and got up to go to the cafeteria for dinner. As soon as the door opened, the bright light from the corridor shone on her, and at the same time, a shocked look fell on her. Liu was holding a bag in her hand, and was about to enter the room when she saw the door of the room opposite her opened, and a person she had never seen before came out. She was really unprepared and was shocked. She had always lived alone in the 11th dormitory. She was not in the G1 grade anymore. How could a new person come in at this time? Liu asked her. "Who are you? Who asked you to come?" Shinshinku finally came to her senses after waking up from sleep. She looked up at the girl in front of her, who was wearing a red dress and black boots. She raised her chin, with a proud look between her eyebrows and her hands folded together. She was as arrogant as a red Ecuadorian rose with thorns. She replied, "Shinshinku, a new G4 student in the art department." "New? G4? Then Liu realized that she had put the emphasis on the wrong place, and said in a condescending tone, "Change your dormitory. I don't like others sharing the same dormitory with me. The school assigned it to me, and I don't like this house either. Such a bright color doesn't make me feel safe at all." After saying that, Shinshinku closed the door and walked out. "Stop right there." Liu caught up with her in 3 or 2 steps and stood in front of her. "I warn you. Change to another dormitory." "Do you know who I am?" Shinshinku yawned and said lazily, "I don't know." Liu pulled her bangs and raised her eyebrows arrogantly. "I am the second daughter of the Lee family." Liu. Most people would start to consider whether they can afford to offend her after hearing her identity. Shinshinku inexplicably felt that the Lee family sounded familiar, but her mind was obviously not so flexible after just waking up. After thinking for a while, she said, "I don't know her." She walked around Liu and left. Liu was left alone in the non-existent wind. Has their Lee family reached this point now? There are people in the capital star who don't know their family. Could it be? Liu immediately turned on the light brain and made a call. When the other side was connected, she couldn't wait to say, "Hey, Dad, is our family going bankrupt?" Then she heard the birds and flowers coming from the other side. Liu turned off the light brain with peace of mind and looked thoughtfully at the direction where Shinshinfu left. I don't know which deserted planet this ignorant country bumpkin came from. As night fell, all the lights in the school were turned on. Now there were many students from other planets carrying large and small bags to rush to school. Shinshinfu walked slowly to the cafeteria like taking a walk. There were dozens of cafeterias of different sizes in the school. The one Shinshinfu came to was the closest to the art department. When she came in, many people were attracted by her and couldn't help but secretly look at her. After buying some food and sitting down, she ate a few bites and heard a crackling sound from the back. It turned out that someone accidentally knocked over the plate. She ordered steak, and the knife cut her hand when it fell. At this time, it was bleeding. Shinshinfu glanced and turned back to continue eating. The voices of a man and a woman at the next table came into her ears. Brother, go help others. I won't go. What does this have to do with me? If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm not a healer. I'm a soldier with physical ability. Should I carry her to do squats? The little girl took a bite of the hamburger and said vaguely, No. You are such a heartless person. You should go to the soldier department to lift weights. A cute, kind and beautiful girl like me is the most suitable to be a healer. What on earth did your parents give birth to you? The cold male voice replied. Don't forget. My parents are your parents. I just unilaterally broke off relations for a minute. When he heard the word healing, Shinshinfu looked sideways at the brother and sister. The brother was wearing old clothes, while the sister was obviously wearing new clothes. The brother had a cold expression and was a little unhappy. He was eating a bowl of noodles slowly. The sister had 2 small balls in her hair. There was a lot of food in front of her. She was eating happily and stuffing food into her mouth, not knowing what level this healing system in front of her was. Shinshinfu was very melancholy. Recently, he has been dreaming about looking for SS-level healing systems at night. The brother and sister felt that someone was watching them and turned their heads. The brother glanced casually and retracted his gaze, while the sister saw that it was a beautiful sister. Before she swallowed the food in her mouth, she smiled at Shinshinfu with her cheeks puffed up. Shinshinfu was startled and dazzled by the girl's bright smile like the sun. This was the first time since she came here that someone showed her such a completely kind smile without any other emotions. So Shinshinfu also smiled. And the pair of eyes that were always calm also curved up, with full of smiles and tenderness. The students who had been peeking at Shinshinfu were stunned. The little girl stared at her face straight, and the third burger in her hand fell on the table without holding it. In her heart, woohoo! Beautiful sister. She was still petrified in the same place until Shinshinfu finished eating and everyone left. Until her brother slapped her on the head. Xia Hua! Xia Hua! What are you thinking about? Xia Hua came back to her senses, picked up the burger on the table again, took a bite, and looked at her brother with a sense of loss. Sister who was so beautiful just now. Are you blind? Xia Shu. Then he said, Why do I only have a brother? Not a gentle sister. Xia Shu rolled his eyes and pointed at the food on the table. People who support you, a genius of food, have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Lolyalu, you deserve it. Chapter 19 Shanhakuen? In the dormitory, Liu originally found a ladder and climbed in through the window opened by Shinshinfu, wanting to throw out all her things and throw more money to her. But in the end, there was nothing. Who would go to school alone? Looking at her clothes, she has no sense of design. I think she must be very poor. I don't know how she got into the school. The tuition fee of the art department is 300,000 yuan a year. Is it a high level? But why would she come to the art department if she is very high level? Is she born to love art like her? I can't figure it out. But after climbing down, Liu became more and more angry. But she couldn't tell others. After all, it was so embarrassing. So she sat in the living room waiting for her to come back, ready to talk to her. When Shinshinfu returned to the dormitory, she happened to see the campus service robot towing a trailer to transport her school uniform. The trailer was already full. After Shinshinfu swiped the campus card, she put it directly into the space. After entering, she saw her roommate sitting on the sofa with a stern face. You? Come here. Liu hooked her finger at her. After changing into a pair of slippers slowly, Shinshinfu walked over. Is there anything? Make a condition. What? She rolled her eyes at Shinshinfu. You move out. I don't like living with others. Make a condition. To deal with such poor students. It's nothing more than money plus intimidation. Even if they don't agree at first, they will agree quickly after a little intimidation. Anything? Shin Shinfu asked. Liu nodded impatiently. It was ridiculous that such an inexperienced person could propose a wish that she couldn't fulfill. As a result, after she nodded, the eyes of the inexperienced poor roommate lit up. Shin Shinfu's hand flashed, and a big, torn and thick book appeared in an instant. It looked like it weighed dozens of kilograms. I don't know how she picked it up with one hand. At this time, Liu realized that the roommate in front of her was not without luggage, but a space ability user. Putting the book on the coffee table, Shin Shinfu squatted down and quickly turned to page 547, pointed at the pattern on it, raised her head, and said to Liu, I want this. There was still a gleam of expectation in her eyes. Liu looked over in confusion, and became even more confused. What is this? Shan Hakun, Shin Shinfu said, as a matter of course. Liu, I just want you to move away. But you asked me for a kun? That's not a fish. It's a kun. And, is she really sure that this strange beast is not extinct? Liu was so angry that she laughed. Unexpectedly, Shin Shinfu looked at her like this and asked her with some disappointment. Ah, can't you do it? Listen to what she is saying. You can't do it. How many people in this world can do it? After calming down, Liu stood up and said to Shin Shinfu, who was still squatting on the ground looking at her, if you don't want to move, just say it. She went back to her room angrily. After returning to her room, Miss Li covered her head with a blanket and screamed loudly to vent her emotions. For the first time in her life, she felt frustrated. Shin Shinfu put away her book and returned to her room in disappointment. After taking a shower, she saw the light brain flashing. It was a Yi who sent, mission. Boss Jean said that there is news about the SS healing ability user. They made an appointment tomorrow afternoon. Boss Jean asked you to come to the trading city. Shin Shinfu replied immediately, okay. I will definitely come tomorrow. Finally, Shin Shinfu felt a little relieved. If she couldn't find it, she could only hold on for a few more days. After closing the bedroom window, Shin Shinfu looked at the traces of shoe prints on the windowsill, and knew that Liu had just climbed in to see it. She is really a heartless person. Such obvious footprints would usually be wiped off. And although she looked spoiled and arrogant, Shin Shinfu did not feel any malice in her eyes. After taking a look at the sky outside, Shin Shinfu took out the black iris in the space world and moved it to the rooftop. She had noticed that there was also a small terrace outside the fourth-floor attic. However, before opening the door, she thought of her roommate across the street. So she added a space block to the iris to ensure that its fragrance would not spread. That night, Shin Shinfu slept on the terrace again. The gathering time, the next day, was 9 o'clock in the morning. Shin Shinfu changed into the school's uniform black work uniform, and did not wear the too delicate and complicated clothes of the art department. Probably because she had eaten really well at Lange's house during this period. Her condition had improved a lot, so she didn't need to rely on eating and drinking to increase excessive nutrition. So she only bought 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. Unexpectedly, when she left the cafeteria, she ran into the brother and sister from yesterday. Xiaohua saw Shin Shinfu as soon as she entered the door. She ran up to greet her happily. Sister, it's you. I sat next to you for dinner yesterday. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Xiaohua was so happy to hear this, and quickly opened her light brain. Can I add you as a friend? Sister? I'm Xiaohua from the G2 grade special ability class of the single soldier department. Xiaoshu saw his sister's useless look and turned away, really embarrassed to watch. But Xiaohua didn't let him go. Pointed at his back and said, this cold and ruthless guy is my brother. Xiaoshu. But you don't have to care. Fortunately, Shin Shinfu agreed, and Xiaohua asked, what grade are you? Sister? I'm Shin Shinfu from the G4 grade of the art department. Wow. No wonder you're so beautiful. Hee hee. Then let's go have breakfast first, and come to play with you another day. When they walked away, Shin Shinfu also heard their conversation getting smaller and smaller. How much did you eat today? 30. I think. Are you a pig? You are the pig. Your whole family is pigs. Yes. Yes. My whole family is pigs. Shin Shinfu was shocked again when he arrived at the teaching building of the Fine Arts Department of the Art Department. The building of the Fine Arts Department cannot be said to be messy, but it can only be said to be colorful. Colorful. And dazzling. It can be seen that the originally very delicate buildings are now covered with various colored patterns. And the main thing is that you can't tell what they are. There are also some sculptures of unknown origin piled on the lawn. The few people walking around are dressed very artistically. Hey. Sorry. Classmate. Please make way. Turning around. Shinshinku was so shocked that his mouth opened slightly. In front of him was a person dressed like a pink thorn ball, with pink hair made like a sea urchin. And the makeup on his face covered his true face so much that he could hardly see it. He was tall. And he sounded like a boy. At this time, he was wearing a pair of stilt-like high heels, which made him taller. Shinshinku estimated that he was about 2.4 meters tall, and his high heels were about 50 centimeters. He was afraid that his thorns would prick Shinshinku when he passed by, which was quite considerate. Shinshinku stepped back 3 meters away. Thank you, classmate. He was quite polite. Watching the pink thorn ball walking away, Shinshinku was shocked by art for the first time. Chapter 20 Another Miss Lange? Shinshinku went up to the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building, and the entire floor was for G4 students. She heard a sound in a classroom, so she pushed the door open and went in. The people inside stopped talking and turned to look at her. This actually didn't look like a classroom at all. There were just a few different chairs randomly placed, and even 2 lazy sofas, with a few people sitting scattered around. Liu rolled her eyes and snorted when she saw her come in. A short-haired girl next to her looked at Shinshinku in confusion. Classmate, have you come to the wrong place? We are in G4. Shinshinku walked into the classroom, glanced at the pink thorn ball man waving at her from behind, and replied, No, I'm a new G4 student. Shinshinku. The short-haired girl nodded thoughtfully, and didn't ask any more questions, but just introduced the people in the class. Her name is Nei. The pink thorn ball behind her is Shinyoshing. And there is a boy named Shaolai with long bangs covering half of his face, and black paint on his mouth. In addition to Liu. The last one is a girl wearing a mask, looking out the window with sad eyes, sighing from time to time. Her name is Cece. These are all the students in grade G4, including Shinshinku himself. There are only 6 people, which occupies an entire grade. You can imagine how few people study art in the school. I sat casually on an empty chair, and soon a middle-aged man appeared at the door. His hair was combed back, and he came in a circle like a stage play. Classmates. 2 months have passed. Do you miss the teacher's handsome face? What responded to him was a dead silence, and 5.5 pairs of eyes looking at him without emotion. Ahem. Maybe he felt a little embarrassed. And when he wanted to ease the atmosphere, he found that there was one more person sitting in the class. He said to Shinshinku excitedly, You are the new student in our class. Welcome to your class. I am your class teacher, Olin. Our art department is different from other departments. We have more resources, less people, so you can choose any major in the art field. And it is relatively free, no one controls you. If you don't understand something, you can ask your classmates or ask me. Then he announced directly, I hope everyone will live well, have fun, and learn happily this school year. Disband? Then he walked away in a circle, very careless. If it weren't for the pungent smell of his perfume in the air, Shinshinku would have thought he was hallucinating just now. Liu glanced at Shinshinku, who was sitting in a daze on the chair, and felt that such a stupid person didn't know how he got to their class. Although the people in the class looked strange, they were all rich or noble. Shinshinku felt someone looking at her, and after finding out it was Liu, she asked her expectantly, Do you want me to change dormitories? Nai was stunned when he heard this. Liu, are you guys in the same dorm? There was a hint of amusement in her eyes when she looked at them. Everyone knows that Miss Liu asked 2 roommates to leave, and she would get rid of them even if she threw money at them. The new classmate is really a lucky guy. As a result, Liu said lightly, How could it be? How could I afford what you want? It's so funny. She is rich, but she is not a fool. Okay. If she wants to live, she can live. Who can live better than her? The whole class was shocked now. And there is something that Liu can't afford? At the beginning, she threw money at the senior sister, and the senior sister asked for a 20 million aircraft, and Liu bought it without blinking an eye. Everyone knows that Liu is a famous wish-making machine in school. How many people want to help her a little, just to scrape off Liu's oily skin? And there are so many people around her. Even Cece, who had always been acting sad and melancholy, turned around and looked at Shinshinfu curiously, with gossip flashing in the depths of her eyes. Shinshinfu just said awkwardly, "Well, tell me when you change your mind." Liu rolled her eyes at her again. "I'm speechless." At this time, two figures flashed by the back door, but no one in the class paid attention. Xiao Lai had been browsing the light computer with his head down, but he suddenly whispered, You guys, check the campus network. Someone posted that the missing eldest daughter of the Lange family has been found and enrolled in our school." Shinshinfu's heart sank. She had been so careful and low-key, but she was discovered so quickly? She also turned on the light computer. Liu looked at her quick appearance and complained in her heart, "Oh, I didn't know that the Li family would eat the melons of the Lange family. This post on the campus network has exploded. Anonymous user. A friend of my aunt's brother's son's classmate works for the Lange family. He said that the eldest daughter of the Lange family has been found and has been arranged to live in our school. This is authentic. Eat it now. 1L. I don't know which department she went to. 2L. This kind of person who came back halfway can't be better than her two brothers. 3L. I bet it's the art department. The art department is full of people who like to eat, drink and have fun. 4L. Add 1. 5L. Add 1. 88L. Is there anyone from the art department who can tell me if there is a student from the Lange family who has been admitted? 92L. Yes. There is one in our class. 93L. How old are you? Seeing this, Shinshinfu's heart sank. She didn't want to be stared at every day. Continue reading. 99L. We are in the G3 grade of the art department. Her name is Louis Lange. She just transferred to our class today. Followed by a series of exclamations. Seeing this, Shinshinfu felt relieved and turned off the light computer to go back to the dormitory. At this time, the other people in the class had finished eating melons. Liu snorted again. TSK. Isn't it just the Lange family? What's so great about it? They haven't found it for so many years. Maybe they didn't even want to find it. Their family is so rich. How can they not find it? They haven't even sent out photos to find people. Shinshinfu nodded in agreement. She was right. I didn't expect that there was still a wise person in the world. Shinyoshing, who was wearing a Spurs uniform, stood up and said mysteriously, Then I want to go and see it. I want to see it. Cece also raised her hand. I want to go too. Xiaolai nodded. Nai shrugged. Then let's disperse first. Those who want to eat melons can go and eat. Several people went to the stairs in a disjointed manner. Unexpectedly, many people suddenly came down from above and blocked the road. A girl with brown-red hair was surrounded in the middle. Smiling shyly, the fourth floor is the G3 grade. I guess this person is Louis Lange mentioned in the post. Many people around want to add her as a friend. It's the same in any world. Powerful people will always be admired by everyone. The crowd moved down with great difficulty. The 6 people were blocked and couldn't move at all, so they could only wait for those people to leave first. Shinyoshing murmured on the side. Is it really her? Cece and Xiaolai gathered together to share gossip information. They even found a post on the Capital Star bar last week, where someone said that they saw Lange's family picking someone up in District 14. There was also a photo of the back, and the two of them questioned together, is this really her? The color of the hair exposed is not the same. So she dyed her hair so soon? Chapter 21. Someone Wants Your Life. Looking at the blocked staircase, Shinshinfu turned on the light brain and checked the time. It was still early, just after 10 o'clock. She turned her head and asked Liu, Is there any other passage here? Liu wondered why she asked herself. Did she look easy to talk to? But then she thought of something and said to Shinshinfu, Yes, it's just a little difficult to walk. Are you sure you want to go? Shinshinfu nodded. It was too noisy here, making her dizzy and wanting to sleep. Liu pointed to the end of the corridor and said, There is a staircase on the left at the end of the corridor. Go there. She agreed to it herself. Yes, thank you, Shinshinfu said, and left without looking back. The other people were just watching the show. But when Shinshinfu reached the end, they realized that she had gone to the passage over there, and hurriedly asked Liu, Did you ask her to go up that staircase? Liu nodded proudly. Anyone would accidentally walk up this staircase. The 5 people instantly showed excited, perverted expressions on their faces. And then, they lay down together beside the low wall of the aisle and looked down. Shinshinfu looked at the dark and weird staircase in front of her, and walked down without thinking. She condensed a small glowing space block in her hand and started to go downstairs. After taking 2 steps, she saw a very secret layer of oil on the stairs. If she stepped down, she would definitely slip. And at the bottom of this staircase was a layer of black carbon powder. Shinshinku couldn't put her foot down, so she built a slide-like space platform, which was emitting blue and white light, and connected to the first floor. She sat on it and slid down. And during the slide, she also saw a huge model of a strange beast, several hanging fake heads, a flower device that suddenly ejected, and several buckets of water. I didn't expect that the complex building also has a recreation area, which is quite interesting. Shinshinku quickly slid to the first floor, and after going out, he looked up and saw that the 5 people squatted down together. Why are we hiding? Yeah. It's not like I asked her to go. Then isn't she fine? Clean and tidy. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon when she arrived at District 27. Shinshinku would reach the trading city in about 10 minutes. She walked forward according to the navigation instructions. But suddenly, the optical brain signal was bad, and the navigation flashed a few times. Looking ahead again, she was already standing in a small alley with no exits around. Several masked men appeared in front of her with various types of strange weapons. Shinshinku raised his hand to check the time and said impatiently, "You were the ones who followed me in the playground that day, right?" A man with a mechanized arm standing next to her looked at her with interest. "Then do you know what we are here for?" "Probably to kill me." Shinshinku raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you're quite brave." Several people laughed carelessly, but their eyes were full of indifference and disdain when they looked at Shinshinku. "There's nothing we can do. Someone wants your life. You can't blame us, brothers." As soon as the voice fell, the breath of those people condensed and activated their supernatural powers. Shinshinku raised her eyes slightly. According to the fluctuation of mental power, she could see that there were 2 B level and 3 A level. He thinks highly of her. There are so many people to deal with a C level. Everyone rushed forward, and supernatural powers of various attributes attacked Shinshinku instantly. She dodged sideways, then kicked against the wall, and her body flew into the air. A long whip came and tried to lock her and pull her down. Shinshinku turned upside down to avoid it, and at the same time threw out several space blades. The long whip was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground at the same time as Shinshinku. Looking at the broken whip on the ground, several killers looked serious. One of them released a fire power, and a wave of heat surged toward Shinshinku. She stretched out her hand to unfold the space shield to block the flames. At this time, the light brain lit up, and it was a Yes message, "Mission. The healing power has arrived in the trading city." The shield blocked those various attacks. Shinshinku frowned, and while removing the space shield, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the 5 people were locked in the space block, and all attacks were locked together. Shinshinku suppressed the fishy sweetness in her throat, condensed a space thorn, and stabbed it hard at the wall of the alley. The whole alley was cracked like fragments, and a killer in the space block was backlashed and spit out blood. Shinshinku recalled the direction of the trading city, drew a space portal with his hand, and walked in under the gaze of several people. The killer who was attacked and vomited blood in the space block murmured, "She is not sea level. She can't be sea level, because he himself is a space power user. The alley is the illusion space built by him and another illusion power user with their power. But as an A-level power user, he can't open the portal." Hearing this, the 5 people hit the space block with all their strength. But it was useless. It was not until Shinshinku left completely that the space block fluctuated a few times and disappeared. He immediately sent a message to his superiors. The intelligence was wrong. The target object was not a C-level space power user, at least S-level, and could use space teleportation skills. Behind the abandoned building of the underground trading city, after a wave of energy fluctuations, a space crack appeared in the air. After Shinshinku walked out, the crack disappeared instantly. After coughing a few times, she slowly walked towards the front door. Fortunately, this place is not far away, and it does not require too much mental power. Those people lost carelessly, and have not even used their powerful skills. If they attack with all their strength, it will be more troublesome for her, so it is better to run. When she arrived at the gate, she found a Yi waiting for her outside. "Has that person arrived?" Shinshinku asked. "He just arrived." Shinshinku could not help but knock on the door in front of the golden gate. Immediately, Boss Jean opened the door. "Oh, mission is here. Come in quickly." Fu did not say much. As soon as she entered, she saw the man wearing a mask sitting on the sofa. She just felt that the figure of this person was a little familiar. Walking forward quickly, Fu asked directly, "Are you the SS-level healing psychic that Boss Jean found?" The person in front of him was also stunned when he saw her. He didn't expect that the client Boss Jean was talking about would be her, the art classmate that his sister had recently fallen in love with. Fu. The face under Xiaoshu's mask was no longer cold as before, and there was only a look of confusion. Xiaoshu's father died early, and his mother couldn't support their family at all. Besides, Xiaohua ate a lot, and they both had to go to school. He had been working secretly outside before, just to earn a little pocket money. Later, he awakened his psychic ability and was admitted to the Galaxy Military Academy. Although his level exempted him from tuition, Xiaohua still had to pay part of the tuition. The consumption on the capital planet was more expensive than their planet. When Boss Jean asked him to cooperate in the underground trading city, he occasionally did some treatment. The frequency was not frequent, and people would not discover his identity. Fortunately, he made a lot of money here. A few days ago, Boss Jean kept sending him messages asking him to come quickly, saying that there was a big client, but they hadn't started school yet, so it was not easy for him to come. He came here just after the gathering this morning. Chapter 22 Treatment begins. Ahem. Xiaoshu cleared his throat. "It's me. You can call me X. Who do you want me to treat?" A blue light flashed in Fu's hand, and he held a space blade in his right hand. Before the others could react, he chopped down his left hand. His left hand fell to the ground with a snap, and blood flowed all over the ground. The other 3 people present were stunned, and Xiaoshu stood up excitedly. "What are you doing?" Fu put away the space blade, bent down to pick up his left hand that fell to the ground, and handed it to him calmly. "You pick it up." It was as if she picked up a brick and handed it to him, without any fluctuation. She wanted to test his strength. Of course, she also knew that such an injury could be reconnected in a few hours. Xiaoshu immediately took her left hand, put the cut part flush with her arm, and then put one hand 5 centimeters above it, driving the mental power, and a small halo wrapped around the wound to heal naturally. In just a few seconds, Fu felt that the severe pain just now had disappeared, and there was no abnormality in his left hand, which was completely connected. Shaking her hand, Xiaoshu said unhappily, "Are you satisfied? I have never seen such a person before. Just like in a horror movie, who cut off his own hand right away," which scared him. It's a pity that his sister still thinks this is a fairy sister. What fairy? This is a wolf. I'd better advise my sister to stay away from her in the future. She is too mentally unstable. After secretly complaining 100 times in her heart, Xiaoshu finally calmed down, looking at Fu in front of her. She seemed to be relieved. "Sorry. This matter is very important. I can't afford any mistakes." She turned her head and looked at the stunned Boss Jean. "Boss Jean, please prepare a clean treatment room for me." I was confused now, but he forced himself to be calm and patted Boss Jean. "Boss Jean, treatment room." Boss Jean came back to his senses. "Oh, yes, yes, treatment room, treatment room." He took a few people out and walked to the left, but halfway found something wrong and walked to the right again, taking Fu and the others to the largest treatment room. Boss Jean and I stayed outside. Only Fu and Xiaoshu went in. Fu went to a relatively empty place, stretched out his hand to the empty space, and began to drive his supernatural power. The whole space immediately showed her mental pressure, and Xiaoshu was slightly unstable under the strong pressure. How could she have such a strong mental power? I clearly felt that she was very weak before. And wasn't she from the art department? Xiaoshu now felt that Fu was a huge mystery. After just a moment of distraction, Xiaoshu suddenly saw a large space block in front of him, and there was a person lying inside. He took 2 steps forward and said in surprise, "This is..." Fu explained. "This is my sister Fei. She was seriously injured 23 days ago. I tried my best to save her last breath, but as long as time passes, this breath may be gone. So I came to you to ask you to spare no effort to save her. As for the conditions, as long as I can do it, you can ask for anything." Somehow, Xiaoshu felt his heart tighten. He also has a sister. Seeing her anxious eyes, He could understand her mood, retracting his previous evaluation of her mental instability. If he were her, he might not be as calm as her. Xiaoshu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Let's save people first." Shin Shinfu nodded. And under Xiaoshu's gaze, he walked into this space block for the first time and lifted the cloth on his sister. As she pulled it open, Xiao Fei's body gradually appeared. Xiaoshu looked at the body. Her eyes gradually widened, from doubt to anger, and even faintly red. The person in front of him was actually no longer a complete person. From the neck down, it seemed that she was cut by sharp objects and neatly divided into many pieces. Now she was just some body-shaped pieces of meat with a pool of blood flowing underneath. He now understood why Shin Shinfu cut off his hand to test him. "You said this injury was 23 days ago? Then how did you save her? Looking at the skills you used, you should be a space system. Could it be that you are also a time and space system?" Shin Shinfu shook his head. "I am only a space system. But I paused her time." Xiaoshu was very confused. "Can the space system pause time? I have hardly heard of it." "No, I don't have this skill. But I found that when my space block barrier is deployed at the maximum strength, there will be a 1-second space pause." "So," Xiaoshu murmured and interrupted her. "So, you open a space block barrier every second, so that you can maintain her time pause? Is this something humans can do? There are 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, and 1,440 minutes in a day, which is equal to 86,400 seconds. She has to open more than 80,000 space blocks of extreme strength every day, and she can't stop for even a second." Xiaoshu's scalp tingled instantly, and he looked at Shin Shinfu with fear. She must be stronger than SS level, and it is very likely that she is SSS level. He dare not even think about it. The difference between levels is cliff-like, and the higher the level, the fewer people there are. Take the Galaxy Military Academy as an example. There are less than 20 SS level people, and only 1 SSS level. There are less than 10 SSS level psychics in the entire galaxy. At this moment, his natural indifference, his rationality, and his prejudice all disappeared. He was careless. He didn't recognize the real talent. And he even wanted to give Xiaohua a thumbs up and say, "Sister, you still have vision." Xia Shulan swallowed his saliva, and he was under a lot of pressure now. If he didn't succeed in saving him, Shin Shinfu could pinch him to death with just a finger. He is just a weak healing system. He is really wrong. He should have brought his sister here. "Can you?" Shin Shinfu asked him seriously. Xiaoshu took another deep breath and regained his usual calmness. "I will do my best." Shin Shinfu made way and put one hand on the space block. "When you are ready, I will remove the space block instantly." She has very little time. Maybe only a few seconds. Before, Xiaoshu used a relatively simple healing technique to treat Shin Shinfu. But for injuries like her sister, he must use all his superpowers and directly use the healing light. Even if he is SS level, he can't last too long with this trick. But this is his only way. Shin Shinfu also knew that if she couldn't save X in front of her, she might not be able to find anyone else. Life or death. There is only this one chance. Xiaoshu aimed his palm at Shin Shinfei and directly used all his superpowers. Waves of white healing power flowed from his body into his palm, forming a huge ball of light. The clothes of both of them were blown up by the wind brought by the superpowers, until the ball of light was almost as tall as a person. Xiaoshu's face under the mask turned pale. He finally gave the order. "Now! Hurry!" Chapter 23 Rescue Success. Shin Shinfu instantly released the space block, and Xiaoshu hit Shin Shinfei with a ball of light, which instantly wrapped her body. Xiaoshu was still releasing healing light continuously, but the condition of this body was worse than he had imagined, and it was almost 99% dead. It was a miracle that Shin Shinfu could survive until now, and hang on to that little breath. Shin Shinfu stared at the ball of light without blinking, not daring to move or make a sound. Xiaoshu carefully connected her body blocks together, and then repaired the injuries. Every nerve and bone had to grow tightly together, and then repair the heart and blood. This was a big problem. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoshu staggered and almost fell on the chair in a state of exhaustion. With both hands shaking, he trembled and said, Quickly give me a nutrient solution." Shin Shinfu immediately took out the nutrient solution and gave it to him. He drank it in one gulp and finally caught his breath. Seeing Shin Shinfu's nervous expression, Xiaoshu smiled. She's saved. However, he added, but she was too seriously injured. I just connected her now. She's past the critical period. She will wake up after a few more treatments. Shinshinfu breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him solemnly. Thank you, Mr. X. I will do my best to meet any requests you have. Xiaoshu almost collapsed on the chair, looking up at Shinshinfu and asked, Do you have any more nutrient solution? After drinking a few more bottles, he said, I want 10 million. Okay. Shinshinfu agreed almost without thinking. Is she so rich? Xiaoshu continued. I want 2 more opportunities to make requests. But I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. Okay. I didn't expect her to agree so readily. I should have asked for more. She is so powerful. She is simply 2 life-saving talismans. That's it. He is not a robber. So he won't take advantage of others. Opening his light brain, Xiaoshu said, Let's add a friend. Shinshinfu quickly added him, and transferred 10 million to him immediately. He didn't mean that. He wanted to say that he would need to contact him for later treatment. But seeing the 10 million sent by the account Xiaofu, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he didn't have to worry about the expenses for himself and his sister, or even his mother's pension. You can put her in this treatment room for treatment. She also needs some nutrition to recover. Shinshinfu carefully carried her to the medical bed, took clothes from the cabinet next to her, closed the curtain, wiped her body, changed her clothes, and then opened the door. When Xiaoshu explained the precautions to the doctor under Boss Jean, Shinshinfu walked briskly to Boss Jean and a Yi. At this time, she even smiled. And it was obvious that she was successful. Boss Jean, I leave my sister here with you for now. Please take care of her. I give you whatever money you need. Boss Jean glanced at the person lying on the bed. And then he realized that she was trying to save her sister. He waved his hand. It's okay. Just sell me a few more exotic beasts later. I also echoed on the side. Mission. I will come here often. He had asked someone to buy the medicine that Alan would use later. And she would be fully recovered by the end of the year. Thank you. As long as there is something I can help with in the future, just ask. As long as it does not violate my bottom line, I will do my best. Although this sounded like a polite remark, Boss Jean and I knew that she was telling the truth. After that, I sent her and X out together. Xiaoshu didn't want her to discover his identity, so he pointed in a direction. I'm going this way. Shinshinfu was in a good mood and even waved to him to say goodbye. When she was about to leave, she looked around the abandoned building on the ground of the trading city and considered whether to place a space anchor point nearby in the future, so that she could travel directly in the future without taking a car. Taking a car is still too time-consuming. She has been a person with poor mental power during this period. She is truly living a miserable life and carefully calculating her little mental power. Moreover, she is not completely sure who sent the person who was chasing her. Now it seems that the most likely person is Jasmine. She has never lived such a hard life before. Picking up garbage is not hard, and living in a tree hole is not hard. In this world, having no mental power is the most difficult. Even fighting has to calculate how many moves she can still use. This is really unprecedented. For a while, she preferred gorgeous skills. She would condense her spatial abilities into colors and throw them out with one hand, which was as beautiful as a dream. Later, when she grew up a little, she kept a low profile and used simplicity as the main method. However, she had to wait a few days before she could place an anchor point. It would take some time for her mental power to recover completely. After returning to school, lying on the bed and feeling her gradually filling mental power, Shinshinfu finally regained some sense of security. When she recovered, she didn't have to worry about the Lange family anymore. Even if they knew her strength and set people, they couldn't kill her. After turning on the optical brain and logging into the campus system, Shinshinfu began to understand the school's teaching system. Except for the superpower combat department, other majors can be studied with or without superpowers. Some departments have separate superpower classes, such as Xiaohua in the single soldier superpower class. As a physical superpower, her training is different from that of ordinary single soldiers. But this does not mean that superpowers are necessarily stronger. The mental power of single soldiers is not weak, and they can also be equipped with super weapons and mechas. And their combat power should not be underestimated. For mecha design or command, etc., people don't need to have superpowers to learn. So these departments' courses will not be divided into superpower classes, in addition to their main majors. Basically everyone can choose any other majors, except that non-superpowers cannot choose the superpower combat department. In fact, the courses in other departments are more specialized. But the art department is different. There are fine arts, music, and architecture, and each category is completely different. Students in the art department can also choose other courses, but she has not considered these yet. Her current class is the art department class in the art department, and the other departments are not in the same building as them. She looked at the art department's courses again, and there are not many. Mainly painting, mecha appearance design, and weapon appearance design, and the fixed courses that all departments in the school must learn. The alien beast class, because the alien beasts and star beasts are extremely lethal, and the interstellar battles with them have a history of thousands of years. It is impossible not to learn. And the alien beast class is a large class, usually 300 students per class, mixed with multiple departments. The art class courses are also very open, almost only in the morning, no class in the afternoon, and not every day. She went to the campus forum to look at other people's class schedules, and was scared to death by the full schedule. It looked like she had no time to sleep. So it was still not okay. She scrolled to the end of the list of the art department and saw that it said, all students in this school must take at least 2 elective courses in addition to their main courses. More is fine, but no less. Shinshinfu, She was too happy too early. I don't know how others can take 3 elective courses when their classes are already so full. But there is no rush now. The elective courses can be decided within 2 weeks. Chapter 24 being picked on. There are also many posts about course selection on the campus forum. Soldier who is single until the end of the year, who knows? I took a course in the Department of Botany last year. I was going to slack off, but the teacher assigned me an assignment to plant a fragrant fart grass. I almost vomited bile that month. Who knew that I had to sing to it every day to make it stop farting? I worked hard every day in training, and I had to sing to it when I got home. 1L. What's so difficult about your assignment? Students in our Department of Botany have to plant smellless fart grass. Our class has been studying for more than 20 days, and we found that we had to chant to them so that they would not have a smell. We almost failed the whole class. 2L. It was Teacher Molan's assignment. I just wanted to see the teacher's beauty, but I didn't expect to smell farts for a month. Never go to the Department of Supernatural Powers again. I took the course of the Department of Supernatural Powers last year. They are all a bunch of perverts. Okay? They fight every day. And they are even more unrestrained than the students of the Department of Individual Soldiers. I was just passing by that day and encountered 2 students fighting. I accidentally absorbed a breath of poison skill. It took me a month to get up. Who understands? 1L. I know. I saw it upstairs. It looks like the SS level people are fighting. The pressure is so strong that I can't get through it. 33L. There are less than 20 SS level people in our school, and even fewer poison level people. You didn't meet someone from the Lange family. When Shinshinfu saw this, she remembered that she didn't know what supernatural power Shiyu and Xian had. It seemed that one of them was from the poison level. But this has nothing to do with her. Now we know that people in the Department of Supernatural Powers like to fight very much. So she definitely can't choose the course there. She actually doesn't like fighting very much. It's so tiring. Moreover, the 3 people in the Lange family are said to be from the Department of Supernatural Powers. She doesn't want to have too much contact with them. The Department of Plants can still be considered. Beautiful exotic plants like black irises are still worth collecting. Learn more about exotic plants, and you can collect in this direction in the future. So Shinshinfu clicked on the schedule of the Department of Plants, and casually chose Teacher Molan's exotic plant class. It was not because of anything else, but because Molan's class was the first on the schedule, and she was a little hungry, and wanted to eat first. Shinshinfu casually put on a piece of clothes, and went out. Just as she was about to enter the cafeteria, she was hit by 2 people coming towards her. Shinshinfu originally noticed that someone was coming and turned his body to let them pass first, but he was still hit hard. Glancing at the 2 arrogant people in front of him, Shinshinfu knew in his heart, the comers were not kind. One of the short-haired girls said to Shinshinfu with disgust, "Do you have eyes? You just bump into us like this?" The other raised her hand to fan the air in front of her, and echoed, "Not only do you have eyes, but you also smell poor and sour." "Kur, don't you smell it?" The short-haired girl called Kur also pretended to cover her nose. I smelled it. And I'm going to vomit. Shin Shinfu looked at the two people in front of her who were acting like a play, and was speechless for a moment. She didn't know what they were doing, but she didn't have time to watch the play. So she raised her legs and went into the cafeteria. The two saw that Shin Shinfu ignored them, and they were furious and tried to grab her. I don't know what happened, but they grabbed nothing when they stretched out their hands. For those who deliberately make trouble, your ignoring is the biggest blow. Shin Shinfu walked into the cafeteria without rushing, and Kura was so angry that she picked up the cup of a classmate who was eating next to her and poured it on Shin Shinfu. The milk drew an arc in the air, attracting almost everyone's attention. If it was poured on her head, it would be very embarrassing. But Shin Shinfu kept walking, and didn't even turn around to look, as if she didn't notice anything behind her. Kura was waiting to see her in a mess with gloating. But to Kura's disappointment, just when she was about to touch Shin Shinfu, the milk was blocked by an invisible barrier, and not a drop fell on Shin Shinfu. The two were stunned, and when they were about to move forward, a male voice sounded. Kura, you've had enough. Shin Shinfu looked up at the boy in front of her, who was blocking her way to eat, and thought for a while, and concluded, I have never seen him. He continued to say to the two people behind her, don't bully new students. Kura and Yu stopped in their tracks. The boy in front of them was the student representative of the art department. Seoul. 5 years old. With a rich family background, handsome appearance, and a good personality. He is the most popular person in the art department, and they can't afford to offend him. With a snort, the two turned away unwillingly. Shin Shinfu yawned, and seeing that the person in front of her had no intention of moving aside, she walked to the side. Unexpectedly, the person in front of her took a step forward and blocked her way again. Shin Shinfu's eyes flashed with displeasure. Don't block my way. The boy curled his lips, and his eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses were a little playful. I just helped you. Don't you thank me? I can handle it myself without you. Not to mention. Shin Shinfu looked up lazily but looked at him with certainty. You don't really want to help me, do you? Shin Shinfu glanced at the cafeteria when he came in. He was very close. If he really wanted to help, he would have stopped him at the beginning, instead of going forward to be a good person after watching a scene. Shin Shinfu looked at some classmates around him again. Many of them looked at the boy in front of them with admiration. There was a little sarcasm in her eyes. Seoul felt as if he was seen through by these eyes. His smile deepened, and he spoke in a gentler tone. You misunderstood. I am Seoul, the student representative of the art department. I know you are a new student, so I help you. Shin Shinfu shrugged, thinking that people in the school were also weird. It's up to you. After that, she bypassed him and went straight to the window of tomato and egg noodles. She didn't see the boy behind her turn his head to look at her with interest. The next morning, Shin Shinfu went to the art classroom according to the schedule. There was only one eye-catching green thorn ball in the classroom. Shin Yoshing, seeing Shin Shinfu coming in, he waved his thorny arm again, smiled brightly, and asked her to sit next to him. If you ignore the colorful makeup on his face, he is a warm and good classmate. But now, he just feels like a green sea urchin. Shin Shinfu was hit by Shin Yoshing art again. She really didn't understand. If learning art ends up like this, will she be a black sea urchin in the future? 2 sea urchins. 3 sea urchins. A room full of sea urchins. Shaking her head, Shin Shinfu stopped imagining and sat next to him. Although it was called next to him, it was actually 2 meters away. After all, he was a thorny person, and everyone needed to reserve some seats for him. Fortunately, there were not many people in the class, and the classroom was big enough. Do you want to eat? Shin Shinfu looked over, and Shin Yoshing reached out and handed her a dumpling, which was the same color as his body. Green. Perhaps it was because Shin Yoshing's eyes were too friendly. Shin Shinfu avoided the thorns on his arm and found a gap to get the green ball. Chapter 25 Evil Bone Snake. After peeling off the transparent membrane and taking a bite, Shin Shinfu's eyes lit up. It's delicious. She stuffed it into her mouth and felt very satisfied. It was filled with red bean filling and very sweet. Seeing her eating happily, Shin Yoshing smiled and said, This is the chingtuan made by my grandma. My family often eats it. If you like it, I bring it to you next time. Hearing this, Shin Shinfu felt that his whole outfit was pleasing to the eye, although his makeup was so strong that his face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, she was sure that he was a good person. That's right. She is a person who is soft-mouthed. Nodding. Shinshinku gave him a satisfied smile. Liu happened to see the scene when she came in. The girl with long black hair was wearing a sportswear from the art system one today. I don't know what she ate in her mouth. She smiled brightly at a green unidentified object. The green unidentified object, Shinyoshing, seemed to say something just now that he would bring it to her again, which must be the food in her mouth. TSK. She is so happy with just a little food. And the lazy look yesterday is gone. Rolling her eyes, Liu stepped into the classroom in her red leather shoes. Shinshinku even waved his hand when he saw her, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Liu was speechless. She was really still expecting that he could give her a Shan Hakuin. Which desolate planet did this person come from? He was poor and had no sense. It was the first time she saw someone who wanted to benefit from her so much. It was too obvious. Didn't she pretend? TSK. Seeing her coming, Shinyoshing also handed out a Qingtuan. But Liu glanced at it, still afraid of being pricked by his thorns, and waved her hand speechlessly. Go. Go. Soon everyone in the class arrived and greeted each other. And then the head teacher Aling came, still with his exaggerated expression and super strong fragrance. Sitting by the window, Cece naturally opened all the windows. Come on, students. Today is our first class of the new semester. The task is to draw a strange beast. The evil bone-blind snake. The evil bone-blind snake has been extinct about 2,000 years ago. Now we only have some text materials. The materials have been sent to the class group. The main thing is to use everyone's imagination. There is no limit to the creation tools. The duration is 1 week. I will check next week. After saying this, Olin left. Shinshinku looked at the direction he left in a daze. That's it? What did you teach? Did you teach? Just draw it. Click on the class group. There is indeed a new material in it, called the evil bone-blind snake. But there are only a few short lines of text. The evil bone-blind snake is about 200 meters long. When it is seriously injured, its eyes are fully open. If you meet its line of sight, you will be seriously injured. At the same time, it will go back in time once in 10 seconds to repair itself. Nei still didn't understand after reading these words. What? That is to say, if you don't kill it within the 10 seconds when its eyes are fully open, it will recover again. If you injure it again, it can recover again. Isn't this almost unsolvable? So you can only kill it within 10 seconds. Shinyoshi became serious. I have seen some records. In the past, human weapons could not keep up. So they had to send a large number of soldiers and superpowers to launch suicide attacks within 10 seconds. In order to kill a special evil bone snake. Xingxing buried more than 400 soldiers. But I don't know what this eyes are fully open means. And there are not many descriptions of its appearance in the original documents. Listening to their conversation, Shinshinku remembered a picture that gave her goosebumps. It was a huge bone snake that broke away from its own body. Stood up with murderous aura. Its skin and flesh fell down. And hundreds of eyes opened behind it, each staring at her. It turned out that the snake was called the evil bone snake. She had been fighting it for an unknown amount of time, and only killed it with her eyes closed when it went back in time for the 7th time. It was indeed very powerful and disgusting. Seeing everyone struggling to find information in the optical brain, Shinshinku thought about it and told them. The evil bone snake looks like a one-eyed black snake with its eyes closed. But when it is seriously injured, it will detach from its skin and flesh and unfold hundreds of eyes in the form of a bone snake. If you face any of its eyes, you will be attacked by a lot of mental power. When this skill is unfolded, it also begins its own time reversal. After 10 seconds, it will recover to an uninjured state. How did you know? Liu looked unconvinced. Did you see it in your tattered book? It looks like there are quite a lot of things in the tattered book. Shinshinku shook her head. No. She had killed it before. But she didn't know why. It was said to have been extinct a long time ago. But she encountered it in the Freestar Cave a few years ago. Maybe it was just as unlucky as her. Closing her eyes, Shinshinku used her consciousness to check the space blocks on the shelf in the space world. If she remembered correctly, she seemed to have put the snake away. Although she didn't like it at the time. It was too big. So she put it away as garbage, and forgot to throw it away. Liu watched her close her eyes in silence, almost angry to death. What's wrong with this person? He closed his eyes, and didn't want to talk to her after a few words. She didn't say anything. Right? As for closing his eyes? TSK. But then she saw a blue light flashing in Shinshinfu's hand, holding a cube. Shinshinfu finally found the snake at the bottom of a shelf. And now, he didn't want to look at it in his hand. Turning his head, Shinshinfu handed over the space block. Here. It looks like this. There were few people in the class, and everyone could hear what was said. At this time, they all stood up and gathered around, looking closely at the space block in her hand and discussing. Really? This model is really well made. Cece praised. Nai agreed. Yes. Look at the bones being separated from the body. It's so real. The snake in the space block was already in a state of separation of bones and flesh, but it had not been completely separated. There were many wounds on the skin and flesh, almost bloody, and the eye on the head was half open. But there was no eye on the skeleton. Why is there only one eye? Aren't there hundreds of them? Shin Yoshing asked in confusion. Liu rolled her eyes again. You are stupid. That should be a skill. Xiao Lai looked at the snake in the space block with one eye, listened to their words, nodded in agreement, and whispered, very, very reasonable. Although art requires imagination, it is much easier to paint with this kind of physical reference. Liu looked at the model block that looked like the real thing and said confidently, this model looks well made. Sell it to me. The other people looked like they were going to do it again. Shinshinfu shook his head. You don't want to? Just name a price. Liu followed up with another sentence. Shan-Hakun is not good. Don't even think about it. Everyone, Shan-Hakun? It's not that I don't want to. Shinshinfu reached out and handed her the space block. If you want this kind of thing, I give it to you. I was originally planning to throw away this garbage, but I didn't mention it and put it in the corner and forgot about it. It doesn't look good at all and has no collection value. The first priority of Shinshinfu collection, good looking. Liu suddenly had a space block stuffed in her hand. This was the first time someone gave her something for free without asking for her money. She was really not used to it, even though it was just a small model. The second young lady of the Li family felt something was wrong when she took someone else's things for free. Chapter 26, I couldn't help but fight back. After 2 dry coughs, Liu looked at the pairs of expectant eyes around him and waved his hand. TSK. Just put it in the classroom when you draw. Then he said to Shinshinfu. You? Just tell me if you have any requests. Liu. Never take other people's things for free. Since she said this, Shinshinfu still agreed. Well, I think about it first. Liu picked up the model block, still a little disgusted. Although this model is real, it is too small, and many details are not clear. The edge of the space block is only about 5 centimeters. It is small, and placed in the palm of your hand. The evil bone snake is actually very large. Now it looks relatively small. Shinshinfu suddenly realized, stood up, and took the space block from Liu's hand, and placed it on the relatively open ground in front of the classroom. There was no table in the art classroom, and they didn't take up any space at all. After watching her put the model on the ground, several people stepped back a few steps, and then injected mental power. The small square in front of them suddenly grew to a size of 5 meters by 5 meters, and it was almost touching the ceiling. Turning around and looking at the stunned people, Shinshinfu said, this should be big enough now. She just released some of the restrictions on the space block. Ordinary people can control the size of the space block with mental power, but they can't release the things inside by throwing it on the ground like Boss Jean did that time. It's just like a real model block, but it can be enlarged and reduced. While everyone was still in shock, Shin Yoshing had already turned on the optical brain and took photos of the evil bone snake in various strange poses, and even recorded it. This level of reality is much better than the commonly used holographic projection. This model block that can be enlarged and reduced must have been made by a space-based superpower. Thinking of this, Shin Yoshing suddenly had an idea. Space system? He put down his hand that was raised to take pictures, and asked tremblingly, Student Shin, what type of supernatural power do you have? Space system. Could this model be made by you? Shinshinfu thought for a while. Not really. I didn't do anything. Everyone, ? Did you really make it? This doesn't count? Can this be made casually? I didn't expect you to be a craftsman. Several people in the class thought that this was a model made and then superimposed with space system supernatural powers, similar to the method of using alien weapons, such as a knife. As long as you find the right method, You can engrave patterns and embed supernatural powers. Or you can superimpose alien beast materials and use skills related to alien beasts. No one thought that this was the corpse of an extinct alien beast in front of them. Who would believe it if I told them this? Several people took out their laptops and took photos crazily. And they were still sighing in their hearts. It's really well done. There is a storage room behind a small door in the classroom, which contains a large number of painting materials. These are all prepared by the school, so you don't need to buy them yourself. If you need other painting materials, just submit an application form and they will be arranged. Shin Shinfu stared at the room full of painting materials in a daze, not knowing which one to choose. But it was different in the eyes of others. If she could make such a model, how could she not know how to draw? And she was able to transfer to the Galaxy Military Academy halfway through. She must be a master. Nei saw that she was in a daze for a long time, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Shindada? Is there no painting material you like here? You can apply for other materials if you need them." Shin Shinfu murmured, "No. I just can't draw. I don't know what materials to use." Nei, shocked. How did the model get such perfect colors? Everyone, is that really a talent? She doesn't sound fake when she talks? Liu was a little short-handed, and took the initiative to introduce painting materials to her. This is a pencil. Over there is a colored pencil. Over there is an oil painting. Acrylic. Gouache. Watercolor. With colored wool in it. You can also make felt type. Maybe you can also use a computer to draw. You can also use three-dimensional modeling, or make your own projection, or program. As long as you can show the picture, anything is fine. Shin Shinfu scanned a shelf with several boxes of black strips. What is that? That's charcoal. Pure black. Shin Shinfu walked over and took some. I use charcoal. When several people chose the materials, it was already 11 o'clock. Several people in the class started their own creations very skillfully. And Shin Shinfu turned on the light brain and searched a few words. Charcoal drawing tutorial. The picture was immediately displayed on the light brain. One hand held a charcoal pencil and began to outline the shape. Then draw the light and dark. And then depict the details. Some of them were drawn together with pencils. And the final picture was very strong. After watching a few more videos, Shin Shinfu felt that his brain had learned it. I picked up the charcoal stick, looked at the evil skeleton snake in front of me, and recalled what it looked like when it was alive. I took a deep breath, raised my hand, and prepared to draw the shape. With one stroke, the charcoal stick broke. The brain knows, but the hands don't. Shin Yoshing looked at the charcoal stick that rolled to his feet and reminded her, "Don't use too much force on the charcoal stick. You will know after drawing a few more pictures." Rubbing his nose, Shin Shinfu nodded to show that he understood. The technique in the video appeared in his mind, and Shin Shinfu started to write a little awkwardly. After outlining the shape, he covered a large piece of black. At this step, her hands had turned into a pair of black claws, just like the black-boned beast. Looking at the others, they all looked elegant and peaceful, but she was the only one with a pair of black claws that were stuck everywhere. At this time, her stomach growled. She was hungry. When she was about to go to the end of the corridor to wash her hands, two people came up the stairwell. Shin Shinfu glanced at them and found that they were the two people who had troubled her in the cafeteria yesterday. The one called Kur was stunned when he saw her, then laughed. "Ha. Look at her like this. Did she go to dig coal somewhere? So dirty." Yu also laughed. "Yeah. I don't know which coal mine she crawled out of." Shin Shinfu thought that these two people had some problems with their brains, and they ignored them and walked forward. Suddenly, a water wall blocked her in front of her. Kur said contemptuously, "What? Didn't your mother teach you? Be polite. The senior sister is talking. Why are you pretending?" Before she finished speaking, Kur found that the person who was originally blocked by the water wall disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before she could react, a heavy slap hit her face hard. Kur was unstable and fell to the ground, and the person who was originally missing was standing in front of her. Shin Shinfu looked down at Kur with cold eyes, and Yu stood aside and didn't dare to speak. She was too fast. She hit her at a distance of more than 10 meters without even seeing her figure. Her strength was not like the sea level investigated. Kur felt the blood in her mouth and felt her power more intuitively. Although she was not prepared, the slap hit her face almost the next moment, and the murderous aura revealed instantly made her body tremble involuntarily. but she was lower than her in level. And it must have been her illusion just now. After comforting herself in this way, she calmed down and slowly became angry. At this time, footsteps came from upstairs. A blonde girl followed by several people walked downstairs. When she saw Kur on the ground, she exclaimed, "Oh my god! Senior sister, are you okay?" Shinshinfu looked up and saw the blonde girl who was talking. Then he remembered that this was the one surrounded by people yesterday. Lange. Chapter 27. Liu helps. But wasn't her hair reddish-brown yesterday? Why is it golden today? Yu heaved a sigh of relief and helped Kur up from the ground. At this time, there was a big black handprint on Kur's face. A little blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her hair was messy, and she looked ashamed and pitiful. Lange walked up quickly, looked at Kur's face with great distress, took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. "Senior, use my handkerchief." Then she looked Shinshinfu up and down again, and said angrily, "Classmate, you are too violent. How can you beat the senior like this?" Shinshinfu was in a bad mood at this time, and sneered, "Why? Do you want to stand up for her?" As soon as these words came out, several people behind Lange rushed forward. "What's your attitude? Do you know who she is? Lui is the eldest daughter of the Lange family. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to her like this?" Hearing this, Shinshinfu's hostility eased, curled his lips, and his eyes fell on Lange's long golden hair. "Are you the eldest daughter of the Lange family? You don't know this? You'd better apologize quickly. Otherwise the Lange family will not let you go." A trace of guilt flashed in Lange's eyes. She didn't say anything. The people next to her pulled her. "Lui, you have a very good personality. Your family can definitely let her drop out of school for such a person." Under the gaze of everyone, Lange said softly, My father told me to keep a low profile." "But classmate," she said firmly, "you should still apologize to senior sister Kur. After all, you did something wrong." Shinshinfu's smile widened, and various curse quotes of her sister flashed in her mind. She picked one and said, "You want nothing." After she finished speaking, she seemed to see Shufei applauding her. She would definitely jump up and say, "Oh my god! My sister can curse. Great. Yes. She thinks everything she does is great." But this sentence ignited everyone's anger, and they all rolled up their fists and stepped forward. "What are you doing?" The noisy sound still reached the class, and Liu walked over quickly. Seeing Shinshinfu with a face full of carbon powder, Liu wanted to laugh at her, but was interrupted by a weak voice in the crowd. Yeah. Kur looked at Liu with tears in her eyes. "Shinshinfu hit me. Yeah. You have to help me out." Liu was stunned. Shinshinfu hit people? She can also hit people? It doesn't look like it. For a moment, Liu was a little unconvinced. But the carbon powder black handprint on Kur's face was still hanging clearly, and she couldn't wipe it off. It was obvious that it was Shinshinfu's black hand that hit her. Kur was also her friend, but she had just received the model given by Shinshinfu. But no matter what, her hand was too dark. After thinking it over, Liu asked Shinshinfu, "Did you really hit her?" Unexpectedly, she didn't avoid it, and slowly patted the carbon powder on her hands. "Yes." "No. Why did you hit her?" "She's too foul-mouthed." "I don't want to listen." Liu turned around and asked Kur, "Did you scold her?" Kur's tears fell, and she shook her head frantically. "No. I just said a few words. Let her see that the senior sister is a little polite. So she hit me." At this time, Lange interrupted. "I think this classmate is really not polite." Liu noticed her then. This person didn't look like this hair color yesterday. Did she remember it wrong? "Are you the eldest daughter of the Lange family?" Liu raised her proud hair and asked. The Lange family is a little richer than her Li family, but she is not afraid. Lange didn't answer directly, but just greeted Liu. Everyone in the art department knew her. "Hello, Miss Li." Shinshinfu thought Lange was very interesting. If she didn't answer Liu's question directly, it wouldn't be considered a lie. But if she greeted directly, it would be like tacit agreement. She watched her acting like watching a play. But Liu still didn't understand. "What does this have to do with you? Did Shinshinfu hit you?" This is not the case." "Then what are you doing here?" "Watching the fun. I just can't stand seeing someone violently hurting others in school." Lange looked righteous, which made Shinshinfu look like the bad guy. Liu looked at Shinshinfu look of being a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. and she was very troubled. It was the first time in her life that she took someone else's things for free. And she was punished immediately. Fu, who came from an unknown deserted planet, didn't know how to weigh the pros and cons. And now the people of Lange's family are also involved. This matter is big or small. Miss Lier, who was unwilling to help Fu, decided to show mercy and help Fu this time. Liu walked up to Kur and comforted her. Kur, you see, the school has just started, and I don't want our class to have any punishment. How about just forget it? I give you some gifts. Didn't you like my new set of star diamond jewelry last time? Then he looked at Louis Lange. Ms. Lange, this matter is between my classmates and my friends after all. I take care of it. Please do as you please. It means, don't meddle in other people's business. Leave quickly. And don't watch the fun. The other party finally understood and left with the followers behind. But Liu inexplicably saw a little unwillingness in her back. She didn't understand again. What was there to be unwilling about? She had to eat this melon? The people in the Lange family, are they so gossipy? After everyone left, Kur spoke slowly. Since Yaya said so, I will forgive her this time. But when Yu helped Kur go down, Kur rolled her eyes at Fu and made a mouth shape. This matter is not over. When there were only Fu and Liu in the corridor, Liu suddenly felt very tired. I thought Fu would always say thank you to her. But I didn't expect him to turn around and leave. Eh? No. You're leaving now? She was so angry that she laughed. I settled the matter for her, and even put on a set of jewelry. She's leaving now? Fu was just thinking about something. Being reminded of this, she suddenly remembered that Liu had helped her just now. Thank you for helping me. Then, do you want another beast? Liu, eh? She was talking about the model. One was already like this. How could she take two? She shouldn't have taken her things. No! Seeing that she refused so decisively, Fu didn't know what to say. Okay. Then I go wash my hands and eat. After saying that, he waved his black hand at her to say goodbye. Liu, eh? Eat. Okay. Eat. Who can eat better than you? You always remember to eat. Fu went to the bathroom and saw what he looked like. There were several black carbon powder marks on his face. He really looked like a coal miner. In fact, she didn't feel anything when they laughed at her for digging coal. But for some reason, when she said the word mother, she didn't react yet. And the slap had already hit her face. After washing her hands, she scooped up a handful of water, leaned over and splashed it on her face. And the nameless anger in her heart seemed to slowly extinguish. After quietly looking at her face in the mirror with water dripping for a while, Fu came to a conclusion. Today she would eat fruit salad, fried noodles with soybean sauce, sweet and sour potatoes, grilled chicken wings, and iced watermelon juice. What a delicious combination! After wiping the water off her face, she walked briskly to the canteen to eat. Chapter 28 Punishment. Louis Lange went to the 2nd district and bought a lot of things that she thought the young lady of the Lange family would have. Unexpectedly, she spent all her living expenses for this month. She knew that she was not the eldest daughter of the Lange family. Her name was not Louis Lange, but Nan Gu. Those classmates heard it wrong and misunderstood it. It was not her initiative. It was just that the feeling of being sought after was too fascinating. For the first time in her life, there were so many friends around her, following her, and praising her. She also asked secretly. This year, in addition to the first year, there were only 2 new transfer students in the art department. One was her, and the other was Fu, who made trouble today. This shows that there is no real eldest daughter. With the strength of the Lange family, it has been so many years to find someone, and they have not found him. Maybe he is dead. And there is no public statement. The news on the campus network is just a fake news. For the first time in her life, she liked school so much. With her bags and bags, Louis Lange imagined her beautiful life of being popular. She hummed a song and prepared to take a taxi back to school. As she walked, her eyes went dark. And then she was hit by a barrage of fists. She couldn't see anything, and only heard a few men's voices. Heh. Let's see how you can run now. We have set S-level people here. You were lucky last time. S-level? Why did they come to hit her? Was she found out so quickly when she pretended to be from the Lange family? Suddenly, a strong force hit her on the head, and she felt dizzy. Soon, there was a glimmer of light in front of her eyes. Louis only vaguely saw a few figures. and then she fainted. Hey, third brother. Why does this person seem wrong? Oh my god. I made a mistake. This is really not the one from last time. I hit the wrong person. How did you investigate? It was clearly said that the eldest daughter of the Lange family came to the 2nd district to buy things today. I followed her all the way here. It shouldn't be. What should we do now? What else can we do? Let's go! Anyway, she didn't see our faces. A group of people quickly evacuated, and the space fluctuated. Lu Yi appeared with injuries all over her body, lying unconscious on the ground. And the group of people who were sent to deal with the eldest daughter of the Lange family were beaten up by the eldest brother again when they returned. Kur swept the things on the table in the dormitory to the ground. Yi whispered to her, Kur, don't be angry. Although you didn't get Shinshinfu, Lu Yi helped you. It seems that she has a better personality than Liu. Liu is so heartless. I helped her because she didn't want to live with Shinshinfu. I didn't expect her to be a good person today. On the day of the gathering, she and Yi came down to find her, and heard it at the back door of the classroom. At first, Liu and she were assigned to the same dormitory. But Liu gave her a flying vehicle, and she moved out. Liu was generous, and could be called a brainless god of wealth. She would spit out a lot of gold coins for helping her do anything. Although she got a lot of benefits from following her. She could also be called a friend. Originally, she was going to let Shinshinfu move out by himself. As a result, she was slapped today. Not only did Liu not help her get justice, but she also used a mere set of jewelry to prevaricate her. Yi's words reminded her that now there was a daughter of the richest man in the Interstellar family from the Lange family, who was more powerful than the Li family. What was Liu? Thinking of this, Kur opened the campus forum, edited and posted an anonymous post. The next day, a new post went viral on the Galaxy Military Academy forum. An anonymous user posted a video wearing a hat and a mask, tearfully recounting that he was slapped by a new school girl. He just asked her to be polite. She bumped into someone in the cafeteria before and didn't apologize. She was simply arrogant. In the end, he also said that it was a new transfer student in the G4 grade, Shinshinfu. The school has a rule that fighting and hurting people without reason is not allowed. If it is confirmed that this is true, Shinshinfu will definitely be punished. It's not that there were no such things before, but it's the first time that someone directly posted a video online crying about being beaten. After all, most people still have to save face. In this case, if it is not resolved privately, they want to use public opinion to put pressure on the other party to get punished. The news spread, and most people who like to read the forum are curious about who Shinshinfu is. However, the person involved still knew nothing. When Shinshinfu went to the classroom, her classmates told her about this. Seeing Kur's confusing statement in the video, she felt very uncomfortable. It was obviously them who came to find fault. On the same day, a school discipline teacher came to the class to find her and asked her the whole story. Shinshinfu. Right? Kur from G5 said that you hit someone for no reason. Do you accept this statement? She was the first to speak rudely. If you don't believe it, you can check the surveillance. I saw that there are surveillance cameras in the corridor. The teacher held his forehead. The problem now is that the surveillance was destroyed before that. And there is only the scar of you slapping her. And the rest cannot be verified. She continued, the school does not allow fighting without reason. Even if what you said is true. She said something first. And she did not cause you any substantial harm. The nature of the situation has changed since you started the fight first. The school can only punish you now. You must write a 3,000-word self-review and pay the other party 30,000 star coins in compensation. Generally speaking, you will be punished. However, the damaged surveillance does not mean that it is 100% your responsibility. So let's stop here. Do you accept it? She added, because she has 2 loose teeth in her mouth. Otherwise it would not be so expensive. In fact, the Galaxy Military Academy does not care much about fighting. Most of them are resolved privately. For example, people fight every day in the Supernatural Power Department and the Individual Soldier Department. And no one comes out to complain. Unless the 2 sides fight too much and the department will control it. But this time, the matter was made a big deal by another person. So this is the first time she has come to punish the art department. Shinshinfu was filled with anger, and could only nod his head at this point. Okay. After all, it is a fact that I beat her. So I will naturally take responsibility. But teacher, If there are some conflicts that cannot be explained and resolved, is there any good way to deal with them? The school discipline teacher understood, and his tone was inexplicably excited. Yes. After all, we are a military school here. If there are some frictions between students, they can also participate in duels, which is also an ancient way. Duel? Yes. There is a duel column on the campus website. Click on it to issue a challenge, and the challenge will be directly posted on the bulletin board for the whole school to see. However, generally only the individual soldier department and the supernatural department will duel every now and then. Fight. Because if you lose you have to admit you are wrong. This unreasonable rule was set by the principal. Shin Shinfu was a little confused. Does the duel mean you have to kill the other party? No. Duels are divided into life fights and death fights. As the name suggests, life fights mean you can injure people but not kill them, while death fights mean you can legitimately kill the other party, as long as the other party accepts your challenge. But basically all students choose life fights. After all, conflicts between students are unlikely to escalate to life and death, and everyone is ultimately comrades in arms. The last sentence sounded like a reminder to her. Shin Shinfu nodded. I understand. Thank you. After that, he directly transferred 30,000 star coins to the teacher, thinking about the 3,000-word self-review and having a headache. Chapter 29 Challenge. When I returned to the classroom, Liu was smashing things. I'm really impressed. We clearly agreed not to pursue this matter, and she even accepted my things. But she just exposed the matter directly. Liar. Liu now felt very embarrassed. I originally said to help her once, but it turned out like this. Doesn't it seem that she was very pretentious before? She was so good to cure, but she stabbed her in the back. The rest of the people silently leaned against the wall, sat in a row, holding their own drawing boards and watching Liu smash things 360 degrees. Shin Yoshing saw her coming in and gave her a look for help. What are you doing? Liu was even more angry when she saw Shin Shinfu's confused look. This man was a poor fool. What could she understand? I'm angry. Can't you see that? Shin Shinfu picked up the painting materials on the ground and looked up at her. Don't worry. This matter has been half resolved. Solved? How did you solve it? Pay 30,000 yuan and write a 3,000-word self-criticism. Have you finished writing the self-criticism? The half that was solved in Liu's mind was the half that was written. After all, she was her roommate, and it was found that she was from the slums of District 27. Shin Shinfu shook his head. No. Now I only pay compensation. Compensation? You have money? Well, I earned it by selling some things before. Liu's heart has begun her infinite fantasy. In her mind, Shin Shinfu was in the mountains. She had been carrying a small hoe to dig the worthless, ordinary underground crystal since she was a child. She worked hard to earn money to go to school. But she was found out, and all her money was gone. She didn't know that not all places have crystals. She just thought that this was enough to be poor. A few people saw Liu in a daze, and quickly cleaned up the classroom. As soon as they sat down, they heard Shin Shinfu's shocking statement. I want to challenge Kerr from G5. Everyone, ? You are from the art department. Why are you challenging her? It's not that I haven't watched duels before. The school duel field is in the middle of the school. You have to buy a ticket to enter. It costs 100 star coins per person. If you encounter a high-level duel, you have to pay more. The school is really shady, but most of them are fights between superpowers and single soldiers. No one from the art department has ever gone up to duel. This is really novel. Have you thought about it? Shin Yoshing asked. Now many people know about this matter. If you, as an art department, challenge her, I'm sure many people will want to watch you laugh. What's more, the school has a campus information club that likes to watch the fun and make trouble. They will make these things into tabloids or videos and send them to everyone's campus account. Shin Yoshing said this in a very organized and calm tone, pointing out that this would attract more unfriendly attention than a duel between ordinary people. Shin Shinfu didn't react for a moment that it was him who was talking. It felt inconsistent with his outfit, but she nodded heavily. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually very angry now. Who can tolerate being picked on and counterattacked? And being blamed? Several people looked at Shin Shinfu's expression that was no different from usual. I really didn't see it. Liu thought more carefully. Kura is an A-level water system, and Shin Shinfu is only a C-level space system. If they don't know, how can she not know? What can she win with this? Kura is an A-level water system. She can drown you with a drop of water she spits out. How can you win? It would be embarrassing at that time. It turned out that he was worried that she was not strong enough. Shinshinfu felt that this roommate was really kind. She was not wrong. After taking out the drawing board in the space world and putting it on the easel, she slowly said, "Don't worry. I can win even if I only use my fists." 5 people, I heard you bragging here. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, Shinshinfu found the school's duel section, entered her own information, found Kura's information, and issued a letter of challenge to her. Of course, it was a fight. She didn't want to beat her to death, but just wanted her to never bother her again. To be honest, she liked this rule very much. After all, she was not as good at swearing as her sister, and dueling was most suitable for her, of course. Shinshinfu didn't know that he would become a duel maniac in the future. Xiaohua had just finished training and dragged her heavy feet to the cafeteria, but found that the classmates on the road were gathered together in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss something. She was really curious, so she just found a group of people and went over to them. "Hey, what are you doing? You don't know? Open the computer and see. Someone from the art department has issued a challenge." Art department? Yes. It is said that it was the 2 people in the forum yesterday. The one who beat someone issued a challenge. Now we don't know if the other party will accept it. Xiaohua was very tired from training these 2 days, and had no time to check the forum. She didn't know what happened. Who is fighting with whom? What's going on? It was this person named Shinshinfu, who beat up that person named Kura. After being punished, he directly challenged her to a duel, and issued a challenge. Xiaohua was shocked. Shinshinfu? Several people said in unison, "Yes. Isn't that the beautiful sister she added last time? Can fairies hit people?" While walking to the cafeteria, she called Xiaoshu. As soon as the other party picked up the phone, she started to talk. "Brother, do you still remember the sister Shin from the art department, who I added in the cafeteria last time? She actually challenged someone. Hey, what if she gets hurt? If the other party accepts the challenge, you must go with me to see it. If she loses, you will give her a fight on the spot." Healed. "Did you hear me? Why don't you talk?" "Xiaoshu, I want to talk. But you have to give me time to talk." "Oh, then go ahead." Sighing, Xiaoshu said helplessly, "Don't worry. She won't lose. Even if you lose, she won't lose." Xiaohua, ? "Xiaoshu, I can go with you to see it. But you have to buy the ticket." TSK. Stingy guy. "I'd buy it." Most of the students were discussing the art department's challenge. And Kur, who was staying in the dormitory, was in a dilemma when she saw the challenge. She still remembered the slap from Shinshinfu. She didn't even see his shadow clearly, but was knocked down, which showed that she still had some strength. But when she came back and thought about it, she always felt that she couldn't see through her. Yu poured her a glass of water. "Kur, you are A-level, and Shinshinfu is only C-level. You are not afraid of being slapped in the face, and dare not accept the challenge. I tell you, everyone is watching outside now. If you don't accept it, it will be too embarrassing. Don't I know this?" Touching her healed face, Kura smiled sarcastically. "Last time I just underestimated her. This time I just stepped on her in front of everyone. Oh, and I have to spread the fact that she is C-level. But what about Liu? Don't mention Liu to me in the future. If it weren't for her wealth, I wouldn't bother to care about this bad-tempered thing. Now we don't need to be friends with Liu. The Lange family is stronger." Yu nodded, with an obedient look, lowered his head, and smiled timidly. But a hint of red flashed in his eyes. The two were so engrossed in their chat that they didn't notice that there was a person standing outside the door. Liu stood at the door with customized high-end pastries and listened to everything with a cold face. The sound insulation of the outer walls and doors of ordinary dormitories in the school was no match for the red house she had renovated, so she could hear everything they said clearly. Chapter 30 Duel. Liu returned to the villa angrily, and only when she reached the gate did she remember that she was holding cakes in her hand. She threw the exquisitely packaged cakes into the outdoor trash can, cursing in her heart, and was still angry with herself. Unexpectedly, a hand quickly took out the cakes from the trash can again. Shinshinfu held the cakes and reasoned with her seriously. "This is what I picked up. And what I picked up is what I can eat. You can't take it back." She saw it all, And she didn't open the package when she was holding it. It was completely new. And it wouldn't be a waste to put it into her stomach. Liu? Question mark. Will this lady still compete with you for garbage? No. You also pick up the garbage can to eat? It really refreshed the concept. Looking up at the sky, Liu sighed deeply, not knowing what was going on recently. I always felt that I was living in a mess, and was worried and inexplicable. Yes. You eat it. Who can eat more than you? All for you. Eat it. I owe you in my last life. After being interrupted by her, he was not so angry anymore. He just felt very Buddhist. Like he wanted to become a monk. Sitting on the sofa and watching Shinshinfu stuff cakes into her mouth one by one. Liu was really worried that she would choke herself to death. Okay. Eat slowly. Listen to me. Shinshinfu's mouth was full. And he looked at her with wide eyes. Kur is A-level. Water system. Good at water escape. And turning water into needles. If it rains on the day of the duel, you must be careful. Understand? Shinshinfu swallowed the delicious cake with difficulty. Nodded. Yeah. But this cake is really delicious. Are you listening to me? Liu felt that she had been angry for a lifetime for living with her for a few days. You must beat that guy Kur down for me. Understand? Big liar. A big liar who cheated me of money. She was so angry that she didn't notice Shinshinfu nodding while eating, indicating that she understood and beat him down. The two people's light brains lit up at the same time. It was campus news. Art Department G5 Kur agreed to the duel invitation of Art Department G4 Shinshinfu. The duel will start at 9 a.m. on Saturday at the 8th duel field. Everyone is welcome to watch. Tickets are 180 star coins per person. Liu saw the 180 star coins and rolled her eyes. The school really does not miss any opportunity to raise prices. It seems that there will be a lot of people watching the game. Although the two are not high level, they went because of novelty. Liu knocked on Shinshinfu's door early on Saturday morning, fearing that she would be late. Many people went to the duel field along the way. The weekend was a rest day, and all the 1,000 seats for a single game were sold out. Shin Yoshing and Xiao Lai and others were fighting for the front row seats. Shinshinfu saw them pull a red banner while he was still in the audience. The big words on it were very conspicuous. Shinshinfu will win. Xia Hua and Xia Shu arrived at the scene soon. They didn't expect so many people to come. The students in the stands were discussing today's duel enthusiastically. Hey, you know, I heard that today's match is between A-level and C-level. What? She dared to accept the challenge when she was C-level? No. The one who challenged her seemed to be C-level. Is that okay? A-level is pretty good. But how did C-level get into the school? Isn't it said that the lowest level is B-level? I don't know that either. Maybe the requirements of the art department are not that high. Then isn't C-level asking for trouble? That is to say, Dueling Arena number 8 is a small venue, with a circle of stands surrounding the duel stage in the middle. At this time, everyone was talking, making Shinshinfu's head buzzing when he was standing in the audience, covering his ears with both hands. Shinshinfu didn't hear what Kur, who had just entered the arena, said. Hey, you're done today. I'm going to make you kneel down and apologize. With 3 huge beeping sounds. The whole venue was instantly quiet. The host stood on the stage and got straight to the point. Welcome everyone to the duel match of the Galaxy Military Academy. Please welcome the art student of our school, who has been on the duel stage for the first time in more than 10 years, Shinshinfu. Kur Bin. Applause rang out, and the two came on stage from both sides. It was obvious that Kur, the victim, had more supporters, and many people who supported her shouted her name. And Shinshinfu, the new student, only had a few people in the class, and the 2 brothers and sisters of the Xia family cheering for her. After the host stepped down, he announced the start of the game. Kur drove her mental power and unfolded her supernatural power. A huge water ball gradually condensed in the air. The same idea as Liu at the beginning. She wanted to drown Shinshinfu. As Kur pointed her finger at Shinshinfu, the water ball hit her, as if it was thrown out with great force. Everyone watched the huge water ball with water vapor getting closer and closer to Shinshinfu. At the moment when it was about to wrap her up, Shinshinfu's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she had leapt high into the air and appeared in front of Kur, attacking her with her fist raised in a menacing manner. Shinshinfu swung her fist with all her might, but she didn't expect the person in front of her to have expected it. At the moment when she hooked her lips, a wall of water rose in front of her. Shinshinfu punched the water and the force was released. You used this trick to hit me last time. Do you think it can still work? Kur knew that Shinshinfu was good at surprise, and was very fast. So she had already launched the water wall, and was waiting for her to attack. Unexpectedly, Shinshinfu was stunned for a moment, and immediately swung her fist again, hitting the water wall one punch after another, and waves spread out. Kur, who was standing behind, was puzzled. Is she stupid? She knew that she couldn't break it just now, so why did she keep hitting it? But soon she found something wrong. As Shinshinfu's fists became faster and faster, the waves on the thick water wall became bigger and bigger. There would be a highest point and a lowest point when a wave appeared, and every time she hit the weakest point, she would soon break through the water wall. Kur mobilized her special power again, and the huge water ball fell straight onto the stage, and the entire stage was wet. Shinshinfu's fist almost left an afterimage, and at the moment she broke the water wall, she hit nothing, and Kur and the water wall disappeared. Shinshinfu was the only one on the stage now. Several people in the class were worried about her. After all, the other party was A-level, and although she studied art, she also had some skills. Shinshinfu remembered that Liu said that the other party was best at water escape and water needles, and thought that he was hiding in the water. Mobilized mental power to cover the entire stage, and sense the changes in mental power. Everyone looked at Shinshinfu standing alone on the stage, looking around, and closed his eyes. Are you not going to fight? Before I had time to think about it, I saw Shinshinfu leaping back, supporting herself with one hand, and dodging the water needle attack from the ground with a backflip. Then, there were several waves of water needles shot out of the whole venue without any rules. Like rainwater that came to life. Countless water needles chased Shinshinfu around in circles. Shinshinfu dodged the dense attack of water needles, and her body movements were as smooth and fast as a ghost. None of the dozens of waves of attacks could hit her. Looking at Shinshinfu's swift movements, Xiaohua took a breath of cold air on the stage. Oh my god! My sister is so powerful! She can come to our individual soldier department. If the old man in our class sees her body movement strength, he will be so happy. A deep voice sounded. Really? Will the old man be very happy? Yes. After saying that, Xiaohua realized that something was wrong. She forced a smile and turned her head, seeing the person sitting right behind her. Xiaohua laughed dryly. Hee hee. Old. Teacher. Chapter 31. Liu and the others sitting in the front row saw it more clearly. The water needles didn't even touch Shinshinfu's hair. The 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Are sea-level fighters so powerful now? However, they quickly realized that Shinshinfu had not used her superpowers yet. She was purely fighting with her opponent with her physical strength. Perhaps her superpowers were not good, so she had trained her physical strength. Almost the entire audience was holding their breath and watching the fight on the stage. Although there was no gorgeous and vast feeling like the SS class fight. Shinshinfu posture, agile reaction, and the rain-like visual effect of the water needles all added a lot to the viewing of this fight. I didn't expect that people from the art department would be so powerful in fighting. Among the 1,000 spectators, only one person was confident in Shinshinfu's victory, and that was Xia Shu. He didn't even understand why Shinshinfu didn't use his supernatural powers, but only used his body movements to play with his opponent for so long. Is it because the mental power he used to pause time with the space block was too depleted and hasn't recovered yet? Shinshinfu dodged while searching for Kur's position. But after searching 3 times, he didn't feel her presence anywhere on the ground. At the moment of distraction, a water needle shot straight at her face. Shinshinfu turned sideways, dodged it, touched his face, and a trace of bright red blood appeared on his fingers. Shinshinfu locked his eyes on the water needle that had just injured her. I found you. The audience in the stand saw Shinshinfu pause for a moment, and then changed his movements. Before, she was chased by the water needle. But now, it seemed that she was chasing the water needle, while avoiding the attack. Shinshinfu caught the slightly red water needle with his eyes. At the moment of passing by, he quickly attacked, and pinched the water needle with his index finger and middle finger. At the same time, all the water needles in the sky stopped in the air, as if time had stopped. Nei was puzzled. What's going on? Why is there no movement all of a sudden? Shinyoshing, who was wearing a normal outfit with rivets, explained. She has already caught Kur. Xiaolai pulled aside the other half of her bangs, and finally saw clearly with his own eyes. It's It's inside the water needle in her hand. Cece didn't care what they said at all, and talked to herself in a sad voice. The rain has stopped. The wind has stopped. Will my heart stop too? Shinshinfu's fingers locked tightly on the water needle. And then with a force, the water needle broke into 2 pieces and dripped. And the rest of the water needles also lost their support and fell straight down like rain. Kur also appeared and sat on the ground. But she didn't look very good, as if she had overused her superpowers. TSK. So pitiful. It's very uncomfortable to run out of superpowers. Shinshinfu's fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, Kur seemed to be hit hard by a force, and her internal organs hurt. The whole person couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Shinshinfu walked in front of her. You lose. Seeing her condescending tone, Kur almost regretted and wanted to cry. She didn't expect that she was so powerful that her water needle couldn't touch her at all. Tell me, did you deliberately pick on me? With so many people watching, Kur could only admit defeat and abide by the rules. I was wrong. I was the first to speak rudely and scold you. I apologize. Upon hearing this, Shinshinfu nodded with satisfaction, and the audience gradually burst into warm applause. No one expected Shinshinfu to win, and win so easily. The whole fight was also clear and exciting. A mere sea level. He actually asked for a duel directly for innocence. This must be a very wrong person. So everyone applauded more vigorously. Shinshinfu didn't expect to clear herself with a duel, although she really just wanted to vent her anger and reasonably asked Kur not to come to cause trouble again. She also had to stop so as not to accidentally kill Kur. With Kur's strength, she would fail if she was not careful when using her special power. So it's better not to use it. After all, she is not a murderer who will kill others if there is any friction. She is just an ordinary art student. The most exaggerated thing is Shinyoshing and his friends. They even brought fireworks and cheered for her. Shinshinfu felt a little more happy when he saw it. After stepping down from the stage, Xiaohua found Shinshinfu and pulled her to look left and right. Xiaoshu next to him said nothing and still looked indifferent and profound. Sister, are you okay? I think your body skills are so amazing. It's very suitable for our single soldier department. Can you take our single soldier department as an elective? Single soldier department? Yes. Yes. With your strength. Participating in the training of our single soldier department is to strengthen your body. After saying that, he blinked his big eyes and looked at her expectantly. Shinshinfu smiled. Okay. I think about it. At this time, a gust of wind blew up Shinshinfu's long hair. Xiaohua saw the cut on her face caused by the water needle. She covered her face with both hands and screamed like an ancient painting screaming. Ah! Your face. Disfigured? Xiaoshu glanced at it. This is also called disfigurement? It will heal later. Okay? But Xiaohua didn't care about that, and pulled Xiaoshu over. Brother, you heal me now. There was simply no way to deal with her. Shinshinfu probably didn't even take this little injury seriously. Xiaoshu's mind flashed with the image of her own broken hand, which was really scary. Xiaohua was still young and had never seen much of the world. Xiaoshu's fingers gathered a ray of white light, approached Shinshinfu's side face, and stopped when there were still 3 or 4 centimeters. The white light was injected into her wound, and it healed instantly. Shinshinfu felt that Xiaoshu's mental power was very familiar, but her perception had weakened with the lack of mental power before. Okay, Miss Hua. Xiaohua was full of doubt. I don't know. Stepping forward and parting Shinshinfu's hair, he carefully checked it and made sure there was no trace of it before he felt relieved. Xiaoshu? ? Come on. I'm an SS level healer. And you actually doubt that I can't heal this little scratch? Then let's go. Sister, you must think carefully about coming to our individual soldier department for classes. Woo-woo after all. The old man threatened her, and she really wanted to play with him occasionally. Wait. Unexpectedly, Shinshinfu stopped them. What's the matter? A blue light flashed in Shinshinfu's hand, and a small square appeared. He handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua observed the 2 butterflies, one blue and one pink. In the middle of the transparent small square, there were extremely gorgeous golden patterns on the backs of the butterflies, which made people want to fall into it. Xiaoshu also leaned over to take a look, seeing that the 2 were absorbed in watching. Shinshinfu said with a smile, This is a small gift to thank you for treating me. I think it suits you very well. This. How can this be possible? My brother has a lot of special abilities, but nowhere to use them. This is not a big deal. Xiaoshu? ? Are you really my biological sister? And not long ago, I almost exhausted my mental strength for my sister. And I am also very weak now. Okay? It's okay. This is just a small collection of mine. I have many similar ones. You can just look at it as a decoration. Back then, a group of butterflies came in, and she pounced on them all. Xiaohua was still a little happy in her heart. Okay. Thank you, sister. Then she carefully put the small cube in her bag. When they left, the brother and sister quarreled again. Didn't you say it was for the two of us? Why did you put it in your bag yourself? I just wanted to put it in your bag. So what? If it wasn't for me, you would be so cold-hearted that you wouldn't heal my sister. And there would be no small gift. Then I don't care. I healed her. And I want half too. You really are. Okay. Then you take 1, 3, and 5. And I take 2, 4, 6, and 7. Why do you only have one more day? Be content. Okay. I'm your sister. You should give me some leniency. Then it's settled. Chapter 32. Wake up. The people in the class were waiting for her outside the venue. After Fu went out, several people quickly surrounded her. Shin Yoshing handed her a small bottle. What is this? Repair capsules. Taken after injury. Liu said faintly beside her, she is fine. Why take medicine? Come. Take this. Then he handed her a delicate little box. Shin Yoshing put the medicine back into his pocket agreeably. Fu took the box. It was not only carved but also inlaid with several diamonds. He opened it, and saw 6 dumplings neatly placed inside. Several people, ? Nai grinned. I want to compete with a wealthy man like you. Liu waved her hands. Do you have to be so exaggerated? This is just an ordinary breakfast. Right? Dumplings. Fu stuffed all the dumplings into his mouth in a few bites. Chewing and saying, let's go. I treat you to dinner today. Do you have money? Forget it. I treat you to dinner. Liu said generously. I have money. Alai thought of something and stammered. If you win the duel, you will also have money. Yes. Nei was very excited. If you win the duel, you can get a bonus of 50% of the ticket price of the duel. If you lose, you will only get 5% of the medical expenses, which can be regarded as an encouragement to dare to fight. It's just that no one from the art department has participated in it for so many years. And I almost forgot. Fu didn't expect that he could earn back his compensation. A duel. Unexpected gains are really not small. After dinner, Fu returned to the room, closed his eyes and concentrated, and put his index finger and middle finger on his forehead. Then there were waves of supernatural power fluctuations around his body. When he opened his eyes again, a small blue square unfolded under his feet. And then it enlarged and stacked up in circles until the whole formed a huge inverted tetrahedron. He snapped his fingers, and the vertebra disappeared. This is the space anchor point established by Fu, which can be used to connect space channels and fixed point transmission. After arriving at the underground trading city in Area 27, Fu also established an anchor point in a hidden location nearby before entering the trading city. Xiaoshu had arrived long ago, and he had just finished the treatment when Fu entered the treatment room. Hello, Mr. X. How is my sister doing now? Nothing. Just hurt her vitality. Just need to replenish it later. Fu was still very worried. Then when will she wake up? Before Xiaoshu could open her mouth, she suddenly heard a hoarse but very familiar voice. She's awake. Fei playfully opened one eye and looked at her. Do you miss me? Sister. Although the space now has not changed. Fu heard her voice. As if he was squeezed tightly by something and then let go. He walked to the bedside, stared at her face in silence for a long time. So long that Fei pulled her sleeve. Sister. Are you okay? Xiaoshu saw her like this and quietly went out first, feeling the force of her sleeve being pulled. Fu finally let go of the mountain of pressure that had been pressing on her for the past month. A sour feeling surged into her nose, and Fu's voice trembled a little. Didn't I ask you to wait for me at home? Why did you get yourself into that state? It's not like cooking, being cut into pieces neatly by someone. It's simply not human form. Oh my god. Oh my god. Xiao Fei covered her mouth in surprise. You can actually cry too. Shin Shinfu slapped her forehead with a palm. You are really being cut like a dish and still smiling. Although she has a lot of questions to ask now. Xiao Fei just woke up. And there is no rush to ask questions. So let her rest first. Sister. Where are we now? In the capital star. What? Xiao Fei couldn't believe it. Where did you get the money to get to the capital star? What about our things? Don't worry about that. I'm rich now. You didn't use violence to rob the money? Shin Shinfu's eyes widened. How is it possible? I spent all my money to come here. And then this side took my collection. Ah? You want dead things too? The capital star is different after all. Those rags can't be eaten. Those things can be made into weapons. Really? I don't believe it. The two talked a lot without stopping. Of course, it was mainly Xiao Fei who kept asking. Until Yi came to knock on the door. Mission. Boss Jean asked if you would stay for dinner today. He would set up a table to celebrate. At this time, Shin Shinfu remembered to check the time. But he didn't expect it was almost 6 o'clock. No. I'm going back first. Please prepare some food for Xiao Fei. I just fed her 2 bottles of nutrition. She is still in the recovery period and needs to eat more. Sister, are you going back to school? In the afternoon. She had told her most of what had happened during this period. Yes. Then I want to go with you too. Shin Shinfu was not sure if her current condition was suitable for going to the fields. But for a child who had never been out of the ruins, staying with her was indeed the most reassuring. She sent a message to X and was told that she didn't have too many problems and could still exercise properly. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. As usual, I sent them to the door. It was just a short distance. But Xiao Fei was already very familiar with I. Yes, very familiar. Not only did she know that I lived in District 27, but she also knew that I had a sister named Alan, who was sick but would be cured soon. It was her sister who gave her money, and they were going back to eat ribs today. When she arrived at the door, she raised an innocent smile and waved hard goodbye. Brother I also waved happily. Shin Shinfu wanted to hold her forehead and smile bitterly. But this action felt a bit greasy. So she gave up. She took Xiao Fei to the anchor point set up before, put her hand on her shoulder, activated her supernatural power, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them stood in her room. Xiao Fei was not surprised. When they were in the ruins, Shin Shinfu had set up several anchor points and often took her to travel. Let's go. Shin Shinfu asked Xiao Fei to go out together. After all, he lived in the same house with Liu, so it was necessary to say hello. The two went downstairs one after the other. Liu was eating dinner prepared by her own kitchen in the restaurant. She ate a bite and wiped her mouth, focusing on an elegant and slow, high-end feeling. Hearing the sound of people coming down the stairs, Liu was curious. Huh? Didn't you go out? When did you come back? I've been watching a movie in the living room, and I didn't see you come back. Shin Shinfu responded with a then pulled Xiao Fei over. Liu, my sister is going to live here. Liu spit out a mouthful of soup, losing her elegant demeanor. No. Where did your sister come from? She quickly realized that this was not the point. No. I dislike you so much. And you want to bring a little burden with you? Chapter 33 The God of Wealth spits out gold coins. Shin Shinfu didn't know what to say for a moment. This matter was indeed her problem. Bringing people back required the consent of her roommate. Just as the two of them were staring at each other, Xiao Fei gently tugged at Shin Shinfu's clothes and asked weakly, Sister, is this sister who is as beautiful as a fairy your roommate? Why didn't you tell me? If I had known to come to see the fairy, I would have brought some flowers. Is there a moon in her name? Sure enough, she is as noble and elegant as the moonlight. Even eating is so beautiful. The little girl is pretty and has a nice voice. But she is too thin and looks fragile. It's just that this beautiful, fairy, noble and elegant. It's so comfortable to listen to. After coughing twice, Liu proudly hooked the hair beside her ear. Really? Am I that pretty? Xiao Fei nodded sincerely. Yeah. Sister, you are the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life. Really? Liu tapped her fingers on the table from time to time, and still couldn't hold back her mouth. Okay. Then you stay for a few days. It's just a child. And she, Liu, is not such an unreasonable person. Thank you. Sister, you are not only beautiful, but also have a beautiful heart. Really? Liu didn't realize that she was being controlled by the child in front of her. And she smiled more and more happily. I think you are also very good. Much more obedient than your sister. Xiao Fei's stomach rumbled at the right time. And she was embarrassed to lower her head. Looking shy and cute, Liu waved her hand. Come, sister. Sit here and eat with me. There were more than 10 dishes sent from her family. And she couldn't eat a few bites by herself. Looking at Shinshinfu standing there, she said disdainfully, TSK. Sit down and eat too. Do you still need me to treat you? Xiao Fei pulled Shinshinfu over to sit down. And then began to eat heartily. Liu saw that Xiao Fei stuffed more food into his mouth than Shinshinfu. And frowned. Children should eat slowly. Don't you know? Don't let your sister and I both choke to death. It's not good to eat so much when you are so thin. Xiao Fei was stunned. She had never heard anyone say to eat slowly and eat less in her life. She lowered her head and said, I have never eaten such delicious food. There is meat here. I have only eaten meat a few times. Although there are many strange beasts in Shinshinfu space. And they are well preserved in the space block and will not deteriorate or rot. She can't remember whether they are poisonous. The book also does not record how to cook strange beasts. After all, most of them are really unpalatable. So they cannot be given to Xiao Fei. So what do you usually eat? The ruins are a huge garbage dump with some food in it. The tree where we live has some edible mutant wild vegetables growing on it. Liu's worldview was still greatly shocked at this time. Suddenly, she recalled the time when she accompanied her father to do charity work in the slums of District 27, when she was 5 or 6 years old. The first time, she saw the house that was about to fall apart and the children squatting on the roadside eating steamed buns. She looked up and asked her father, why don't they live in houses? Why don't they eat steak and prawns? Don't they like it? Her father raised his hand and hit her head. It hurt so much that tears were about to flow. If there is a choice, who wants to live like this? If you go home and I prepare shrimp salad and steak for you, and you can only eat one, what will you eat? I eat steak. What about noodles and shrimp salad? I eat shrimp salad. What about steamed buns and noodles? I eat noodles. What about mud and steamed buns? What is mud? It's the stuff under the red carpet you're standing on. How can you eat this? Someone will eat it. That was almost all she understood about poverty. At that time, she went home from District 27 and ate steamed buns for a while. But she couldn't resist the temptation later and gradually forgot about it as she grew up. Where is the ruins? It sounds very desolate. With a sense of poverty. Moreover, Shinshinfu and the others actually live in trees, rummaging through the garbage for food, which must have expired, and eating wild vegetables. No wonder Shinshinfu picked up the cakes she threw into the trash can and ate them. It turns out that it has become a habit. Liu was choked and couldn't speak. She had more than a dozen dishes in one meal, which made her look like a nobody, pushing the dishes in front of him. Then you should eat more. Thinking again, you should all have dinner with me in the future. Anyway, I can't finish it. So, just consider it as poverty alleviation. The two people sitting opposite didn't notice the storm in Liu's heart at all, nodding while gnawing on the big chicken leg. Xiao Fei even took a breath to flatter her. Sister, you are so nice. I like you. Liu felt more sympathetic in her heart now. Look, she thought the other person was a good person just because she gave him a meal. What a simple and good child. Much better than those conscienceless people. Come on. Turn on your optical computer. And I give you some red envelopes. Liu started her god of wealth nature, and was ready to spit out gold coins. Shinshinfu stopped her. No need. Liu. We are not short of money now. It's enough. Liu. ? There are still people who don't want money from this lady. Very good. You have caught my attention. Slapping the table, Liu pointed at Xiao Fei. Turn on your optical computer now. But I don't have an optical computer. A basin of cold water put out her anger again. But this time she actually felt it was reasonable. Ah. Okay. Okay. I take care of it. Liu got up and called her housekeeper, asking him to send someone to send the latest optical computer immediately. Not long after, a student from the same school rang the doorbell and brought an optical computer and a pile of new clothes. The school is not allowed to let outsiders in and out at will. So her meals and necessary items are usually delivered by students. And they need to be checked by machines. And they can only pass if there are no dangerous items. Of course, helping her with work can earn a very generous salary, which can be regarded as a high-quality part-time job. If Xiaofei stays here, he cannot be found not to be from the school. Otherwise, he will be asked to leave immediately. The school needs to absolutely guarantee the personal safety of students. Except for duels. At this time, Liu was so poor that her scalp was numb. And she didn't think about how Shen Shenfu brought Xiaofei in. He put the gorgeous optical computer with star diamonds on the strap into Xiaofei's hand. Come on. Bind it. Use your ID card. Shen Shenfu spoke with a rare guilty conscience. That? Liu? An incredible idea merged in Liu's mind. And she murmured, no way. No way. It can't be an illegal household without an ID card? The two sisters nodded in unison. Then the whole villa area heard Liu's collapsed scream. How poor are you? It took half an hour for Liu to calm down. But now she was too calm. With a kind of indifference of enlightenment, Shen Shenfu said cautiously, Liu, I will take her to do it tomorrow. But the money is really not needed. Liu turned her head and looked at them blankly. But it can't be said that she looked at them. After all, her eyes were not even focused. Then Shen Shenfu and the others watched Liu with her unfocused eyes, slowly going upstairs step by step. Chapter 34 Single Soldier System. Early the next day, Shen Shenfu took Xiaofei to the underground trading city to get an ID card. And after binding, he transferred 20 million to her. Xiaofei stood there for a long while, then counted 10 zeros, and became happier and happier, until she laughed out loud. Haha. How many years will it take me to finish this? Haha. No need to dig through the garbage dump in the future. Once he got rich overnight, Shen Shenfu took her out to play for a day before going back. The next day, everyone lined up their paintings, waiting for teacher Olin to come and comment and rate them. The styles of the paintings of several people were completely different, but they all used colors. On the contrary, Shen Shenfu's pure black and white pictures were particularly conspicuous. Shen Yoxing looked at her paintings and said with appreciation, It's really well painted. This black and white contrast. This tension. It looks like you are there. Do you really think it's okay? Shen Shenfu himself was doubting. Nodding heavily, Shen Yoxing said firmly, Believe me, you can definitely get an A+ for this painting. A fragrance wafted to the tip of the nose. As soon as Cece opened the window, Teacher Olin came in. Classmates, how did you do with your works this time? After seeing the paintings, oh my god, this one is great. The colors are bold and strong. And the artistry is very strong. This one is also very good. With detailed depiction and lifelike. This one has a wide perspective and is full of dominance. This one has a black and white contrast. Returning to nature. This one. Several people watched Olin praise all the paintings. And finally took out the score sheet. All A+. You are all great. Shen Shenfu turned to look at Shen Yoxing, who shrugged his shoulders with a look of I was right. Wasn't I? Liu explained. Teacher Olin is a representative of liberal education. He believes that art is about different understandings. And painting is also an expression of everyone's emotions. No one can casually deny other people's work. So as long as it is completed, Teacher Olin will give A+. Shen Shenfu looked at Olin, who was grading enthusiastically, and suddenly felt that he didn't know enough about the art department. Far from enough. Just after leaving the classroom, Shen Shenfu saw a middle-aged man in training clothes standing aside, with a firm face and a strong body. He saw Shen Shenfu coming out and immediately stepped forward. You are Shen Shenfu. This should be a question, but the tone is just a statement. Shen Shenfu asked back. Do you know me? The man nodded. I am Chen Kuo, the instructor of the individual soldier department. I watched your duel before, and I think you have a good physical fitness and are suitable for training in the individual soldier department. I want to ask if you have this idea. Individual soldier department. She saw on the forum that the training of the individual soldier department is very tiring. As if seeing through what she was hesitating about. Chen Kuo smiled cheerfully. Don't worry. The elective courses of the individual soldier department are just like physical exercise. Very easy. And you still look too thin. Fighting requires a strong physique. The teacher found her himself. And Xiaohua also said before that she wanted her to go to the individual soldier department to have a look. She hesitated for a moment and agreed. Okay. I will choose the individual soldier department's course. Chen Kuo patted her shoulder with a righteous look. I believe in you. Then he strode away with a bold step. Shen Shenfu still doesn't know what physical exercise in the individual soldier department means. Individual Soldier Department of Galaxy Comprehensive Military Academy. The architecture here is very different from that of the art department. The overall style is very simple and rustic. The exterior walls are made of explosion-proof and anti-collision materials. However, even so, many buildings have signs of repair, with large pieces welded on the wall, like mini patches. It can be summarized in 4 words: simple and unpretentious. After entering, there are hundreds of training grounds of all sizes, of all types. Many people are sweating before class time, and several mechas can be seen fighting from a distance. Many people wearing training clothes pass by along the way. Unlike Shinshinfu, others are strong and look like they have been through a lot of exercise. Most of them have wheat-colored skin. Although she wore the same training clothes, she was much taller than her usual lazy appearance. But she looked thinner and her skin was white and glowing, as if she had never been exposed to the sun. Some classmates even shook their heads at her obviously insufficient muscle mass. In the Individual Soldier Department, Force is the first. Muscles. Strength. Confrontation. Passion. This is the pursuit. In this place, if someone says you are too strong, too dark, ugly, and need to be thinner, whiter, and more beautiful, it only means that the other person wants to be above you, suppress you, and defeat you. When Shinshinfu entered the number 33 training ground, everyone standing in the middle of the ground turned to look at her. About 20 people. Although it was just an elective course, except for the first and second graders, they would not change the course if they found it unsuitable or disliked it. So Shinshinfu's new face was very eye-catching. Who is this person? A muscular male student asked loudly without any concealment. I've never seen her before. Hey, who are you? Are you coming to the Individual Soldier Department to attend classes with your body type? Han Guang didn't understand. Even if it was an elective, most people who came here were from the Supernatural Department, or people who pursued physical fitness, or people who had high mental power and yearned for mechas. She was so white and tender, and she didn't even feel any mental power. What was she doing here? Shinshinfu didn't quite understand why these people looked at her with repulsion. She looked up at the man in front of her, who could be described as a strong man, and replied, I'm Shinshinfu, and I'm here for class. This name is a little familiar. Oh, I remember that the one who challenged the art department before was called Shinshinfu. She won, and the one who lost was also from the art department. Yes, that incident was widely circulated, but I didn't get a ticket. Han Guang frowned. Art department? Will also challenge? And come to the Individual Soldier Department for training. He continued to mock. You don't think that you can get by in the Individual Soldier Department just because you beat a piece of trash from the art department? You useless worm in the school. The rich young man and young lady who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun can't bring any benefits to the Federation. When Shinshinfu heard the trash from the art department, she remembered the scene where her classmates held banners to cheer her up, and her eyes instantly took on a hint of coldness. What do you mean? Are you going to challenge me? Everyone who heard this took a breath of cold air. She didn't think that she could win every duel after winning a duel. Right? Han Guang is different. He is an S-level lightning attribute of the Supernatural Department. He is very crazy when fighting. Shinshinfu can probably be beaten with one punch. In the Supernatural Department, he is also famous for his combativeness. He only respects those who are stronger than him. He doesn't look down on those who are weaker than him. He even hates those who are too weak. He is also the best in this elective class. In the first year, some students with poor physical fitness were beaten away by him. He would not let the better students leave. So this class is pretty good overall. Not much worse than the professional class. Han Guang was also stunned. He did not expect the man in front of him to be so tough. Before he could speak, she continued to ask, why? You don't dare? If I win? What kind of trash are you? She hated people scolding the art department. Obviously, everyone in the class is very good. So why can't they fight? Are they trash or waste? Other students listened to her nonsense and almost fainted. No! This classmate. You will really be beaten by this person. Chapter 35. The training begins. The two people on the training ground were on edge, looking like they were about to fight. A voice broke the deadlock. Why don't you line up? What are you arguing about? Jinqua walked over and glanced at everyone here. Han Guang took a deep look at Shinshinfu and finally joined the queue. Shinshinfu stands in the last row. Hearing this, she walked over slowly, and Han Guang frowned when he saw it out of the corner of his eye. I don't know why Instructor Chen didn't get angry. If they were in this situation, they would have been kicked and rolled 3 or 5 meters away. She is indeed a young lady who enjoys life. And she may also be a relative. The young lady Fu, who is a relative, stood in the queue, not knowing that Han Guang had actually guessed most of her identity. The training ground is very large, with many obstacles piled in the middle, including mud pits, rockery, electric grids, mechanical projection of hidden weapons, etc., surrounded by a circle of runways. One circle is 2,000 meters. Chen Kui didn't say a word and directly announced the training. Run 40 laps first. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind Fu rushed out, and only she stood there, and was bumped a few times. Fu looked at the instructor with a puzzled look. Is this what you call easy physical exercise? Chen Kui pretended not to know. Aren't you going yet? There are a total of 28 students, and the last 10 will practice 5 more laps. During this time of speaking, the others had already run far away. Fu looked at Han Guang, who was running in the front, and suddenly wanted to run. Want to beat him? And then? Call him trash. Chen Kui watched Fu take a step, and then slowly walked onto the track, yawning during the period. But after getting on the track, she stood and didn't run. What are you doing? Why don't you run? Waiting? Waiting? What are you waiting for? Soon Chen Kui realized that she was waiting for Han Guang to lap her. Even though he was more optimistic about her skills, it didn't mean that her explosive power and endurance were comparable to Han Guang's. If it weren't for the fact that Han Guang was the first person in the Supernatural Power Department to be recruited by the Lightning Power Department, it would be no problem for him to major in the Single Soldier Department. Fu looked at Han Guang running over with some impatience, and said while tying her hair, "Can you run faster? You're so slow." Han Guang was originally adjusting his breathing, and was almost choked by the wind when she said something to him. No. You have to count the laps when running laps. Didn't she know that she had been lapped by him? Han Guang deliberately sped up a little when he ran past her. Anyway, she would be the last one, and he would be the first one. After running another lap, Han Guang vaguely heard footsteps following him. He quickened his pace to shake it off, and the footsteps also quickened. He slowed down to test it, and the footsteps also slowed down. Could it be? Han Guang turned his head to look behind him, and Fu was following him not far away. Seeing him looking over, she smiled at him provocatively. She could actually keep up with his speed? How is it possible? One lap is 2,000 meters. In order to maintain his physical strength, his slowest lap is 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Later, he can speed up to the fastest speed of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Even if it is not his full speed now. How can Fu keep up? His uniform speed is faster than the whole class. While thinking, Fu has already run to his side, and even looks relaxed. He even talked to him. What's wrong with you? Can't run anymore? This is only your 3rd lap. Come on. After that, he speeded up and surpassed him. Han Guang was shocked when he saw her back, and he immediately accelerated to catch up. Fu was left behind by him again. But for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. Chen Kui sat aside and took a sip of tea, looking at Han Guang, who was forced to speed up by Fu and was still unaware. He smiled and shook his head. This kid is used to being arrogant, and he can also teach him a lesson. He ran 35 laps like this, and more than 2 hours have passed. Han Guang never expected that Fu was still following him at a distance, except that his hair and clothes were wet with sweat. Everything was normal. Although he was surprised, he was not anxious. After all, he had caught up with her for a lap at the beginning, and there were 2 or 3 fast people following behind. Even if Fu kept following, he could not get the top 3. After running 2 more laps, he thought Fu would follow him like this until the end. But suddenly a gust of wind passed by him. It was Fu. She suddenly began to accelerate violently, and her speed was so fast that she left him 200 meters behind in an instant. Han Guang saw her back getting farther and farther away. His heart began to beat violently, and he began to chase her with all his strength. In fact, he had obviously lapped her, so there was no need to be so anxious. But his intuition told him that it would be too late if he didn't speed up. 200 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. He was clearly running at full speed, but the distance between Fu and him was getting farther and farther. When he ran another lap and a half, Shinfu had left him 1,000 meters behind. In other words, he only left Shinfu 1,000 meters behind. Not daring to relax for a moment, Han Guang tensed all his muscles, gritted his teeth, and ran almost desperately. After running another lap, he only had half a lap to win. Han Guang sprinted towards the finish line. His heart ached at this time. But now, he could not see Shinfu figure in front of him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, following closely like a ghost. And she actually completed the lap. 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. When there were only 200 meters left to the finish line, Shinfu ran past him. It was an overwhelming speed. He couldn't keep up. Shinfu actually won first place. Jinhua laughed when he saw this result. Good guy. Shinfu was teasing Han Guang, deliberately defeating him when he was about to win. This was simply a complete crushing. After Shinfu finished running, he looked at Han Guang, who was still a little dazed, and deliberately went up to him to vent his anger. Hey, you haven't told me yet. What kind of trash are you? You can't even compare to those of us in the art department. Huh? He returned the words he had used to scold the art department. You? Han Guang was furious. It's just that I underestimated the enemy. If you have the guts, let's have another match. Okay. You? Before he finished speaking, Shinfu paused, suddenly stiffened, and lay on the ground silently, not talking. Han Guang was completely puzzled. What are you doing? Are you humiliating me? A girl on the track saw Shinfu suddenly lying down and hurried over, panting and asking, What's wrong with you? Classmate Shin. Shinfu pointed to her right leg. I have a cramp. Han Guang, ? The female classmate immediately squatted down to help her press her right calf, and Shinfu slowly recovered. Jinhua also came over at this time. What's wrong with you? Are you having cramps? Yes. I haven't exercised for a long time. I've had too much fun at school during this period. After saying that, Shinfu looked at Jinhua with a sidelong glance. Jinhua looked away with a guilty look and blew the whistle. That's all for today's training. Those who haven't finished running can continue to run. Otherwise, there will be no extra training. Dismissed. Chapter 36. Photograph for picking up trash. Shinfu stood up and yawned as she walked out. People who had finished running laps one after another looked at her back and at Han Guang's regretful expression, and were greatly shocked. That was Han Guang. He had been the first in the elective class for 3 years, and everyone was suppressed by him, and they would mock him from time to time. He actually lost? And he lost to a girl from the art department who looked weak and fragile. Who would believe this if they told others? But everyone was secretly happy. He was told to act like he was the best every day. But now he is in trouble. After Shinfu left the training ground, she passed through the building of the individual soldier department and turned a corner to get to the main road of the school from the nearest small exit. Perhaps this location was relatively remote, and she didn't see anyone along the way. After running for so long, the sun was shining brightly, and the temperature rising from the ground made people uncomfortable. When Shinfu was about to walk out, she was suddenly dazzled by something. Following the light, the source of the glare was a trash can. The trash can was not conspicuous at the side of this small exit, but the things inside were not put away properly. There was a cuff under the lid, and the sewn buttons shone brightly under the sunlight. Shinfu stood there, turned his head away from the light, squinted his eyes, and looked carefully, then was startled, stepped forward quickly, and suddenly opened the lid of the trash can. What came into view was a white women's suit jacket, as if a drink was accidentally spilled on it, and the spots of orange marks were very conspicuous, and it looked like it was stuffed here casually. Slightly leaning over, Shinfu reached in and flattened the clothes, and a row of buttons appeared neatly. Platinum color, white star flower, pulled off one with force, and R was written on the back. It was exactly the same as the button she found in the ruins. Holding the button tightly, Shinfu didn't expect it to be someone from the school. Student? Or teacher? Shinfu put the clothes into the space world, then bent down and continued to search in the trash can. There were only a few unused boxes in it, and nothing else. Her thoughts were in a mess. When she was concentrating on searching the trash, she didn't notice that someone secretly took a photo of her searching the trash can in a hidden corner. It was rare that she tied her hair up for running today, so her profile was completely photographed. Just after taking a shower, she heard Liu knocking on the door. Fu. Come out. The tiredness of relaxing after exercise surged up. And Fu's eyes were fighting. She dragged her steps to open the door. And a light computer display screen was directly in front of her. It was an anonymous post on the campus forum, saying that she saw Fu from the art department searching the trash last time. And there was a 9-square photo below. In the photo, she was bending down at the beginning. And then she almost got into the trash can. The person also said whether the school's quality education should be strengthened. The comments below are still increasing rapidly. 109L. How short of money is she that she is rumoring in the school trash? 111L. Wasn't there a rumor before her last competition that she was from the slums of District 27? 112L. How did she get into the art department when she was so poor? Isn't she only sea level? She's not even high enough. 113L. Maybe she got some relatives' help. So funny. Since you want to help someone, at least give them some living expenses. 114L. Why does this position look a bit like our individual soldier department? 115L. She even wore her training clothes to rummage in the individual soldier department. I admire her a little bit. Ha ha ha. Fu looked through it for a while, turned off the display, and confessed to Liu in a serious tone. This person is me. Yes, that's right. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, you have to go to the cafeteria or go back to the dormitory. Can't I afford to eat a bite? You can't eat things in the trash can. You will get sick if you eat it. And Liu was so angry. You are my roommate. I see you picking up trash to eat. Am I still a human being? And you actually went to the individual soldier department to pick up trash. Can our art department's trash satisfy you? You want trash? I have it. I throw some for you to pick up. As for the embarrassing phenomenon of going to someone else's place, Fu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu. Don't talk first. Turn on your light brain. And I transfer you 1 million first. The god of wealth is ready to spit out gold coins again. It's really strange that I can't even give money to these two sisters. Fu finally understood why the guard looked at her like that. He must have been envious of her getting rich. Really not. Liu. I haven't picked up trash since I came here. So is this performance art? Feeling that he couldn't explain it clearly, Fu's hand flashed with blue light and raised it in front of Liu. I saw this. Liu looked at the clothes and was even more speechless. Why did you pick up other people's school uniforms? Don't you have this style yourself? School uniform? Yes. White school uniforms are uniform. All students in the school have them. Look at what you picked up. It's dirty. Why haven't I seen anyone from the art department wearing it? That's because when our design department was first opened, we redesigned a black one. The white one is rarely worn. And there are only individual soldiers next to us, who only wear training uniforms, combat uniforms, and sportswear every day. Fu. Liu, you haven't told me why you picked it up? Fu found the white school uniform in the corner. And then the two of them went downstairs. Fu spread the two clothes on the coffee table and asked, Can you see the difference? Liu rolled her eyes. I'm not blind. Yours is brand new. And the other one has traces of orange juice on it. But they are both women's clothes. Look here. Fu pointed to the buttons on the clothes. It's different. Her button pattern is white star flowers. And the regular pattern is purple gold flowers. Liu leaned in to look at the buttons on the dress. Moreover, the material of her dress is transparent top-grade star diamonds. And the pattern is made of free gold that can be used to make mechas, which costs tens of thousands per gram. So she is still very rich. But it is normal to change buttons, especially for rich kids in the Interstellar world, who like to label their things. Then Liu caught the blind spot. So, you picked up this button just because you saw that it was valuable? Well, this button can be sold for quite a bit of money. Although Liu was a little spoiled and arrogant during this period, she was really good to them. Fu thought about it and told the truth. Because this button might be the one who killed my sister. Liu was shocked. Kill your sister? Isn't Xiufei in the bedroom on the second floor? You have a sister? Then Fu told her the story in general. And then listened to Liu cursing with red eyes for half an hour. You are really inhuman. You can kill such a young child. Don't worry. I will help you. The silver-white flying vehicle with flowers. Right? I will help you find it. Chapter 37 Strange Man. Fu felt warm in her heart. Xiufei told her later that the two people were wearing masks and their faces could not be seen clearly. It was the man who broke the shield at the beginning, and it was the woman who cut her into that appearance later. Xiaofei said that when the woman waved her hand, she only felt a gust of wind, and then she lost consciousness. She was now alone with Xiaofei. Although she was lucky to find clues, many things were difficult to check. She could not trust most people quickly. She was not convenient to use the people of Lange family, nor did she want to use them. Li Yu's help at this time was completely timely. A blue light flashed in Shen Shenfu's hand, and a space block appeared. After taking a look, he handed it over reluctantly. Li Yu. Thank you. Li Yu took it and looked closer. It turned out to be a pink pooping beast. Although the pooping beast is not big, it has long ears and a furry body. There is a circle of long white hair on its neck. Its body is shining with crystal light. There are golden beast patterns on its forehead and ears. It is very cute and delicate, but they are quick to react, can be invisible, and are incredibly fast. When in danger, they will turn invisible to pounce on their opponents. They are so strong that they can pounce on humans and kill them. This kind of hard-to-catch pounce beast has a very high price for its fur, but she just likes its appearance. In order to prevent students from being disgusted by the exotic beasts in childhood, they would teach this kind of cute exotic beasts. Otherwise, if they were 7 or 8 years old and learned about the exotic beasts, like the evil bone snake, they would be scared to tears. Therefore, the pounce beast type has almost always been in the top 3 of the favorite exotic beasts among students. I have to say that Shen Shenfu model is too real. Woo! So cute. I like it. Li Yu's heart melted when she looked at the soft and furry pounce beast inside. Shen Shenfu smiled. The advanced pounce beast is not as harmless as it looks. It has extremely strong lethality. At that time, she was sitting in a daze. And suddenly, she was thrown out and rolled for 30 or 40 times. She was dizzy and almost pounced again when she just reacted. She only saw its appearance after the counterattack. When she saw her, she was stunned for a moment, because it was too cute. If it hadn't been invisible and pounced on her, she might not have been so happy to attack. Later, she only encountered it once, so she only had 2 in total. Li Yu happily took the space block upstairs. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this worthless handicraft. After all, she was not short of money, and such a realistic model was the rarest. But she was overwhelmed by the beauty of the pounce beast, and completely forgot that she had thought about never taking Shen Shenfu things again. In the 7th district of the capital star, in a manner, a slender man hummed a happy tune and walked to the basement. With a beep, the explosion-proof door of the basement opened and he walked in. The lights in the basement gradually lit up, surrounded by hundreds of bottles and jars with various colors of eyes, palms, and other parts in them. The whole space was quiet and weird. A girl was lying on the dissection table in the middle. He walked over and gently stroked her face. The girl woke up slowly and saw the person in front of her. She didn't know what happened. Where is this? Why can't I move? The man smiled gently. Because I drugged you. The girl realized the danger of the man later, and her voice trembled. Why? Didn't you say you liked me? You said. You said my eyes were beautiful. Yes. The man narrowed his eyes slightly and touched her eyes. I like it very much. So you have to be my specimen. The girl then saw the bottles emitting a faint blue light around her, and the eyeballs inside seemed to be laughing at her stupidity. She finally screamed in fear. The man frowned when he heard the voice, and stretched out his index finger to touch his mouth lightly. Shh. You have to be good. Don't make noise. Okay? A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and the girl's fearful eyes when she looked at him gradually calmed down, and finally smiled at him with empty eyes. Okay. I be good. Then the man skillfully put on gloves, picked up the tools, and prepared to dismember the girl while humming a song. At this time, the light brain he put aside sounded a prompt, which was a screenshot of a post, and the girl in training clothes was trying to rummage through the trash can. After a little surprise, he chuckled and replied with a message, well done. Keep following. I don't know what happened. Shen Shenfu always felt vaguely that something was watching her in the past 2 days. But when she turned around or looked over, she saw nothing. She told Xiaofei to stay in the villa and not let others see her. However, thanks to Li Yu's generosity, the glass of the whole house was replaced, and the outside could not see inside at all. After choosing the botany department class, Shen Shenfu's schedule had no classes, and finally she saw an afternoon class yesterday. The botany department is not far away, just near the individual soldier department. But it is on the mountain. Compared to the coldness of the individual soldier department, the plant department area seems to be more lively. Seeing the glass house in front of him that is 30 to 40 meters high and covers a large area, Shinshinku had some questions. Is this a classroom? After swiping the card to enter, Shinshinku was slightly amazed. There are countless plants in the building, interspersed with a large number of staircases and passages. And one platform after another is divided into staggered layers, which is not neat but very harmonious. The afternoon sun shines on the plants through the glass, and many mottled shadows are reflected in the building. And there are many people in work clothes busy in an orderly manner. Layers of heterogeneous plants grow in the incubator in a staggered manner, colorful, and some are strange in shape. Some slightly larger ones are even placed alone in a huge round glass container. And there is a sign outside, danger. Each plant has its own name tag with a code on it, which should be scanned by optical brain to see the detailed introduction. This should be a plant cultivation building. While Shinshinfu was still staring at the dazzling alien plants, she heard a gentle female voice announcing, "Please hurry to the 17th platform as soon as possible. Please hurry to the 17th platform as soon as possible." Shinshinfu followed the sign to find the 17th platform. The winding passage had no rules at all. When she found the 17th platform, she was already late. The platform was not small. It was relatively similar to the size of the Lange family greenhouse that she had mistakenly entered that time. Teacher Emolan saw her standing at the door and did not blame her at all. "Student, come in quickly. We are about to start the class." After entering, Shinshinfu saw the person standing next to Emolan. He had seen him in the cafeteria before. He said his name was Sol. "Okay, students. I am your alien plant teacher Emolan. Next to me is my student assistant Sol, who is also your senior." Emolan introduced. Someone who knew him said in surprise, "It's Senior Sol. He's a gentle and talented man from the art department, and his family is engaged in academic research." Sol also smiled and said, "You can come to me if you have any questions." For some reason, Shinshinfu always felt that Sol was looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. There were no seats on the platform. Emolan introduced the types and characteristics of plants, etc. Everyone followed the teacher's footsteps and took notes while walking. Chapter 38, Planting Class. In the 2-hour class, 10 kinds of plants on the platform were explained. Emolan explained very carefully, and her voice was as gentle as flowing water, so the students listened easily. Before the get-out of class ended, she planted a handful of small flower seedlings in the incubator and injected growth agent. In just a few minutes, more than 20 transparent plants grew out. It didn't look like a plant, because it looked like a transparent thorny rod, with neither leaves nor flowers. Classmates, this is the homework this time. I hope you can make it bloom. Remember to get in touch with the characteristics of plants more. Bring it to the next class in a week. But teacher, I don't even know what kind of plant it is. Emolan smiled slightly. Yes, this is the fun part. You must think of a way to make it bloom. Get out of class is over. Sol taught everyone to transplant the transparent rod into a single cultivation pot, and everyone started to complain during the process. Although teacher Emolan is very gentle, she is very strict when grading. Yes, and the homework is very difficult. Most of it is about the investigation and cultivation of rare alien plants, and there is very little information. Hey, have you heard that 2 female students disappeared from the school recently? No. Were they kidnapped? Shh. Keep your voice down. Not many people know about this yet. I just heard about it from one of their roommates. But what's strange is that the school surveillance camera captured them going out on their own and looking happy. Happy? Shinshinfu also heard it from the side. When they were about to continue talking, Sol came over to say hello. Classmate Shinshinfu. See you again. I didn't expect you to take the alien plant course. Hearing this name, the students who were gossiping together turned around. She is Shinshinfu? Who is she? Do you know her? She is the one who picks up trash in the individual soldier department on the campus hot post. You didn't even read this. This is too poor. Doesn't the school give living allowance and federal relief? Shinshinfu didn't know why the people in the school whispered so loudly. Shinshinfu nodded to him as a greeting. Sol smiled and said, I will add you to the class group of the elective course. If you have any questions, you can communicate in the group and help each other. By the way, classmate Shin, if you need any help, You can come to me. There are also living allowances. I can apply for them for you. Thinking about the remaining 20 million and the 90,000 dual bonus from the school, Shin Shinfu felt that he should not snatch other people's subsidies in his situation. Some things should be given to those who really need them. Shaking his head. No. I don't need it. Then he walked out the door holding his pot of seedlings. A girl called her. Stop. Shin Shinfu turned around in confusion, pointed at herself, tilted her head, and looked at her in confusion. Yes. I called you. What's your attitude towards the senior? She's kind enough to help you. So you're so arrogant? You didn't even say thank you. No wonder you got into a fight when the senior said a few words to you before. You either won or you're right. The classmates next to her pulled her back when they saw how excited she was, fearing that she would rush up and fight. Sol walked over and patted her on the shoulder, comforting her. Nothing. Don't be angry. Shin is just an introvert. I don't think she means any harm. Right. Shin? Shin Shinfu didn't understand why there were so many strange people in school, and they were all so easy to get angry. He sighed and asked her, What's your name? My name is Zhao Chengcheng. From the psychic department. Shin Shinfu nodded after hearing the answer and asked, Maybe. Do you want to duel? When things are unclear, the best way Shin Shinfu can think of is to duel. And there is money to be made, which is very cost-effective. Xiao Chicheng's eyes widened. I'm S-level. Isn't she so crazy? She wants to duel when she disagrees with others. She is even crazier than them. The psychic department and the single soldier department? Although Shin Shinfu didn't know exactly what level she was, she felt that she could beat her. Don't you want to? No. She, Xiao Chengcheng, didn't want to be accused of bullying her. A C-level. As an S-level person. Okay. She ate all the melons on the forum. Shin Shinfu was a C-level slum dweller who picked up garbage. If she went on the duel stage, she would be laughed to death by the psychic department people. Okay. Shin Shinfu was still a little disappointed. Then forget it. I'm leaving. This time she walked very fast, as if she was afraid of being called again. Everyone, After everyone left, Sol brought a glass of juice to Zhao Chengcheng. Classmate Zhao, thank you for your protection today. But there is actually no need to be angry. Anger is harmful to the body. Zhao Chengcheng looked at Sol's gentle face, lowered her head, and took it with a red face, stammering. No. I just think it's not good for her to treat seniors like this. Thank you for the drink. Senior. Student Zhao is from the Department of Supernatural Powers. And his level is so high. So he must be very powerful. What supernatural power do you have? Sol's voice was slightly hoarse, with a unique magnetism, which made Zhao Qingqing's heart beat faster for no reason. I have the supernatural power of summoning. Summoning? That's very rare. Not much. But I didn't practice it very well. And the teachers always scolded me. Sol raised his hand and touched her head. How could it be? Your supernatural power is 1 in a million. Really? Senior? Zhao Chengcheng looked up at him expectantly. Of course it's true. And? Sol smiled at the corners of his lips. Has anyone told you that your eyes are really beautiful? When Xiaofei went downstairs, Shin Shinfu was still staring at the transparent rod on the coffee table. Confused. The book she picked up before didn't have any information about this plant. And she searched for a long time on the optical computer, but couldn't find any records. The group was in a frenzy, and no one found the information. Sister, what are you doing? Oh, I'm growing flowers. Is there a flower here? Is she blind? I can't see anything. Is it the Emperor's new flower? It looks like a glass rod with thorns. Is it really alive? Xiaofei curiously stretched out his hand, wanting to feel the touch of the plant. But as soon as he touched it, he was pricked by the thorns on it, and withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Shin Shinfu noticed that after it pricked Xiaofei, it absorbed a touch of red light, and the whole shaft seemed to float for a moment. Does it want blood? Does it want human blood? Or blood of something else? Search again on the knowledge network of the optical brain. Transparent thorny alien plants that absorb blood. This time, I almost searched the entire network again, and found a deeply hidden sharing post. A user named Dusk posted, Devouring Rose, an evolutionary alien plant, with a transparent thorny flower stem in the early stage, which needs to be watered with the blood of alien beasts to bloom, regardless of type, for a period of 5 days. If you devour the body of a strange beast that has been watered with blood within 3 days after the flower blooms, you can evolve the strange beast's abilities. Note, before the flower blooms, use the thorns of the flower branch to prick your finger, which can make the strange plant recognize the owner. Research is not sufficient yet, and needs to be supplemented. Chapter 39 Swallowing Roses. Shin Shinfu looked at the post, and then at Xiao Fei's pierced hand. The post said that the first person to prick his hand was his owner, which means that no matter how he is fed, he should think that Xiao Fei is his owner. But a flower, even if it can devour a beast and exert superpowers, how can it recognize its master? Could it grow legs and run? But this is also a good thing, because Xiao Fei has no ability to protect herself. If she injects a large amount of beast blood in the early stage, feeds the beast after it blooms, and raises a beast with a higher force value, it can protect Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei is a little different from ordinary people. Most people will awaken their mental power at the age of 7 or 8, and awaken superpowers at the age of 12. Only a very small part of them have no mental power, and Xiao Fei is like this. In other words, this type of person cannot perceive mental power, will not have superpower awakening, and cannot drive mecha, because even the basic mental power connection cannot be achieved. It would be great if this flower would recognize Xiao Fei as its master. She must think carefully about what functions to feed it. After all, there was no limit on the number of flowers, so she decided to take a gamble. In the space realm, Shin Shinfu put the devouring rose on the ground and walked to the shelf full of exotic beasts to choose. This one is too ugly. No. No. It will bloom into an ugly flower with bared teeth. This exotic beast that can spit fire is good. This one that can spit water is also good. Hey. This one that can discharge electricity is also good. This one that is invulnerable is also good. This one that can attack with sound waves. Consider it. And there are also simple repair and healing ones. Shin Shinfu shuttled through the shells, and clicked on all the space blocks that he liked, and they floated in the air one by one. Finally, more than 30 were selected. After removing some duplicates, not so good looking, and not so powerful ones, there were still 10 left. They are Fire Lion, Flood Whale Beast, Thunder Swallowing Beast, Diamond Turtle, Three-Eyed Star Leopard, Ice Dragon, Red-Eyed Poison Spider, Golden Feathered Giant Falcon, Thousand Rainbow Unicorn, and Pounce Beast. She arranged the 10 beasts and prepared to water them one by one at a time, because she was worried that they would not be able to bear it if they were fed all at once. She took out a bottle of beast blood and poured it into the basin gently. As the blood was injected, the flower stem shook violently, twisting as if it suddenly came alive. The blood in the basin decreased rapidly, and the flower stem, which was originally the size of a chopstick, became visibly larger. It really worked. Shin Shinfu looked around the flower pot left and right, confirming that it was just a little bigger and there was nothing wrong with it. So she felt relieved. After absorbing one bottle, she poured another color of beast blood, and repeated it. After returning to the room, Shin Shinfu had time to check the news in the group. The people in the exotic plant class were already going crazy. Oh my god! What should I do? I can't find any information. Me too. I'm done. Woohoo. And this alien plant looks very fragile. I dare not touch it. What if it breaks? I remember that the seniors in the Department of Botany wanted to grow stinky fart grass, but they didn't give any information. In the end, it was when a senior who believed in Cyber Bodhisattva played Buddhist scriptures at his home that he realized that he had to chant scriptures so that the stinky fart grass would not fart continuously. During that time, everyone in their class lost a lot of weight. Oh my god! Even the seniors are like this. Do we still have hope? Shin Shinfu saw that they were so distressed. He had tried it himself, and there was no problem. He sent the link to the post. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. But it takes 5 days to water it with blood. They have to hurry up. What she didn't expect was that this forwarding was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. The group was very excited. Woo woo woo. They actually found the information and forwarded it to us. Thank you. Thank you. Followed by a series of thank you. Zhao Chengcheng was so exhausted from looking for information that she didn't expect someone in the group to send her a link. She was so thankful. The name was Shifu. She didn't know who he was, but he must be a kind-hearted person. I just finished reading and saved the information. When I returned to the group, I saw that the person's note had been changed to Shin Shinfu. Xiao Chengcheng, Is it too late to regret now? But she has already remembered how to raise it. Why is this useless brain so smart now? Looking at the 3 dazzling words Shinshinfu in the group, Xiao Chengcheng gritted her teeth and followed the team to send a thank you. Boss. Then she was so embarrassed that she dug her toes into the ground. She felt that if she was given some time, she should be able to dig out a sky castle. No matter what. Xiao Chengcheng wanted to be a conscientious person. Then Shinshinfu was busy with classes and wandering around, looking for buttons every day. Finally, it was time to water the devouring rose for the last time. After 4 waterings, the devouring rose had grown into a mop pole thick, colorful glass-like stem about 1 meter tall. But nothing had grown out of it yet. After carefully pouring the last 2 bottles of beast blood into it, the flower stem suddenly burst into extremely dazzling light. And then something was about to emerge from the top and side of the stem, accompanied by the brilliant light. Duong. A flower slightly larger than a basketball, and 2 disproportionately large leaves popped out instantly. And 1 leaf alone was longer than its stem. Shinshinfu looked at this somewhat strange flower, and finally gave up the idea of feeding it with beasts now. If its supernatural power is difficult to control after feeding, she will not be able to show this homework to the teacher. And the teacher's requirement is only to reach the flowering stage, not to complete the entire cultivation. The students in the beast elective class also bloomed one after another 2 days after swallowing roses. But not as easily as Shinshinfu. Oh my god! I spent 20,000 yuan to buy a small cup of Thunder Beast blood in a material store outside the school. After watering it for 5 days, it finally bloomed. Can I do this? Classmates? The picture shows a small purple rose. The proportion of the flower and leaves is normal, just like an ordinary rose. The stem is only as thick as a chopstick. I didn't buy it. Fortunately, I got along well with a senior sister from the Department of Biology. They were studying exotic beasts in class, and each of them got one. The senior sister generously gave me a whole bottle. I cried to death. The picture shows a white rose, which looks bigger than the one in front. Xiao Chengcheng, I asked my classmates for help. Several of us went to the nearby and 109 star to hunt an intermediate fire lion. I think I can complete the cultivation. Ahuhu. The highest score this time is mine. Suyu, don't be too happy too early. After all, you don't have the money. I bought a medium to high level ice beast. The formation at the back is neat. Worship the boss. Coming to the botany department again. Classmates were carrying devouring roses of different sizes and colors towards the cultivation building for classes. Shinshinfu seemed relaxed. It was not that she wanted to do anything special, but her devouring rose was too big for her to carry. And the thorns were also very big and prickly. Chapter 40 Checking Homework. This time, Shinshinfu walked up to the 17th platform with ease. Everyone in the class placed their devouring roses on the long platform, and they were arranged in a row of different heights. After entering, a classmate thanked her. Student Shin, thank you for sharing. Otherwise mine wouldn't bloom. Even if the information was found a few days later, it wouldn't bloom if it couldn't be watered for 5 days. Xiao Chengcheng started to feel embarrassed when she saw Shinshinfu. After the conflict, she still looked at other people sharing and moved to the side. But the red devouring rose standing on her shoulder was too eye-catching. Everyone's were placed in pots, but hers stood up by itself with rhizomes, and there was red fluff all over her body. Wow! Chengcheng, is this the completed version of the devouring rose? Xiao Chengcheng nodded proudly. This is the alien beast I defeated myself. And I was almost burned to death by the fire lion. Turning his head to the rose on his shoulder, he said, Huahua, come and spray everyone. The devouring rose named Huahua jumped and stood on the long platform. The 2 leaves were put together like a small hand. When they were pulled apart again, they actually condensed a ball of fire. The leaves pushed forward and the flames erupted. Everyone exclaimed when they saw the scene. It can actually evolve into superpowers. Fortunately, the platform is big and high enough. Otherwise it would have been burned. Then he regretted that he didn't have the ability to get an alien beast. Otherwise he could have such a cute and super powerful little rose. What was seen to have heard everyone's praise. And he actually crossed his leaves and raised his rose head, looking very proud. What's so good about showing off? Suyu walked in, holding a devouring rose on her arm. But it was blue, with fine and dense scales from the flower to the leaves, emitting bursts of cold air. Come on, Xiaolan. Show us what you can do. The devouring rose bush named Xiaolan slowly rose from her arm. Suyu raised her hand, and it lightly walked down from her arm. Somehow, everyone saw elegance in its movements. Xiaolan walked in front of Huohua, raised a leaf, and quickly gathered into a ball of cold air, and threw it casually, hitting Huohua, who instantly froze, and was frozen in place. Xiao Chengcheng screamed. Ah! Huohua! Suyu sneered. I thought it was so powerful. The frozen Huohua emitted a red light, and the ice melted immediately. It shook off the water on its body like a puppy, and then gathered a fireball and sprayed it at Xiaolan. And the war was about to break out. What are you doing? Teacher Imolan's appearance stopped the fight in time. I didn't expect that everyone succeeded in making their plants bloom this time. And 2 plants were fully cultivated. But this time we are mainly looking at the flowering situation. Students should not conflict. After comforting the students, she walked in front of the long platform to check the situation of each plant, asked about the cultivation process and the score, and Thor followed her quietly to record. Suyu and Zhao Chengcheng used enough blood of the alien beast to irrigate, so the flowers were in good condition and got A as expected. But many people did not irrigate enough, and the flowers they bloomed were wilted, and they could only get B-. It was not until the teacher looked at everyone else's flowers that he saw that there was nothing in front of Shinshinfu. Student Shinshinfu, where are your flowers? Teacher, my flowers may not be easy to place on this platform, so I need some space. Shinshinfu thought of the 2 strangely long leaves, which were simply abnormally large compared to others. A few people whispered as they took away their flowers. How much space do you need? Half of the long table has been cleared. No matter what. It won't be bigger than Suyu's. Stop talking. Move quickly. After making room, Shinshinfu raised his hand, palm facing the table. Blue light flashed, and a huge swallowing rose appeared on the table. The flower was about 1.45 meters high, and the long leaves were so heavy that they drooped down. The whole body was flowing with colors, like a glass sculpture. Everyone looked up at this giant swallowing rose, their eyes full of shock. Is this also a swallowing rose? It's almost 1 person tall. How can it be cultivated like this? Is this true? Aren't we the same seedlings? Even Imolan showed a surprised expression. Student Shin swallowing rose is blooming very well. Can you share with your classmates how you planted it? Shin Shinfu nodded and said, I just read it in the information. I used some blood of strange beasts and divided it into 5 days. How much? Imolan saw the difference at a glance. 10 kinds. 1 bottle each time. Classmate next to me, 10 kinds? Is that even possible? It doesn't say in the information that you can use more than 1. But it doesn't seem to say you can't use it. But how do you find 10 kinds? Yeah. I spent a lot of money on that one. And my mom almost scolded me to death. But if you only buy the blood of the exotic beast, it's still not as expensive as Suyu's exotic beast. Shin Shinfu did not explain how his exotic beast blood came from. Imolan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. You have a spirit of research and sharing. Soul said that you found the information and shared it with everyone. A+. Soul. Record it. Zhao Chengcheng and Suyu never thought that Shinshinfu would get the highest grade for this assignment. The grading of every assignment in school is crucial and affects the final grade of students every semester. Everyone focused their attention on Shinshinfu devouring rose. No one noticed that the 2 small roses, 1 red and 1 blue, were now trembling in the direction of the big rose. Soul looked at the giant rose cultivated by Shinshinfu and moved his eyes to her face. The sun shone through the rose and cast colorful light on her face, which was incredibly beautiful. Feeling the violent beating of his heart, Soul showed a determined smile behind him, until the end of get out of class. No one asked Shinshinfu when he was going to feed the devouring rose to the exotic beast, because no one thought she would have 10 beasts to feed and devour roses. When Zhao Chengcheng was about to go down the mountain with Huohua, Soul stopped her. Chengcheng, wait a minute. Looking around and seeing no one, Soul smiled and said, your roses are well taken care of. Alas, no matter how good it is, it's not as good as Shinshinfu. After all, this time it's a competition of blooming. Are you unhappy? It's okay. After all, A is also a very good score. She just tried her best. I am convinced. Soul touched her head again. To reward you for doing so well in the exam, I will treat you to a delicious meal outside the school tonight, just behind Fenglin Alley. Really? Zhao Chengcheng never thought that she would have this day. She nodded with a red face. Okay, senior. I will definitely go. Chapter 41 Cultivation Success. The next day, Shinfu explained the situation of the devouring rose to Xiao Fei. The two stood in the living room, looked at each other and nodded at the same time, and began to feed the devouring rose. First, take out the body of the fire lion. Control the space block to the top of the rose. And when the space block is unrestricted, the moment the fire lion touches the petals of the devouring rose, its flower body trembles, and the two leaves that drooped on the ground are suddenly raised high, and the petals on the head are completely opened, forming a vortex, and swallowing the fire lion in one bite. The red light flows, and the devouring rose grows red fluff in an instant, which looks like an enlarged version of Zhao Qingqing's fire. Xiao Fei squatted in the corner the moment the fire lion appeared. The fire lion was too scary, which stimulated her escape instinct. Just like this, one by one, after the last one was eaten, the two seemed to see the devouring rose burp. After all digestion was completed, it hugged its head and began to twist, and the colorful light flashed wildly, and Shinfu was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. When the dazzling light disappeared, the devouring rose had turned into a colorful plush skin, which was very exaggerated. Sister, is it done? Xiao Fei asked weakly while shrinking in the corner. This? I don't know. It should be able to move. Shinfu tried to poke her leaves with his hand, but it turned its head and seemed to be extremely frightened after seeing Shinfu. It almost jumped out of the pot and ran away. Shinfu hit several space blocks to catch it, but it ran very fast and strangely avoided all her space blocks. Just at this time, Liu came back from outside. When the door opened, she saw a colorful plush flower rushing towards her at a high speed. Liu was so frightened that the bag in her hand fell to the ground. And devouring rose didn't care and ran out the door directly. Shinfu shouted to Liu, "Catch it!" Liu turned around and chased it immediately. In the blink of an eye, it had already run into the yard. Liu mobilized her mental power and hit a black ball to the ground. It scattered on the ground. Several black chains stretched out from the darkness and extended upward along the direction of her finger, entangled with the devouring rose that was flapping its big leaves and flying up. Liu looked at the unidentified object that was still struggling. It was even spitting fire, and it could spit ice. She glanced at Shinfu, who was obviously a little guilty. "What's going on?" Shinfu explained in a low voice. "This is the flower I have to grow in my alien plant class." Liu almost suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. "Is this homework?" "No. Is the plant department so crazy now? What kind of flower is this? It runs faster than a leopard. Look at the big leaves. It can fly." Shinfu called Shifei. "Try to calm it down, because it hurt you before and has recognized its master." Shifei moved to the door and shouted at it. "Hey, that big flower. Can you calm down a little?" Unexpectedly, the devouring rose really stopped struggling after hearing her voice, and Liu controlled the chain to put it down. Shifei herself spoke uncertainly. Can you come over?" The devouring rose actually walked towards her slowly, but it stopped moving when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Shinfu, and even trembled a little. Seeing this, Shifei said, "Sister, step back a little." Shinfu retreated into the house, and the flower really dared to continue moving forward. When it walked to Xiaofei's side, it opened its big leaves and hugged Shifei like an open hug, and the thorns on its body softened. "Liu, isn't this really a relative of your family? It looks like a decent person." The 3 people and the flower sat in the living room, and the devouring rose sat close to Shifei, far away from Shinfu. "Liu, why do I feel like this flower is a little afraid of you?" Shinfu realized it later. Could it be because she killed all the 10 beasts she fed it? So did it have an impact on it? But she didn't admit it. Maybe it's just a timid flower. Looking at Xiaofei, she was still immersed in the joy of having a living plush doll. Grabbing the soft big leaves of the swallowing rose and touching them, thinking of the fact that Zhao Chengcheng and Su Yu had named their flowers before. Shinfu suggested, "Xiaofei, you name this flower." Okay. Let me think. How about Xiao Kai? Puff. Liu couldn't help laughing when she heard the name. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I couldn't help it. Seeing Xiaofei aggrieved expression, Liu rarely made up. "Oh, it's a good name. I give you chicken legs tonight." Hearing this, Xiaofei's face was bright again, And he nodded. Thank you. Sister you. Liu didn't know what she thought of. And sighed. Why is your sister so cute? And those dogs in my family so annoying? Shin Chenfu was puzzled. Dogs? You mean, your brother and sister? She had never asked about Liu's private life. And she didn't know anything about her family. Yeah. Liu pounded the pillow on the sofa. None of them is a good person. How many brothers and sisters do you have? Liu turned to look at Shin Chenfu. And said with a look of despair. 7. 1 brother. 6 brothers and sisters. None of them is easy to deal with. Hearing this, Shin Chenfu suddenly remembered what the uncle who came to pick him up on the first day of arriving at the capital star said. Lange's family has only 2 sons. Unlike the Li family, which has 7 or 8 children and 5 or 6 mothers. There will be a lot of competition in the future. So the Li family he was talking about at the time was Liu's family. It turns out that her life of luxury is also troubled. Liu's mind flashed. She raised her hand to look through it. And her expression gradually became solemn. Shin Chenfu asked. What happened? Someone has disappeared in the school recently. Again? Has it happened before? Liu recalled. In the past 3 or 4 years. Several female students have disappeared every year. The problem is that they all go out on their own initiative. And there is no trace after they go out. Glancing at the 2 sisters who didn't look very smart. Liu sighed. Don't go out for a while. The 2 of you can't even catch a flower. If you go out, you will be knocked out by a stick. Just as Liu was mumbling, Shin Chenfu Light Brain also received a message. It was sent by an unknown user. First, there was a photo. It was the photo of Xiafei standing at the door when they caught Xiaokai in the yard just now. Then, there was a message. This is your sister. If you want her to stay in school, come to Fenlin Alley outside the school. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise it will be her next time. Shin Chenfu frowned. It turned out that her previous feeling was right. Someone was really following her. But she didn't find any trace at all. Standing up and walking out the door. Liu asked. Where are you going? Shin Chenfu replied. Going out to buy some food. Oh! Go early and come back early. Chapter 42 Kidnapped. Shin Chenfu found Fenlin Alley according to the location on the information. The alley was very long, with maple trees planted on both sides. The street was very clear, and there was no hiding place. She was the only one in the alley. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves made a rustling sound. Shin Chenfu saw a man coming from the opposite side. He was dressed tightly, wearing a hat and a mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. The man gradually approached, and Shin Chenfu stood in place. His eyes locked on him directly, but he did not react or speak, as if he was really just a pure passerby. But when the two passed by, he turned his head and looked into Shin Chenfu's eyes. At the same time, Shin Chenfu heard him say, "Follow him." He? Who else? But then Shin Chenfu's eyes flashed red, and he walked in the opposite direction of the man. Occasionally, someone at the entrance of the alley looked inside, only to see the 2 people passing by, and did not find anything wrong. Shin Chenfu followed a force and walked to a hidden corner. There was a bottle of juice on the ground. She picked it up and drank it, then leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. When Shin Chenfu opened her eyes again, she was tied up in the basement. The glowing blue bottles around her made her eyes narrow slightly. Her hands, feet, and waist were handcuffed and she couldn't move. When she tilted her head to look to the side, she found that this place seemed to have experienced a fight not long ago. The bottles containing many organs were placed layer by layer on the shelves on the wall. But now there were several areas inexplicably empty, and some small glass fragments with slight reflections could be seen. Soon a person opened the door and came in, walked to the side of Shin Chenfu, and looked at her expectantly. Shin Chenfu lay on her back and said, "Do you have something to ask me?" So, her tone and expression did not have any fear or panic. She was as calm as if she was asking him, "Have you eaten?" Sol laughed out loud. "You are really interesting. Much more interesting than them." "Them?" "Yes." Sol pointed to the wall. "My specimens. Did you kill them all? Cut them into pieces and pack them up?" "Of course not." Sol paused. "I cut them when they were alive." Hearing this, Shin Chenfu's eyebrows and heart skipped a beat. "Do you have a grudge against them? Do they want to kill you too?" "How could that be? They all like me very much. If they like me, they will die for me. Are they willing?" Sol's eyes fell on her. There was still no fear on his face. And he said helplessly, How could you be willing? Either you cry and beg me to let you go, or you ask me why, which is so boring. As he said this, he thought of something, and his expression was a little annoyed. There is another one that is also more interesting, but she is not obedient. She smashed my specimen and ran away, but I will find her soon and keep you company. What about you? Are you willing to be my specimen? Shinshinfu asked. If I say I don't want to, will you let me go? No. Then why are you asking? I like to see your reaction. Are you satisfied? Soul took out a knife and put it on Shinshinfu's face. I think you should look better when you cry. Then he prepared to cut Shinshinfu's face. At this moment, there was a bang on the ceiling, and the inspection port of the ventilation duct was bounced open. A figure fell from the sky, landed on the ground, and then fell neatly. But she quickly got up and cursed, "You perverted dog! You actually tricked Shinshinfu here." Shinshinfu lay motionless, tilted his head to look at the person in front of him, full of doubts. Zhao Changcheng in front of him was obviously in poor condition. He was covered in dirt and wounds, and her fire was still hanging on his neck, but he looked almost wilted. Zhao Changcheng saw Shinshinfu lying there without struggling, just like lying on his own sofa, and was furious. "You are stupid. He is a perverted murderer. He was about to cut your face just now." Soul was also surprised to see Zhao Changcheng appear. "I brought her here yesterday, but I didn't expect her to burn the belt when he wasn't paying attention. Even though he gave her a poison that suppressed her superpowers, she still used a small amount of superpowers to summon a void beast, fought with him for a few rounds, destroyed his basement, and ran away. But I didn't expect her to suddenly come back at this time." "Didn't you run away? Why are you back again?" Zhao Changcheng turned his head to the side and said to the ear, "Do you think I'm stupid? You have so many people outside trying to catch me." Soul looked at the narrow ventilation duct she came down from, and then he realized that she had used a method to hide in the duct, and only revealed herself when she saw him about to attack Shinshinfu. What a fool! But also very interesting. He retreated to the wall and pressed a switch. The wall moved, revealing the alien weapon inside. It was an alien weapon like an animal claw, with long and sharp nails, flashing cold light. Thor wore a beast claw on his right hand and looked at the weak Zhao Changcheng coldly. "You still want to save people like this?" Zhao Changcheng's ability was suppressed. Fortunately, what was brought out yesterday, when it secretly burned the tape. It also burned her hand and woke her up. Later, she almost used up all her strength to summon two void beasts. Yes, two. The first one, the wild blade, protected her, and the second one, the mist, hid her. After hiding for a day, she recovered some of her ability. No matter how powerful his weapon was, she might not be unable to win, as long as she didn't look him in the eye. Because Thor was a psychic ability user, and was good at controlling and confusing people. Anyway, she couldn't watch a classmate die. Huohuo also felt the tragic and heroic spirit of his master, who was ready to fight to the death. He came down from her neck, and stood on her shoulder. The two leaves condensed into fireballs, ready to attack at any time. The two stood on each side of the dissection table, and when they were ready to take action, Shinshinfu sat up. Zhao Changcheng, ? Soul, ? How did you get up? Shinshinfu was naturally cut open by the space blade. She even pretended to be controlled by him and followed him. The medicine she drank had no effect on her at all. She lay here and listened for a long time just to figure out what was going on. She also seriously thought about the difference between Soul and herself. After all, they were both collectors. In the end, she figured out that the nature of the collection was different. Most of the alien beasts were vicious. Not only did they kill people, but most of them also ate people. There were very few alien beasts that could coexist with humans. In order to protect the peace of the Alliance, the military region has been killing alien beasts. Star beasts are more difficult to deal with than alien beasts. Ordinary alien beasts cannot go to other planets before they evolve to the beast god level. But star beasts will randomly appear anywhere. When they appear, it will be a huge disaster that destroys the world. Their form is also more elusive and more powerful than alien beasts. And he actually tricked a girl like Zhao Changcheng here and dissected people alive, purely to satisfy his perverted psychology. Thinking of Xiao Fei being cut into pieces, and looking at the organs and body parts on the wall, Shinshinfu's mental strength could no longer be suppressed. So her final conclusion was, Thor must die. Chapter 43 Counterattack. Shinfu got off the dissection table and stood in front of Zhao Chengcheng. With a slight wave of his hand, the dissection table was completely lifted up and slammed heavily on the door, making a loud noise. Unfortunately, what I hate most is liars like you. Zhao Chengcheng stood behind Shinfu, shocked by the amazing mental power overflowing from her. And her mind was in chaos. The mental pressure just now made her knees weak, and she almost knelt down. Didn't she say it was sea level? Zhao Chengcheng silently doubted his life, and thought that he would never believe in rumors on the internet again. Thor felt the mental pressure she was emitting, and his body trembled unconsciously. You are not sea level. What's the matter? Don't you think I'm interesting? Wouldn't it be more interesting if I were stronger? Shinfu said as he walked towards Thor. Or are the collections you chose lower than your level? Are you afraid of people who are stronger than you? Hearing this, Thor scratched with his clawed hands and launched several attacks. Strangely, the attacks disappeared in front of Shinfu. You? What method did you use? Why didn't I see anything? Do you want to see it? Shinfu said slowly. As you wish. After snapping his fingers, Thor raised his eyes, and a cold chill spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His face gradually became panicked, and he was too scared to move. Dozens of blue glowing space spikes were floating in the air, all pointing at him. Shinfu had a shield in front of him. Zhao Chengcheng was in a space block, and Thor himself was locked by space blocks of different sizes, one block after another, as if he was wearing a box costume. Zhao Chengcheng then realized that he didn't know when he was standing in a block. The 1 meter long spikes in the air looked very powerful. Thor didn't know when he had been framed by Shinfu, and he didn't know what they were used for. Her thoughts were extremely chaotic, but at this moment, she knew very well that she should be saved. In Thor's eyes, Shinfu was like a demon from hell, who wanted to take his life. Obviously it shouldn't be like this. He had carefully selected them, all of whom were not higher than him in level and had average family conditions. In this way, his ability to control his supernatural powers would be stronger, and he would not have too much energy to cause trouble afterwards. It shouldn't be like this now. Shinfu was getting closer and closer to him, and those space spikes were pointing at him with their movements. He had to mobilize his superpowers with all his strength, staring at Shinfu's eyes, and began to control her mentally. Stop! 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 Shinfu didn't dodge at all, looking into his eyes and moving forward step by step. How is it possible? How can it be ineffective for you? You are 2 levels higher than me? How is this possible? He is S level, and only those who are 2 levels higher than the mental system cannot be controlled. For safety, he chose people of S level and below. Zhao Chengcheng brought that damn devouring rose completely by accident. Is Shinfu SSS level? No way. There is only one SSS level person in the whole school, and that person is the student union president. If she is also, then why is she treated like that in school? Why does she pretend to be C level? How about I make you the way you like? Shinfu's words sounded like the whisper of a devil at this time. I like it. What does it look like? Shinfu raised his hand and pointed at the wall. It looks like this, but I don't have your craftsmanship. Craftsmanship? Yes. I only know how to do it this way. Shinfu snapped his fingers lightly, and the block that framed Thor's calf was instantly flattened into a red plane. Thor's eyes widened, his expression twisted, and he screamed with trembling. The severe pain from his legs almost made him unable to think. Looking down, his legs were gone, but his feet were still standing. Thor looked at Shinfu with blurred vision. She stood still and looked indifferent. The moment she opened her mouth, Thor's scalp numbed and his heart rose to his throat. Or like this. As soon as the voice fell, Thor saw that the space block that framed his arm directly cut his arm and floated away, while his hand was still in the original place. As if a piece of the building block had been taken away, the space block containing his arm slowly floated into the air, which was very similar to the specimen behind him, also with blue light and containing body blocks. With the pain that almost made people faint, Thor's face was covered with tears and snot. Fear engulfed him. His gentleness, demeanor, and upbringing all disappeared. He cried and begged for mercy. Please, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. I am a bastard. I know I deserve to die. But can you give me a chance? It's all my fault. I will go by myself. I will compensate their families. I beg you. He looked at Zhao Chungchung, who was standing there in a daze. Zhao Chungchung. Chungchung. I beg you. Help me. I don't want to die. Zhao Chungchung always felt that he was dreaming. Shin Shinfu could resist S-level mental control? She had learned it when she was 7 or 8 years old. Only mental control of 2 levels higher could be resisted. In other words, she was SSS level? Watching her dismantle Thor's arm like dismantling building blocks, he realized what he had done before. She actually asked her to be polite. He almost dueled with her. Fortunately, he had the blessing of the stars. He refused for the sake of face. If he went on stage with her, wouldn't he be dismantled like this? How dare she? Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door outside. Master, are you okay? What happened? It was Thor's bodyguard. He came down to check after hearing some noises. Unfortunately, this door was set up too well by him. It had strong resistance and could not be opened for a while. Thor heard the bodyguard's voice and began to shout for help. Shin Shinfu had to hurry up and dismantle his other leg and arm. Thor was almost collapsed. With endless regret in his heart, he was really wrong and shouldn't have provoked Shin Shinfu. A space block with blue light framed his head, and he closed his eyes and thought desperately. He was completely finished. Zhao Chungchung kept watching and didn't dare to speak until Shin Shinfu framed Thor's head with a space block. And then he stopped loudly. Wait! Shin Shinfu. Wait a minute. Shin Shinfu turned around and asked her. Why? Shouldn't he die? I actually lied to the person who loved me to die. I'm so sick that I want to vomit. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chungchung explained, because he shouldn't have dirty your hands. His crime will naturally be punished by the Federation. If he dies now, isn't it too easy? Then how to do it? Zhao Chungchung walked out of the space block that protected her, and Hua Hua on her neck was still holding her tightly, and didn't dare to let go. Walking up to Sol, whose arms and legs were torn apart, Zhao Chungchung asked, would you choose to surrender yourself, or die now? Sol's eyes went dark, and he murmured, I surrender myself? Chapter 44. Is there anyone else? Zhao Chungchung took the laptop from his hand, pressed the number of the Federal Police Department, and handed it to him. Under her death threat, he said that he would never say anything about the two of them, but said that he would surrender himself, described his crimes in detail, and reported the address here. According to the speed of the police department, they would arrive in less than 10 minutes. After the communication, Zhao Chungchung asked Shin Shinfu to crush Sol's laptop into powder. Shin Shinfu tore people apart like this, even if it was a good thing to find the murderer. It was not certain how he would be interrogated. Zhao Chungchung thought it was better not to get involved. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing that Sol knocked them unconscious and put them in sacks when he tied them up. No one saw their faces along the way. The door of the basement had been deformed by the bodyguards, and they would be able to come in soon. Sol was still thinking that his limbs that were not crushed could be connected. But Shin Shinfu did not give him this opportunity. With a snap of his fingers, he crushed them all. Then, he used a slightly larger space block to lock him in. Finally, he passed out. At that moment, he seemed to see his mother on his father's dissection table. His father was still cursing. Why don't you love me anymore? Is your love so short-lived? I want you to stay with me forever. Just like that. His mother stayed in his father's bottle forever. But now, he has ended up like this. Is it really wrong to want to keep those who like him, and those he likes forever? He obviously did it the way his father did. Shin Shinfu drew a space portal, and pushed Zhao Chungchung to teleport. Suddenly, she stopped and turned her head sharply, looking at a corner and asked, Did you find anything wrong? Zhao Chungchung was sweating from her question. No. Nothing. No. Shin Shinfu's eyes were murderous. There must be something wrong. She just felt something move. It wasn't Thor. He was completely unconscious now. After scanning around, Shin Shinfu finally locked onto that corner and said coldly, Come out. Last chance. Zhao Chungchung was so scared when she saw her talking to the air in the corner that she grabbed Shin Shinfu's arm tightly. Who are you talking to? I don't feel anyone. Can you still see ghosts? Shin Shinfu pointed to the corner, and more than a dozen space spikes with blue afterimages pierced over. Zhao Chungchung hid behind Shin Shinfu and stuck her head out to sea. Just when she was worried that the space spikes would pierce through the wall, a person actually appeared in the corner, holding his head, shivering in the corner. The space spike stopped 1 centimeter behind her. Look up. The person didn't dare to disobey. and carefully raised his head from his arm, his face also pale with fear. Shin Shinfu remembered who she was. The girl who always appeared with Kur. You? You? Who are you? Xiao Chengcheng asked. Are you in the same group as Thor? Shin Shinfu asked her another question. Why can your invisibility ability be silent? Yi whispered. When I am invisible, I can hide all my breath and blend into the surrounding environment. In other words, if she hides in the grass and is detected by others, they will only find that she is a small grass. It's a very good ability. But you use it to help him do evil. No, I didn't mean it. I was also controlled by him. Really? You have to believe me. Not entirely. You have had contact with him a long time ago. As early as when they met in the cafeteria. She saw that Yi Yu looked at Thor with a different look. With an obsessive sadness. Seeing Shin Shinfu so confident, she stopped pretending and laughed. Yes. I am willing to help him. I love him. So what if he likes you? I am the one who stays with him in the end. I liked him as early as the secondary education stage. But there are always so many beautiful girls around him. It doesn't matter to me. I just secretly watch him occasionally. But I found that he actually killed people. Ha ha ha. Do you know how happy I am? I found him and told him that I am willing to help him. He was very happy and called my name for the first time. He wanted me to help him monitor you to see if you have any loopholes. What you like. Or create some problems. And then he will show up to help you. When the time is right, I will be in Fonlin Alley, taking you who are under control to drink the superpower inhibitor. I have always done a good job. It's just that he thought I only took him to the designated location every time. But he didn't know that I came to see it every time. She stood up and pointed at the bottle on the wall. Her face twisted and crazy. This, and this. I watched him kill all these. But you? You pointed at Shin Shinfu. You ruined everything for us. You ruined my happiness. She rushed over and wanted to hit Shin Shinfu, but was separated and couldn't touch him. Xiao Chengcheng was shocked and muttered to himself in the back. It's really crazy. Yes. I've been crazy for a long time. He doesn't want me to be his specimen. Why do you people have the right? Why can you do it? But I can't. You are stupid. Xiao Chengcheng complained. He still needs your help. Unexpectedly, Yi Yu didn't get angry when he heard this, but laughed. Really? You mean he wants me? But I am more useful. Right? Shin Shinfu frowned. Then have you ever thought that maybe you were controlled and brainwashed by him from the beginning? Xiao Chengcheng also said, yes. Yes. What do you like about him? Can you remember? Yi Yu looked at them in disbelief. Slumped on the ground, covered his ears with both hands, cried and laughed, and said, he loves me. He loves me too. Shin Shinfu and Xiao Chengcheng looked at each other. This person is hopeless. The door was about to be knocked open. Seeing Yi Yu's crazy look, Shin Shinfu locked her in the space block. He drew another portal and let Xiao Chengcheng go in first. When he was about to leave, he stared at Yi Yu's eyes and used his mental power to shock her mind. And she fainted instantly. This was pure suppression of the lower level by the higher level. Her memory of the past 6 months would be confused, and she would not remember anything at all. Even if the police station used memory search, it would be useless. And Thor. Shin Shinfu snapped his fingers, and several space blocks directly dismantled him, and blood flowed all over the floor. Letting him die in his dream was a bargain for him. People who enjoy killing and torture must die. She could have let him be arrested. But every time she thought that it might be someone like him who killed Xiao Fei, she couldn't help but do it. And the children of powerful families might not get the punishment they deserved. So many people must have died so unjustly. She never agreed to let him go from the beginning. She just cooperated with Xiao Chengcheng just to make her feel at ease. Fortunately, he built this place very hidden, without even a camera, which was quite convenient for her. As soon as she left, the bodyguards knocked the door open. Seeing Yi Yu lying on the ground and soul broken into pieces, they didn't dare to go in for a while. Shin Shinfu and Xiao Chengcheng appeared in a dark mountain. Where is this? Xiao Chengcheng was shivering from the cold temperature in the mountain. I don't know either. She teleported out casually, and didn't know where this was. But it should be not far from where they were imprisoned. Several aircraft flew across the sky quickly, with red and blue lights. And it seemed that the police station was coming. A blue light flashed, and 2 clothes appeared in Shin Shinfu's hand, and he handed one to Xiao Chengcheng. She hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and put it on. And it was quite comfortable. The signal was blocked by Soul's family in this area, and the optical brain couldn't check the address. There should be a special independent signal receiver in Soul's basement before. I thought about it, and the location mentioned by Seoulgen Police Station before was the 7th district. If I want to teleport back to school now, I need to re-establish the space anchor point. But there are people from the police station nearby, and it will be troublesome if I am discovered to have supernatural power fluctuations. Now I can only walk out. Let's go! Where are we going? Let's get out of this mountain first. Chapter 45 A Cat Beast. It was late at night, and there were occasional rustling sounds in the mountains. Shinshinfu held a small luminous space block as a light. The trees were dense, so it was not obvious. Zhao Chengcheng followed Shinshinfu closely, afraid that she would leave her alone here. Thinking about herself, it was really hard to like someone, but he turned out to be a perverted murderer. She almost got dismembered when she came out for a meal. She hadn't eaten or slept for a day and a night. After walking for a long time, she was so sleepy and tired, and her injuries hurt. Just now, she saw Shinshinfu dismantling people there, and she was frightened again. Woo-woo. Thinking about it, she cried unconsciously. Hearing the sound, Shinshinfu turned to look at her. What's wrong? Woo-woo. I'm hungry. At this time, Shinshinfu realized that he was hungry too. Finding a relatively empty place, where he could still see the sky above, Shinshinfu took out a sofa, a small coffee table, and an exquisite pastry box from the space. The sofa and coffee table were bought outside the school after she had money, and the cakes were given by Liu last night. Shinshinfu put the space block on the coffee table and curled up on the sofa. She opened the box and said to Zhao Chengcheng, "Sit down and eat together." Zhao Chengcheng saw her take out so many things like a magic trick, and for a moment, he forgot his sentimentality. "You always carry this with you." "Yes. When you go out, you still have to bring more things. You never know when you will need them." Zhao Chengcheng, "Yes. Who can compare with you, Space Department? You can bring everything. How can other people bring a sofa when they go out?" His stomach growled. Zhao Chengcheng sat down quickly, picked up a cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. After taking a bite, Zhao Chengcheng's eyes lit up. "This is too delicious. Where did you buy this?" "I don't know. It was given to me by my roommate." Zhao Chengcheng stuffed 2 more in his mouth, picked up the space block and looked at the cake box, looking left and right, and finally found a golden laid logo on the side of the box, Jindian Pavilion. Shocked, Jindian Pavilion? Shinshinfu had never noticed it before. What Jindian Pavilion? I actually ate Jindian Pavilion's pastries? Zhao Chengcheng looked at Shinshinfu. Jindian Pavilion. The most expensive and delicious high-end pastry shop in the capital star. A shop owned by the Li family. A normal pastry costs tens of thousands. Not to mention this 2-layer box is gorgeous. Who is your roommate? This is too generous. Isn't it? You didn't save her life. Did you? That's not the case. But she seems to be the Li family you mentioned. Your roommate is not Li Yu. Is she? Shinshinfu nodded. She didn't expect that there were so many people who knew her. No wonder she was so shocked when they first met. Zhao Chengcheng pinched her leg hard, then hugged her leg and cried in pain. What are you doing? Let me see if I'm dreaming. No one would believe it if she told anyone else. She was invited out for dinner by her idol, but he turned out to be a murderer. Her C-level classmate was actually a top SSS-level boss. After the boss rescued her, he and her sat on the sofa in the mountains and ate the cakes from Jindian Pavilion bought by the second daughter of the Li family. Who would believe it if she told anyone else? Is she the chosen one? I buy an Interstellar lottery ticket when I go back to see if I can win 10 million. She was happy when she thought of this, and leaned back on the sofa. The stars were shining, which was a good sign. Zhao Chengcheng looked at the star that was getting brighter and brighter, and felt something was wrong. Why do I feel that this star is getting closer and closer to us? Shinshinfu followed her gaze, and looked up at the sky. Really? The light above her head became brighter and brighter. The two slowly looked at each other, and realized belatedly, it's a meteor. Shinshinfu took back everything in an instant, pulled Zhao Chengcheng into the portal, and left the place at the last moment when the light fell. The two fell to the ground, rolling in the mud. Not far away, there was an extremely dazzling golden light, which then gradually subsided. getting up and brushing off the dust on his body. Zhao Chengcheng felt that nothing would be strange if it happened today. Haha. Wasn't it just that he was almost killed by a meteor? Unexpectedly, Shen Shenfu drew a portal again. I want to take a look. Zhao Chengcheng was dragged back by her helplessly. The place that was flat just now is now a big pit. The two slid along the edge to the bottom. There was nothing except some gravel. At this time, a faint cat cry sounded. Taking the space block closer, they found that there was a black cat under the gravel. The two worked together to move the stone away. And then, they could see the cat's appearance clearly. Its fur was black. Its half-closed eyes were golden. And there was a golden six-pointed star beast pattern on its forehead. Its hind legs were crushed, and it was dying. This is a cat beast. It's just that the pattern on its forehead seems a little different. Cat beast? Shen Shenfu had never come into contact with this kind of beast. Catmon is one of the few species of exotic animals that can coexist with humans. They are relatively arrogant and lazy. Not very aggressive. And many people like to raise them. Can this be kept? Of course. The president of our college seems to have kept a hairless cat before. And there are many people in the school who like to keep cats and beasts. Of course. They are also very expensive. Zhao Chengcheng asked Shen Shenfu, do you want to keep one? Me? Shen Shenfu was a little entangled. Can the school really keep one? Of course you can. You haven't seen those people in the biology department running around with their little beasts all day long. Okay then. The fur of this black cat looks very good and soft. And Shen Shenfu has long wanted to touch it. She poked it with her finger. And the black cat only glanced at her. It really didn't seem to hurt anyone. So Shen Shenfu reached out and stroked it with confidence. So soft. She wants to keep it. Holding the black cat, Shen Shenfu began to establish a spatial anchor point. Circles of blocks were stacked up. And the wind brought by the supernatural power blew up the surrounding dust. Shen Shenfu didn't notice that the star pattern on the forehead of the black cat in her arms was lit up. At this time, Zhao Qingqing's anger came out from his coat and hat. And he looked at the black cat timidly. And then shrank back. The school gate was closed at 10 o'clock. So Shen Shenfu could only take Zhao Chengcheng back to the dormitory first. The anchor point in the room lit up. And the two people and the cat were successfully teleported back. Shen Shenfu turned on the light. And the two people saw each other's complete appearance. Dust, messy hair, and a few leaves. Zhao Chengcheng was even more embarrassed. Injured, exhausted, and almost collapsed to the ground with dark circles under his eyes. Looking around, Zhao Chengcheng asked in surprise. Is this your dormitory? This 50 to 60 square meter bedroom, a long cloakroom, and a study next door. Is this a dormitory? Are we really in the same school? The treatment of the art department is too good. Although they have their own rooms in the department of special abilities, they also have 4 people in the dormitory. And the living room and bathroom are all shared. Don't even think about the study. What is this? Zhao Chengcheng opened a door, and it turned out to be a bathroom. There is also a private bathroom with a bathtub. I want to fight with you, art department. Chapter 46. Going to pick up trash again? Li Yu heard some noise coming from Shen Shenfu room, and quickly ran over and knocked on the door. Shen Shenfu, open the door for me. Didn't you see the message I sent you? I told you not to go out. Things are not peaceful recently. He went to buy food. He hasn't come back yet at 12 o'clock in the evening. What if something happens to Xiaofei? Although she can afford to support him, Shen Shenfu said while opening the door. Li Yu, there was no signal there just now. I want to see what you bought. Li Yu was startled when the door opened. What? Li Yu looked at Shen Shenfu's face full of dirt. His hair was sparse and messy. His pants were torn. And he was holding an equally dirty cat in his arms. Did you go pick up trash again? No, I really didn't. Then why do you look like you just came back from begging? At this time, a weak greeting came from behind Shen Shenfu. Hello, classmate. Li Yu stretched out a finger to push Shen Shenfu aside, looking at Zhao Chengcheng, who was even more embarrassed than Shen Shenfu, and asked in disbelief. You also picked up a beggar? Zhao Chengcheng, no. This is my classmate Zhao Chengcheng from the alien plant class. We went to the mountain together. Mountain? How did you climb the mountain like this? What about this cat? I picked this up on the mountain. Li Yu looked like I caught you. Right? Expression. I said you went out to pick up random things. Then can I keep it? Yes. It's a cat beast. It's still relatively clean. But don't let it run around. Glancing at the two people again, Liu shook her head in disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you guys. Go take a shower. The air quality has deteriorated. After that, she turned and went downstairs. Zhao Chengcheng was really not suitable to go back to the dormitory directly in this state. So she also took a shower here and used another set of clothes from Shinshinfu. But it looked brand new. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning when the two of them packed up. When they went down to the second floor, Zhao Chengcheng seemed to see something flashing at the corner at the end of the corridor. Mr. Shin, I seem to have seen a strange thing just now. It's okay. You must have seen it wrong. I wanted to take Zhao Chengcheng directly to the room opposite Xiao Fei on the second floor. But Liu's voice came from downstairs. Come down. Looking at the medical box in front of Liu, Shinshinfu didn't say anything. Liu was anxious. What are you doing? Come and take care of it. I'm so sleepy in the middle of the night. The school doctor has gone off work. Shinshinfu walked over, and Liu applied the special repair cream on her knees. It will be fine in 5 minutes. Wait a little. Then she asked Zhao Chengcheng to sit down, and her hand paused when she lifted her clothes. There were several scars on her body, including scratches, abrasions, and bruises. She applied the repair cream gently and carefully. But she was not polite. I'm not saying. What kind of thing did you meet on the mountain? You were beaten like this? If you can't beat it, run away. Zhao Chengcheng was so sleepy that she said in a daze. I ran away. I ran for a day and a night. I was exhausted. A day and a night? Turning around to ask Shinshinfu. Didn't you go out this afternoon? Shinshinfu looked at her tired face, and finally didn't want to hide it from her. Actually, we were taken away by the kidnapper and murderer from that school. What? Liu almost lost control of the ointment in her hand. Keep your voice down. We don't intend to let anyone know about this. Then Shinshinfu explained the whole story in detail, but omitted the part about cutting Soul into pieces, and only said that the police were called. Liu felt cold in her heart when she heard this. She knew Soul, but she always felt that he gave people a strange feeling, and she didn't have much contact with him. She didn't expect that he was such a person. Yi was the same. He didn't think there was anything wrong with her for so many years. The three of them were in the living room on the first floor, and the black cat limped from the third floor to the second floor. It walked calmly to the end of the corridor on the second floor, turned right, and saw Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai was drowsy at first, but suddenly all the fur on her body stood up when she saw the little black cat on the ground. She tried her best to hide in the corner, but there was nowhere to escape. The black cat looked at it, sat down, licked its paw, and pointed to its injured hind leg. Xiao Kai trembled as she stepped forward. The big leaf carefully touched the black cat's hind legs. A burst of white light flashed, and the black cat's hind legs healed quickly and visibly. After the black cat's hind legs were healed, it stood up. However, Xiao Kai was frightened by its movements and squatted down to hold her head. The two big leaves wrapped her flowery head tightly. After a long time, until there was no sound, it looked out like a thief. But the black cat was no longer there. The next morning, Zhao Chengcheng returned to her dormitory. As for her sudden disappearance in the past 2 days, she only said that she had a sudden whim and went hiking with her classmates. Walking in the teaching building of the Department of Supernatural Powers, she finally felt that she had returned to normal. The classmate next to her couldn't help asking her, Chengcheng, who did you go hiking with? Zhao Chengcheng couldn't make up anyone else for a while, so she had to say another grasshopper's name. Shinshinfu, my classmate in the elective class of supernatural plants. Shinshinfu? Is she the one who picks up garbage in the art department? Yes, that's her. The two walked away while talking, and a figure looked at the direction they left, and murmured curiously, Shinshinfu, turning his head to ask the person next to him. Who is Shinshinfu? Why do I keep hearing her name recently? The girl next to him replied, she is from the art department. She gave them a while ago. The senior challenged a C-class student to a duel, and a C-class student defeated an A-class student. It was a hot topic at the time, but the Department of Supernatural Powers was far from their campus, so few people went to watch the game. Another person followed up. Yes, I saw this incident too. It said that she was actually from the slums, and later she actually went to the Department of Individual Soldiers to pick up trash. Ha! But you probably don't have time to pay attention to this kind of thing. Jasmine. Jasmine was very busy this month. She arranged for someone outside the school to assassinate Hill twice. But both failed. Those people from the school couldn't get in. And she couldn't do it herself. So she had to put it aside for the time being. She took 5 elective courses, and was so busy every day that she didn't have time to read the forum. But this name has appeared too frequently recently. Department of Art. C-class student. Picking up trash. Yu Ling. Do you have a photo of her? Photo? There should be one in that post on the forum. Yu Ling found the post, and clicked on the photo to show her. Jasmine frowned as she looked at the familiar profile in the photo. Hill Lange. What on earth are you playing? Are you sure her name is Fu? Yes. They have already issued a challenge. So it must be correct. Hearing the affirmative answer, Jasmine seemed to have thought of something. And a smile slowly rose at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 47 Exposed. Fu received a notice from the Lange family that she had to go back for dinner. And then she remembered that it was already the end of the month. But she hadn't told Xiaofei that she was taken back by the Lange family. Because they had been dependent on each other for so many years. If she told her that she had a so-called home now, she would be lonely. She didn't know how to start yet. Looking at the black cat curled up on the small sofa, Fu walked over and picked it up. The black cat just raised his eyes to look at her, and then squinted and went to sleep, lazier than her. That night, when she wanted to bandage it, she found that the wound on its hind legs had healed. Now it can eat, sleep, and not make trouble. It is really a good cat. Can I give you a name? Fu asked while petting the cat, not caring whether the cat could understand it or not. Call you Little Cold Ball? What do you think? If you don't say anything, I take it as your consent. The black cat purred, then turned over in her arms, and continued to sleep. When she was about to leave, Liu told her that Saul was killed in revenge. But the incident was suppressed, and did not make a big fuss. Yu could not remember who the murderer was. But she was found to be an accomplice, and would be sentenced to 20 years in prison. Saul's family faced a large amount of compensation. And the school will also strengthen students' awareness of prevention recently. Fu told Liu and Xiaofei that he would not go back this weekend because he had something to do. Under their suspicious eyes, he walked out with his head held high, but was hooked by the claws of the little cold ball on his trouser legs. You want to go too? Liu rolled her eyes. Oh, this little wildcat I picked up likes you very much. Fu squatted down. Why don't you just stay here? Unexpectedly, the little cold ball did not listen to what she said at all. Stepped back, jumped directly onto her shoulder, and laid down around her neck like a scarf. Fu had no choice but to take it back with him. Who can resist a cute catmon that is always clinging to you? No one. Fu hadn't been back to Sky Castle for a month. And Xiaoyin and the others were so idle that they were almost bored. This time, everyone was much more motivated. Xiaoyin secretly looked at Fu from the side and said carefully, Miss, why do you look better after going to school? Generally speaking, the 2 young masters and Miss Jasmine would almost learn a lot when they went to school. The young masters would always get a few degrees tanned, and Miss Jasmine would always lose a few pounds. The young lady looked rosy-faced, and she looked more energetic. Overall, she looked better. Are they in the same school? Unexpectedly, Fu nodded. You're right. School is really fun, and the food is good. Fun? Delicious? Fu glanced at the time and was about to hand the little cold ball to Xiaoyin to hold. But it jumped down and found a comfortable position on the sofa to lie down. Xiaoyin felt wrong that she was actually hated by a catmon. In the front hall of the restaurant, Jasmine sat down early and waited for Fu to come. She finally caught her with something, and she wanted to see how she would explain. When Fu came over, he saw Jasmine's expectant eyes, and his eyebrows jumped. It seemed that he would not have a good day today. Jasmine greeted happily. Sisters here. Come here and sit next to me. Fu chose a farther seat and sat down, ignoring her. Seeing that she pretended not to hear, Jasmine sat over by herself. Sister, look at you. You have gained weight since going to school? What's going on? Why is she so much better? She doesn't look as listless as before. And she looks sick all day. Now she looks rosy, and looks much healthier than her. She has lost 3 pounds. Is life in the art department so happy? Fu quietly moved away a little and replied. Well, the school is pretty good. She actually couldn't understand why Jasmine could pretend to be intimate when she clearly wanted to hurt her to that extent. What are you talking about so happily? Lange asked when she and Irene came in together. Jasmine smiled and replied, Father, we are talking about school. It seems that Sister Hill is having a lot of fun. Lange glanced at Shinshinfu and nodded in agreement. Well, your complexion is much better. Let's go in and eat. You and Xian are still training at other stars these days, and can't come back. Jasmine looked at Shinshinfu eating well-done meat with big mouthfuls, and looked at the steak with blood on her plate, and sneered in her heart, he really has never seen the world. Sister Hill, I saw a post on the school forum the other day. There was a person picking up trash in the school who looked a lot like you. He was also from the art department. His name was Shinshinfu. Do you know him? Shinshinfu swallowed the meat and looked at Jasmine mischievous eyes. Only then did he know what she wanted to do. It was nothing more than saying that she knew she was living in school under another name in order to anger Lange. Most people would be upset if the daughter, who was found, was unwilling to use her family name. Unexpectedly, Shinshinfu directly admitted, That person is me. Hearing this, Lange and Irene looked at her. How could you do this? Jasmine was surprised. Father finally found you. But you gave up your name, which will make Father disappointed. Lange asked. Hill, what do you say? I heard that my deceased mother's surname was Shin. I have never seen her. I want to remember her in this way. Is it not okay? After these words came out, Lange's face changed, as if he was angry and unwilling, and as if he was sad and painful, and the hand holding the knife and fork was shaking slightly. Jasmine was happy, and now her father was really angry. Irene also felt the solemn atmosphere and looked at Lange. Unexpectedly, Lange quickly regained his composure, continued to cut steak, and said lightly, It's up to you, but you will always be Hill Lange. Just like that, he gently revealed the matter, and added, What did you pick up? Is the living expenses not enough? Shinshinfu stuffed his mouth with meat, and said directly without any etiquette, Enough. Well, tell Evan if you need anything. Well, Molly watched her father not pursue the matter at all, and looked like he doted on his own daughter. She was jealous and crazy. And then, the fear almost overwhelmed her, looking at the exquisite food in front of her, the expensive tableware, the dozen servants waiting by the restaurant, the paintings worth hundreds of millions on the walls of the restaurant, her father's handsomeness and dignity, and her mother Irene's cold elegance. She tightly held the knife in her hand. She couldn't lose all this. The rotten food that was fed to dogs, the broken bowls that cut her mouth, the caregivers who beat and scolded her at every turn, the dark room where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, the disgusting orphanage director. She didn't want to experience it again. She couldn't lose. Finally, she stared at Shinshinfu viciously. Chapter 48 You Can't Win. Shinshinfu took the little coal ball and got on the flying bus back to school, watching the scenery quickly receding. Shinshinfu actually felt like going home when he went to school. When driving to the edge of the 8th district, the driver muttered, Strange. Why do those aircraft behind seem to be following us all the time? Shinshinfu tilted his head and took a look. It was indeed a few black aircraft following the flying bus not far away. Thinking of something, Shinshinfu pressed the bell at the next stop. After the flying bus left, the aircraft did not leave with it, but stopped in the air below and circled Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu looked around and saw a satisfactory place. He patted the little coal ball on his neck and said, Hold on tight. After saying that, he almost ejected and rushed out of the encirclement in an instant, rushing towards the desolate forest. The aircraft also reacted quickly, turned around and chased after it, following Shinshinfu closely, until Shinshinfu stopped in the woods. Dozens of people came down from several aircrafts, all carrying strange weapons. Shinshinfu looked at the masked woman in black tight-fitting combat uniform in front of him, and the masked people behind him, and recognized them at a glance. Molly, why are you doing this? Molly didn't expect that she had already guessed it was her, and said with a sneer, So what if it's me? It's useless for you to know now. I won't let you have a chance to go home again. You can never tell your father. I will pretend that you were killed by the enemy, and there will be no evidence. Hill, today is the end of your life. He glanced at the people behind him. This group of trash actually forced me to do it myself. The group of trash behind him was originally aggressive and murderous, and he scratched his head a little guilty when he heard this. One of them muttered in a low voice, Then we didn't expect Sea Level to be so good at fighting. A slap hit him on the head. Third brother. Shut up. I said at least S level last time. Shinshinfu put the small coal ball on the ground. And it ran away, and hid very tactfully. Jasmine. You can't win. Jasmine seemed to have heard a joke and laughed out loud. Even if you are not C level. But S level. So what? There are so many of us. And you actually think you can win? Then give it a try. As soon as the voice fell, everyone immediately launched an attack. They rushed forward, driving various superpowers to rush toward Shinshinfu. Jasmine raised her hand and made a bow-drawing gesture in the air. Then she condensed an ice bow in her hand, with 3 ice arrows on the bow. She pulled the bow hard, and her fingers loosened. The ice arrows flew out of her hand and turned into 3 streams of light, shooting toward Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu stepped on the tree next to him and flew into the air, avoiding the ice arrows. When he turned over, he shot out several space spikes. The black-clothed killer in the front row had no defense and was pierced through, nailed to the ground, unable to move. What's going on? I didn't see what attack she used. It was an invisible attack? Molly saw the person nailed to the ground, and continued to raise her hand to draw the bow, while thinking frantically in her mind. Finally, she thought, gather mental power to the eyes. She hid the aura of superpowers. Everyone did it immediately, and then saw the shape of the skill played by Shinshinfu, and began to fight back. Hiding the aura of superpowers will waste a lot of superpowers. Few people will do this unless they have to escape and hide. Unless it is used continuously, it can be unexpected and increase the winning rate in the battle a little bit. The gain is not worth the loss, Molly said and shot 5 ice arrows at once, flying toward Shinshinfu faster than last time. Shinshinfu grasped the void, and a long space blade appeared, cutting off the ice arrows with a cold light in the air, and then kicked the oncoming killer fiercely, kicking him backwards with force. At the same time, he deployed a space shield to block around to fire attacks, and suddenly attacked. The space blade cut off the 3 people's weapons at the same time and knocked them out. Seeing that the situation was not good, a little brother on the side secretly sent a message. The fierce fight cut down a lot of trees in this area, and more black-clothed people were lying on the ground. Jasmine gritted her teeth and released a large amount of superpowers. The cold air spread, and the kilometer range was almost completely covered by ice. Hundreds of ice cones appeared in the air, all pointing at Shinshinfu. Those ice cones attacked Shinshinfu with cold wind, and the killers who were originally besieging on the side dispersed, leaving her alone to face the overwhelming ice cone attack. Shinshinfu flashed back and instantly drew a space block. At the same time, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand to shoot out hundreds of space spikes. And those space spikes were not used to attack the ice cones, but all crossed through the gaps between the ice cones and attacked Jasmine and her group. And she herself was inside the space block ready to take all the ice cones head-on. As the dense ice cones and space spikes fell, the ice on the ground shattered, making a loud noise, and everyone was submerged in the cold and the exploding ice, unable to see the surroundings clearly. When the ice fell and the cold air dissipated, there were whales all around, and everyone could see the current situation clearly. People were lying on the ground in all directions. All of them were injured by the space spikes. The ice shield in front of Jasmine was pierced, but it blocked the attack. The space spike only pierced her shoulder. At this time, she was kneeling on one knee, supporting her body with difficulty. Shinshinfu stood in the space block, and the ice cone did not even touch her body, but only knocked out pieces of white in her space block. She waved her hand, and the white ice and snow disappeared. Let's stop here. She didn't want to be photographed in the murder scene. The capital star was very troublesome. Jasmine couldn't believe it. With so many people, they actually lost to Shinshinfu. She must be more than S level. There is a ring competition in the supernatural power department. She has fought with people of the same level, and even SS level people. No one has such strength. Could it be her? Impossible. She can't be the same as the president. Molly looked at Shinshinfu with red eyes, clenched her hands hanging by her side, and her fingertips were so tight that they turned white. She completely lost. Not only did her father love her more, but her level was also so high that she even disdained the name of the Lange family. But what about herself? Molly. She is just Molly. She doesn't even have the surname Lange. She is just Molly. After so many years of hard training, she is not as good as a person from a deserted planet. Is a substitute and can never become real? Thinking of this, she began to laugh. And she cried while laughing. At this time, the little cold ball came out from nowhere, jumped onto Shinshinfu's shoulder, patted her shoulder, as if urging her to leave. Shinshinfu touched its head soothingly, turned on the light brain to look at the direction, and drew a space portal to leave, leaving behind a pile of injured people. Not long after she left, dozens of medium-sized aircraft landed at the place where they were fighting. Hundreds of people came down, surrounded the person in the middle, and walked towards Jasmine. Chapter 49: A Beautiful Dream. Jasmine overused her powers, and was injured again, feeling a little drowsy. She just didn't know why. After Hill left, the space spikes that pierced everyone had not disappeared. A hurried sound of footsteps sounded, but she was too lazy to look up. The man walked up to her and squatted, trembling to take off her mask. The tears on her face had not dried yet, and she was injured again, so she must be very embarrassed. Jasmine raised her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. He was dressed in black, and his face had completely lost its childishness. It became angular and unruly. His dark brown eyes looked at her steadily, and the corners of his eyes were red. "Don't you ignore me?" Jasmine said sarcastically. "How could I ignore you? I just asked you not to be so impulsive." Hearing this, Jasmine curled her lips, and the pretended coldness gradually disappeared. She curled her lips and her voice trembled slightly. "Nanchuan. I'm in pain." After saying that, tears rolled down and fell to the ground. Nanchuan carefully wiped away her tears and ordered his men, "Treat the wound immediately." The healing men were a little embarrassed. "Boss, we have to pull out this big thorn first." "Let me do it." When Nanchuan touched the space thorn, Jasmine groaned, frowning and sweat dripping. "Bear it for a while." After saying that, he quickly pulled out the space thorn, and the moment he pulled it out, the space thorn instantly shattered and disappeared. The blood immediately gushed out without the blockage of the space thorn. Nanchuan pressed it down in panic and said urgently, "Help it quickly." The men quickly used their supernatural powers to repair her, and Jasmine's pale face gradually improved, although the people around were seriously injured. Fortunately, they were rescued in time, so there was no big problem. They just took her back and put her in the treatment chamber for a few days. The people who were busy treating the wounded were thankful. Fortunately, this thorn didn't disappear directly. Otherwise half of these brothers would be gone. Yes, if the penetrating wounds on the chest and legs were not blocked, they would have died of excessive blood loss. Molly glanced at the injured, and there were still some space thorns that had not been removed. She leaned into Nanchuan's arms and said in a muffled voice, "I didn't expect her to be so powerful." "Nanchuan, am I going to be kicked out by my father soon? And he will abandon me, right? Hill is back. I will lose everything, right?" Nanchuan tightened his arms and hugged her tighter. "No. Really? Well, even if you really lose everything, you still have me. I will never abandon you." Nanchuan. "Well, what if I still ask you to help me deal with Hill? Are you sure?" Nanchuan also knew that the other party let all of them go, and she was not wrong to be found back. But Molly, how about forget it? Molly was suddenly shocked when she thought of this. No, it can't be over. She can't be abandoned again. She can't be an orphan again. She can't be without a home, no matter what she pays. She can't lose it. Nanchuan looked at her pale face. "Jasmine?" Jasmine seemed to have made up her mind. "I want you to help me kill Hill." "Nanchuan, you can do it, right?" Nanchuan lowered his head and touched her forehead lightly. "I promise you." "Nanchuan, I miss you very much." "Me too." After returning to the dormitory, Shinshinfu felt a little sleepy, thinking of the black iris that had been cultivated before. She took it out and put it on the bedside table. She covered herself with a quilt and had a beautiful dream for the first time. She seemed to smell a familiar fragrance in a trance. Blinking, her vision gradually became clear. It was a studio full of flowers, but it was a little dark and couldn't see clearly. She climbed onto the chair by the window and opened the curtains. The sun shone into the studio, warm and bright. Outside was a grand rose maze. There were many people taking care of flowers and plants. She was fascinated. Suddenly a big hand touched her head. She turned around and saw that it was her father. She happily hugged her father's thigh, and he picked her up lovingly. She was lifted high and spun around, looking down at her father's golden hair and eyes, smiling innocently and brightly. Has she ever smiled like this before? The sun was shining brightly on the wall, illuminating the oil paintings hanging on the wall. She looked at those paintings. There was a person in those paintings. A woman. Very beautiful, with a black teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. She stood in a sea of flowers in every painting. She seemed to have never seen her before, but she felt very familiar. But she really couldn't remember who it was. Did you draw all these, Dad? Yes, I drew them all. Do you like them? Yes. At this time, a woman came in from the door, wearing a dark blue long dress that looked like it was full of stars, with her hair casually scattered. The woman looked at her with such tenderness that she wanted to cry. It was the woman in those paintings. She looked at the woman in confusion. Who are you? The woman reached out and touched her face. Her fingers were so slender and soft, and they carried that familiar fragrance. She wanted to grab the woman's hand. Then the woman took her from her father. She nestled in the woman's arms, experiencing this strange feeling, which was an unprecedented sense of security. She seemed to have never felt so safe before, and felt that if she stayed like this for a while, she would not be afraid of anything. She wanted to be held like this forever. She wanted to sleep like this, at least once. The woman held her a little higher, slowly approached, and kissed her gently. Then the woman said something that touched her soul. He'll call Mom. Mom? Yes, I am Mom. Who is Mom? Mom is someone who will love you forever. Then will you be with me forever? I will. She was very satisfied with the answer she wanted, and turned her head. Dad was smiling happily, with uncontrollable love in his eyes, looking at them. What about you, Dad? Will you love us forever and be with us? Of course. Our family of 3 will be together forever. She reached out and hugged her parents' necks, feeling so happy. At this time a cat walked in. Meowit interrupted her happiness. The cat stared at her with golden eyes, and suddenly jumped up and pounced. She was startled, and the whole house began to break and collapse. When her mother loosened her grip, she fell down. Everything happened too fast, and she tried her best to turn her small body to look at the broken scene above. Dad and Mom stood in the sky full of debris, still smiling at her with their gentle eyes. Then, there was an endless fall in the darkness. Shinshinfu suddenly woke up, and the little coal ball was sitting on her chest, and she couldn't breathe. It almost crushed her to death. She sat up and took the little coal ball aside. Shinshinfu felt something cold on her face, and wiped it with her hand. Is it tears? Did she cry? The sight moved to the black iris on the bedside table. It was still so mysterious and beautiful. She leaned over and took a deep breath. The fragrance of this flower was different from that in the dream. Finally, Shinshinfu put the black iris away. She covered herself with the quilt, curled up, hugged herself and fell asleep. She thought she would never use black iris again. Chapter 50 Recalling the Ruins. Xiaofei was lying on the sofa watching TV series, with Xiaokai beside him. It was strange that he hadn't seen him needing to eat in the past few days. Shinshinfu asked. Xiaofei, didn't Xiaokai eat anything in the past few days? She stared at the screen without turning her head. No. He went out to bask in the sun for a while, jumped into the pool in the yard, and soaked for a while before coming out. Looking at Xiaofei lying on the sofa and watching intently, Shinshinfu was suddenly stunned. Xiaofei was almost 13 years old and had never been to school before. Now she has arrived at the Capital Star and got an ID card some time ago, so she can go to school. Xiaofei, do you like Capital Star? She was obviously excited when she said this, and she rolled over and got up. I like it. You don't know how many magical things I saw in the optical brain. Sister, you also said that she would take me to the floating amusement park to play. We will go together then. Sister. Shinshinfu smiled. Okay. Then Xiaofei, do you want to go to school in Capital Star? Xiaofei was stunned when she heard this, and her eyes showed expectation. Can I? Although she had never been out of the villa, sometimes she would see students going to class together at the window, and she envied them secretly in her heart. But she had never read a book, and unlike her sister, she would dig out books to read in a place like the ruins. Shinshinfu touched her head. You can, as long as you want. We will stay here. Although you can't enter the military academy that requires mental power, there are still schools for people without mental power in Capital Star. She opened the optical computer and sent a message to I. Can you help me check which schools in the capital planet can allow children aged 11 or 12 without mental power to go to school? The information in the trading city is well developed, and their investigation is much more comprehensive and fast. Soon she received a message from OK. Miss Shin. Liu went downstairs and saw Shinshinfu frowning, and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "Thinking about Xiaofei's schooling." "That's right. Xiaofei is so old now. He should go to school." "Have you decided which school to send him to?" "Not yet. I need to see which schools can accept children who have no mental power and have never been to school." "No mental power?" Liu is a little worried about them now. There are very few people without mental power in the interstellar space, and they are rare. Even the lowest D and E levels have better prospects than this. Many things in society need to be driven by mental power, and even many synesthesia games outside require the use of mental power to connect. Xiaofei also lowered his head after hearing the conversation between the two. She didn't know why she had no spiritual power. Could it be that those born in the garbage dump were also garbage? Shinshinfu was completely different. She still remembered when she picked her up. At that time, she was only 6 years old, and Shinshinfu was 9 years old. She was born in the ruins. It was not even a wasteland, but an abandoned garbage planet. The clouds were very thick, and the sun could not be seen. It was originally just a garbage planet. But more than 10 years ago, even garbage was not dumped there. This kind of planet is called the ruins. The planet is not big, with less than 100,000 people living there. Those who have a way out have all run away. Most of the people who stayed there had lived in the ruins for generations before. Some of them fled there, and there were also some fugitives. The whole planet was poor and chaotic. Her mother died after giving birth to her. No one knew where the beautiful woman came from. But when she was found, there was only a child under her. Originally, a child like her would starve to death. But perhaps she was lucky. Although the people in that area were very poor, they were not evil. Feed her when you see her. She was also very well behaved. Not noisy or noisy. Smiling when she saw people, and everyone was happy to give her food. In this way, she actually survived. But when she was 5 years old, a dozen old aircraft suddenly flew over that area, and billowing black smoke was spewed out from behind when the aircraft flew over. The dark sky was smoked even darker. A grandmother, who often gave her food, quickly stuffed her into a small bucket and buried the small bucket deep in the garbage dump. Before leaving, the grandmother made a hushed gesture, touched her little head, and told her not to make any sound. Then she piled up the area where she was with worn-out cardboard boxes. Hearing the noisy smashing and people crying outside, she was a little scared, and wanted to cover her ears and mouth. She had to cover one ear with one hand, and there was no way to cover the other ear. The noise outside lasted for a long time, and it was completely quiet after 2 days. She waited for another day before she crawled out. There was blood everywhere. The people who usually fed her were dead. The grandmother was not far from where she was hiding. Her head and body separated. She wanted to cry and scream, but she didn't dare. She covered her mouth with both hands, but tears flowed down. Later, she knew that even though she lived in the worst place in the ruins, it would be looted by bad guys. The poor oppressed the poor, and the garbage was divided into different levels. She was the only one who survived in that area. And there was also a bearded uncle, who was also hiding in the garbage dump. She and the uncle tried their best to bury the dead. It's not quite right to say that they buried them, because there was still garbage under the garbage dump. They could only find some boxes, pack them, and then put them deeper into the garbage dump. Later, when the bearded uncle who lived in the shell of the abandoned aircraft went to look for food and supplies, she followed him with a small bucket on her back. If you look more brightly, you can always find something. When you go back, if the uncle finds more things, he will throw some into her small bucket. Although she was hungry most of the time, fortunately, she never starved to death. Days passed, and when she was a little older, she liked to go to see the only and largest red cherry tree on the planet. The tree was a towering tree, and she didn't know if it was born that big, because there were no other trees on the planet. She remembered that it was the time when the red cherry tree bloomed, and the petals fell all over the sky, which was incredibly beautiful. So she once again took a small bucket to take a detour to see the red cherry tree. When she was fascinated by it, there was a loud noise not far away, which scared her to hide quickly. After waiting for a long time, there were no strange people around, so she climbed out carefully. going in the direction of the sound. She was stunned. A huge pit was smashed into the garbage heap. There seemed to be a figure on the edge of the pit. She was a little scared, and walked over tentatively, and was stunned when she saw the person lying on the ground. There was a shapeless rag hanging on his body. His hair was messy in clumps, and his exposed arms and legs were full of scars. He looked like he was 8 or 9 years old, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Reaching under her nose, he was still breathing. She thought about it for about 3 seconds and decided to take this person back to her garbage nest. Chapter 51. The girl was not actually heavy, but she was still too young. It would take her a lot of energy and time to carry her back. Her garbage nest was in the garbage dump, a space built with garbage of different sizes. It was okay for her to live alone, but it would be a bit crowded if she put another person in. She went outside and poured out the rainwater from a dozen different water storage tanks of different sizes. She finally wiped the person clean. Her hair was too tangled, so she had to cut it all off. After cutting her hair off, she saw a horrible wound on her head, which was still bleeding. She quickly bandaged it. At that time, she didn't know what was beautiful, but just looking at this face, she felt that it was the same as seeing the red cherry tree. She took out 2 more clothes for her to change, but when she changed them, she always felt that this person should wear better clothes, softer and more delicate ones. So she added a few more layers of paper boxes. After taking care of all this, she wanted to wait for her to wake up. But after a day, the person still didn't wake up. She touched the other person's forehead, and it was very hot. So she hurried to find the bearded uncle. When the uncle came over, he was also surprised to see the new and old scars on the girl's exposed skin. But he didn't know what he did. And the palm of his hand emitted a white soft light and injected it into her body. She asked the uncle what this was, and the uncle said that he was a healing superpower, and this was his superpower. When she heard this for the first time, she just felt like magic. Visibly, the girl's wounds began to heal, and the bearded uncle's face gradually turned pale. When he went back, he said, "Her new and old injuries are very serious. Her ribs, leg bones, wrists and ankles have been broken many times, and there are many hidden injuries. The most serious one is the recent head injury. I don't know how she survived. When she wakes up, I will treat her several times according to the stages. The energy required is too much, and I can't do it all at once." At that time, she looked at the person on the ground and suddenly felt a little sorry for her. Broken bones should be very painful. The girl woke up 2 days later. She was just coming back from outside with a bucket on her back. As soon as she entered, she saw that the person on the ground had disappeared. However, before she could react, a thin blade with a blue glow was pressed against her throat. At that moment, all the hair on her body stood up. It was a natural reaction of the body when life was threatened. The girl really wanted to kill her. She didn't dare to move, but her body was shaking. A hoarse voice slowly sounded behind her. "Who are you? I saw you injured by the red cherry tree and picked you up." She felt a little aggrieved when she said that. It was obviously me who brought her back, but she wanted to kill her. The 2 people were in a stalemate for a long time. Finally, the girl loosened her hand, and the thin blade turned into fragments and disappeared in the air. It turned out that she was also the superpower that her uncle said. Turning her head, she raised her little head and asked the girl, "Do you want to eat?" The 2 sat at the 2 ends of the garbage pit and ate compressed biscuits that had expired for 4 years. The girl ate very quickly, and then choked. She went outside and scooped a cup of rainwater for her. She took a look at it, picked it up and drank it quickly, spilling it all over herself. When the girl looked around vigilantly, she was also looking at the girl. The clothes she changed for her were too big and didn't fit her. She was very thin, very white, and had big eyes, but her hair was cut too short, and it was not neat and had bumps. She felt a little sorry. The girl asked her, "Where is this?" She spoke very slowly and a little awkwardly, even more than a 6-year-old child. She replied, "It is a ruined area. Uncle said it is the edge of the Interstellar Federation. The nearest planet is M77. A deserted planet, but better than here." "Uncle?" She nodded. "I brought you back, but Uncle saved you. He said he was." After thinking for a while, she finally remembered. "Healer. Yes. He said he was a healer." While she was talking, the girl suddenly stood up in a very alert posture. Her palm flashed, and she held the thin blade again, staring at the door with an indifferent face. What's wrong? She didn't understand. At this time, the uncle came in from the door. Seeing this scene, he quickly raised his hand. I am just a healing psychic. I don't have any attacking ability. She hurriedly helped to explain. Yes, it was uncle who healed you. The girl hesitated and put down the knife. The uncle began to heal the girl for the second time. Although most of the wounds were healed last time, there were still many internal injuries to repair. After the treatment was completed this time, the uncle's condition was better than last time. At least his face was not so pale. He also brought some expired dried fruits. She was very happy because they were very precious things. So she sweetly praised her uncle as the best person in the world. The uncle shook his head and smiled and left. The girl asked her to take her to the place where she was picked up. Standing in front of the pit, the girl was silent and didn't know what she was thinking. Finally, she turned her head and looked at the huge red cherry tree that was 1,000 meters high. She felt that the girl's eyes seemed a little sad, but she couldn't tell. After all, she was only 6 years old and had seen very few people. Suddenly, she wanted to ask the girl a question. What's your name? The girl was startled, as if she was asking herself, and as if she was asking her, what's my name? Finally, her eyes fell on the garbage iron sheet that received rainwater yesterday. The iron sheet was uneven, and there were puddles of various sizes. Petals fell in the water. At this time, the wind was strong and chaotic, blowing them up and down. My name is Shinfu. What about you? Name? Shinfu asked her. I don't have a name. There are only her and her uncle here, and no name is needed. Shinfu asked again. You helped me. What do you want me to do? When she asked this question, her face was expressionless and cold, and there was no gratitude or appreciation in it, as if she was not the one being saved. But since she asked this question, then I want you to be my family, the real kind of family. Unexpectedly, the other party was stunned, with a strange expression. Don't you want to? She asked. What about you? The other party asked back. If I am your family, then are you also my family? This is too strange. She doesn't quite understand. Isn't this a matter of course? Hee hee. The other party smiled, briefly and lightly as if it was her hallucination. And then she said, Okay, I promise you. She was very happy to hear this answer. She was only 6 years old, and she found her family with her own ability. The two walked towards the garbage dump together. So you are my sister from now on? Yes. Then you can't leave me alone. Yes. Will you let others bully me? No. If you pick up a lot of food, will you share some with me? Yes. You must keep your word. Yes. Chapter 52. Since then, she had a sister. Since she had no name and could not read, her sister named her Shinfei, picked up a few books and taught her some simple words. She did not know what the words on the books meant. She usually used such things to burn firewood. But her sister looked small. But she knew a lot of words. A lot of words. Her sister was different from everyone she saw in the ruins. She would actually find books to read in the garbage dump. No one here would do such a thing. She also took her to move to the tree hole of the red cherry tree. It was strange to call it a tree hole, because it was square, as if something had taken away the wood in the middle. But the tree was really big, and the place where they lived was just a small space for the tree. Her sister also made a staircase outside, which was also very neat. The tree hole was much better than where she lived before, and it was clean. When her sister came, her life became much better. Even if she lived in a garbage dump, she always felt that her sister had an indescribable nobility. She always felt that her sister could handle everything. This was confirmed 2 years after they lived in the tree hole. At that time, she was 8 years old, and Shinfu was 11 years old. During that time, her sister changed a lot. She was no longer as alert as she was at the beginning, and she couldn't sleep all night. On the contrary, she slept very well. Too well. Before she went out, she was sleeping. And after she came back, she was still sleeping. She slept whenever she wanted, regardless of time or place. She was extremely lazy. But every time her sister went out, she could find a lot of food, some of which she had never seen in this garbage dump. She didn't know where she picked it up. One day, many people came to the red cherry tree. She was very scared and hid in the tree hole. Her sister went out to find food, and she was the only one at home. She hid carefully and peeked. Those people had bags of various sizes hanging on their bodies, which were bulging with things, and they looked for places to hide everywhere. The sharp-eyed people saw the tree hole in the tree and knew that there were people living in it. But when they saw that she was the only child, they ran to the tree. They were coming to rob her house. Realizing this, she picked up the knife that her sister had sharpened from the corner, held it tightly in both hands, and waited for those people to come. In the end, no one came up. She heard a lot of wailing sounds. She leaned out to see that those people had fallen to the ground, as if they had hit something, and were holding their noses and bleeding. But there were still people who didn't believe in evil and wanted to climb the tree. They hit their heads with a bang, and the trunk was lit up for a moment. She saw it. It was a big square. When those people saw that they couldn't get in, they gave up and continued to hide. After that, everyone hid, and silence returned to the surroundings, as if those people just now were just her illusion. Perhaps because she lived high, she saw a dozen black spots approaching from a distance. When she saw the dozen flying machines again, her scalp was numb. It was those people back then. She was so scared that she was trembling all over. She didn't know where her sister had gone. Should she go down and hide? Should she protect her home? Should she fight them? Is she going to die? Various thoughts were churning in her mind. And suddenly a hand pressed her shoulder. Xiao Fei. What's wrong? It's my sister. She suddenly stopped being afraid and gradually calmed down. She told her sister about the things that happened in the past. The people who fed her. The grandmother who hid her. The small bucket. And the bodies that were eventually buried. Then she pointed to the sky. Those vicious and evil things. She complained as if she was complaining. They came here before and almost killed everyone here. If it weren't for the old grandmother, I would have died too. Nodding, the sister said she understood, then touched her head and said slowly, Then you stay here. No one can hurt you. When the aircraft stopped, many fat men came down, each carrying a gun or holding a machete or an axe. The bearded man in the lead held a gun and smiled ferociously. Come on, brothers. Hide and seek begins. After that, the men began to search for the hidden people everywhere. Everyone hid and didn't dare to speak, just like she did back then. Suddenly, the elder sister jumped down. She jumped directly from a height of more than 10 meters. In the past 2 years, her hair has grown back, black and shiny, fluttering in the wind. The strong men were startled by her. When they looked carefully, they saw that it was just a girl. They suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. There is someone who wants to die. But after seeing her face, everyone's eyes lit up. The bearded man looked wretched and said in a disgusting tone, Little sister, come back with your brother. We can give you food. After that, the people behind him also laughed. There is such a beautiful little beauty in this place. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the bearded man walked towards her sister with big steps without any defense. She was lying on the tree and watching in fear. But the next moment, at a speed that was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch, a blue light flashed, and the bearded man became shorter as he walked. As if he knelt down, looking down, his legs were actually cut off directly. He screamed in pain, but my sister didn't move at all. Seeing this, the others realized who was on the other side and began to attack with a variety of firearms. For a while, there was a loud gunshot, but it was useless. Whether the guns fired bullets, lasers, or superpowers, they were all useless. They were all intercepted in front of my sister, and no one could touch her body. Those people were scared. But the bearded man was still lying on the ground cursing. They hesitated and finally moved forward collectively. More than 100 people moved forward, and the huge noise ended with a snap of my sister's fingers. She saw it all from the tree. The elder sister raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the surrounding space condensed something she couldn't understand. It was a psychedelic color, like pieces of colored glass of different sizes, extremely brilliant and dazzling, spreading around her, as gorgeous as a dream, quickly engulfing and strangling everyone on the opposite side. Then she turned around, and those colors exploded into smaller fragments and disappeared in the air. More than 100 people turned into blood clots and fell to the ground. No one survived. This was the first time she knew the horror of the superpowers. So powerful, so unshakable, so overwhelming, like a god descending. She was stunned. The elder sister climbed up the stairs and patted her head again. What's wrong? Are you still afraid? She nodded, thought about it, and shook her head again. No more. From then on, she knew that her elder sister was a space superpower with many incredible abilities. Sometimes she was very curious. How did such a powerful elder sister appear in that appearance back then? Is there anyone more powerful than her? She didn't ask, for fear that her elder sister would be sad when she thought of the past. Those who escaped to the red cherry tree also settled down nearby, because they felt that they would be safe near the red cherry tree. This is also true. After that, the red cherry tree was divided into an area, and no one dared to come here to cause trouble. And she said what she wanted to say to people, and what she wanted to say to ghosts. And her life was much more lively than before. She also hoped to become a superpower. But 4 years later, she has never had any superpowers. Not even mental power. Except for cursing. She has no ability at all. She was almost killed by an inexplicable person, and finally had to rely on her sister to save her. Disappointed and lost, her sister's strength made her look even more useless. Unable to help at all, and even dragged her down. Chapter 53, Talking Fluently. Liu just sat down with a cup of tea and saw Xiaofei also looking worried. As soon as she put the cup down, she said, I really admire you. If there is a problem, can't it be solved? If it can't be solved, I can solve it. I tell you, Liu said confidently. As long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Unfortunately, I have a lot of money, and I will definitely not be able to spend it all in this lifetime. I don't mind if you help me spend some. Understand? The two sisters were dumbfounded again. TSK? I mean, if you need any help, just let me arrange it. And you? Liu pinched Xiaofei's face with both hands. Don't be so sad at such a young age. Xiaofei liked Liu very much, and her sad expression disappeared instantly. Her eyebrows curved. Okay. Liu looked at the sky getting dark outside, and a light bulb went off in her head. Xiaofei, sister will take you to play in the school. It's boring for you to stay like this all day. Fu hesitated. But it would be bad if we were discovered. You are stupid. Liu looked at her with a look of you are really stupid. Wouldn't it be better for her to wear a school uniform? Liu touched Xiaofei's head. Wear mine. I have a lot of them. Then the two really took Xiaofei out. This was her first time walking in the school. There were so many people, and they all looked very energetic. The strange feeling in her heart reappeared. It seemed that my sister was born to stay in such a place, with a noble friend like Sister Yu by her side. What is that place? Xiaofei pointed to the glowing building. She saw many people going there. That's the cafeteria. Come on. Go if you want. We buy you whatever you want to eat. Liu dragged Xiaofei forward, and Fu followed slowly with a smile, looking at the table of food in front of him. Xiaofei didn't know how to eat. Liu waved her hand again. Eat it. Although it's not a good thing. You can try it. Xiaofei nodded obediently. Liu's pomp attracted a lot of attention, and Kur saw it as soon as she came in. It's ridiculous. I have been following her for so many years, but I have never seen her smile like this. And I have never had a meal with her, because she never eats in the cafeteria, and others can't enter her villa. Now there is Fu, and another poor man who came from nowhere, who has become Liu's new friend as soon as he appeared. I really don't know what good tricks he used. When he walked to the side, Kur snorted coldly. Anyway, Liu is no longer needed, so there is no need to treat her well as before. Liu frowned. What do you mean? Kur pouted and said unhappily. I don't mean anything. What can I mean? Then why are you humming? Do you think I'm deaf? How dare I? Miss Li is eating in the cafeteria, and people like us don't even dare to get close to her. So how dare I hum you? As soon as these words came out, it seemed that Liu was really aggressive. You? Liu was speechless. Unexpectedly, when Xiaofei put down his chopsticks, the cute and well-behaved look in the villa disappeared, and he sneered with sarcasm. You don't think that if you say that, some idiot will really believe you, do you? You not only snorted, you also rolled your eyes at us. If your eyes are not good, you should get treatment. If there is something wrong with your mouth, you'd better sew it up. Don't let one eye look to the left and the other to the right. And your mouth is still slurring. You are a 100% pure idiot. Kur was stunned by the overwhelming words. Liu is fine. But what is this? Who are you? I'm your father. Xiao Fei opened his mouth and said, "Don't go too far." Too far? Xiao Fei tilted his head slightly, as if he was really thinking seriously. Then he continued, "It's not too much for someone like you. Your jealousy is almost coming out of your nose. What's the matter? You ugly thing. You look at us and see how beautiful we are. And my sister you is so rich? Jealousy is useless. You will never catch up in this life. You should go home and cry in the quilt. No one has ever scolded her like this before." Kuer stammered and didn't say a word. Her eyes were red with anger, and she turned and ran away. Liu was stunned when Xiao Fei opened her mouth, and couldn't help but applaud her after listening. "Xiao Fei, you are amazing. Is Xiao Fei like this? She is obviously very well behaved, sensible and cute at home. Like a little white flower who knows nothing about the world." Liu looked at Shinshunfu, who was eating naturally, as if he hadn't heard anything just now. It's not Shinshunfu's fault. After the red cherry tree became crowded, Xiao Fei came into contact with more people, and they always quarreled over picking up garbage. As time went by, her fighting power became stronger and stronger. Few people could scold Xiao Fei, so she got used to it. However, Xiao Fei had a big difference between the people she liked and the people she didn't like. It was obvious that Liu was the one she liked. Xiao Fei pouted. "I just can't stand her trying to bully you. Sister Yu is so nice. She feeds her, clothes her. Sometimes she goes to class. She plays games with her. Tells her the news about the capital star." Liu chuckled, leaned over to pinch her nose. "You are so cute." Then she thought of something. "It would be nice if my family was as cute as Xiao Fei." Shinshunfu remembered that she was talking about her brothers and sisters, but she was not good at comforting people. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, smiled and said, "That might be difficult. I am the only one so cute in the world." The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. After eating, they walked around the school and unconsciously walked to the art building. The three of them saw a thorn ball coming out. Xiao Fei grabbed Shinshunfu. "Sister, what is that? I didn't expect there to be a monster in the school." Liu started laughing at the thorn ball when she heard this. "Ha ha ha. Shin Yoshing, my sister asked you what you are? Come and tell her." Shin Yoshing came over and stood far away to avoid stabbing them. "What did you say?" Liu patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder. "I said, my sister asked you what you are? Look at you. You are no longer a human figure in your performance art." After saying that, she couldn't help laughing again. Shin Yoshing scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and said in a gentle tone, "Are you Shinshunfu's sister?" "Sister, I'm sorry. I scared you." Shinshunfu did not hide it from him. "It's my sister, Shinshunfei." Then he said to Xiafei, "This is my sister classmate, Shin Yoshing." When Xiafei heard it, he smiled and called out, "Hello, brother. I'm Xiafei." Shin Yoshing saw Xiao Fei's bright smile, and his heart softened. He wanted to reach out and touch her head, but the thorns were too long, and he was afraid of pricking her, so he took it back awkwardly. "Nice to meet you, Xiafei." Liu stood by. Shinshunfu, Shinshunfei, Shin Yoshing. If you don't know, you would think you are a family, and I am an outsider. The few people talked and laughed, and didn't take this joke seriously at all. Chapter 54. The person in charge of the arena. At the beginning of a new month, they had to go to the Department of Biology to take the course on exotic beasts, as well as the design of the appearance of exotic weapons, which were fixed courses for the Department of Fine Arts. Since the course on exotic beasts was a subject that all students in the school had to study, they were taught in batches, and could not all be taught at the same time. In order to catch up with the progress, Shinshunfu read books for several days in a row before she memorized some theories and written knowledge. Some of the exotic beasts she had seen before were the first ones she saw their names in the book. That night, she was reading a book in the dormitory when she suddenly received a message from the underground trading city. But it was strange that it was not sent by a Yi. Did she change her account? Mission: please come to the underground trading city in District 27 tomorrow. There are important things to deal with. Tomorrow? Shinshunfu thought it was a message from Boss Jean people, so she naturally refused. "No, I have a lot of classes tomorrow. Let's go to the weekend. I come and tell you." Underground Trading City. Seeing this news, the people sitting in front of the monitor dared not speak. They turned their heads and secretly glanced at the people standing behind them. Boss, She said she is not free tomorrow. Let's talk about it on the weekend. Help. He will not be kicked away by the boss. Who is this? How dare he talk like this? The boss is the person in charge of the underground arena of the underground trading city, and is also responsible for some murders. Very cruel. It's okay. Then wait for her to come, and notify you in time when she sends a message. After saying that, he walked out. Nanchuan walked to his office, thought about it, and finally did not send a message to Jasmine. Opening the video recorded by the aircraft recorder that day, he saw in full how Jasmine and the others lost. Space system. This level of ease must be SS level. There may be higher, but he can only bet that she is not SSS level. If Jasmine wishes this, then he can only fight hard. His sight moved to the Jasmine on the table. Pure white, with a faint fragrance, just like what they saw next to the orphanage that year. He and Jasmine stood by the Nanchuan River next to the orphanage and looked at the Jasmine. She said, "I be called Jasmine in the future." He said, "Then I be called Nanchuan, and I always protect Jasmine." He kept his word. Shinshinfu teleported from the room to the edge of the dungeon and sent a message to that account. "I'm here. Soon." A group of people came here to pick her up. But when she saw them, she was a little confused. Why did these people dress so similarly to the people who came to assassinate her that day? "Miss Shin, please come this way." The leader bowed slightly and invited her to come over. He was very polite. She followed and walked. And the more she walked, the more strange it was. Wasn't the door on the side of the sleepy old man? Why did it go in the opposite direction? When she walked to the other side, it looked similar. But there were many people left on the ground here. When she followed in, some people looked unfriendly. But soon, she stopped at the 9th floor. Once inside, she found that the style was completely different from that of Boss Jean. Black, simple, large and high, with a sense of indifference and coldness. Until she walked to the 2 doors with black giant falcons carved on them. The gatekeeper quickly took out his weapon when he saw her and pointed it at Shinshinfu's head. Shinshinfu frowned. What does this mean? The person leading the way immediately stepped forward and grabbed the person holding the gun. Put it down quickly. This is someone invited by the boss. How is it possible? The man didn't believe it. He was one of the people who followed Jasmine to assassinate before, and he was nailed to the ground at the beginning. At this time, the black door opened from the inside to the outside, and a man in black appeared in front of Shinshinfu. "Hello, Miss Shin. I invited you here." The man in front of him smiled unruly, with a restrained hostility on his body. Shinshinfu was very puzzled. "Do I know you?" "No." The man made a gesture of inviting him in. "I can explain it to you." Nodding, Shinshinfu walked in. "It's like this, Miss Shin. I want to challenge you to a duel. Are you willing?" Shinshinfu, ? "Do I know you?" "Just find someone to duel with." Nanchuan lowered his head and smiled. "You don't know me, but I have reasons to duel with you. Life and death are up to fate. You still want to fight to the death? Are people outside so crazy now?" Shinshinfu's eyes moved to the Jasmine on the coffee table, and smiled suddenly. "You are not here to vent your anger for Jasmine." Nanchuan nodded. "I can't help it." Shinshinfu was also annoyed by coming to the door again and again. "Don't you feel annoyed? I have let you go once." "I know, Miss Shin. I am very grateful that you let those brothers go. And Jasmine. So this time, I challenge you personally. I hope you can accept it." He then added, "This is the last time. If you win, I promise I won't bother you again." Shinshinfu sneered. "You mean, if I don't agree, you will keep bothering me? You can think so. It's ridiculous." He is a gangster, but he has to act polite. Rubbing his slightly swollen temple, Shinshinfu said unhappily, "Okay. Today is worse than tomorrow." At first, he was short of mental power, and later he felt that it was easy to be photographed by the Interstellar Sky Eye system outdoors. It would be difficult to solve the problem if he killed someone. Now, let's make a quick decision, so as to avoid them getting entangled. This time, Nanchuan didn't react. He thought he would have to argue again, but he didn't expect him to agree so quickly. To be honest, he admired Shinshinfu a little. Standing up, Nanchuan explained the rules to her. "In our gladiatorial arena, you can kill. We each wear a mask, and all the net profits on the spot, whether you lose or win, will be given to you." "Profits? You mean?" There are spectators? Yes. After all, this is the business we do here. Shinshinfu then remembered to ask. Are you the person in charge of another section of the underground trading city? Yes. I am the person in charge of the gladiatorial arena of the underground trading city. Nanchuan. You want to kill me? How can you give me the profits? Nanchuan took out a photo of Xiufei eating in the cafeteria yesterday. And he tapped his finger lightly. Give it to her. Shinshinfu's eyes showed a strong murderous intent. Nanchuan realized that she seemed to have misunderstood. And explained, don't worry. I will never do anything to your family. Using family as a threat is what he hates the most. It's too despicable. Even after so many years of struggling in the underground trading city, he disdains to use it. His eyes were open. Besides, if I wanted to threaten her, I wouldn't have taken her out after you agreed to a duel. He was telling the truth. Shinshinfu raised his eyebrows, without a trace of fear in his eyes. It would be more practical for you to choose a better cemetery for yourself as soon as possible. Chapter 55, Duel in the Arena. Shiyu just came out of the training room and saw the light brain flashing. It was a message from Xian. Shiyu, do you remember the underground arena in District 27 that I told you about last time? It is said that there will be an SS-level death match tonight. Do you want to go with me? After sorting out my schedule, it is not impossible to go and see it. Sure. Xian got a positive answer and prepared to go to the simulation cabin for training first, and then watch the duel, humming a little tune and walking on the road. He was stopped by a female voice. Xian, what are you so happy about? Seeing Jasmine coming from the library, he curled his lips. Oh, you are still fighting so hard. Jasmine smiled, not taking the sarcasm in his words to heart. You haven't said it yet. What are you so happy about? Brother, don't hit a smiling person. He didn't want to say anything more. It's just that there is a duel to watch tonight. Duel? Is there a duel in the school today? If you can watch it, it must be of a very high level. Why haven't I heard about it? Oh. Xian was a little impatient when asked. It's not the school. It's the arena of the underground trading field in District 27. SS-level competition. It is said that a person who used to be very good at fighting will be back on the field. Mainly, he wanted to see how exciting others fight. And he also wanted to fight when the time comes. But he wouldn't tell Jasmine about this kind of thing, so as not to report it to his father and scold him again. Oh. So, will Shiyu go with you? Xian nodded, waved his hand casually and left. To be honest, his scalp tingled when he saw Jasmine. He didn't know how many times she had complained to him when he was a child. He pulled the servant's hair. He secretly put slugs in her cup. He had a fight with Shiyu for something. And he had to tell his father about all the bad things. As if she was the best child in the family. Her father didn't disappoint her. Every time she complained, he would be scolded. In serious cases, he would be grounded and his card would be suspended. Shiyu said she was not that simple. And he thought so too. He had put slugs in her cup before. And after she complained, she secretly put 10 slugs in his cup. 10! He must be blind to see it. It was squirming in a sticky way. And he was so disgusted that he didn't eat for several days. But every time he saw her, she still had a smile on her face. As if nothing had happened. After he complained, his father still scolded him, saying that a man was scared by such a small thing, which was simply incompetent. Well, it turned out that he was always the only one who was scolded. Jasmine watched Xian leave, not knowing what he had so many messy thoughts in his mind. She was also very confused now. Underground arena. SS level. A person who used to be very good at fighting. She immediately thought of Nanchuan in her mind, since she was taken to Lange's house at the age of 6. Nanchuan, who was 8 years old, also left the orphanage and was accidentally spotted by a person in charge of the underground trading city at that time, who asked him to be an assassin. At that time, he had awakened his mental power and awakened his superpowers in advance. But he was only S level at that time. A child, looked harmless, and almost never missed. After 4 years of assassination, the 12-year-old Nanchuan actually awakened dual superpowers. And his mental power was also raised to SS level. A real genius. Afterwards, the person in charge of the arena arranged him to duel. Every arena was full, and there was no empty seat. In 2 years, he won 130 consecutive victories, and then challenged the person in charge of the arena on the spot. At the age of 14, He killed the person in charge in a death fight and became the new boss of the arena. He has never played since then. If it is really him this time, then it is very likely that he will fight against Hill. Even though Hill is very powerful, she still thinks Nanchuan will win, because Nanchuan has never lost. What if Nanchuan? No! There is no what if. It is never possible. Nanchuan will definitely win. Without sending a message to Nanchuan, she logged into the dark web and bought a front row ticket. 10 o'clock in the evening. Underground Trading City Arena. The audience entered one after another. In order to protect privacy, everyone present wore a mask. The arena is circular, and the audience seats surround the huge venue in the middle. The fighting scene can be seen completely on all four sides. There are also 4 huge screens on the top to record and replay the wonderful moments. The overall venue is much larger than the last duel between Shinchinfu and Shinchinfu, and there are about 30,000 to 40,000 people on the scene. Shinchinfu took a cat mask and put it on his face, ready to enter. She didn't know that at this time. Jasmine, Xian, and Shi were all seated in the stands. A masked host appeared on the flying platform. He excitedly held the microphone and introduced loudly, "Good evening, everyone. Today is a duel between our record holder of 130 consecutive wins 4 years ago, Chuan, and our newcomer, Xiaofu. It should be noted that this match is a death match initiated by Kawamukai Kafuku. That is to say, life and death are determined by fate. The arena will not make any life protection regulations. Whether to kill or to cut is decided by the opponents on the stage." At this point, the whole audience cheered and screamed violently. All the audience present like to watch the fight. And they are not ordinary people. Because even if ordinary people accidentally know about the underground arena, they will not have any way or method to enter. And the death match is the most exciting kind of duel. Fighting to the death. Its excitement can be imagined. The old audience of the arena was very surprised. When I bought the ticket, I thought I saw it wrong. I didn't expect it to be Chuan, who was disqualified 4 years ago. I've seen his matches before, and he really has never lost. The people around were very curious. Is that guy really that good? Of course he was. He was still injured after the 130th match. But he dared to challenge the person in charge of the arena at that time. So arrogant? Yes. Although he was seriously injured, he killed the person in charge at that time. He sighed at this. What a pity. I didn't come to see it that day because I had something to do. It was my friend who told me. Then this newcomer is doomed. Who says not? I don't know what has offended him. He started a fight to the death. It's obvious that he wants to kill the other person. I don't think I've ever seen this Shifu before. The chat was so lively here that someone else joined the chat. I know. He's a complete newcomer. My brother is an insider of the arena, he said. Xiaofu's information was just entered today. What? This is too new. Yeah. Don't let him be killed as soon as he appears on the field. That would be a waste of money. For an SS level match, the ticket price for us in the back row is 3,000 to 4,000. The host's microphone drowned out the sound of the audience. He then announced, "Now, let's warmly welcome our arena record holder, Chuan, and the newcomer, Xiaofu, to enter." As the two walked in from both ends of the field, the applause and whistles in the arena became louder and louder. Chapter 56. Shinchinfu narrowed her eyes slightly because of the glaring lights above her head. She knew there were many people, but she didn't know there would be so many. The venue was also frighteningly large. Larger than the training grounds of the individual soldiers. Nanchuan came on the court after a long time, and his fans in the audience even shouted his name. When everyone saw Shinchinfu, they were confused. Is this Shifu a woman? She looked so fragile. Is Chuan going to bully the newcomer? Someone who knows the business said leisurely. That's not how superpowers are viewed. What do you mean? Superpowers are mainly about superpowers, not muscles. Then the problem is that Chuan's superpower is not SS level. It's impossible to be higher than him. There are only 9 SSS level people in the entire Federation, and each of them is powerful and influential. So how can they come to a place like the arena? Some old fans agreed. Yes, Chuan has dual system superpowers. It's rare to see. There are almost no people of the same level who can beat him. The host waited until the audience calmed down and announced, "The duel begins." Nanchuan adjusted the mask on his face. His eyes dimmed, and his supernatural power suddenly condensed a spear in his hand. Before Shinchinfu could react, He appeared in front of her like lightning. The speed was so fast that the wind blew Shinshinfu's long hair. Shinshinfu immediately launched a space shield to defend against Nanchuan's attack. But he didn't expect that the spear with a dark glow would directly pass through the shield and rush straight to Shinshinfu's heart. At the same time, dozens of different types of swords whizzed behind Shinshinfu. There was almost no place to hide. Everyone present was sweating. It seemed that this little Fu was going to be killed at the beginning. Like a slow motion, everyone saw Shinshinfu's body being pierced by Nanchuan. Took a breath of cold air, but in a blink of an eye, the person disappeared. It turned out that Shinshinfu relied on his body reaction to teleport directly to the back of Nanchuan. And the two of them directly switched positions. There were no scars on her body. And the one that was pierced just now was actually an afterimage. Nanchuan turned around. And there were various swords floating behind him. He shook his wrist. And the long spear made a sharp vibration sound, which was very imposing. Shinshinfu looked down at the clothes that were cut on his arm, and reacted. So your attack can ignore defense. Nanchuan did not deny it. It's a pity that I was still a little slow. Shinshinfu clenched her hand, and a long space blade appeared in her hand. Then let me try. Can your sword ignore attack? As she said this, she took a step back, and then rushed forward suddenly, almost turning into a shadow bullet and shooting out, slashing straight at Nanchuan's neck. Nanchuan raised his gun to block it, and the space blade and the long spear rubbed against each other, making a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache. The space blade was blocked. Shinshinfu turned his wrist, grabbed the space blade with his backhand, and rolled in the direction of the blockage. The space blade slid around the long spear to the back of Nanchuan. Cut hard. Nanchuan's waist was cut open, and a deep wound appeared under her clothes. But before she could continue, the swords in the air came rushing over, and Shinshinfu jumped back. Those swords were only one step late, and they were deeply stuck in the ground along the route of Shinshinfu action. It seems that although your sword can ignore defense, it still cannot ignore attack. The rules for constructing the power of defense and attack are different. So even if they are all condensed by power, there are differences. As he said, he rushed forward again, and the two of them fought together. Only the sword light could be seen clearly, and the figure could not be seen clearly at all. The audience was shocked. Oh my god! This Shifu is so powerful. He should have used teleportation at the beginning. It seems to be a space system. Yes, she actually hurt Chuan first. It's incredible. That's useless. This little injury is nothing. Don't forget what Chuan's other power is. Xian and Shi were also watching the duel on the field seriously. Xian was almost excited, staring with shining eyes, leaning forward, wishing he could fight himself. Shi pulled his collar back a little. Enough. You're going to fall. They were in the first row, so they could see it especially clearly. The two people on the field had extremely fast physical reactions and strong premonitions. That is, both of them could almost immediately predict where the other party would attack from next. And the longer they fought, the more so. Their current close-range attacks could be said to be two people estimating the other's level at the same time. The two fought for a long time, and everyone on the stage was holding their breath, not even daring to breathe hard. When Shinshinfu jumped back again to dodge, Nanchuan suddenly swung out a whip with his left hand, tightly wrapped around Shinshinfu's ankle, and then dragged. Shinshinfu was almost pulled up by this force, and the sword in the air immediately started and stabbed at her again, pointing at the whip. A dozen blocks framed the whip and cut it directly, and the long whip broke into small pieces and fell to the ground, facing the oncoming sword. Shinshinfu instantly drew a space plane, then stepped on the plane and jumped back to avoid it in the air. Before she could stand firm, Nanchuan's spear had already stabbed in front of her, and she locked his spear with a space block. Because at this moment she discovered the most important problem. When Nanchuan stabbed her, his clothes were lifted up, and she saw that the place where Nanchuan's waist was cut by her at the beginning has healed. You actually have two superpowers? I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Yes, I have two superpowers. One is the infinite sword that ignores defense, and the other is self-healing. Nanchuan swung the spear, and the sword was launched together, gradually gathering together, like a huge snake made of swords. Nanchuan slashed at Shinshinfu suddenly, with sharp spear skills and overwhelming sword light. And the sword snake also tried to swallow Shinshinfu into its stomach. The audience exclaimed, "Is this the SS level combat power? It's so cool to watch." If Xiaofu doesn't make a move, he lose. Shinshunfu dodged and activated her superpowers at the same time. As she dodged, a large number of space spikes with blue light quickly appeared in the air. Since Nanchuan already knew that she had to use her mental power to see her skills, there was no need for her to hide. There were tens of thousands of space spikes, but they were not activated immediately. Instead, they were connected together to form a giant dragon made of spikes. If everyone was exclaiming when they saw Nanchuan's infinite sword snake before, they were amazed when they saw this blue dragon now. Oh my god! Is this a superpower that a human can use? I've never seen a space system use such a superpower. Yeah. Isn't the space system good at storage, replacement, transmission, compression, etc.? How can it be done to this extent? Looking at the blue dragon in the air again, it was almost hovering above Shinshunfu's head. Those who were close could even see how sharp the dragon's thorns were. Everyone in the audience felt a huge sense of oppression. However, at this moment, Nanchuan felt the most. When facing the giant dragon, he realized that he might have underestimated her. He still underestimated her. The pressure that almost made him kneel down was enough to prove that the eldest lady found by the Lange family was really SSS level. The two looked at each other and attacked at the same time. The long snake and the giant dragon collided with murderous intent. Chapter 57. Shinshunfu stared at Nanchuan's movements. As long as he could hold back those swords, he could concentrate on fighting him. His eyes flashed, and thousands of space planes appeared in the entire venue. Shinshunfu jumped up easily and stepped on the large and small planes to move forward. Hearing the crisp collision sound above his head, Shinshunfu jumped high and chopped at Nanchuan again. When Nanchuan was about to pick up the spear, he found that his right leg had been locked by a space block. Because it was very small, he did not notice it when it appeared with many planes, so he naturally did not dodge. In the blink of an eye, the blue blade had already chopped in front of him, and he had to lean back to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the opponent did not want to chop his head, but condensed a space blade in his left hand and chopped his leg with his backhand at the same time. As the severe pain came, Nanchuan's right leg was directly cut off at the knee. The whole audience was in an uproar. Jasmine stood up with a bang, her hand shaking so much that she could hardly control it. Hey! Sit down. You're blocking our view, the people behind shouted. Jasmine had to suppress her emotions and sit down, her eyes fixed on Nanchuan with a broken leg. Even though she had known for a long time that his second ability was self-healing, he would often get hurt. But this was another matter than seeing it with her own eyes. She was almost heartbroken to the point of being unable to breathe. She glared at Xian, who was cheering not far away. And Jasmine wanted to find someone to beat him up and throw him into the river. Shinshunfu did not stop after cutting off Nanchuan's right leg, but took advantage of his illness to kill him. Both knives stabbed at his heart. With a ding, Nanchuan instantly used his sword to combine a sword and shield to block Shinshunfu's attack. It really looked like a big iron pot. Thinking of this, Shinshunfu poked a few more times with the tip of the blade. But he really couldn't poke it in. His fingers drew a space block to frame the middle of the sword and shield. And with a snap of his fingers, a square was cut out of the sword and shield. Nanchuan, who was protected inside, was exposed. Seeing this, Nanchuan also withdrew his sword and shield, but gathered dozens of swords behind him. It seemed that he didn't intend to let her get close. Oh! Shinshunfu's eyes fell on Nanchuan's exposed feet. He turned his head and looked at the foot that she had cut off before. It was still there. You can also regenerate a broken limb? This skill is really good. If she had this skill back then, she could eat her own meat. So why would she need to save monsters to eat? It tasted terrible. Shinshunfu envied. Jasmine in the stands felt relieved when she saw Nanchuan's new legs. She knew that he would be fine. At this time, the two giants in the air had already won and lost. The sword snake was bitten to pieces by the dragon, and the broken swords fell to the ground. Shinshunfu envied again. This sword was actually a physical object. It could be sold for a lot of money as scrap metal. Unlike her space blade, it was collected immediately after use. If it was not given supernatural power, it would disappear immediately. Nanchuan had no idea that the enemy on the other side was thinking about how to sell his superpowers, and was thinking about how to fight next. She had almost no flaws. Could attack from a distance, could get close, and was unexpected. She had extremely rich combat experience, and every strike was deadly. He had actually been injured a lot. If he had not been able to heal himself, it would have been difficult for him to move now. But Shin Fu was intact, driving his superpowers. He condensed 3 sword snakes this time, all standing majestically behind him. When there was no other way, there was only one way, to risk one's life. The sword snake rushed towards the dragon again, and Nanchuan changed to a long double sword in his hand. The two approached each other, and the atmosphere became tense again. As you came and I went. The sword light flashed. The knife light intertwined. Nanchuan made moves again and again. And when Shin Fu pierced him, he did not dodge, and took advantage of Shin Fu's space blade still in his body, and quickly made a move, trying to pierce Shin Fu's left shoulder. He wanted to exchange injuries for injuries, and injuries for killing, even if both of them were injured at the same time. He had the advantage of self-healing ability. But Shin Fu let go of the space blade and dodged it, only scratching his left arm. The two retreated at the same time, and Shin Fu's blood began to drip along his arm. In such a short time, Nanchuan's injury had healed. The dragon in the sky was also broken and disappeared under the siege of 3 sword snakes. At this time, Shin Fu stood in the middle of the field, with Nanchuan who had recovered in front of him and 3 sword snakes on the other 3 sides. Xian looked at this situation with a little pity. Oh, it's too cheating to be able to heal yourself. I think that Xiaofu played well. But now it seems that Chuan will win. Xiu smiled. I don't think so. Although the arena has set up a special power isolation, the audience in the stands cannot spy on the situation of the venue personnel. But the space dragon is not something that can be used casually. Shin Fu felt the familiar pain on his shoulder, and his 2 hands loosened, and the space blade and all planes disappeared. The audience seats were confused. What's going on? Are you not going to fight anymore? But you can't surrender in a fight to the death. And Chuan started the fight, which means he wants to kill her. So why would he let her go? What a pity. Xiaofu is also really good. It would be hard to lose if he were any other opponent. Many people felt sorry for Shin Fu. But suddenly they saw her hair and clothes fluttering in the middle of the field. Where did the wind come from? Shin Fu raised her uninjured right hand, snapped her fingers crisply at Nanchuan in front of her, and said coldly, "Space. Kaleidoscope." As soon as the voice fell, a huge colorful piece of Shin Fu was the origin. It was so gorgeous and incredible, like a huge kaleidoscope unfolded, so beautiful that it made people speechless. Those colorful geometric space pieces connected together like glass reflected dazzling colorful light under the light, which spread all over the field. Everything on the field was swallowed up, rotated, and smashed, including Nanchuan. Everyone present was so dazzled that they dared not speak, for fear of shattering this fantasy. Shin Fu stood in this dream, raised his hand again, and snapped his fingers again. The kaleidoscope shattered and turned into brighter starlight, flickering and disappearing. In just a dozen breaths, the situation was completely reversed. The 3 sword snakes were crushed, and Nanchuan, although he wrapped himself with a sword and shield in time, was still cut very ugly. His arms and legs were all gone. His shoulder was also missing, and a lot of flesh was cut off. His face and ears were gone, and his teeth could almost be seen. It was very creepy. You are not dead yet. Shin Fu's voice was faint. It takes time for you to heal yourself. If I do this again, you should be completely dead. At this time, Nanchuan's arm had grown back, but he didn't expect him to give up and picked up a broken sword on the ground. In this case, I will grant your wish. Shin Fu raised his hand again, towards Nanchuan, and the kaleidoscope had recondensed. It only took a moment. Please! The entrance door suddenly opened, and a woman rushed in with a crying voice. Chapter 58, Why is it her again? Jasmine knocked out the guard at the door and rushed into the stadium. When she saw Sierra's dreamlike skills, her heart was beating wildly at that moment. When Nanchuan appeared again, the feeling of uneasiness was confirmed. Nanchuan might die. Nanchuan would really die. This thought almost made her world collapse. She couldn't care about those things. She was wrong. Really wrong. Nanchuan was more important than a gorgeous home. She was wrong. Shin Fu paused when she saw her come in. Even with a mask, she could tell that this was Jasmine. What are you doing here? Jasmine knelt in front of her with a plop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched it from you. I beg you. Let him go. Shin Fu raised his hand and looked at the blood on the fingertips of his left hand. Why? You say you want to fight, and you don't want to fight? Why do you keep playing tricks like a child? As she spoke, she mobilized her supernatural power, and the kaleidoscope began to spread out along her hand. It's my fault. I don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Let him go. I will agree to any conditions you have. Please. I am despicable and shameless. It's my fault. She actually cowed out heavily as she said that. Blood even flowed through the mask. All her pride and self-esteem were broken. Some violent people were already cursing. What? Who is that person? I was having a great time watching it. Yeah. What's going on? How can outsiders be allowed into the arena? Some sentimental audiences, seeing Jasmine's scene, began to cry. Wow. Such a touching love story. She cowed out in public to save him. Yeah. How many people in this world can do this? Of course. There were also complaints. Go to hell if you are in love. Why don't you see who is fighting to the death? Will he let Shiofu go if he loses? That's right. You can't beat him, and you want a woman to kowtow. For a while, the audience was noisy. Shinshinfu frowned, as if she was the one who was causing trouble. It was really boring. A portal appeared in the air. She turned around and said, "It depends on your fate. People always have to pay a price for their choices." The moment Shinshinfu stepped into the portal and disappeared, the kaleidoscope quickly opened and attacked the two. Nanchuan was still stunned by Jasmine kneeling, and when he saw the kaleidoscope, he almost reflexively used his newly recovered arms and legs to prop himself up and rushed over. He almost exploded his superpowers to the extreme. And Jasmine also released her superpowers crazily. The audience was silent, waiting for this colorful piece to return to calm. Then disappeared. Two bloody people fell out from inside. Nanchuan was left with only his head and chest. And Jasmine was also seriously injured, stained with blood. It can only be seen that she is still a complete person, but she doesn't know whether she is dead or alive. The two did not move at all. The people in the arena quickly carried the two down on a stretcher. The host quickly announced, "The winner of today's duel is Shiofu. Everyone present today can get a gift prepared by the arena. Now the show is over. Welcome to come again next time." The audience left from the 5 underground passage exits. Xian complained to Shiyu speechlessly. "I really didn't expect that Shiofu really won." Looking at his brother again. "I didn't expect you to be so accurate. Hey, do you think I can beat her?" Shiyu laughed at him unceremoniously. "You can't even beat the one lying on the ground." "What? Are you going too far?" "I don't think so." Shinshinfu teleported directly from the arena to the outside of the building, then walked to the location where the space anchor point was set before. And after driving, he was accurately teleported to the room. The wound on her body was nothing to her, just a little bleeding, which looked scary. But she was a little thirsty, and was going to go down to get some water to drink. She opened the door and walked out, just in time to meet Liu carrying fruit. Seeing blood dripping from her left arm, she was shocked. Fruits fell all over the floor, but the plate was not broken. After all, it was of good quality. Liu hurried forward to support her. "Where have you been? Who hurt you? You even hit a sea level like you. Are you still a human being?" "It's okay. I'm fine." Shinshinfu was pulled tightly by her. But Liu finally noticed the blind spot. "No. Where did you come in from? I didn't see you come in just now when I was downstairs. The school is about to close now, and it's hard to find a doctor outside. I take you to the infirmary." Shinshinfu refused. "No need. I just want to go downstairs to drink some water." "Oh, no." After that, she brought her own water to Shinshinfu, and told her to lie down and rest after she drank it. Liu didn't believe that the injury was okay, so she paced back and forth anxiously. She thought of something and quickly made a phone call. Shinshinfu felt really sleepy while lying there. She heard Liu's voice in a daze. "Go to the healing department and call someone for me." Yes. "Give me money. I want the best one. Come here right now." Liu saw Shinshinfu sleeping and thought she was unconscious. Not long after, Liu went to the gate of the dormitory area to pick her up. She threw a bunch of money in the security room and let her people in. She didn't hear the security guard muttering behind her, "No. I didn't say anything. Students of this school can go in with a guide, and they don't have to pay." Xiaoshu followed Liu upstairs and saw Shinshinfu on the bed and was silent. Why is it her again? It's only been a short time since she cut her hand for treatment last time. What new tricks are she playing this time? Maybe the life of a big boss is so exciting? They are all from the same school. Why is she living on the edge of a knife? If she needs the healing department so much, he can subscribe to it monthly and get a discount. She was originally listening to music and reading books leisurely in the dormitory. I don't know how happy she was. Suddenly, a senior student rushed in, grabbed him, and said that he had a life-threatening matter and asked him to help him. He could name his price. Since it had come to this, he certainly couldn't refuse. Hee. Although he was born to be very cold, it didn't mean that he was also so cold to money. But when he walked all the way to the art department, he felt a little uneasy. And it turned out to be true. It was still ups and downs. Sighing, he injected the healing light into her body, and soon knew the condition of her body. It was just a cut on her left arm, and her healing was much faster than that of ordinary people. He could feel that the wound was recovering quickly. For him, treating such a small wound was like playing. Xiaoshu completed the treatment in a few strokes. He stood up and prepared to leave. But Liu stopped him. Hey, wait a minute. You haven't told me how she is. She's fine. I cured her. Fine? Liu looked unconvinced. Can you do it? If she's fine, why doesn't she wake up? Xiaoshu was speechless. That's because she was tired and sleepy. So she fell asleep. Oh. Okay. How much is your account? Liu skillfully clicked on the light brain to transfer money. What? Transfer money to you? Tell me. How much do you want? Xiaoshu wanted to click on the payment. But after thinking about it, he refused. No need. I know her. She and my sister are also friends. If Xiaohua knew that he received money this time, there would be a big fuss. After hearing this, Liu looked at him twice more. What's your name? Xiaoshu. Oh. Okay. Then you can go. Thank you for today. Liu looked like she was going to drive him away immediately after using it. Xiaoshu nodded. And when he left, he mentioned to Liu. Although it's nothing. You're still injured after all. So you can take some more rest and eat something good. Liu nodded thoughtfully, thinking about the words eat something good, and closed the door. Then he sent a message to the housekeeper. Chapter 59 Orphanage. Jasmine was treated by several healing systems for several hours, and finally regained consciousness. But some injuries still need to be treated several times. She regretted it. She was really wrong. In the kaleidoscope, Nanchuan used all his supernatural powers to protect her. And he became like that. He really only had one breath left. Fortunately, there was still one breath left. The doctor said that he was almost beyond help. He was finally saved. And he would be in a coma for a while. They had worked so hard to survive when they were young. But she actually used his life to fight for her own beautiful life. It was really shameless. Jasmine looked at him steadily. Her hands couldn't stop shaking. She laid down slowly, curled up close to him. Just like when she was a child. There was a bunch of jasmine flowers on his bedside. And the fragrance was the same as before. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers. With Nanchuan behind her. She closed her eyes. As if she had returned to the orphanage. Although that was a dark time she never wanted to recall. When she was 3 years old, she was sent to an orphanage. She had no name, but was simply called number 77. The caretaker randomly pointed at a child and said, "Take her to the room." The child pushed her shoulder and asked her to go. But she turned around and held his hand. She was a little scared and held it tightly. The hand that was held paused, and then held hers back. But she was still young at that time and didn't understand anything. Just changing the place. There would always be noise and trouble. When she cried, the slightly older child came to cover her mouth. With a terrified face. But she didn't understand either. Finally one night, she cried loudly again. And the caretaker happened to be outside the room. So he opened the door and took her out. The other children in the same room were so scared that they trembled and dared not make a sound. After the caretaker took her out, he taped her mouth directly. She began to struggle and was thrown to the ground. She almost fainted. Then she was stuffed into a small dark room, which was completely dark. At night, there is always a faint light coming into the room. At least you can see the outline of things clearly. But that small dark room is different. She felt a headache. But she couldn't see anything because she stretched out her hand. She couldn't speak because her mouth was sealed. This lasted for 3 days. After the door was opened, the light outside was very dazzling. The caretaker held her by one leg like a cat or a dog. and said with satisfaction, "You are much more obedient now." Then he threw her back into the room. There were more than a dozen children in the room, and they were even more timid and dared not speak when they saw her. Only the child who covered her mouth before came. And he went to the bathroom to get a towel and water, wiped her clean, and didn't know where the medicine came from. But he also applied it to the wound on her head. He said he was number 19. She nodded, with the red marks of the tape on her face, and stammered, "I remember. Number 19. Then tears burst out of her eyes. But she didn't dare to make a sound, crying silently. Number 19 was stunned and raised his sleeve to wipe her tears. She was still young and looked easy to bully. So other children bullied her. She was suddenly pushed down while walking, and her food was also taken away. But she was too young to fight back. At this time, number 19 would come out, drive those people away, and even fight. The price was that he would also be beaten and locked in a small dark room. Number 19 was 2 years older than her. But he had been here for 5 years. He was sent here when he was born. He actually knew how to satisfy the caretaker. But he still did it. Normally they would not eat at the table. The caretaker would put a row of broken bowls on the ground, use a bucket to scoop out the food that was cooked into a pot of mushy, and let everyone kneel down like dogs to eat. Sometimes it was still sour, and it was disgusting just to smell it. There would be no such thing as nutritional supplements, because the orphanage did not want them to grow up too strong. At this time, number 19 would signal her not to resist and eat first. That's right. Some children who couldn't eat were slapped and locked in a small dark room. Some died of starvation, and some died of gastroenteritis. However, number 19 would make her vomit after eating the rotten food, and then find an opportunity to steal some food from the kitchen. This was a very risky thing. The last child who was caught stealing food was beaten to death, and everyone was asked to watch. Whips, sticks, and finally hammers. The child cried and screamed, and then the voice gradually became smaller, and then died. She saw this scene and said to number 19 next to her, "Don't steal things anymore." Okay. She could eat the rotten food. Number 19 smiled at her and didn't say anything. In this way, they lived cautiously. But they would still be whipped by the caregivers if they were not careful. Everyone had scars from being abused. Occasionally they would eat at the table when someone wanted to adopt a child. All the children would wear nice clothes and eat obediently at the table, where there were fruits, meat and noodles. Everyone held back their saliva until the caretaker said they could eat. And then, they would control their mouths and eat in small bites in front of the adopters. But number 19 was strange. He let her eat as much as she wanted, and the dirtier the better. He would also mess up her hair. Although she didn't know why, she would still do what number 19 said, even when she grabbed the noodles with her hands to eat. The caretaker frowned, but couldn't get angry in front of others, but always whipped her afterwards. At night, when number 19 secretly applied a towel to her wound, she said it hurt. Number 19 touched her head. "You have to bear the pain. You have to do it again next time. You know? But being adopted, isn't it good?" "No." He realized that his tone was a little serious, and said slowly, "Remember, you can't be adopted by these people. If she is not adopted, others will." She watched one child after another being taken away happily, and never came back. And others still ate like dogs, were scolded, beaten, and beaten to death. Bear it. There was no other way. Some children tried to escape and were beaten to death. There were 8 caretakers and 20 security guards in the orphanage, so they couldn't escape at all. Even though number 19 protected her, she was locked up in a small dark room several times because of her clumsy hands and feet. When the caretaker was in a bad mood, he would put mice in the small dark room. She became more and more afraid of the dark. So at night, after the caretaker's inspection, she always secretly hugged the pillow and snuggled up to number 19 to sleep. The window was open a crack, and the scent of jasmine flowers near the orphanage drifted into the room. She could sleep well while smelling the fragrance and leaning against number 19. 3 years passed like this. She grew up a little, and her appearance gradually stood out from the crowd, like a little doll. But number 19 seemed to be worried. She always did what he said, and she wolfed down her food every time. And her hair was deliberately messy. None of the people who came to adopt her liked her. It was just that occasionally, when she observed the eyes of those people, she felt as if they were not looking at the child. And she felt an indescribable sense of crisis. So even if she was locked in a dark room, she didn't want to go. Number 19 was very smart, and often served tea and water to the caregiver, massaged his shoulders, and said all kinds of good things. The caregiver was 2 points more patient with him than others, and sometimes he could get news that others didn't know faster. That day, number 19 heard that the director would come, so he asked her to stand at the back in advance and not to look up. She agreed, holding number 19's hand, and stood at the back obediently. Chapter 60. But her golden hair was too conspicuous, and the sunlight on her was almost glowing. The fat and big-eared dean asked her to raise her head. She didn't dare, and the caretaker whipped her with a whip, so she had to raise her head. The dean squinted and looked at her. His eyes were like insects, making her feel uncomfortable all over, and she felt inexplicably disgusted, as if she had eaten rotten food. Grinning, the dean showed a mouthful of dirty teeth, with a big belly, and said to the caretaker, "She's the one." She suddenly turned her head to look at number 19, wanting to ask him what he meant. But he didn't look at her, and his eyes were fixed on the dean, very fierce, as if he wanted to tear the dean apart. The caretaker smiled flatteringly, responded, and pulled her away, and her hand was separated from his. When she was pulled away, she kept looking back at number 19, and when number 19 looked at her, there were tears in his eyes. Why was he crying? She didn't understand. Later she found out that when the pig-like dean stripped naked and leaned over to kiss her, she screamed in fear. Why? What was he doing? So scary. So disgusting. So scary. Who will come? Who can help her? She shouted for help, but no one responded. She cried and finally called out number 19. The glass shattered. Number 19, who was only 8 years old, was hanging from the roof with a rope and broke the glass and rolled into the room. He was holding a knife in his hand. The dean was startled, and when he saw number 19 with blood all over his head, he laughed out loud. What the hell? He stood up and wanted to deal with number 19 first, while she quickly got up and ran behind number 19, stepping barefoot on the debris on the ground. Number 19 rushed up with a knife, but was kicked away by the dean, and the knife fell to the ground. The dean walked over, picked up the knife, and stabbed it into his thigh, sneering, "You dare to stab me with a knife? It's better to raise a group of dogs than to raise you." With a bang, she hit the dean on the head with a bottle of wine, but the force was too weak to knock him out. The dean touched his bleeding head. His face was deformed with anger, and he directly slapped her with his hand. She fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood foam. Then she was picked up and thrown on the bed. The dean began to tear her clothes and ignored number 19 lying on the ground. She closed her eyes and didn't dare to face it, just feeling so terrible. Suddenly, the person tearing her clothes stopped moving, and warm liquid dripped on her face. She opened her eyes in horror and saw that the long spear pierced the dean's heart from behind, with blood between her and the dean. The dean stared with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe it. After struggling to crawl out from under the dean, she saw that number 19 had stood up, panting and holding the long spear. She ran over crying and hugged him, but found that his whole body was very hot. In this desperate situation, he awakened his spiritual power and awakened his supernatural power in advance. Their movements still alarmed the caregivers downstairs, and they knocked on the door to ask what happened to the dean. But no one answered. The caregiver opened the door and came in, only to see her standing and the dean lying in a pool of blood. After rushing in a panic, he was killed by number 19 hiding behind the door without any defense. But the sound of his fall was too loud, and the other caregivers and security guards came upstairs. Number 19 held a long gun in one hand and held her hand in the other, and ran downstairs. She followed number 19, leaving a bloody footprint under her feet. But she didn't feel much pain, just thinking that maybe they would be free this time. The security guards were all B-level or A-level supernaturals, not so easy to deal with. And number 19 was not familiar with this sudden supernatural power, being besieged by so many people and protecting her. He suffered a lot of injuries, but no matter how much blood he shed, he never let go of her hand. As she gradually became desperate, she heard bursts of black smoke coming from downstairs. It turned out that the other children finally saw a chance to escape and set a big fire together. The thick smoke was so thick that even the security guards and caregivers would be afraid of death. The director was dead anyway, So they hurried down to escape. But number 19 had no strength left. The flames had already jumped up, and they had no way out. So they returned to the previous room, in front of the smashed window, and number 19 climbed to the window, pulled her, and wanted to put her on the small platform under the window. But there was too much blood on his hands, and the 8-year-old child was exhausted from fighting until now. His hand slipped, and she fell directly down. Listening to number 19's heartbreaking screams, she closed her eyes in the sense of weightlessness. At that time, she thought that it would be okay to die like this. But number 19 would probably be sad for her. But the expected severe pain did not come. She was held by a pair of big hands and stopped in midair. Under the shining of the full moon, she saw the man's face clearly. The man had the same blonde hair as her, a high nose, thin lips, and deep brows. The look he gave her at that moment was filled with unspeakable great sorrow. She felt like he wanted to cry. He was clearly looking at her, but he seemed to be looking through her at someone else. But she didn't have time to think too much. She just begged him to save number 19. The man put her on the ground, then flew directly to the windowsill and rescued number 19 in the smoke and fire. Then the man touched her head and asked, "Do you want to go to my house?" She stared with big eyes and didn't say anything. Then the fire department came, and many police officers came. The man had been cooperating with the investigation. It turned out that he happened to be driving a flying vehicle and stopped when he saw the fire. Many children ran away from the orphanage, and 2 caregivers were burned to death. The others were caught, and they confessed everything. This orphanage was originally established to satisfy the special fetishes of some people. They bought children at a low price, raised them a little, and sent them to those people's homes in the name of adoption. Countless children were killed. So, they were not even thrown away, but sold. The clues were cut off when the director was found, because he was dead, and the staff here didn't know how he contacted others. A big fire burned away all traces. She and number 19 stood outside the orphanage for the first time, standing by the Nanchuan River and under the jasmine tree. Both of them were simply bandaged, but they were still covered in black and gray, looking very embarrassed. "You go with him," number 19 said. She glanced at the man who saved them before, and inexplicably thought of that look, and still asked, "Why?" Number 19 paused, looked at the man who was still noble and upright even though his luxurious suit was covered with black and gray. Look at his clothes and conversation, and the aircraft he drives. He is very rich and a superpower. You don't need to eat rotten food anymore, and no one can bully you. You can sleep in a soft quilt every day. Number 77. After you go there, you can still go to school, and you will have a home. After saying this, his face was a little sad. Home? Yes. Home will have everything you want. Really? Is it really that good? Number 19 nodded. It's 10,000 times better than now. She nodded happily. Then I go. Will you go with me? I'm not going. Then I won't go either. Number 19 looked very pale. Be obedient. You must go. I will always protect you. Really? Really. Number 77. What will your name be in the future? Number 19 asked. She looked at the jasmine flowers above her head. I be called Jasmine in the future. What about you? Number 19? He looked at the Nanchuan River beside him. Then I be called Nanchuan. And I always protect Jasmine. There was another sentence in his heart that he hadn't said. Always protect the only one who chose to hold his hand tightly. His family. Chapter 61 Fake. So she walked towards the blonde man, looking back every few steps, and said she was willing to go back with him. He said his name was Lange, and she would call him father from now on. He asked her what her name was, and she said her name was Jasmine. She went to the man's home with him. What kind of house was that? It was floating in the air, shining with light, like a gorgeous palace in the sky. For the first time, she understood what kind of home she had. All her wounds were healed. Her little castle was bigger than the entire orphanage, and she had more servants than the caregivers and security guards in the entire orphanage combined. The food was so delicious. So many kinds. And there were so many exquisite dresses, jewelry, and jewels. Even breathing was fragrant. She could do whatever she wanted, and no one could hurt her anymore. And no one could make her kneel down, afraid of the dark. She could turn on the lights in the whole castle. If she looked at anything for a second, it would be arranged to be sent over. Mother Irene was so beautiful. And there were 2 lovely brothers. Everything was so perfect. Except for the absence of Nanchuan. Everything was perfect. She had never been so happy. Never. One day, she received a computer in the mail. It was very old, and had only one account. It was Nanchuan. After that, they met once a year. On July 19th. 2 years passed like this. She had become a new person. There was no trace of the abuse she had suffered before. There were many people around her who flattered her. She also built a new orphanage by the Nanchuan River. The only strange thing was that her father no longer showed the expression he had on the full moon day when he saved her. He was not so gentle anymore, and even a little indifferent. But she didn't think much about it, because he was the same to everyone. He was even stricter with his 2 younger brothers. But that day, she heard the words of the old servant, who came to report on the affairs of the Lange family's old house. I didn't expect the master to bring back a substitute. Yes, Miss Hill is so pitiful. And I don't know where she has been these years. She should be found soon. What about Miss Jasmine? What kind of lady is she? Will you still want a fake when the real one comes back? Who is Hill? Fake? These words seem to be a darkness. Will she be abandoned again? Will her father? She was really scared and gradually became cautious again. But after a few years, Hill didn't come back. But she didn't dare to slack off. She had endless classes and books to read. She wanted to be a perfect daughter. She had an obsession and wanted to be the real daughter of this family. But perhaps what you fear will come true. Hill really came back. And she was completely different from her. She was even a substitute that didn't look like her. Even if she just stood in front of Hill. She felt guilty about stealing. The drowning fear swallowed her again. And the words of the servants in the old house rang in her ears again and again. She was too scared and didn't want to lose this home. So crazy that she wanted to kill her. But she knew in her heart that she was innocent, and she should be grateful to her. If it weren't for her, she would never have been able to touch all this in her life. The more this happened, the more she was unwilling to admit that everything she had was stolen. She wanted everything to be the way it was before. But she forgot that the most original way was that this was Hill's home, and she was the orphan with nothing. Nanchuan's injury was like a sharp sword, cutting through all her disguises. She then remembered that she didn't want to come at the beginning. She really wanted to go with Nanchuan. It's just that the happy life of wealth and prosperity and a happy family is so fascinating that she has become someone she doesn't even recognize. The only thing she didn't expect was that Hill actually let her and Nanchuan go. She said, "Why do you always act like a child and play tricks?" At that time, she inexplicably felt that she and Nanchuan were very similar. Strong, reliable, and protecting something she lost from any angle. She didn't fight or rob anymore. No matter what Hill asked, she agreed. Even if she asked her to get out of Lange's house immediately, she would leave immediately. Shinchinfu was awakened by the smell of food. Logically, the smell from the restaurant on the first floor should not reach her room on the 3rd floor. She got up slowly and was shocked by the scene. The 3-meter-long dining table was full of food and drinks early in the morning. There were also a lot of medicines piled up in the living room. The small coal ball only had a small corner left on the sofa. "Do you have such a good appetite this morning?" she asked Liu. "Oh, these are all for you. People said that you need to replenish your body. So I asked them to make more and send it over." She pointed to the pile of various medicines on the sofa. "Look, there are also various regular medicines. If there is any emergency, you can use them. Aren't you a space system? Put them all in." "Well, okay." Then she realized. "What did they say?" "Who?" "He said his name is Xiaoshu. He knows you. I gave him medical expenses, but he didn't ask for them." Shinchinfu nodded. She had been busy recently and rarely met the siblings. Thinking of this, she sent a message to Xiaohua. Xiao Fei saw Shinchinfu wake up, running over in slippers, followed by her Xiao Kai. "Sister, were you injured yesterday?" Shinchinfu rubbed her head. "It was just a minor injury. It healed quickly. Now there is nothing wrong." Xiao Fei looked a little sad. "It's a pity that I can't help it all. You are always the one who gets hurt." Shinchinfu paused after hearing this, and slowly said, "How could it be? You have always been very good. Without you, your sister would have starved to death." "Really?" "Of course." Looking at the warm scene of the 2 sisters, Liu interrupted directly. Okay. Come and have breakfast. It's getting cold." Sitting at the dining table, Shinfu was silent. She couldn't finish her food. She couldn't finish it at all. She couldn't finish it in 3 days. While she was still in a daze, Xiao Fei beside her had already picked up the elbow and was chewing it, while Li Yu opposite her looked at her lovingly. When his eyes turned to her, his expression fell. What are you looking at? Why don't you eat quickly? Nodding, Shinfu hesitated and chose a dish to start eating. At this time, the doorbell rang, and Li Yu stood up. You guys continue to eat. I go open the door. As she walked, she said, I really don't know what's going on. There are more people coming to my house this month than in the past 3 years. When the door opened, it was Zhao Chengcheng standing at the door with a silly smile on her face, carrying large and small bags. She originally wanted to come to see Shin Dada earlier, but she recovered for a while and observed the development of the Saul incident. Fortunately, no one came to her, so she waited until the weekend to find him. After all, he was her great benefactor. She also washed her clothes and brought them over. She originally wanted to buy new ones to compensate her, but there was no information on the clothes except a small L logo. Li Yu looked at Zhao Chengcheng, and after thinking for a while, she remembered that this was the girl who was covered in dirt that night. Come in. When Zhao Chengcheng came in, she saw Shinfu chewing a big bone, and the dining table that could be described as scary, and she fell silent. No. Isn't this breakfast too rich? Chapter 62 Apology. Shinfu raised her head from the pile of food. Hey. Why are you here? Zhao Chengcheng came back to her senses. I came to give you a small gift. And your clothes? I put them all for you. She looked around, but she didn't see any place to put them. Gift? Why? Because you saved me. If I don't come to thank you, am I still a human being? Zhao Chengcheng was full of righteousness. Just some food and some books. I don't know what you like, so I bought some casually. It's not very expensive. She couldn't afford it if it was too expensive. Shinfu stood up, wiped her hands, and put the large amount of medicine in the living room and the things in Zhao Chengcheng's hands into the space. Thank you. I like both food and books. Have you had breakfast? Shinfu asked. Not yet. Let's eat together. Shinfu glanced at Li Yu, who was drinking tea without any reaction. Zhao Chengcheng followed Shinfu to the dining table. She saw the big devouring rose that day was placed beside the restaurant, and its big leaves were a bit in the way. Just when she was about to ask Shinfu why it was placed here, Shinfu said to the devouring rose strangely, Make way. You're blocking the way. But what was even more strange was that the devouring rose was suddenly startled, and the two big leaves hugged its head and ran away for a long distance, and finally squatted in a small corner. You actually cultivated it successfully? Didn't you say that it was fed with 10 kinds of blood? Is this really reasonable? Shinfu nodded. It succeeded, but it's a little timid. Really? Then her Wahua must be even more timid, trembling in her pocket, even though it looked quite brave before. But thinking about Shinfu level, everything is so reasonable. She can beat a fire lion. For Shindada's level, it's not too much to beat 10 strange beasts to feed. Zhao Chengcheng, who thought everything was reasonable, sat at the dining table and started eating. Shinfu breathed a sigh of relief, because he had more fighting power. Just when the three of them were almost full, the doorbell rang again. Li Yu almost cursed. What happened today? Am I a gatekeeper? As soon as the door opened, looking at the person in front of her, Li Yu was puzzled. You went to the wrong place. No. I'm looking for Shinfu. Li Yu pulled the door as wide as possible and shouted to Shinfu. Looking for you again. Shinfu was thinking about leaving the table, and when he heard this, he turned around and saw Jasmine outside the door. Zhao Chengcheng also saw it. Jasmine, who was in the same grade as her, but in the next class, the adopted daughter of the Lange family, and the classmate from the next class, who was so involved that she was devastated. Why did she come to find Shinfu? She was still bandaged? Who beat her? Li Yu didn't understand. She had known Jasmine for a long time. Her father always said that look at other people's adopted daughters, who are so outstanding and hardworking, and how many awards they have won. How could she have a dispute with Shinfu? Did Shinfu pick up trash and go to her house? For a moment, the air was silent. Shinfu put down his chopsticks and finally left the table, which was still half full. If he didn't leave, he would really die of starvation. Molly didn't speak or move until Shinshinfu said, "Come in." She took Molly to the tea room. "You're not dead. Are you looking for trouble again?" Molly was choked. She knew that Shinshinfu could have killed them completely in the arena. But he only hit them once. Even if it was for their lives. It was not a complete kill. It was already a mercy. "I want to apologize to you. What I said before is true. No matter what you want me to do." "I agree. Really. I was crazy before. I treated you as my imaginary enemy for so many years. But I forgot all this. It was originally yours." She stood up and bowed heavily. "Whether you are Sheer or Shinshinfu, I apologize to you." Shinshinfu looked at Jasmine guilty look now. She no longer had the delicate and arrogant shadow of the past. But in fact, she didn't want to care about anything in that family at all. It's just that Jasmine now looks a bit like Shiafei when she was a child. With panic and anxiety. When Shiafei was still a child, he pestered her every day to call her sister, fearing that he would be abandoned by her and lose this family consisting of only 2 people. This was the expression he showed. "I have a request." Jasmine looked up at her, like a prisoner about to be tried. "Don't come and cause trouble again. If there is a next time, both of you will die. It's useless even if you die in front of me." Molly nodded hurriedly, and signaled with her eyes. "What else?" Shinshinfu frowned, not knowing what she was going to do. "You go away. Be more normal next time. Don't go crazy for no reason." Molly didn't understand. Shouldn't she scold her? Slap her? And then drive her out of the house? "Aren't you going to drive me away? Your adoption is his business. It has nothing to do with me. Even if he adopts 10 or 8 more. It has nothing to do with me. Understand?" Molly was stunned. "Do you have anything else to do?" Shinshinfu asked when she saw that she was slow to move. Nodding, Molly took out 3 cards from her bag. "This is the net income of your competition. And the other 2 are given to you by me." It was all her money, including some prize money from the competition. Shinshinfu reached out and took the first card. "I just want what I deserve." "But?" Her words were interrupted by an impatient look from Shinshinfu. Seeing her tough attitude, Molly did not dare to say anything, and silently took it back and left. Xiao Cheng, who was still eating pork elbow, heard the voice of Molly coming out, and was embarrassed to turn around to look. But his eyes had already gone over there. Xiao Fei laughed at her. "Sister Cheng, your eyes are about to fall out." In the time of a meal, Xiao Fei had become familiar with her. Xiao Cheng smiled and said, "You found out. Who is she? Do you know her too?" Before she could reply, Liu snorted coldly. "What's so great about her? Her family is about the same as mine." Xiao Cheng wiped her sweat silently, and complained in her heart, "Your family is already very great. Okay? Breakfast is always so exaggerated." "Oh." Xiao Fei nodded thoughtfully. As soon as Shinshinfu came out, 3 pairs of eyes stared at her with questions, all asking why. "Ah. That." Shinshinfu was thinking about how to make up a story. It was just a little friction. And it's solved now. "You haven't said why you were like that yesterday. Could it be related to her?" "Homeju. Online." She actually guessed it right. Shinshinfu touched his nose, his eyes drifting to somewhere far away. And it was obvious that he was right. "It's too much. What can't be solved? But you just use a knife to hurt people like this?" Liu didn't even think about why Jasmine was wrapped in so many bandages. Shinshinfu thought about how Nanchuan was almost beaten into a pulp, laughed dryly, and didn't say anything. "So she came to apologize?" "I guess so." Zhao Qiqing's ears were so erect. It turned out that Jasmine came to apologize in the end? She was from the Lange family. Shindida was really amazing. She had been living a psychedelic life recently. So that day, Zhao Cheng went outside the school to buy a star lottery ticket. She really thought she could win. Chapter 63, A Big Change to a Handsome Guy. In the evening, Shinshinfu opened the gifts Zhao Cheng gave her. 1 bag was the clothes that were returned to her, which were washed clean and had a faint fragrance. 3 bags of snacks, different from the cakes that Liu usually gave, were all commonly eaten by students in the star Interstellar. She tried them and felt that they were very fresh, fragrant and spicy, and she wanted to eat more after eating them. There was also a bag of books, and she wiped her hands clean before taking them. As a result, she took them out solemnly and looked at them. "What is this?" "The palm pet of the star Interstellar Prince. The daily farming of the plant department's true daughter." Rebirth to dominate the star Interstellar. I am doing metaphysics in the star Interstellar. And so on. This doesn't look like a serious book. At this time, Shin Shinfu knew nothing about the power of cool articles. She opened a book Rebirth to dominate the star Interstellar at random. And she couldn't stop reading it. She stayed up all night and finished it. It was already dawn. In a trance, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, she went to the biology department with Liu to attend the exotic beast class. Liu was disgusted to see her hollowed-out appearance. Did you go to catch ghosts at night? Shin Shinfu was slow to react. No. I was just dominated by something very scary. So cool. So intoxicated. In this way, Liu, who was full of energy and stepped on the steps of not recognizing relatives, dragged Shin Shinfu, who was like a wandering soul, to the biology department. In the corridor, there was a tall and long-legged boy leaning against the wall, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, casually wearing the uniform of the art department. Lazy and casual black short hair, scattered on his forehead, superior bone structure, and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. Men and women passing by couldn't help but secretly look at him. The boy saw them coming and waved and greeted them naturally. You are here. Liu and Shin Shinfu looked up at the same time. And then looked at each other. I don't know him. Retracting their eyes, they ignored him and passed by directly. Then a very frustrated voice came from behind. What do you mean? Why are you ignoring me? Stopped. The 2 turned their heads again. Still didn't recognize him. Continue walking forward. Shin Shinfu. Liu? You are too much. He finally changed his style. But these 2 people didn't care about him at all. Shouldn't he change his style? This style is so ugly that they don't want to recognize it. Or should he change it back? The 2 paused. He actually knew their names? Walked back. Looked him up and down for a long time. And then found a sense of familiarity. Shin Yoshing? Liu was shocked. No. Handsome guy. Who are you? Who knows? In the past 3 years, he has been wearing strange clothes and painted an incomprehensible exaggerated makeup on his face. Everyone thought he was crazy about art. The first weirdo in the art department. He likes to wear a spiky ball uniform to walk around. And usually there is a place for 5 people in class. If there were not few people in the class, there would be no place for him. So he suddenly took off his makeup and changed his clothes. And he looked so handsome? Shin Shinfu was also shocked by his superb makeup skills before. How could a good person look like that? Shin Yoshing was a little sad. Is this style not suitable for me? Or should I change it back? No. The 2 said in unison. Liu didn't want to watch the thorn ball for a few more years. And said gently, no. You are very good now. It's because you changed too suddenly that we didn't react. Shin Shinfu also nodded. To be honest, she was pricked by his thorns several times. Why did you suddenly change your style? Shin Shinfu asked. Shin Yoshing scratched his head embarrassedly. Didn't I see Shifei that day? I felt very kind and wanted to touch her head. I understand now. The thorns on his clothes are too long. And it's hard to get close to him. At this time, Nei, Cici and Xiaolai also came over and greeted Liu and Shin Shinfu. Then, they looked at Shin Yoshing tentatively with their eyes in unison. Xiaolai even lifted up his bangs that covered half of his face. Oh my god! He is so handsome. I dare not look at him anymore. Nai asked them with a dry smile. Is this someone you know? Liu raised her eyebrows and said mischievously. You know him too. Do you know him? The 3 were confused. Shin Shinfu said silently. Shin Yoshing. What? Several people surrounded Shin Yoshing and talked for a long time. And he finally agreed to change to this style in the future. Cici said resentfully. If you change to a colorful thorn ball, I will have to hang myself at the door of your dormitory. Now my eyes can no longer tolerate ugly things. Then several people turned their attention to Xiaolai. Although he is a little shorter than Shin Yoshing, he is also taller. He always wears dark makeup and black lipstick. And his bangs cover half of his face. Is this also a handsome guy? They haven't discovered him for so many years? However, they didn't have time to think deeply because class was about to start. So they had to go into the classroom first. Since we came in late, we could only get seats in the back row. The exotic beasts class is a very important class. So everyone would try to get seats in the front row. After several people entered, Shin Yoshing's fresh and charming face still attracted a lot of attention. Han Guang didn't know why there were so many small noises today, and where everyone was looking. following the direction of other people's eyes. He saw a boy who was handsome and even beautiful. Then he turned to the person next to him, Fu, and he realized that they were all from the art department. There was a strange boy with black lips in a row, and they were all very good looking, each with their own beauty. He snorted coldly. Art department. No wonder they only care about appearance. The classmates next to him saw his unhappy expression and quickly grasped the key point. Han Guang. Those are students from the art department. Right? They only know how to eat, drink and have fun. And they are all slacking off in the last row in the exotic beast class. Another classmate also said, Yeah, I don't know what the art department is in the school. And I don't know what it's for. How can such people have the face to come to school? They didn't hide such insulting words at all, as if they were deliberately letting others hear them. Fu looked over. It turned out to be Han Guang, the defeated general. She thought of the book Rebirth to Dominate the Stars that she had read in the early morning, in which the protagonist treated others with inexplicable malice after rebirth. She followed suit, first giving a thumbs up to that side, and then, in their stunned eyes, turning it over. Then she smiled evilly, meaning garbage. The people around Han Guang were stunned when they saw the scene. They were from the supernatural department, and each of them was very good at fighting. But they were mocked by others? And they were girls from the art department. He stood up and asked Fu, What do you mean? Fu recalled the protagonist's behavior in the book, spread his hands, and said nothing. Let him think about it himself. He will be angry to death. Sure enough, he was furious and sprayed directly. You art department people are all garbage. Am I wrong? Who here doesn't think so? Chapter 64 Compare. Someone on the side whispered. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Liu and the others were puzzled. They were sitting in the last row and being so low-key. But they were still being scolded. So he slammed the table. Are you sick? The man didn't stop and continued to laugh. People from the art department should just play in your own department. Why do you have to take the exotic beast class? It's useless anyway. It's useless to learn it. Han Guang listened on the side and seemed to agree. Instead, the others in the back row pulled the man. Okay. Stop talking. I'm provoking you. Yeah. You make us in the supernatural department look crazy. Don't pull me. The man broke free directly. I just can't stand the way you young masters and young ladies don't know the sufferings of the world. You can enjoy everything that others can't get without working hard. In fact, you are idiots who are worse than anyone else. Shao Lai heard this and said silently, We, too, have paid the tuition. Fu was rubbing his hands on the side, ready to duel with him. And it would be best if they duel together. At this time, Nei stood up. Since you think we are so useless, then let me, the most useless one, compete with you. We are taking a class on exotic beasts. So let's compete with each other using knowledge of exotic beasts. If I lose, we will admit on the spot that we are the worst. If you lose, you will kneel down and apologize to us. The man was furious and agreed directly. Okay. Come on. Who's afraid of who? At this time, Teacher Chi just walked in. Not only did he not stop them, but he was very excited and gave advice on the side. Okay. The students are very passionate. Then let the teacher select 100 multiple choice questions, all of which are difficult questions about exotic beasts in previous years. The time is only half an hour. And see who wins. Unexpectedly, Nei was not afraid at all, and pointed at those people. You guys take the test together. The students watching were stunned. She wants to fight 3 against 1. That's too crazy. The swearing alien beast has very good grades. Yeah. People in the art department have really changed now. I remember this girl only scored 70 points in the last alien beast exam. Isn't that courting death? Han Guang spoke at this time. Does your admission of being trash include her? He pointed at Fu. Before Nei could speak, Fu agreed directly. Listen to her. I admit defeat. Okay. Then let's compete. As she wishes. All 3 of us can participate. And you can add 2 more. Nei refused. No need. I can beat all 3 of you by myself. And when I said that you 3 should participate together, I want you to use all your abilities and do the same test questions together. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience exploded. How is this possible? If she is so good, she should be very famous. She is just bluffing. Shinfu was actually unsure. But Shinyoshing, Liu, and the others did not look guilty at all. Cece also sighed. You will suffer for what you have done. The classmates quickly made room for the first row for them. After all, this kind of excitement doesn't happen every day. Nai sat on the left. Han Guang and the other two sat on the right, each with a piece of paper. The others stood 2 rows apart at the back. After Teacher Chi sent the 100 multiple-choice questions to the smart panel of the seat, he started the timer. To be honest, everyone knew that Han Guang and the other two had an advantage. Each of them only needed to do 1/3 of the questions, while Nai actually had to do 100 questions. Everyone could see that the 3 of them were flipping through the questions, and although they were a little distressed occasionally, they still quickly wrote down the answers. And Nai was flipping through the 100 questions frantically, and it felt like he just glanced over them, and he didn't write a single word on the paper. Some students opened the panel on their seats and also received the questions. They were shocked when they saw them. 1. What color is the feces of Dongshan horse when it has a stomachache? A. Black. B. Red. C. Green. D. Colorful. 2. What pattern is there on the tip of the dragon horse's tail? A. Stars. B. Flowers. C. Smiling faces. D. Dragon patterns. 78. What smell does the netherworld spider emit when its 8 legs turn purple? A. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. B. Scrambled meat with peppers. C. Oranges. D. Camellia. Everyone was silent, because they couldn't say anything. This question is too biased. There is no such unpopular knowledge point in the book. At this time, Teacher Chi was still looking here and there with his hands behind his back, and he didn't notice that the more than 200 students standing there were looking at him in a speechless manner. You are still good at playing. Han Guang and the other two finished a lot of questions in just a few minutes, and Nai had just finished flipping through 100 questions. Then, write the answer directly without looking at the question again, and write it quickly. In 2 minutes, Nai finished writing the answer and handed it to the teacher, which took a total of 6 minutes. How is this possible? I just thought about a question for a long time. Yeah. This speed is too fast. The 3 people over there haven't finished writing yet. I don't think they filled it in randomly. I think so too. It feels like they didn't even think about it. After writing, Nai challenged. Oh, why are you so slow? Are you not good enough? He said to the teacher. Teacher, please take a look at mine first. It's a waste of time to wait for them. Teacher Chi nodded and started to check the answers. At first, he was checking easily, but he became more and more excited as time went on, saying, how is this possible? After checking, Teacher Chi directly raised Nai's answer sheet and announced, Nai got full marks. Everyone was in an uproar. Shinfu was also a little bit unbelievable. Full marks in such a short time. Han Guang and the other two were discouraged when they heard this. Even if they could finish writing and get all the answers right, they would still lose. The one who cursed at the beginning regretted it so much that he pounded the table. Teacher Chi stopped him. Students, don't be so extreme. Winning and losing is normal, but you have to pay for breaking the table. Han Guang couldn't believe it either. He walked over to grab Nai's answer and looked at the question. Still muttering, impossible. Impossible. Nai didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. What's impossible about this? Oh, we are art department students. We are just rubbish. If the rubbish like me can beat you, aren't you even more rubbish? Then he remembered something and smiled brightly. Come on. Kneel down for us. Han Guang and the other two stood up, their eyes red with anger, glancing at the teacher. He didn't stop him at all, just laughed and watched the show from the side. Nai and several other students in the class stood together, looking at the 3 people who couldn't kneel down, and urged them, hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time. In the end, the 3 of them gritted their teeth and knelt down. Chapter 65 Lucky Halo. The 3 of them suppressed their anger and apologized. We were wrong. We shouldn't have said nonsense and looked down on you. After saying that, they ran away in shame and anger, and didn't even attend the class. At that moment, many people secretly took pictures of this scene and posted them on the campus forum, which sparked a fierce discussion for a while. Of course, Shinfu and his group didn't know this yet. After class, Shinyoshing was still sighing. Hey, how could they beat Nai? Xiaolai added. That's it. Why is Nai sure to win? Shinfu didn't understand. Liu reacted at this time. You don't know? Then you said that if you lose, you will admit that you are the worst together. I don't know. Isn't this the atmosphere? Nai explained with a smile. Because of my ability. Ability? Control probability? No. It's a lucky aura. Shinfu heard this ability for the first time. There is such an ability? Yes. For this kind of multiple choice questions. If I randomly choose, I will definitely get all the answers right. But I usually answer the exam seriously. Sometimes, even if I have a hunch that I will choose the correct answer, I will still choose according to my own understanding. I have never used this ability to cheat. I used to think that I didn't have awakened abilities, and it was only a level mental power. So I didn't expect too much. But after I had a fever, I suddenly became lucky. But this ability has no attack power at all. I usually give small objects a lucky aura, and the person wearing it will be a little luckier. I basically haven't used my ability to make more important choices, and I don't know what kind of impact it will have. Several people added. You don't know? She always wins the special prize in the lottery. You can pick up star coins when walking on the road. The most exaggerated thing is that she tripped over a stone last time and found that it was a piece of gold. Isn't it amazing? Liu bumped into her. Why? Are you jealous? Shinfu nodded. A little? Nai smiled embarrassedly. It's not as exaggerated as you say. In fact, I'm just a little lucky, compared with those powerful superpowers. I can't even compare to their fingers. No, Shinfu said seriously. Sometimes, many things are just lacking a bit of luck. And luck is a very strong ability. Really? Several people said in unison. Of course it's true. The lobby of the superpower department. Han Kuang walked hurriedly. He had offended many people in the superpower department. This time, he knelt down after losing to the people in the art department. He was so embarrassed. Someone even forwarded a post on the campus forum to him. This is called a surprise. The post with the animated picture of them kneeling down to admit defeat has been forwarded 2,000 times and has received more than 4,000 comments. And it is still increasing rapidly. Almost everyone is laughing at them. Are you kidding me? They can't even beat the art department? It's so funny. I was there at the time. It was the people from the supernatural department who started to provoke and say bad things about others. But they were crushed. Who dares to say they are uneducated in the future? The girl from the art department scored 3 out of 10. I am from the biology department. I got the test questions and tried to take the test. As a result, I got 43 points. It's so funny. They kept silent. I am from the supernatural department. I hope these 3 people can be removed. Add 1. It's embarrassing enough to say bad things in front of others for no reason. I lost the game. It's even more embarrassing to lose. I also kneeled down. I know the person in the middle. When I was in the individual soldier department, he often ridiculed others for being trash. As if he was the most powerful person in the world. This rookie in the supernatural department was also ridiculed by the middle one. And I felt inferior for a long time at that time. I took classes with the middle one in the single soldier department. I have a little secret. Last time, the middle one lost to a girl in the art department in a running race. What? Please tell me in detail. +1. Please open a thread to tell me in detail. I just can't bear to watch it. He didn't understand why people in the art department learned the supernatural class so well. He was completely clueless when he looked at many questions. And he didn't even know how such questions were asked. The girl named Nei actually answered them all correctly in just a few minutes. Now the whole supernatural department is ashamed of him. No matter where he goes, people will point fingers at him. He has never encountered such a situation in his life. Han Guang's mind was very confused. And his steps were too fast. He bumped into someone when he turned a corner. The person was thin and was knocked back several steps by him. It was only when several people on the side pulled him up that he didn't fall. How do you walk like that? The people around her started to scold her. Then looked at the girl who was hit and asked carefully. Ruiqing? Are you okay? Ruiqing? He actually hit by Ruiqing? Bai Ruiqing is the vice president of the student union, with strong SS level abilities and a well-known kindness. The girl just raised her head at this time. Her eyes were like stars. Her smile was like spring breeze. Her temperament was gentle. And she had a kindness that made people want to get close to her. Bai Ruiqing not only did not blame him, but showed a trace of concern for him. Classmate, I'm sorry. We also left in a hurry. Han Guang had been hit hard. And now looking at her eyes, the worries in his heart seemed to calm down. He waved his hands quickly. No. No. It's all my fault. I didn't notice you. Sorry. At this time, a girl recognized him. Ah! You are the one who lost to the art department and knelt down. The people around him also began to look him up and down, showing disdainful eyes. So it was him. He doesn't look that weak. But I didn't expect him to kneel down. He is really spineless. He can't even beat the art department. Too bad. Han Guang was furious when he heard this. But he couldn't explain it. After all, it was all facts. At this time, Bai Ruoqing smiled gently and interrupted those people. Her voice was soft and pleasant. What are you talking about? Winning and losing are common. No one will always win. She looked at Han Guang with a very warm look. You lost. But you followed the rules and did what you said. Which is also very remarkable. The person next to him looked like he was leaving again. Ruoqing, you are always so kind. Bai Ruoqing blinked, walked up to him and gave him a handkerchief, pointing to a gray and white spot on his clothes. Wipe it. You are dirty here. While he was still in a daze, she added, no one will always win. And no one will always lose. I think you will definitely win next time. Come on. Then she walked away with a group of people. Han Guang looked at the handkerchief in his hand, and her words just echoed in his mind. He turned around and looked in the direction she left, carefully folded the handkerchief, and put it in his shirt pocket. Thinking of her encouragement, he rekindled his confidence. Chapter 66 Clues. Alien Weapon Appearance Design Class. As the head of the design department, Xinjian also teaches art appearance design. Appearance design, as the name suggests, is to beautify the completed alien weapon. But Fu is puzzled. Why do you need to beautify it if it's already done? Old man Xian touched his beard and told her meaningfully. You can sell it for a good price. No wonder people from other departments look down on the art department. The teachers always go through the motions and leave, relying entirely on the students' self-understanding. Students are also very relaxed during class. The heroine in the Interstellar article that Fu read before was so busy in the military academy every day that she didn't even sleep much and studied all day and all night. There is no comparison at all. She has slept 10 hours recently, which is still considered less. No wonder she is so powerful and can dominate the Interstellar. Xinjian left early every time for the alien weapon class. She even read all the books on alien weapons when she was bored. She carefully painted the special paint on the alien weapon. But Li Yu suddenly shouted, Fu. She was so shocked that her hand trembled and the paint was brushed far away. What's wrong? This again. Others also collapsed when they saw the crooked paint they had painted. Cece had already found a good place to hang herself. Come out with me. Li Yu pulled her to a corner where no one was around and whispered. I found the traces of the silver-white aircraft with flowers you mentioned before. Hearing this, Fu's eyes became sharp. Where is it? It appeared once in the space station when the school just had a holiday. All other traces have been erased. It should not be an ordinary person. As she said that, she opened the picture sent to her. It was a small silver-white aircraft with extremely smooth lines. The flowers on the aircraft were white star flowers, the same as those on the buttons. If it was just after the holiday, it means that it was indeed this aircraft. Li Yu continued. Then I asked someone to check the manufacturer and model of this aircraft. But there was none. Most customized appearances are at least processed from a finished aircraft. Just like we make foreign weapons beautiful. This can only mean that even the aircraft itself is customized, which makes it difficult to find the place of origin. Fu nodded, not too disappointed. Thank you, Li Yu. For someone who would erase all traces, it was already very difficult for Li Yu to help her find a photo. She also went to several departments to see if anyone had a button with a white star flower, but found no problem at all. She had to keep looking. The two returned to the classroom one after the other. Yoshing and the others gathered together and discussed something very intensely. What are you doing? Yoshing looked up and replied. The school's charity sale is about to begin. Charity sale? Li Yu nodded. I forgot to tell you that the school has a charity sale every year. You need to register and submit your group information to compete for a spot. There are only 200 groups each year, with a maximum of 8 people in each group and a minimum of 5 people. The charity sale lasts for 3 days. The main thing is to sell your own things. and all the money from the sales will be donated to the school's charity organization, and eventually flow to slums, orphanages, and deserted planets. It's just that because it's a charity sale, the things will be much cheaper than usual. Nai added. The group that ranks first in the charity sale every year can visit the military district. Military district? Can you visit it? Yes. Most people in the military academy are eventually sent to the military district. So the students are very yearning for the military district. This charity sale is always fought over, and everyone is fighting for the first place. Liu asked. Do you want to go? Shin Shinfu shook his head. No idea. She just wanted to live a good life with Xiaofei. And people from the art department should not be assigned to the military district. However, she wanted to participate in the charity sale itself. Most of the school would gather together, and she could see if there were people with white star buttons on their clothes. But I also want to sell something. Since it's a charity sale. What do you usually sell? Shin Yoshing, I sold paintings last time. Liu, jewelry. Nai, lucky bracelet. Cici, music box. Xiaolai, book. Where did you rank in the end? Last. Cici said lightly. Someone bumped into my desk, and the music box fell to the ground. He paid 50. Xiaolai, originally. It was 80. But that person bargained. For a moment, the class seemed to be filled with a large cloud. Shin Shinfu noticed that Shin Yoshing was a little depressed. So he asked, Do you want to go to the military district? He was startled, then nodded, and said nothing else. The others exchanged glances with each other. Xiaolai patted his shoulder. No. It's okay. We try harder this time. Liu sighed. It's a pity. Our class can't buy our own things. Otherwise we'd be judged as cheating to get first place. After that, she asked Shin Shinfu, What do you want to sell this time? I'm selling the strange beasts in the space block. Oh. Yes. Your model is pretty good. Yes. That one will definitely sell. Ours this time will definitely be better than last time. Everyone was praising the exquisiteness of the model, and no one noticed that Shin Shinfu was talking about the strange beasts in the space block, not the model. On the day of the charity sale, in the school's large playground, 200 small stalls were set up by groups, and most of the students in the school gathered here. At this time, people came and went, and it was very lively. Shin Shinfu and others got the number 187 plate, and the location of the shed was close to the side and not obvious. One group was under a shed, and each person had a small table to put their own things. Everyone put their things on the stall table. Shin Yoshing brought a lot of paintings this time. And this time, his face without makeup attracted a lot of attention. As soon as she put it out, a girl from the stall next door came to ask with a red face. She sold 2 pieces and earned 2,000 star coins. Cici looked like she saw through the essence of the world. She looked into the distance and concluded, You can really eat your face. After saying that, she put out her handmade music box. And Shin Shinfu took a look. To be honest, it is really ugly. And it is in pieces. No wonder others don't buy it. She felt that she had cheated others with the 50 yuan last year. The book that Xiaolai took out was normal. But the problem was that he didn't look normal. And his mouth was painted black and very dark. No one dared to ask him what book it was, for fear of being entangled by dirty things. And no one wanted to look at him. Liu put out her various jewelry, which sparkled in the sun and was dazzling. There was a small sign in front, saying clearance sale, 5 million in total. She really thought it was a bargain. Nei's lucky bracelets were all made by herself, and she added a lucky halo to them. It is said that she made some improvements and made them better this year. Xiaofei was bored staying alone. So Liu put on her school uniform and brought her out. Seeing that everyone had put out their things, she asked Shin Shinfu, Sister, what are you selling? Shin Shinfu waved her hand in front of the small table, and a blue light flashed. The tabletop was immediately filled with large and small space blocks. About 30 in total, each with a different exotic beast. Chapter 67 Charity Sale. These, Shin Shinfu had shown them to her once before. They were all dead exotic animals. How much do you plan to sell them for? Shin Shinfu had learned a lot in the exotic animal class during this period, and had also checked the prices on the optical computer. Since the exotic animals she took out were not very precious to her, and she didn't want to set the price too high for the charity sale. She said, 1 million for the whole house. It was lower than what Liu next door sold. So she quickly wrote a small sign, clearance sale. 1 million for the whole house. Although Xiaofei didn't understand. She thought her sister had her reasons for doing things. After all, she transferred 20 million to her last time. And she hadn't spent a penny of the money yet. Shen Yoxing finally waited for Xiaofei to come out. Walked around the strange big flower that never left her side. Walked closer and touched her head. Xiaofei, help your sister today. Xiaofei nodded and smiled. Help my brothers and sisters. Shen Yoxing's heart was about to melt. How could there be such a sensible sister? He also wanted one. He couldn't help but touch her head again. Looking at Shen Shenfu table. 1 million. He must have seen it wrong. Shen Yoxing rubbed his eyes. And the 3 words 1 million seemed to hit his mind. 1 million each. Shen Shenfu, yes. It's much cheaper. If she sells it to Boss Jean, she will get rich again. Liu and others also gathered around when they heard this. Liu, you are asking too much. Although my jewelry is sold at a 70% discount, it is because it is jewelry that the word 1 is behind it. Shen Shenfu, I'm selling it at a 10% discount. What? You thought the original price was 10 million? Everyone was shocked. Cici, if this can be sold, the music box will be a gift. Xiao Lai teased others, but may not want to buy it after seeing this gift. Cici, people don't want your book either. Nai, take a step back. Is it really impossible to sell it? Maybe there are really suckers? After half a day, no one came to see Shen Shenfu charity sale. And even Liu's jewelry had a few people to appreciate it. Seeing this, Xiaofei walked to the front and loudly solicited customers. And Xiaokai followed behind and waved leaves. And the 2 big leaves were about to fly. This wonderful combination really attracted a lot of people's attention. But many people didn't dare to come forward when they saw the 1 million. But they were too embarrassed to leave directly. So they would buy Nei's lucky bracelet. After a while, 30 pieces were sold, earning 3,000. Shen Yoxing paintings also sold well. Almost sold out. With a total income of 22,000. All income was paid directly to the campus payment code number 187. And there would be a real-time point ranking on the campus network. 1 point for $1. Now the group has a total of 25,000 points. And the first place has more than 1 million. Xiaofei and Xiaokai shouted even harder. And were seen by Lu Yi and Kur, who were passing by. It seems to be Liu and the others over there. And it seems that they have called a junior schoolmate to help. What is that strange flower? Kur sneered. No matter what it is, it's not a good thing. Lu Yi was beaten up and stayed in the treatment room for several days when she went out last time. She didn't dare to go out for a long time. This time she came out with them to stroll around because of the charity sale. She knew that Kur and Liu had broken up. But it was the feeling of snatching things from a rich lady that made her excited. So she smiled and said, after all, we are from the same department. So let's go and support them. Kur hesitated. But? Okay. We are from the same department. There is no conflict that cannot be overcome. Let's go and take a look. Several people surrounded Lu Yi and walked to the shed number 187. Liu saw the visitor and asked unhappily, do you want to buy our things? Lu Yi looked generous. We are all students of the art department. Of course I have to help you. Help? Liu smiled softly. Then take a look. Is there anything on my table that you like? The best. All included. At least do this to be worthy of your identity, as the eldest lady of the Lange family. After saying this, he looked at her with interest. Lu Yi was stunned. Liu said this deliberately to set her up. If she didn't buy, it meant that what she said was all false. Recently, her father gave her 200,000 yuan for living expenses, which is more than the annual living expenses of some people in the school. If she wants to buy something, she can afford it. After calming down, she looked down. There were a few sets of jewelry on the table. And the sign read, 5 million for the whole show. Kur gently pulled her at this time. Louis, the original price of these sets of jewelry is tens of millions, which is really a good deal. After saying this, the people who followed behind began to find a place for Louis. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a few sets of jewelry? Yes. Louis must be tired of seeing this kind of thing. But since I said I would help you, I will definitely get it. The Lange family is richer than your Li family, so it's no problem to take them all. Right. Louis? Louis stood there in a trance. And then she felt endless regret. Why did she come to show off in front of Liu? She knew Liu's identity. So how could she sell ordinary things? What's the matter? Didn't you say you wanted to help? Come and see which one you like. Liu sat leisurely on the chair, supporting her chin with one hand. Very happy. The first place last time was only 4 million. And the difference was not much each time. So as long as they sold one set this time, their group would be the first place. She added the bet and pointed to Shinyoshing's table over there. Buy a set, and I give you a painting. Louis looked over, and was almost instantly dazzled by Shinyoshing's beauty. He was simply a seductive fairy in the painting. Is there such a person in Liu's class? Kura and others were also surprised. They had never seen such a handsome guy before. What a loss. It's a loss if you don't look at him. Louis turned her head reluctantly, wanting to buy it. But she couldn't afford the expensive jewelry. So she had to say stubbornly, I really don't need jewelry. There are too many jewelry at home. Then her eyes moved to the table next to Liu, where there were many small cubes with various kinds of strange beasts inside, which were probably small models. There was a small sign in front, which was knocked over by something. And I don't know what it said. She couldn't afford Liu's jewelry. So could she not afford this kind of small model? She said immediately, this kind of exquisite small model is more to my liking. She picked it up and looked at it. Somehow, she felt a strange feeling when she touched it. Liu pushed Shinshinfu, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and said, Wake up. There is a big complaint. Customers are here to buy your things. Shinshinfu shuddered and stood up instantly, with red marks on his face from his clothes and messy hair. Without even opening his eyes, he said in a daze, Welcome. All for 1 million. Take your pick. 1 million. Louis couldn't believe it. The jewelry is expensive. But this thing costs 1 million? Why don't you just go and rob it? Chapter 68. Kura couldn't help getting angry when she saw Shinshinfu. What the hell is this thing of yours? You're so ashamed to sell it for 1 million? Shinshinfu rubbed his eyes. It's my collection. They all laughed when they heard this. You're from the slums. And you're still talking about collections. It's really funny. That's right. You didn't pick it up from some garbage dump. Uh-huh. You're so ashamed to sell it for 1 million for something you picked up. You must be crazy because you're poor. If you want to cheat people, you should get something better. The laughter of the crowd was so loud that Xiufei heard it from the front and rushed back with Xiaofai. Seeing this scene, he couldn't control himself anymore. She started to criticize directly. If you can't afford something, just say you can't afford it. Don't pretend to be rich here. You can't afford this. You can't afford that. Why are you here for the charity sale? We didn't beg you to buy it. If you don't want to buy it, just go away. Don't talk shit all day long. She pinched her nose and said with disgust, I'm going to stink to death. You? When she raised her eyes, Kura was seen by her. She immediately remembered that this person had picked a fight with her in the cafeteria last time, and pointed at her and said again, Oh? It's you again. Ugly thing. Why do you feel shameless after crying for a few days? Have you seen people? Last time you ran away before I finished talking. And this time you came up to get scolded? Kura was so angry that she stammered and couldn't say a word. You? Me? What's wrong with me? Oh, you can't stand others being smarter, cuter, prettier, and richer than you. Right? But there's nothing you can do about it. Not everyone is as miserable as you. Otherwise, you can go to Sister Nei to buy a lucky bracelet. You can't help being ugly. But maybe the serious disease of spewing feces from your mouth can solve it. After she finished speaking in one breath, her eyes finally fell on Louis. If you can't afford it, leave. When the garbage collector comes, it will be difficult for you to get off the bus. Louis was so angry that tears were about to fall. But she couldn't buy it to prove that she could afford it. So a group of people had to leave in shame. Kura still couldn't understand why Louis really left like that after being scolded for not being able to afford it. But she didn't think about it deeply. And the others didn't pay attention to this problem even more. After Louis left, she became more and more angry. She was scolded by that little girl and couldn't say anything back. So she posted an anonymous post on the campus forum. Shinshinfu of the art department is crazy about money. He sells a pile of garbage and junk as a collection for 1 million. The onlookers came here after smelling the smell. 1L, what? What can a person from her slum collect? 2L, I saw it. It seems to be a model block. To be honest, it is quite exquisite. 3L, no matter how exquisite it is just a decoration. How dare you sell it for 1 million? You are so greedy. 4L. Doesn't the school care about this kind of random selling? 5L. What fool would buy this kind of thing? It's really funny. 6L. Let others buy a piece of garbage for 1 million. Ha ha ha. She is really crazy. 7L. It's a collection. What a joke. 8L. The problem is that the money was eventually donated to charity. Maybe they wanted to donate more? After deleting the comments on the 8th floor, Louis felt better after seeing the rapid increase in comments scolding Shinshinfu. After Louis and the others left, Li was very satisfied. Xiao Fei is still amazing. She glared at Shinshinfu, who was dozing off again. Unlike some people, who are like sloths, they still have half of their soul dreaming after being scolded. Shinshinfu nodded, as if agreeing with what she said. Everyone returned to their seats. Shin Yoshing earned another 5,000 yuan after selling his paintings. He and Xiao Fei shouted in front of the stall, and did not go far. Shinshinfu leaned back in her chair, and was very bored. Unexpectedly, she received a message from the housekeeper Evan. He said that her birthday was approaching and Fan Lang asked her if she wanted to have a birthday party. She decisively refused. Then she changed her posture and continued to be bored. Not long after, an unexpected person stood in front of Shinshinfu's table. You only sell this kind of stuff? She had originally just wanted to walk around in a place with few people. But he saw Shinshinfu's face as soon as he arrived. Shinshinfu glanced at him. Why? Is it not okay? Xian was speechless. Jasmine was selling jewelry. But she was selling some worthless small models. It was really embarrassing for the Lange family, who knew that she didn't realize it at all, and asked him, are you going to buy it? If you don't block my guests. The most outrageous thing was that while she was talking, she waved her hand to drive him away. Go away. It was as if he was a wild cat or a wild dog. What did she think of him? Why are you driving me away? I want to see it. What's wrong? Shin Yoshing stepped forward to persuade him. My classmate, this is a bit expensive. If you don't like it, you can look at something else. Xian raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Are you saying I can't afford it? Well, that's true. Shinshinfu added fuel to the fire. 1 million each. Sorry, no bargaining. Xiao Fei observed Xian for a long time, rolled his eyes, and said leisurely, Oh, another poor guy who talks nonsense. What a waste of time. He shook his head as he spoke. Xian was stunned. This was the first time in his life that someone called him a poor guy. He wasn't even a poor guy. She said he was a poor guy. Why do you say I can't afford it? Xiao Fei spread his hands. Yes. 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 You are right. You could afford it. You could afford it. I believe you. It was so sarcastic. Xian's eyes were about to burst into fire. 1 million each. So what? There is nothing I can't buy. Xiao Fei covered his mouth and laughed. Huh? Then you buy it. There was disbelief in his eyes. Shinshinfu couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. But it was obvious that Xian didn't notice. Give me 10. Xian's voice was so loud that everyone turned around to look. What? 10? That's impossible. I just saw it. Although it's exquisite. It costs 1 million each. That's too much of a rip-off. Is there anyone who would buy it? I'm afraid he's a fool. The fool Xian was completely provoked. Xiao Fei quickly handed over the payment code. Then scan it here. There was still deep suspicion in his eyes. Xian was almost mad at her. The problem was that the other party looked small and thin. He couldn't do anything to such a person. So Xian spent 10 million to prove himself. The ranking list was updated in real time. Ranking 1. Number 187 stall amount. 100300000. This change almost made everyone who was paying attention to the ranking collapse. What the hell? 10 million? What can sell for 10 million? Who is it? Did they cheat? Look at the information of number 187. It's from the art department. It must be cheating. Submit the question quickly. The second place is only over 1 million. Soon the campus network gave them feedback. The test was normal. It's normal. How is this possible? Last year, they sold a lot of weapons in 3 days, and only made 4 million. It's only the first day. And they've already made 10 million? What on earth is the art department selling? Let's go and take a look. A large group of people rushed to number 187. Chapter 69. And at this time, number 187. When Xian finished paying, Xiao Fei immediately changed her face. smiled extremely flatteringly, and took out a bag. "Dear VIP guest, which ones do you want? I packed them for you." Xian was speechless when he saw how quickly she changed her face. But somehow, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Humph. This young master said I can afford it." Then he began to point. "This, and this," Shin Fu said in between his selections. "You can open it by injecting mental power." However, he was so excited about the selection that he didn't listen at all. Xiafei packed them all for him neatly, handed them to him, and then bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you for your support, VIP customer. Welcome to come next time." Xian was so satisfied with Xiaofei coaxing that he left with his head held high, carrying 10 space blocks. He completely forgot that he was just passing by and taking a look. Shin Yoshing was stunned by her actions. Just a few words made people spend 10 million? High. Really high. 1/3 of the models on Shin Fu's desk were gone. Several people watched Shin leave, and they couldn't believe it. Is this the brainless rich young master? Li Yu was curious. If I remember correctly, the man just now should be the son of Lange's family. His sister's style is completely different from his. She always felt that Lu Yi was a little unconfident and restrained. Didn't the Lange family give her living expenses? But maybe it was because she had just found it. It was getting dark, and several people closed the stall and went to eat, when a large group of people came to number 187 to see what they were selling. The stall was empty, and only a few small tables were left. Someone whispered, "Why do you run away after making money? Are you afraid that we will copy your category? Don't you want the copy?" Hee. "I still want to a little bit." The next morning, 2 groups of people squatted in front of shed number 187 and waited for them to come. Some wanted to see the shabby collection of anonymous posts, and the other wanted to see what precious things the 10 million bought. Shin Fu and others walked to shed number 187 under the gaze of the crowd, as if walking on the red carpet. It was completely different from the deserted scene yesterday. People in 3 layers inside and outside stared at the things they took out with wide eyes. Paintings, books, ugly music boxes, bracelets, models, jewelry. It didn't seem strange. "Did you sell jewelry yesterday?" Someone came up and asked directly. "Excuse me, was the jewelry you sold for 10 million yesterday?" Li Yu took out the jewelry in her bag and replied casually, "No, it was those on the side." The man looked over and saw Shin Fu holding up a small sign of 1 million in the whole venue. Another group of people were immediately furious. "This is it. 1 million worth of junk. Did they just say that they sold 10? Oh my god. There are really idiots who buy it. I don't know who bought it." The person who asked was the team that was originally ranked first, and now ranked second. They were sent to spy on the enemy. Seeing this small ornament, he was furious. "Who bought it?" "Oh, Sean Lang from the psychic department." Shin Fu answered patiently. The psychic department, who were watching on the side, were going crazy. Instead of supporting our department, he directly sent the art department team to the first place? Why don't he buy some things from our department? Someone else complained. He is crazy to begin with. I don't think this is very strange. The psychic department wanted to catch him and beat him up. But he was strong. An SS-level fire department. And had a bad temper. So no one dared to ask him. The information from the 2 groups of people converged to form a bigger melon. There was another post on the campus forum. Why did the Department of Supernatural Powers buy Shin Fu $1 million junk and put him on the first throne? If yesterday's post exposed this matter to everyone, then today's post pushed it to the peak of popularity. Almost everyone in the school knew that Shin Fu junk collection from the slums was bought by the big grudge of the Lange family. After several rounds of onlookers, the stall gradually returned to its deserted state. Cece watched the crowd disperse, feeling extremely resentful. There are so many people, but no one is willing to buy my music box. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Xiao Lai curled his lips. Is there a possibility that the music box is too ugly? He poked it lightly with his finger, and the music box fell into a pile of wood blocks. Look, the quality is still very poor. Cece sneered and took out the payment code. 100 yuan. Please transfer the money. Do you want me to pack it for you? You make money by hitting porcelain. You even raised the price. Yes. On the second day of the charity sale, number 187 earned 17,000 yuan in a single day, and the total score was still leading. On the third day, Fu was bored and brought Xiao Meiqiu out. The little coal ball was very picky. It would not let anyone hold it. It would only rely on Fu. When it was in a good mood, it would hang on her neck. Xiao Kai stood farther away from Fu, standing at the corner like a doll. 2 leaves were holding a piece of paper, which read, "Number 187 is good quality and cheap. Welcome to buy." Han Guang was so upset about kneeling that he didn't dare to look at the campus forum. When he opened it, he would see 99+ messages mocking him. He didn't want to go out, so he thought of going out to take a look on the last day of the charity sale. He was startled by a strange colorful flower when he turned a corner. He was in a bad mood and punched the flower directly. What an ugly thing. Xiao Kai was swaying to the live music, but this punch stunned it. It ran back to complain with its head in its arms. Xiao Kai pointed at Han Guang, who was walking over here. And then the tip of the leaf rolled up and hit itself on the head a few times. Then squatted on the ground with its head in its arms. Feeling very wronged, Fu felt that if it had eyes, it would be crying now. Everyone could see what it meant. That person hit it on the head. Xiao Fei stopped him directly. "Hey! Why did you hit my flower casually?" Han Guang didn't know why. Hitting this flower was like hammering on a piece of iron plate, and his hands were a little numb. Hearing this, he looked over and saw that it was Fu and his group again. Suddenly, he felt that today was really unlucky, and it was not suitable to go out. Nothing good would happen if he met Fu. He didn't say anything, and Xiao Fei became even more angry. "Apologize to my flower." Han Guang smiled when he heard this. "Are you okay? You want me to apologize to a flower? It's not just a flower. It also has thoughts." Seeing this, several people walked out of the shed. Fu pulled Xiao Fei behind him and said lightly, "Apologize." Although it was originally Han Guang's own problem, he was unwilling to bow his head when he met the group of people from the art department. "What if I don't? Can you still fight me?" Han Guang sneered. "Just you?" Xiao Fei poked his head out, his face full of contempt. "You can't even beat my flowers, and you dare to look down on my sister?" Chapter 70. Han Guang regarded this as her nonsense. But since they value the flower so much, let's see how he breaks it. The air was filled with the sound of electricity, and in a blink of an eye, Han Guang almost turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Xiao Kai, punching the flower stem. The fist with the power of thunder and lightning hit Xiao Kai's flower stem, and there was a clang sound. Xiao Kai was wrapped in thunder and lightning and was blown away, hitting the roof of shed number 187, and the shed fell apart and collapsed to the ground. Han Guang felt that the depression in his heart was slightly relieved. The group next to him saw this scene and quickly took their things to get out of the way, and at the same time did not forget to send a message to ask classmates to come and watch the fun. "This melon is a waste if you don't eat it." Liu felt that this person seemed to have some serious illness. He was like a powder keg every day. He pointed at him and scolded, "If you are sick, why don't you go back and get cured? Why are you going crazy here?" Cece huddled behind everyone and counted silently. 23. "You have to pay me 2003. Hee. Xiao Fei was anxious when he saw Xiao Kai being beaten away. "Xiao Kai, are you okay?" Han Guang smiled sarcastically. "It's dead." As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw something standing up against the tent cloth, and Han Guang's smile froze on his face. How is it possible? He used 70% of his strength in that blow, and ordinary steel could be broken, not to mention the power of thunder and lightning, which could easily burn a person. This flower can actually stand up. Xiao Kai struggled with the 2 large leaves for a long time before uncovering the tent cloth. At this time, it was covered in dust, and the colorful hairs were all gray. It was hard to tell that it was originally a bright and beautiful rose. Looking down at his own miserable appearance, and then at Han Guang, it suddenly burst into flames 2 meters high. It was really angry. More and more people were watching around, and it was really fresh to see Han Guang confronting a big flaming flower. "Hey, is this guy hitting that flower?" "Yes. He started it first. And that flower is from the art department." "Is this number 187 again?" "It's number 187. And do you remember that man?" "Who?" "The one who knelt down to the art department a few days ago." "Ah." Everyone around came over. "Is he the one who lost to them before, and then came to hit their flower?" "I don't know. But is it okay that the flower is on fire?" Xiao Kai gathered 2 leaves together and rubbed a huge fireball. When she was about to throw it at Han Guang, Shinshinfu said slowly, Shao Kai. Don't set fire here. There are many small stalls. And they will all burn together. These words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames on its body. And then everyone immediately saw that it began to emit bursts of cold air. Even the ground began to freeze. Is this possible? How could the two polar powers of fire and ice coexist in the same creature? No one could understand this phenomenon. Not even Han Guang. He actually felt a sense of crisis from a flower, and drove his power, gathering a lightning ball in his palm, and threw it fiercely at Shao Kai. An ice shield instantly appeared in front of Shao Kai to block the lightning ball, colliding with a very dazzling light. Everyone around was hit in the eyes by the light, and had to close their eyes. When the light faded, they opened their eyes again, and a cold ice dragon made of ice appeared behind Shao Kai. Someone hit you, and you just used a big move. Is this polite? The ice dragon was surrounded by wind and snow, and the temperature in this area dropped sharply. The onlookers even exhaled cold air, and shivered with cold. Han Guang was also eroded by the cold air, so he had to immediately drive his supernatural power to condense dozens of lightning darts to track the ice dragon. He used the lightning speed to move in front of Shao Kai, and launched a thunder attack with two palms. The blue light of lightning flashed in his eyes, staring at Shao Kai fiercely, almost unstoppable. Just when Shao Kai was about to be hit, Shao Kai in front of Han Guang moved. He only saw it for a moment, because the next moment, it disappeared, and his thunder attack hit nothing. But there was another kind of lightning power that did not belong to him in the air. An impossible thought arose in Han Guang's mind. Could it still have lightning power? But he didn't have time to think about it. And at the moment, he was stunned. A huge thrust came from behind him. Then there was a weightless dizziness. The onlookers were quiet, and they couldn't believe what they saw. The big flower appeared behind Han Guang like a ghost, and slapped Han Guang with its two big leaves, completely sending him flying. It turned dozens of times before hitting the wall and stopping. At this time, there was only the collision and friction sound of the ice dragon and the lightning dart in the air. The ice dragon exhaled cold air and froze the lightning dart directly, and then bit it to pieces. When Han Guang got up, the ice dragon had already bitten the last lightning dart to pieces. Han Guang spat out a mouthful of blood while trying to stand up. What on earth is this? It can use fire, ice, and even lightning. This is not any kind of alien plant he has learned. It knocked him down in the blink of an eye. It was simply crushing him. At this time, a classmate who was in the same alien plant elective class as Shinshinfu spoke in the crowd. This is our elective homework. Swallowing roses. What? This is a homework? Now the alien plant homework is too difficult. How can we raise it? This one is the first place homework. In other words, he can't even beat Shinshinfu homework? He is still looking for trouble? Hearing this, Han Guang almost wanted to tear their mouths apart. Shut up. I don't know who shouted in the crowd. If you can't beat it, just admit defeat. You should leave quickly. It's embarrassing. Han Guang's eyes were red. He looked at Shinshinfu, who was calm and at ease not far away. He didn't think that he couldn't beat her, but he thought that she was shamelessly hiding behind a flower. He held onto the wall and tried to leave. So Shao Kai took back the ice dragon. The ice and snow dissipated, and the temperature gradually warmed up. Shin Yoshing and others quickly evacuated the crowd and cleaned up the mess, while Liu took the initiative to compensate for the damaged items of others. Shinshinfu was about to go up to stop Liu and said that she would pay for it, but a gust of warm wind blew away the last bit of cold air. At the same time, something white floated down from Han Guang's chest. Shinshinfu glanced at it casually, but this glance made her heart skip a beat. It was only a few dozen meters away, but Shinshinfu opened the teleportation. Shinshinfu calmed down her boiling emotions and squatted down, picked up the white handkerchief, and her fingers became more and more powerful. She was not wrong. White star flower, the symbol of R. Shinshinfu turned her head and looked at Han Guang. Han Guang was originally holding onto the wall and walking forward in pain, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. He was grabbed by the neck and thrown to the ground, and a piece of his right teeth was directly knocked out, and more blood flowed out of his mouth. But he was pressed down and couldn't move. A glowing white hand handed a handkerchief to him, and the murderous tone in the voice was frightening. Is this handkerchief yours? He wanted to curse back, but his body was shaking, and his instinctive reaction was that if he said yes, his neck would be broken the next moment. Chapter 71 The Murderer. His mouth was full of teeth and blood from being knocked out. And he said vaguely, "No. It's not. Whose is it?" "You. What do you want to know this for?" He tried to look at Shinshinfu, but saw the cat on her shoulder, with disdain in her golden eyes, as if looking at a piece of garbage. Shinshinfu didn't reply to him, but just put the handkerchief into the space world, and then broke it with her hand. Snap. Broken his arm directly. The veins on Han Guang's forehead were bulging with pain, but he was pressed to the ground by her hand, unable to move. Seeing that he didn't speak, Shinshinfu broke his other arm, and both arms were twisted into incredible angles and lay softly on the ground. His mind gradually became dazed. "Whose is it?" "It's Bai." The pain almost made him unable to breathe, and finally trembled and said 3 words. "Bai Ruiqing." "Who is that?" "Student Union. Vice President. The daughter of the Bai family." "Bai Ruiqing." R. Hearing this, Shinshinfu released the hand that was holding his neck, stood up, glanced coldly, and said, "Go away." Fortunately, the crowd had been dispersed by then, and the others were busy packing up. There were trees by the wall to block the view, so no one noticed. Shinshinfu walked back to the stall, looking indifferent and serious. Xiaofei tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." This time, number 187 won the first place as expected, and can set off to the 6th military region in 3 days. Unlike everyone's joy and happiness, Shinshinfu remained silent. She checked Bai Ruoqing's information, and it was funny to say that there was information about her everywhere. Whether it was a social networking site or a campus forum, there were many posts and photos about her, all praising her beauty and kindness and gentleness. She lent a hand to those who couldn't pay the tuition, helped those who were isolated and targeted, and she would not get angry if someone accidentally broke her expensive items. She would also ask the other person in a soft voice if they were okay, and she would even help the sick. Such a gentle person, and an SS-level wind system. They gave her the title of Chosen Saint, and praised her to the heavens and the earth. But perhaps it was such a person who broke into other people's homes at will, and cut the powerless people into pieces with a wave of her hand. Looking at Bai Ruoqing's smiling face in the photo, she just felt disgusted. The next morning, Shinshinfu went to the lobby of the supernatural department and found an inconspicuous place to sit. Wanting to observe her, Suda girl hurried into the lobby with a pile of books. A gust of wind blew in from the window, and she didn't stand firmly, and the books fell to the ground. At this time, a sound of footsteps came, and many people surrounded the person in front and walked to the girl. Bai Ruoqing squatted down, not paying attention to the white school uniform skirt dragging on the ground, and helped her pick up the books one by one, and smiled and said, "Be careful next time. Precious books have fallen all over the floor." Others joked, "Ruiqing, you really have no other shortcomings. You are so kind and have a good heart." "Yes, my mother always says look at Ruoqing. Then look at you. I am getting a headache every day. Who can compare with Ruoqing? She is our saint." Shinshinfu clearly saw the pattern of Bai Ruoqing's buttons not far away. Exactly the same buttons. Exactly the same white star flowers. A wealthy family. That aircraft that wiped out the traces. Wind system. Xiaofei said that she only felt a gust of wind and then lost consciousness. Bai Ruoqing's smile at this time was so dazzling. The praises of those people on the side seemed to feed a handful of rotten, smelly, and even maggoty meat into Shinshinfu's mouth. So disgusting. So want to vomit. Seeing that extremely hypocritical face, her desire to kill her reached its peak, almost overwhelming her mind. Shinshinfu's eyes were scarlet, and she was full of hostility. The air on her right side began to unfold a kaleidoscope unconsciously, and the colorful geometric space pieces had spread upward along her arm. At this moment, she had no idea where this place was, who was on the other side, and what the consequences would be. There was only Bai Ruoqing in her eyes. 1 step. 2 steps. Shinshinfu raised her hand and just went up. Suddenly someone rushed over and grabbed her hand, pressing it down hard, and the hand holding her was cut into a bloody mess by the overflowing small space pieces. Jasmine saw Shinshinfu's strange look as soon as she came in. She was still hesitating whether to go up and say hello. After all, the relationship between them was really stiff. But she actually saw that the colorful kaleidoscope skill of that day appeared on her hand without any concealment. She was still staring at Bai Ruoqing. It looked bad. Jasmine knew what kind of lethality that skill had. But this was a school. He could only bite the bullet and press down her raised hand. Shinshinfu paused, followed the hand, and moved his eyes to Jasmine's face. Are you going to go against me again? The colorful space piece began to grow along Jasmine's arm. Jasmine hurriedly explained, but didn't dare to speak too loudly. No. He'll. Wake up. This is the school. The lobby of the Department of Supernatural Powers. If you kill someone in public, you will be directly imprisoned, and the people around you may be implicated. What do you mean? Jasmine looked around and saw that no one was looking at this corner. Follow me. Bairuoqing stood up and noticed the movement here. He only saw two backs leaving. Shinshinfu was dragged to a more hidden corner. Even a blind spot for the camera. I don't know what hatred you have with Bairuoqing, but at least don't get caught. This is a military school. Although the military school will occasionally turn a blind eye to student fights as long as the situation is not too serious. You will be severely punished for killing someone in public, even if the person is not dead. And the death penalty will be imposed in serious cases. Shinshinfu said sarcastically. That's right. I'm definitely not as experienced as you. And he knew to hire someone to kill secretly. Jasmine was criticized but couldn't say a word in rebuttal. Just gritted her teeth and told her about Bairuoqing's information. Bairuoqing is the only daughter of the Bai family. SS level wind system. Good at wind blade, wind thread, wind mist, blade tornado, and can use wind as wings to walk on the wind. Shinshinfu didn't know these. Why do you want to help me? Because I owe you. I will try my best to pay it back. Before Shinshinfu could speak, Jasmine continued. She lives in the dormitory area where the supernatural department needs to pay extra fees. Although it is not a single-family house like your art department, it is also a townhouse. I am not sure which one it is. Her family's medical business used to have dealings with us and the Lange family, but they have stopped in recent years. I don't know why. If you need any help, you can go to Nanchuan. He can arrange someone. Jasmine was embarrassed to continue talking. This was simply a hearty self-destructive and embarrassing conversation. Shinshinfu waved his hand. No thanks. Those people are too weak. If you want to hire someone to kill someone, you should hire a stronger killer. Before leaving, Jasmine added, the Bai family values this daughter very much, and there may be bodyguards hidden around her. Chapter 72 Assassination. Shinshinfu calmed down. She was indeed overwhelmed. This matter needed to be confirmed. She asked the underground trading city to investigate Bairuoqing's aircraft. Originally, she didn't want to involve too many people, but now she had to confirm it as soon as possible. Fortunately, Boss Jean didn't show any abnormality on his face, because she only said that he was interested in her aircraft and logo. Boss Jean thought she wanted to collect aircraft and happily agreed. It was much more convenient to have a specific person. And a table came out that night. At the bottom, there was a bright silver white star flower aircraft, which was extremely expensive and ordinary people couldn't buy it. It belonged to her alone, and there was no duplicate in the entire galaxy. There was also her logo and white star flower pattern, which was unique to her. That button was worth money that ordinary people couldn't make in their lifetime. This information was exchanged by Boss Jean from the bosses of major aircraft suppliers and customization companies. And Shinshinfu paid him again. Many pieces of information made her confirm that the person was Bairuoqing. In the next 2 days, Shinshinfu rarely put on a white uniform, pretending to be a student of the Department of Supernatural Powers, and followed Bairuoqing carefully, and finally saw her enter the house on the far left of the 5th row. In any case, what Jasmine said was right. She shouldn't get angry and implicate the people around her. She has always understood that the capital star acts differently from the ruins, and needs to consider many consequences. But she will not let Bairuoqing go. So after thinking carefully for 20 seconds, she chose to assassinate her. She couldn't bear it anymore. In fact, she had to leave for a visit to the military area early the next morning. But she couldn't wait a day. So she put on a mask and sneaked into the dormitory area of the Department of Supernatural Powers late at night. She was sure she wouldn't be discovered. In addition to the fixed surveillance in each house, the dormitory area also has a small flying surveillance, which will be activated at 10 o'clock every night and fly at low altitude. So in addition to avoiding security, she also needs to avoid surveillance and pay attention to the bodyguards that Jasmine said may exist. She had previously set up a space anchor point in a densely planted area behind the garbage collection point in the dormitory area. So this time, she only needed to teleport directly from the room to reach it directly. She waited quietly until 2 o'clock in the morning. After all the lights in Bairuoqing's house were turned off for an hour, she carefully controlled her own breath and built a platform directly in the air of the dormitory area, and then teleported up. At this time, the clouds in the sky were very thick, completely blocking the moonlight, and the places outside the street lights were darker than usual. Her black clothes and mask were completely hidden in the dark sky. She also wore a hat and set up a space block to forcibly isolate her sense of existence. At this time, the flight surveillance was below her. After observing for a while, she noticed that the 18 flight surveillances in this area had a blind spot of 1 minute every half an hour. She had to find Bairuoqing's room in this minute. If she teleported directly into her house, she would definitely be photographed by the surveillance inside. But the bedroom was different. Even in the Sky Castle, there would be no surveillance installed in the bedroom of the master room. Quietly waiting on the platform in the air until 3 o'clock in the morning. At the moment when the flight monitoring was intertwined, she built 7 spatial planes by the window of Bairuoqing's villa. She also disappeared in the air in an instant, standing on the spatial plane against the wall of the townhouse. The distance was already very close. Shin Shinfu spread his mental power along the wall, carefully exploring how many life forms there were in the house. There were 4 people and a dog on the first floor, 2 people on the second floor, and 1 on the third floor. The one on the third floor occupied the largest position, which must be the master bedroom. The others might be the bodyguards hidden in the school. Shin Shinfu figure flashed, and she stood on the spatial plane by the window on the third floor, more careful than before. 30 seconds had passed since she got here, and she had to enter the villa within 30 seconds. If she made a mistake, she would alert the enemy, and it would not be so easy next time. 10 seconds of thinking passed, and time was running out. No matter. While entering the portal, Shin Shinfu drew out 20 overlapping spatial blocks, tightly framing the room on the third floor. Bairuoqing was sleeping peacefully on the bed, and did not notice that someone suddenly appeared in the room. The moment Shin Shinfu entered the room, he saw Bairuoqing's face, and without hesitation, he condensed 30 space spikes above her and stabbed them at the same time. As the space spikes pierced through the bed, a gust of wind blew, and the person on the bed disappeared. There can't be wind in the space block. Shin Shinfu held the space blade in his palm to block the sudden wind blade on the right. Bairuoqing's hair was messy, and she was floating in the air. Who are you? Bairuoqing didn't expect someone to come to the school to kill her, and she avoided everyone downstairs. But it was too dark. She didn't have time to turn on the light, and couldn't see clearly at all. She could only continue to shoot wind blades. Shin Shinfu didn't say anything. He stepped on the low cabinet and flipped sideways to avoid the wind blade, while throwing out a cutting wall composed of space blades. The cutting wall was facing Bairuoqing, and the furniture it touched was cut into pieces like tofu by the space blade. Bairuoqing's scalp was numb, and he mobilized all his mental power to directly launch a blade tornado. The blade tornado swept everything in the room up, and cut everything into smaller pieces like a meat grinder, and collided with the cutting wall, making an extremely harsh sound. She was not at all calm and gentle when she was with people in the past, and her eyes seemed to be poisoned. Who is this masked person? Is he an enemy of the family? Why didn't anyone come up despite such a big commotion? The collision between the cutting wall and the blade tornado brought about a huge energy fluctuation, which tore apart Shin Shinfu's 6-layer space block. Shin Shinfu had a clearer estimate of Bairuoqing's ability. SS level is much more powerful than S level. For example, the ice spikes that Jasmine had shot before didn't even penetrate 1 layer of her space block. This is the difference. The 2 skills were eventually offset by the debris falling all over the room. Bairuoqing fell to the ground, her fingers groping on the wall secretly. Her expression was gloomy in the dark. But she asked Shin Shinfu in a somewhat frightened voice, "Who are you? I don't know where I offended you. Can you at least give me a reason to be killed? If we have any misunderstandings, we can solve them. I can give you money, fame, power." Really? Shin Shinfu laughed sarcastically when he heard this. Who is she? Misunderstanding? Does it matter? Did she know who she was when she killed Xiafei? Are there any misunderstandings? Sometimes it is a kind to let people die innocently. So, she insisted that Bairuoqing die in a muddle, just like she did to others. Isn't this fair? The moment Bairuoqing touched the button on the wall, Shinfu floated. She waved her hand and shot out 3 layers of space blades to cut the wall, rushing towards Bai Ruoqing with murderous intent. It was too fast. Even if Bai Ruoqing drove the supernatural power again, he didn't have time. He was hit by the space blade wall in horror. She couldn't die anymore. Standing in the mess, Shinfu looked at Bai Ruoqing on the ground and calmly thought about whether she had any chance of surviving, based on the situation she had encountered in the past. No. Even in Nanchuan's situation, as long as he was fatally injured quickly enough, he would not be able to survive, unless he was immortal, according to Bai Ruoqing's current state and the information he had learned before. No one said that she was immortal, so she should be dead. Smelling the bloody smell in the room, Shinfu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That breath that had been blocking her heart, no matter how much she ate, slept, or read, could not be dissipated. Now it was finally evacuated. Before Shinfu teleported out, he thoughtfully left a layer of space blocks, which would not disappear until 7 in the morning, to prevent someone from smelling the bloody smell too quickly and coming upstairs. Bai Ruoqing's blood was not cold yet. What if he was saved? Shinfu returned to her room, took a shower, and slept peacefully with a quilt in his arms. Chapter 73. Go to the military area. 8 o'clock in the morning. 2nd floor. Left house number 5. Dormitory area of the Department of Supernatural Powers. Amnesia waited for Bai Ruoqing for a long time. Logically, she would come downstairs at 7:45. But it was already 8 o'clock today, and she still didn't move. He was different from ordinary bodyguards. He was protecting her as a classmate of the young lady. The others were waiting on the side. And Amnesia decided to go upstairs to ask about the situation. Walking up the stairs, Amnesia gradually smelled a strange smell, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Amnesia quickened his pace, and almost ran to Bai Ruoqing's door. Dong dong. He knocked on the door twice. "Miss, are you okay? It's time." What responded to him was endless silence. No response. The bad feeling was even stronger. Amnesia held the door handle of the room, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The scene that came into his eyes made his pupils shrink suddenly, and his mind went blank. The messy room, bloodstains all over the floor and walls, and that pile of... What is that? Where is the young lady? Amnesia's ears rang with a sharp ringing sound, and his expression gradually collapsed when his rigid mind slowly realized what it was. This should be fake. Right? This can't be true. Right? His mind almost completely collapsed, and Amnesia's face was pale, standing there motionless. The people downstairs saw that Amnesia had not come down yet, so they also came upstairs. "Amnesia, what's wrong with you? Where is the young lady?" The voice seemed to come from a long distance. Amnesia turned his head slowly, not knowing how to answer, and tears of blood almost flowed from his eyes. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Others also realized that something was wrong when they saw him like this, and rushed forward to see the bloody scene on the ground. And they were also struck by lightning. Is that the young lady? It's over. The young lady is gone. It's over. Everything is over. Quick! Contact the head of the family. The bodyguards were in a hurry to contact the head of the Bai family, and Amnesia couldn't understand them for a while when he saw them busy. But his heart was in pain. A younger bodyguard came to ask him, "Brother Emo, are you okay?" Amnesia wanted to say something to him, but he spit out a mouthful of blood as soon as he opened his mouth and fainted. The head of the Bai family, Bai Tung, was awakened by a violent knock on the door. Even though he was very impatient, he knew that his men should not be so careless, and it must be something important. He stood up and put on his clothes, glanced at the charming mistress next to him, and she got up and went out very tactfully. "Come in." The housekeeper outside hurried in when he heard this, but he trembled and dared not speak after entering the door. "What's the matter?" the housekeeper said to Bai Tung. "Master, the news from the Galaxy Military Academy is that the young lady was killed." "What?" Bai Tung couldn't believe what he heard. So many people were protecting her, and it was at school. How could something happen? What's the situation now? Bai Tung could hardly control his anger. The housekeeper trembled and projected the picture on the light brain and displayed it in front of Bai Tung. Bai Tung's eyes gradually widened as he looked at the picture. Anyone could tell that she must have died. Bai Tung suppressed his anger and ordered, "Go down." After the housekeeper left, Bai Tung immediately dialed a communication, and then immediately arranged to seal off the scene and rushed to Bai Ruoqing's villa. Not long after, a flying vehicle entered the Galaxy Military Academy's Supernatural Power Department. But strangely, no one remembered that the flying vehicle had come in and out. After that, many of the Bai family's men began to investigate in the school. But at this time Shin Chenfu had already boarded the spaceship to the 6th Military District. Shin Chenfu leaned back in the chair and fell asleep. Staying up late is really a bad idea. I really have no energy now. In contrast to her is Shin Yoshing, who looks so energetic that his joy is about to jump out of his eyes. Liu asked him, "Why are you so happy? If you want to go to the military district so much, why do you still study art? Isn't it good to go to the supernatural department? I remember that your level seems to be quite high." Shin Yoshing paused. "No, I don't want to go to the military district. And I'm not that good." "Who are you kidding? Li, you look like you can't fool me. You are almost wagging your tail with joy." "Okay. Besides, I haven't seen you talk about your supernatural powers for so many years." Shin Yoshing shook his head, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. Liu pouted her lips. Every time she talked about his supernatural powers, it was as if she wanted to eat him. And she always kept silent. The universe outside the spacecraft was deep and mysterious. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the territory of the 6th Military District stationed on Zimong Star. After 10 rounds of review and inspection, the group of people in combat uniforms finally stepped off the spacecraft and truly entered the 6th Military District. The 6th Military District was like a huge mechanical monster, deeply rooted in the purple star. But this planet was at the edge of the interstellar space, and the environment was not good. It could almost be said that the sky was filled with yellow sand, and the wind was raging. The patrol planes and mechas that went out could only be seen clearly after entering the protection area of the military zone. Many soldiers in combat uniforms and training uniforms hurried forward, their faces solemn. Most of them frowned, and the atmosphere was tense. Several people in the military academy had never seen this scene, but they were all affected by this atmosphere, and they became more heavy and serious, and dared not laugh and play anymore. Shin Chenfu did not speak, but just observed carefully. A soldier was waiting at the door. When he saw them come in, he saluted. "I am Lieutenant Lin Ke. The Major General arranged for me to take you to visit the 6th Military Region." Lin Ke took them to the inside of the military region. The departmental divisions of the military region were connected by a fully transparent channel. They looked at the mechanical area, the medical area, and then went to the training area. During the period, they also passed the information area and the reconnaissance area, but they were not allowed to enter there. The equipment of the military region is several levels higher than that of the military academy. Weapons, equipment, and mechas are all made of the best materials, and the quantity is extremely large. After walking around for a long time, they arrived at the training area and were instantly attracted by the fierce and dazzling fight. The red and blue groups used their superpowers to attack each other without reservation, and each move was fierce. One person even had his leg blown off. There were medical staff guarding the side, and they carried the person away very skillfully, except for the injured person, who was gasping for breath. The rest of the people continued to fight without stopping. Liu whispered, "Is this training? It looks like a life and death struggle." Lin Ke did not think her statement was ridiculous and patiently explained. "The military district is different from the military academy. We are facing real enemies. The enemy will not hold back like in the school. So the training in the 6th military district is life and death struggle. If you are injured, you will go to the treatment chamber." Shin Yoshing did not feel relaxed at all as usual in school. The 6th military district is indeed cruel. Yes. Lin Ke turned to him and was stunned when he saw his face, but quickly returned to normal. The 6th military district has the most brutal training among the 33 military districts. But it is also because of this that although there are not many people in our military district, our casualties are the least. Chapter 70 for the 6th military district. As soon as the voice fell, the mecha on the other side was smashed down and fell to the ground, and the mecha began to catch fire. The rescuers dismantled the mecha quickly and moved the unconscious soldier out. Everyone watched this scene in silence. The atmosphere was too heavy. Lin Ke felt that it might have hit the young military academy students, so he took the initiative to bring up the topic. "Which department are you from? The superpower department or the individual soldier department?" Every year, Students from these two departments basically come to visit the military district. Very bloody. The Major General likes such young people. Several people retracted their gazes and looked at Lange, saying in unison, "We are from the art department." Lange, ? What did I just hear? Art department? Is this true? He was not a student of the Galaxy Military Academy before, although he had heard that the Galaxy Military Academy had an art department. This was the first time he had seen it. When he was still in school, he participated in the Military Academy League and met many people, but he had never seen anyone from the art department. I didn't expect to see him here, Liu explained. Our group won first place in the charity sale, so we got this opportunity. We didn't expect it. Mainly, I didn't expect such a brainless person to appear in the Lange family. Lange nodded, realizing his previous gaffe, and said, "The art department is also good. Come and have a look at us. Maybe you will get different creative inspiration." At this time, Shin Chinfu looked at the battle situation over there, pointed at the people in red clothes and said, "They are going to win." Shin Yoshing showed a somewhat surprised look when he heard this. A few people looked over and saw that 3 people in the red group had been carried down, while only 1 person in the blue group had been carried down. And the blue team was attacking fiercely, and the red team was retreating step by step. In Lange's eyes, the victory clearly belonged to the blue team. He smiled and said, "Why do I think the blue team will win?" At this time, the blue team defeated 2 more people from the red team. Victory was almost within their grasp. The main force of the blue team led 4 team members to rush straight to the red team's base camp. Just as the blue team was about to reach the red team's camp, an accident occurred. Before the blue team could react, the ground began to collapse, and all 5 of the blue team members fell into the pit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red team attacked the blue team from both sides without a pause, and directly took the battle flag. Lange felt a little embarrassed at this time. After all, he was from the military district, but he didn't have the vicious eyes of a little girl. "When did you find out?" Shin Chinfu pointed to a team member who was injured at the beginning and leaned against the back of the red trench. He was faking injury. It should be the Earth-type ability. He dug a pit in front and waited for the other side to come over carelessly. But he didn't do anything different. He obviously had an injury on his hand, but he still pressed his hand on the ground. "Isn't this very strange?" Shin Chinfu continued. "There are others who are obviously retreating step by step, but there is not much urgency. From time to time, they still look at the Earth-type soldier, probably asking him if he has dug a good pit. When the time is right, everyone pretends to be hit by the other side, and the main force of the other side comes with people and just falls into their pit. But this approach is designed for the opponent's main force." Lange looked at the main force of the blue team, who had just climbed out of the pit, and asked with a smile, "How did you know?" The red team should know the main force of the blue team very well, so this tactic is not complicated. If a cautious main force is replaced, this situation will not happen. So, this digging a pit tactic is tailor-made. You are right. Lange did not expect that she could still notice this level. The main force of the blue team is famous for its bad temper and aggressive behavior. Moreover, the blue team did beat the red team last time, so this time it is more confident that it can beat the opponent. Liu poked Shin Chinfu. "Oh, you still have this kind of vision." Xiaolai scratched his head. "I didn't see it at all." At this time, there was a few applause from the other side of the passage. After Lange looked over, he stood up straight and saluted the other party. "Major General." The man called the Major General was wearing a military uniform. Tall, with a firm and sharp look, but he had a handsome face. Shin Chinfu and his party always felt that the Major General looked familiar. The Major General came over and said to Shin Chinfu, "As a student, it's great that you can notice these details." Several people also saluted the Major General. The Major General glanced at Shin Chinfu. "What's your name?" "Shin Chinfu." The Major General's eyes fell on her face, and suddenly frowned in confusion. Shin Chinfu didn't quite understand. Was her name strange? Although it was also randomly chosen. Then he looked at everyone's face, and Shin Chinfu noticed that he only stayed for 2 seconds when he saw Shin Yoshing. Shin Yoshing's eyes lit up for a moment, and he took a step forward and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the Major General. He ordered, "Lange, take them inside quickly, and don't stay too long. The situation in the military zone is complicated and full of crises recently." "Yes, Major General. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the entire military zone began to shake. Earthquake? Several people began to sway with the shaking. But the Major General and Lange stood very steady. But their expressions were a little serious, as if they had experienced this scene thousands of times. At this time, several officers came in from the other end of the passage. Report to the Major General. A special-grade mountain beast appeared 2.8 kilometers southwest of the military zone. The Major General frowned when he heard this. Special grade? The appearance of the special-grade beast means that there will be casualties again this time. Immediately reorganize the 5 individual mecha teams and 5 special-powered teams. Zhou Qi. You will be the commander this time. Yes, Major General. The officer named Zhou Qi immediately took the order and left in the shaking. The Major General then remembered that there was a group of students here. In the blank eyes of several people, he ordered Lange, you continue to take them to visit. After saying that, he turned around and left. They followed Lange and continued to move forward. Unexpectedly, after just a few minutes, another group of people ran to the place where the Major General left before. Lange stopped one of them and said, "What's wrong?" The other party replied, "A glutton appeared in the north. It has evolved into 4 heads. It is a special-grade monster. Many residents over there have been eaten." "What? But there is a special-grade mole beast in the southwest." "Yes. So we have to ask the Major General now." Lange walked forward a few steps and remembered that he still had the task of taking students on a tour. After thinking for a while, he said to several people, "I'm afraid I can't take you on a tour today. There is a special situation in the military area. Or there is danger. You should leave by spaceship as soon as possible. Follow me." Several people had to follow Lange to the exit. This time, they even skipped the security check step. Before they came to their senses, they got on the spaceship again. When they boarded the spaceship, they noticed that Xinyoxing's hands were shaking, as if he had been frightened. Even Liu, who was so careless, noticed it and asked, "Xinyoxing, are you okay?" Chapter 75. I'm fine. Due to the emergency, the military academy group did not go to the personal rest cabin of the spaceship, but sat on the seats in the rest area. Xinyoxing held down his shaking hands and sat on the chair. Shall I reminded? Yoxing, fasten your seatbelt. Xinyoxing nodded and fastened his seat belt in a panic. The few people left in the spaceship. Xin Chenfu opened the window curtain and found that the yellow sand on Zimong Star was bigger than when they came. The spaceship was shaken by the strong wind, and the pilot could only fly at a low altitude temporarily. Nei grabbed the seat belt on his body and said anxiously, "What should I do? I have a bad feeling." Liu was shocked. "What? You said it's not good. Then it must not be good." Cece looked like she was dying. "My life is like a fallen leaf. Whichever way the wind blows, it will float to that direction." Xinyoxing didn't say anything, but he was shaking more and more. Breathing became more and more difficult, and his palms were full of cold sweat. Everyone's heart seemed to be covered by the yellow sand outside. What you fear will come true. Just when the spaceship was about to increase its speed, it suddenly hit something. Then the spaceship began to swing wildly from side to side uncontrollably, as if something had grabbed the spaceship and was shaking it wildly. Several people inside felt that their brains were about to be shaken evenly. If they hadn't fastened their seat belts, they would have been shaken up and down and left and right to death. Except for Xin Chenfu and Xinyoxing. Everyone else screamed. But the difference was that Xinyoxing's situation was worse than others, and his face was pale and terrified. The shaking of the spaceship lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, and then suddenly stopped. "Still in the air," Liu said dazedly. "This driver's skills are too poor." The tense atmosphere was diluted by her words. Even the stuttering ally complained about her. "Please, this is obviously a problem." "Okay. Problem? What problem?" Xin Chenfu replied, "It should be a strange beast. The main activity area of the mole beast is on the ground, and at our altitude, it may be what the military said. A supergrade glutton." "What?" Liu had never thought that such a thing would happen in her life. So when she encountered the situation, her most serious thought was that the driver's skills were not good. After Cece screamed, she became lifeless again. "Let everything go with the wind." Liu rolled her eyes. "Don't be literary at this time." Then she shouted at Xinyoxing, who was stunned. "Xinyoxing! Xinyoxing!" Xinyoxing's eyes were wide open, and he was very scared. Liu frowned. It's over. This person is scared silly. Cece snorted lightly. What kind of literature and art? I really don't know what you are talking about. I was born like this. Just as Fu was about to teleport out to see the situation, the spaceship shook again and started shaking again. She couldn't leave them here and get out by herself. Then the spaceship was squeezed by something and began to deform. The outer shell windows shattered. And then a very unpleasant stench floated in. Liu had never smelled such an unpleasant smell in her life. So she vomited it immediately. And then she saw that what she vomited was even more disgusting. And then she vomited again, forming a perfect cycle. Could it be that the attack of the gluttonous beast is to stink people to death? Soon the spaceship broke into 2 pieces. As the few people fell backwards with the spaceship, they vaguely saw the appearance of the gluttonous beast in the yellow sand. Or rather, the appearance of one of its heads. It was a giant earth-yellow worm with a diameter of over 100 meters and an unknown length. It had no eyes, nose or ears, and its bloody mouth was full of fangs, so dense that it made people feel numb all over. A few people felt a chill from head to toe. What a disgusting thing. What was even more disgusting was that they understood that this was only one of the heads. There were 3 others. It wanted to bite the spaceship open and eat them. The speed of falling accelerated. Fu raised his hand, ready to draw 2 space blocks to protect the 2 falling parts of the spaceship, and then go out to deal with the gluttonous beast. Somehow the spaceship suddenly stopped falling again, and gradually turned to a stable angle. Afterwards, a mecha appeared at the break, and a man walked out of the mecha, and the mecha was retracted into a mecha necklace and worn around his neck. It's the Major General. Along with the Major General came some bombing sounds. Through the gap, several people saw behind the Major General. The glutton in the air was hit by several mechas and fled downwards. Another section of the spaceship was lifted up by a mecha, and it was probably the same for their section. Are you all okay? The situation in the military region is complicated now. I take you to a safe place first. After Liu spit out the last mouthful, he held the chair and raised his head. No. It's okay. While talking, Yu unbuckled his seat belt, ran to the corner of the spaceship, covered his ears, and squatted down. When the Major General saw him like this, his face changed, his eyebrows knitted, and he walked in front of him in the puzzled eyes of everyone and kicked his legs. What are you doing? Yu's lips trembled, unable to speak. The Major General pulled off his hands that were covering his ears, and said angrily, Are you going to watch your classmates die? Yu, seeing that he turned a deaf ear, the Major General slapped him in the face, and Yu's head was tilted. Yu then came to his senses and noticed the person in front of him. He raised his head and squeezed out a word with great difficulty. Brother. Brother? The people around him all took a breath. The Major General was Yu's brother? No wonder he looked so familiar. Don't call me brother. I don't have a brother as useless as you. I thought you had figured it out by not wearing your strange clothes and coming to the military district. But I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Aren't a few years enough? When you encounter danger, you hide in the corner and behind your classmates. Is that what our Shin family taught you? If you are so useless, why do you come to the military district? Didn't I tell you not to come to me if you haven't figured it out? Yu looked a little sad. But you haven't been home for 3 years. Why should I go back? See you? A useless person. Hiding in the corner? Why? Yu asked with red eyes. Why? Why can't I hide in a corner? Must everyone be like you? I didn't hurt anyone by hiding. Did I? The Major General sneered. Why not? Because you are from the Shin family. You were born not to be able to do that. Why do you think you were born with such strong strength? That's because you have our blood flowing in your veins. Strong people don't protect the weak, but hide in a corner to be protected by those weaker than you. Do you really think you are doing the right thing? Every day you hide. There are others carrying the burden forward. They are much lower than you in rank. How dare you ask me why? An SS-level person hides in a corner, letting those S-level, A-level, B-level, and even ordinary people who are powerless to fight and protect your beautiful life? The military academy had never heard of this statement before, and they all lowered their heads in thought for a while. Chapter 76. Yes. You are all great. I am the most useless. Yu almost collapsed. Isn't it? How come the Shin family has such a cowardly waste like you? I am afraid. But I don't want them to die again. Brother. You can't do that to me. You clearly know. This sentence seemed to press the pause button, and the Major General opened his mouth to say something but couldn't. The others were puzzled. Die again? What does this mean? How can a person die again after dying? At this time, Lieutenant Lange came up. Major General, there are casualties on both sides now. The mole beast has been controlled, but the glutton beast below is going crazy. The Major General's eyes sank, and he glanced at Shinyoshing squatting on the ground, and finally made up his mind. He walked over and grabbed Shinyoshing's collar, dragged him to the broken part of the spacecraft, and threw Shinyoshing down without saying another word. Shinyoshing's eyes widened, and he was instantly swallowed by the yellow sand, and his figure could not be seen. Everything happened so suddenly that no one would have thought that he would throw Shinyoshing down, and they were all stunned by this action. What are you doing? You actually killed your brother. Are you still human? Liu spoke first. But before they could react, another figure unfastened the seat belt and rushed to the broken end and jumped directly. This time, even the Major General and Lange were frightened. They reached out but did not catch her, and she disappeared in the yellow sand. It was Shinshinfu who jumped down. Liu was so shocked that her mouth opened wide, and she ate a mouthful of sand. At that moment, she even thought about where to bury Shinshinfu and the adoption procedure of Xiofei. It's over. It's over. 2 people died at once. Take them away first. The Major General gave Lange an order, and then entered the mecha and flew away. Wait. Them. What to do? We can't leave. Seeing that Lange was going to take them away, Xiaolai was so nervous that he spoke like a machine gun. Lange replied, I believe the Major General will bring them back safely. I will settle you first. After that, he arranged for the 2 mechas that lifted the spaceship to move to a safe place. The protests of several people were ineffective. Lange strictly followed the Major General's order and took them away. In the yellow sand, Shinyoshing fell rapidly after being thrown down. His body began to emit bursts of blue-black air when he felt the crisis. But even in this situation, he still let himself fall. Ximangsing couldn't see the color of the sky. He heard the cry of the strange beast below getting closer and closer, and a black shadow above was gradually approaching. What was that? It was not enough for Shinyoli to throw him down. Was he going to jump down and step on him? The black shadow came to him quickly with a flash of blue light and grabbed his wrist. Shinyoshing doubted his eyes when he saw Shinshinfu. Did he just fall to death? And is this an illusion? Until Shinshinfu spoke. We are going to land. After saying that, he felt something on his back. And then gradually there was a slope, and he seemed to be sitting on a huge slide and sliding down. Landed safely. Sitting on the ground, he watched Shinshinfu, who had stood up quickly, draw something in the air. Why did you jump down? Shinshinfu drew a giant space block, and in order to prevent the military from hitting it, it was flashing a huge blue light. The space block was too big, and it was not convenient for her to set who could enter and who could not enter separately. So she could only put them all in the space block for the time being. She took the time to reply, Then I can't watch you fall to death. It sounds quite reasonable. But, aren't you afraid of falling to death? Oh, it's okay. It's hard for me to fall to death. She has many ways to land, and the slide is just a common one. There is no other problem except that it makes her but a little hot. After the space block was drawn out, the strong wind was blocked, and the yellow sand inside immediately fell down. Soon, the gluttonous beast revealed its full appearance. For 1,000-meter-long bodies were connected together, each moving independently, without any sense of regularity in action. It was like 4 separate giant insects tied together with a rope, entangled with each other, and even one head would bite another head, which was so weird that it made people sick. After the full appearance of the gluttonous beast was revealed, the military district's people attacked much more smoothly. At least they didn't have to worry about one of its heads suddenly coming out from any position. However, its skin was extremely hard, and the several waves of attacks, whether it was mecha skills or superpowers, had no effect. It could only be shot into its mouth, and it would have some painful reactions, but it would be easily swallowed as long as it got close. The gluttonous beast, which was attacked from all sides, had begun to go crazy. The khaki body turned red, and began to hit the space block with its head frantically. But except for the blue light ring that was swung out by the impact, the space block did not break, because Shinshinfu reinforced the position it was about to hit in advance. But even if it can't get out, the soldiers and the superpowers are also being drained of strength by the gluttonous beast. Shin Shinfu walked forward, ready to help kill the gluttonous beast. She knew where its weakness was. As soon as she took a step, Shin Yoshin grabbed her. Where are you going? What are you going to do? Pointing at the terrifying gluttonous beast, Shin Shinfu said, I go to help. What can you do? Don't go. You will die. No. If you don't go, there will be more casualties. Shin Yoshin wanted to say something, but Shin Shinfu directly built a few space planes and jumped into the air. At this time, Major General Shin Yoli came. He was isolated outside the space block and wanted to go in, but was blocked. Oh! Touching the space block, he was surprised by the power contained in it. Is your classmate from the space department? He asked Shin Yoshin across the space block. Yes. What level? Sea level. Do you believe she is sea level? Your brain has rusted over the past few years. This is the first time he has seen her use these skills. Okay. Shin Yoli slowed down his tone. Have you ever thought about why those who died in battle died? Peace, faith, protection, no matter which one. They are willing to sacrifice their lives in exchange, even if it happens again. If you don't want it in your heart, how can you appear again? Yoshin, can't you really understand? Do you want to let the living die for the sake of the dead? Look! Shin Yoli raised his hand and pointed at Shin Shinfu in the air. If you don't save her, she will die. Shin Yoshin looked up suddenly when he heard it, just in time to see Shin Shinfu being swallowed by one of the gluttonous beasts. Shin Shinfu. Shin Yoshin's breath was choked, and he made a broken cry, stumbling forward, with only one thought in his mind. He was going to kill Shin Shinfu. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have come down and wouldn't have been eaten. Blue-black energy fluctuations gradually appeared on Shin Yoshin's body, and Shin Yoli in the back showed a triumphant expression. Chapter 77. Shin Yoshin's heart was beating wildly, and his brain, which had not been thinking for a long time, began to work frantically. It had only been 10 seconds since Shin Shinfu was eaten. According to conventional data, as long as he rescued her within 2 minutes, there was still a great chance of survival. The further it went, the smaller the chance of survival. Now 2 heads were being held by the military district, but there were still 2 heads hitting the space block. He felt the fluctuations when the space block was hit, which began to increase after Shin Shinfu was eaten. According to the size of the perceived fluctuations, it was basically certain that the space block could withstand less than 20 hits before it would break. When the yellow sand covered it again, the gluttonous beast that had lost its restraints would probably rush to the residential area. He had to be quick, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts that had shrouded him for many years. Shin Yoshin faced his palms together, and the supernatural power that had been dormant for many years began to work frantically. Finally, a 1-meter-long blue-black scepter gradually appeared between his palms. Holding it in one hand, the gem on the top of the scepter lit up for a moment. Shin Yoshin looked at the 2 heads of the gluttonous beast in the air, raised his scepter, and issued an order again after 4 years, winged army. Then, a supernatural power fluctuation appeared in the air, and a huge door appeared out of thin air. It seemed that many skeletons were carved on the door. Those skeletons seemed to be alive at this moment, struggling to get out. The door opened, and a large number of winged soldiers composed of blue-black gas rushed out of the door. Each of them was holding a weapon. At first glance, it looked like an ink painting rushing out. The winged army flapped their wings, flew in front of the gluttonous beast, and began to attack. Strangely, those winged people who should have been like illusions could actually use supernatural powers. Although the supernatural powers they used were not as powerful as those in real life, they were also divided into various attributes. Except for not being able to speak, their movements and expressions were no different from those of living people, as if the people in the painting had come to life. Shin Yoshin raised the scepter again and aimed at the 2 heads below, issuing a new order: cavalry, warriors. The door in the air disappeared and reappeared on the ground. After the door opened this time, cavalrymen riding beast horses and warriors wearing armor but moving very quickly appeared. They rushed out of the door with great momentum, and the ground under their feet shook. The cavalrymen in the front were still holding a flag. If they could talk, there would be shouts of killing. Shin Yoshin watched them attack the gluttonous beast, and his hand holding the scepter still couldn't help shaking. But he kept telling himself in his heart that he must hold on, and he must save Shin Shinfu. The soldiers in the 6th district on the battlefield saw this scene and connected the communication. Who are these people? It looks like an army. And a very ancient one. The winged army became extinct 2,000 years ago. Is it a summoning ability? But I haven't seen such an ability in the Legion yet. Shinyoli listened to the doubts in the main communicator on his ear. His eyes slightly moistened. When he raised his hand and pressed the communication button beside his ear, he found that he was actually shaking. He took a deep breath and calmly conveyed the message. It's an ability, the Undead Legion. Everyone cooperate with the Legion to kill the gluttonous beast. Yes. At the same time, the few people who were sent away were put down in a residential area. When this place was requisitioned by the military district, a small number of natives were unwilling to leave. So they were protected by the military district. However, the situation here is not good. The flat stone houses were buried in the yellow sand. Due to the violent vibrations in both directions, many houses collapsed. And many natives of Zemong Star were buried underground. Even with sand as a buffer, it can't last too long. Those whose family and friends were buried even cried for help with blood all over their heads and faces. The shouts touched everyone present. Only a small number of people who could move were trying to rescue. But most of the natives of Zemong Star had no offensive power. Not to mention that many people had left Zemong Star with a harsh living environment before. Lin immediately contacted the military district and asked for more rescue personnel. Liu and others felt depressed when they saw the scene. They had never seen such a heart-wrenching scene while enjoying a comfortable life in school. Perhaps only when facing a disaster can they know how insignificant human life is. If there were no military district stationed here, these people might have died long ago. But they quickly accepted the reality and jumped off the spacecraft to help with the rescue. The collapsed boulders were very heavy. They were walls made of whole boulders. Each boulder weighed several tons. If they fell down at this time, even a dozen people might not be able to move them. Liu stepped forward and sent out a ball of black air. Dozens of chains instantly rose from the black air, wrapping around and tying up the large rocks. Following the direction of her finger, the chains easily lifted and moved the rocks away. With a bang, they were thrown onto the open ground. The purple star people with a purple gem between their eyebrows all looked at her with glowing eyes, mumbling something. Unfortunately, she didn't wear simultaneous interpretation headphones. But even if she couldn't understand what they said, she could tell from their expressions that they were thanking her. Nai used the lucky aura to find every person buried under the sand and stone piles. And he and Liu found and moved one by one. And they worked together very quickly. Cici and Xiaolai were busy picking up the injured. Compared with Xiaolai, Cici was much stronger. And she could even carry two by herself. She was still muttering. The weak character is gone. After gathering the injured together, Xiaolai used her special ability for the first time in public. The Chant of God. By chanting the corresponding sacred songs, the effects of healing, bonus, guarding the soul, and clearing miasma and poison can be achieved. But it is obvious that this special ability is not very friendly to a stutterer. He stuttered several times before he succeeded in chanting. The people of Zemong Star looked at this dark boy who started singing inexplicably, and thought he was a strange person. But after all, he helped save people. So they couldn't say anything, just listen silently. As a result, after a few times, the boy's body radiated white light. And those white lights sprinkled on everyone. Their wounds began to heal. And even the fear and anxiety quickly calmed down. It was so holy and beautiful. The mother holding the child saw the child's wound healed. And she shed tears, holding the child and kneeling in front of Xiaolai. Xiaolai jumped far away in fear. Hey, this is not. Kneeling is not allowed. Cici did not say some sad words as usual, but stepped forward and lifted him up, and put him down so that he could stand firmly. You are too strong, aren't you? Very weak? Cici rolled her eyes at him. Don't you like dark? What kind of sacred skills are you doing? Let alone Zhang San and Li Si. For so many years, they have not had the opportunity to use their superpowers. So everyone in the class only knows that Nei is a lucky halo. The main reason is that her luck is too obvious. Is your superpower a huge force? Xiaolai was curious. Cici narrowed her eyes and smiled maliciously. Give me 100 and I tell you. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. Chapter 78. After Shinshinfu jumped into the mouth of the gluttonous beast, she protected herself with a space block and went deep into the body of the gluttonous beast with the space blade. I had encountered a three-headed beast in the Freestar Cave before, although it was not as powerful as this four-headed beast. I guess the weaknesses are the same. In the part where the body is connected, there is its alien beast core. Just like the heart of some alien beasts, and the star core of star beasts. It supports all its actions. But the outside of the connection has the strongest protection. And her space blade cannot break through and damage the core from the outside. It must break through from the inside. The gluttonous beast's body, which is a kilometer long, is full of teeth. Like a creeping, rotten corridor full of teeth. So dense that people naturally feel uncomfortable. Shinshinfu also endured a series of goosebumps and went deeper. She was very fast and reached the connection in about a minute. The core of the gluttonous beast was dark red, with rotten meat hanging on it, flickering like a beating heart. Without wasting a second, Shinshinfu raised the space blade and chopped upwards. As a result, the core flashed and she was directly bounced away. And even the space blade in her hand was shattered. As expected, the level is different, and the core of the three heads can be easily broken. Shinshinfu could only unfold the kaleidoscope inside it, and the colorful space pieces wrapped around the core layer by layer, and began to operate frantically. Shinshinfu inside did not feel too many changes, but the people who were attacking outside felt it. The four heads that were originally tumbling and biting suddenly stopped, and then began to twist painfully, and even had no time to care about the people and undead who attacked it. Shin Yoshing seized this opportunity, and had a new idea in his mind. The undead immediately changed their actions, and suppressed the four heads, as if they had a telepathic connection. During this period, many undead were still dissipated after being injured. But in the end, the four heads were successfully suppressed. Shin Yoshing accelerated and issued a new order, guillotine. Ding. 4 giant guillotines appeared at the same time, locked on the four heads of the gluttonous beast. And an executioner stood on each side. Execution. As soon as the order was given, the executioner cut the rope on the guillotine, and the huge guillotine fell straight down. The four heads of the gluttonous beast were chopped off at the same time. At the same time, the joints of the gluttonous beast's body emitted a dazzling red light. As the joints burst, a huge energy wave was generated, and everyone was shocked by this force and retreated. When the wave calmed down, the headless and tailless body of the gluttonous beast fell heavily to the ground, raising a field of yellow sand. Seeing this, Shin Yoshing recalled the undead army and ran towards the gluttonous beast. Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu. Are you okay? Are you there? He shouted while searching. The more he searched, the more worried he became. At this time, a weak voice came from the side. You? I'm here. After that, he continued to vomit. Shinshinfu was as embarrassed as she could be. The moment the core of the gluttonous beast exploded, her space block was also blown up. So the rancid juice and flesh were all over her. And it was so smelly that she could hardly open her eyes. Shin Yoshing walked forward and wanted to help her, but he couldn't reach out his hand several times. And finally he vomited with her. It smells so bad. Yeah. The two looked at each other and vomited again. In the end, all 6 people were sent back to the military district. Liu and others came back a little later. When she saw Shinshinfu, she had already washed herself. Otherwise she would have vomited again. Are you alright? Liu pulled Shinshinfu over and looked him up and down. Originally, Shinshinfu had some small wounds caused by the core explosion, but they had been treated by now. It must be said that the treatment chamber in the military district is very comfortable to lie in. She almost fell asleep in 2 minutes. It's okay. We're fine. How about you? Don't say it. The residential area collapsed. We all went to rescue people. I moved stones for a long time. At this time, Lange came over. The Major General arranged for you to go to the cafeteria to eat together. Does the military district also eat? I always thought that the military district drank nutrient supplements to save time. Nai asked. In emergencies, nutrient supplements are used to solve the problem. But the military district generally prepares meals. And nutrient supplements are not as delicious as meals. That's true. Several people followed to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is divided into groups and areas for meals. And everyone's meals are the same. So there is no possibility of being picky. As soon as they sat down, Shinyoli came. And everyone immediately stood up and saluted. Which scared the military school. The chicken leg on Shinshinfu chopsticks fell off. Liu secretly rolled her eyes. Mainly in someone else's place. And didn't dare to roll too obviously. Which good brother would throw his own brother from the sky into the mouth of a glutton? Anyway, although her brother is evil-hearted, he would not do such a thing. Probably not. Let's eat. After saying this, Shinyoli walked to their table and sat down, and also sat next to Shinyoshing. Several people looked at each other, and could only lower their heads and eat enthusiastically. You did a good job today. Better than I thought. I will submit a report to thank you for your efforts for interstellar safety. Nai quickly replied. You are too kind. This is what we should do. Liu turned her head and looked at her deeply. I didn't expect you to have the ability to mix in the system. Shinyoli looked at Shinshinfu, who was chewing a big chicken leg, and asked, Where is classmate Shin from? Where is your home? Do you have any brothers and sisters? Shinshinfu was caught off guard by this series of questions, and was choked by the chicken leg meat for a while. Shinyoshing looked at his brother in confusion. Why are you asking these questions? Although he didn't actually want to talk to him. Your classmate. What's wrong with me asking a few questions? This is their privacy. Okay? Shinyoshing regrets now. Very much. He shouldn't have come here. Almost killed several people here. His brother was a normal brother a few years ago. But he didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years. He is now so ruthless and crazy. Totally disregarding his life or death. After dinner, for some reason, Shinyoli called Shinshinfu to talk alone. Shinyoshing couldn't believe it. His eyes were full of accusations. Whose brother are you? Liu even bumped him twice. Hey, to be honest, you gave it to me for free when you recharged your phone bill. In the office, Shinyoli poured a cup of tea for Shinshinfu, and the two sat face to face. Student Shin, I want to ask you for a favor. Me? What can I do for you? Shinshinfu was puzzled. Shinyoli smiled. Regarding Yoshing, I'm sure you've also discovered that he has some mental trauma. He is a child that our family has focused on training. Since he could walk, he has received various types of training. He is also very competitive. Whether it is physical fitness, thinking development, or command and combat, he has not fallen behind in any of them. But when he was 12 years old and awakened his superpowers, an accident occurred. Chapter 79 Conversation. Shinshinfu understood the cause of the incident from Shinyoli's narration. When Shinyoshing was 12 years old, he was doing research with his classmates on an ordinary planet. At that time, he was about to awaken his superpowers. But they had made an appointment to go, and he didn't want to break the appointment. No one would have thought that a super special grade beast would appear on an ordinary planet that was not on the edge of the interstellar. Super special grade beasts are between the special grade and the beast god grade. The difficulty of killing is much higher than the special grade, and it is only one step away from the beast god grade. But they were still young at that time, and only 2 students awakened their superpowers. Fortunately, Shinyoshing brought a mecha necklace and ran away with his classmates. But the place for research is relatively remote, and it takes time for Shinyoli to receive the help message he sent and rush over. In this situation of escaping, he began to awaken his superpowers. He was weak all over. His head hurt, and his whole body was in pain as if a knife was twisting. Soon, he was caught up by the beast. He was unable to resist and watched his classmates die one by one in front of him. Just as the alien beast smashed the mecha and was about to tear him apart, he successfully awakened his superpowers, and a scepter appeared in his hand. Although the awakening of superpowers requires development and adjustment, most people will naturally know how to use them. Seeing his classmates die, he was heartbroken and raised the scepter and said, "Kill the alien beast." At that time, his condition was not stable, and the first door of the dead was also very small. After the door opened, only 2 people came out, his father and mother. When Shinyoshing was 8 years old, and Shinyoli was 16 years old, their parents died in the battle against the star beast. Shinyoshing has always remembered the appearance of his parents, and never dared to forget. At just one glance, Shinyoshing saw that the people who came out of the door were their parents. However, the abilities of people who came out of the undead form were weakened compared to when they were alive. He was heartbroken several times when he saw them fighting the alien beast regardless of anything, crying and asking them to come back. But they didn't. For some reason, no matter how he yelled, they didn't listen to his instructions, and killed the alien beast with all their strength. In the end, he died together with the strange beast. He turned into a gas and dissipated between heaven and earth. When Shinyoli arrived, there were only the bodies of the strange beast and his classmates. And Shinyoshing was almost crazy. After taking him back, He couldn't sleep or eat. He drew the curtains all day, hid in the darkest corner of the room, and covered himself with a quilt. He was worried about the strange beast coming all day, and even if he was tired and fell asleep, he would have nightmares and wake up. The doctor said this situation was post-traumatic stress syndrome. He blamed himself for not saving his classmates, and blamed himself for letting his parents die again. He was also afraid that if he encountered the strange beast again, he would have to make a choice. If he used his superpowers, he would harm the undead again. The undead in his eyes were alive. Shinyoli checked the family information and found that 1,000 years ago, there was an ancestor with the same superpowers as him in the family. Only then did he know that this superpower was called the Undead Legion. Only those who are willing to come out again to protect the star system and the tribe, as well as the undead who protect Shinyoshing, can be summoned. But Shinyoshing was insane, and he fell into a vicious circle of self-blame. He thought everything was his fault. He began to give up on himself, not going to class or training. It was Shinyoli who forced him to go to a mental hospital, and he took a full year of treatment before he could barely become a normal person. But the problem is here, and this state is only because he forcibly stripped away everything in his previous life. In Shinyoli's view, this is a completely escapist approach. In the past, his dream was to become a general in the military region like his parents. But now, he just wants to be a lying artist. He gave up everything, including the high hopes of his family and the needs of the star system. Until today, in order to save her, he was forced to use his supernatural power again. And this was only the second time he used it. What do you want me to do? She didn't think there was anything wrong with Shinyoshing behavior. Shinyoli stared into her eyes, and he saw that she didn't understand. I want you to help me get rid of his inner demons and come to the military area in the future. I can see that he regards you all as important friends, and you are also a very good comrade. There are not many people who are willing to jump down alone to save their friends. But even if he doesn't want to come, there is no problem. Right? Can't he choose his own way of life? Yes, but he can only choose this one. Shinyoli's eyes were firm. Our family has to protect the stars from generation to generation. This is the responsibility of every descendant. And the stronger the person, the less he can escape. Do you know how many people died in the battlefields on both sides today? Shinyoli asked. Shinshinfu shook his head. 10 teams went to the mountain beast battlefield. A total of 100 people. And 21 soldiers and 13 superpowers died in the battle. A total of 34 people. And the same number of people were sent to the gluttonous beast battlefield where you are. And 3 people died in the battle. That's the difference. Even if they are at the same level, their abilities are different. And their lethality is also very different. Yoshing Undead Core is the top one among the SS level ones. I know that your strength is far from that simple. What I want to say to him is also what I want to say to you. If you choose to hide in the corner leisurely, then countless people with lower levels than you will die. If you are willing to come out, even if you just help, you can save more people. The military district and thousands of interstellar citizens all need your abilities. Shinshinfu was silent for a long time. No one had ever said such a long sentence to her in her life. No one had ever taught her these. But in the end, she rejected Shinyoli's request. I can consider my own future, but I will not interfere with Shinyoshing's choice. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. I don't think it's so shameful to escape. Besides, not being strong is not a sin. And self-blame is just because of a strong sense of responsibility. He should have the right to choose his own future. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and the 2 people who were talking looked over and saw Shinyoshing standing outside the door. Lange stood aside at a loss. Major General. Your brother said he was coming over. And I didn't think much about it. It's okay. You go down first. Lange ran away like he was escaping. Shinyoli said to him. You come in too. Shinyoshing heard everything from Shinyoli talking about how many people died on the battlefield today. In fact, many times he didn't understand the truth. But every time he thought of those things, he couldn't help but feel afraid and anxious. It seemed that there was another voice in his heart, telling him, run away. Hiding will not be a problem. But today's events and his brother's words were pulling him out. So he responded, I understand what you mean. I am willing to try to adjust. Unexpectedly, Shinyoli went a step further and said, then you could participate in the Military Academy League this time. Both, Chapter 80 something happened. The military district would not allow relevant personnel to stay overnight. And after the conversation, The military academy group boarded a spaceship again. This time, several people went to a separate rest cabin to rest. They were busy all day and tired. Shin Chinfu leaned against the round window, looking at the deep but starry universe outside, and recalled what Shin Yoli said in his mind. He said that her power was also needed by the Interstellar. Life seemed to have a new possibility. 3 days later, almost arriving at the capital star, Shin Chinfu sent a message to Zhao Chengcheng, asking about the school situation. Of course, mainly about the situation of the supernatural department. Xiaofu, are you there? Dang ding, yes. 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 Xiaofu, how is the school recently? Zhao Chengcheng thought that this was Shin Chinfu's concern for her, and she was a little flattered. Dang ding, very good. Thank you for your concern. Xiaofu, is there anything wrong with the school? Or did a big event happen? Dang ding, no. A group of people appeared in the supernatural department a few days ago. All of them were new faces, and there was nothing strange about the rest. Xiaofu, okay. Thank you. Dang ding, smiley face. Shin Chinfu closed the interface. Very confused. Logically speaking, if someone was killed in the school, it should cause a big sensation. Did the Bai family cover it up? But why? Generally, in such a situation, even if they don't make trouble, they should be held accountable. The Bai family just pretended that nothing happened? Could it be? Shin Chinfu opened the campus forum and entered a topic called Heavenly Chosen Saint, which was full of news about Bai Ruoqing. The earliest update was still before the day she left, and there were no new posts about her afterwards. Clicked in to take a look. 83L, why haven't you updated the goddess's photos yet? The host replied, it's not that I don't want to update, but the goddess has asked for leave these days. 84L, no wonder I haven't seen the goddess these days. I'm still waiting in the supernatural department. The host replied, I don't know when she will come, and I didn't ask. Shin Chinfu turned to the end of the post, and there was no other information. Ask for leave? She broke it into pieces like that. And her family asked for leave to deal with it? Every aspect of the matter revealed something was wrong. Just as she was still thinking deeply about Bai Ruoqing's matter, the light brain flashed, and it was a message from mission. There is something wrong with Xiaofei. We have invited medical personnel to come and observe. What? Before she came to the military region, she sent Xiaofei to fearing that if the Bai family investigated and found that there was a Xiaofei in the art department who did not belong to the school, things would become very difficult. In order to make the people in the underground city pay attention, she also traded a few exotic beasts. But why would Xiaofei still have problems after it was clearly sent? Could it be that the Bai family had already found out so quickly? Shin Chinfu could only suppress her anxious mood and wait for the spaceship to stop at the capital star first. Otherwise it would suddenly disappear and others would find it strange. Luckily, it didn't take long. She asked the time, and it would take about 20 minutes. She was waiting in the rest area early. Liu came to see her and kept looking out the window, joking. Why? Are you so anxious to come back? Shin Chinfu nodded and looked forward to the outside again. Something was wrong. Logically, she should be leaning on the chair with her eyes closed, as if she should not be awakened even if thunder struck. What's wrong with you? Something happened to Xiaofei. What? I told you to hand her over to me, and my housekeeper will make proper arrangements for her. You didn't listen. And look at what happened. Shin Chinfu listened to Liu's scolding for 20 minutes, and finally got off the spaceship. I go with you. Liu called Shin Chinfu. No. You go back to school first. I go by myself. If nothing happens, I go back to the dormitory at night. Well, Shin Chinfu quickly teleported to the underground trading city. She walked to the gatekeeper with ease. Yi was waiting for her as usual. Seeing her coming, Yi quickly explained the situation. Xiaofei was a little sluggish and couldn't eat a few days ago. We thought she just caught a cold, so we asked the doctor to see her. There was nothing serious, but today she suddenly had a high fever and fainted, and her whole body was twitching. Okay, take me to see her first. There were many people standing outside the treatment room. Shin Chinfu stepped forward and asked, How is my sister? Do you know what the specific situation is? A doctor replied, This situation is supposed to be awakening superpowers. Awakening superpowers? Another said, No. This fluctuation is more like awakening mental power. I have been doing this for 30 years. How can I not know if this is awakening superpowers? Don't take advantage of your age. I think it is mental power. The doctors started arguing. Shin Shinfu interrupted. Okay. No matter what she awakened. What's the problem now? The older doctor said. Her current reaction is too strong. Most people, whether they awaken spiritual power or supernatural powers, will not have such a serious reaction. If it is not handled properly, she may explode and die. She died from the explosion. Do you have any good treatment plan? We gave her a sedative and a nutrient, but the effect was minimal. This situation is unprecedented. This means that they don't have any good solution. Shin Shinfu suddenly thought of something and opened the light brain to send a message. Soon a masked figure hurried over. When I saw him, he reminded him, Mr. X, your mask is crooked. Xiaoshu had 1,000 curse words running through his mind. He was originally attending class peacefully, but he received a message from Shin Shinfu asking him to come and save her life. He stood up with a start and was scolded by the teacher. The problem is that after scolding her, he ran away secretly, skipping class for the first time in his life. I really don't know why Shin Shinfu has so many lives to save every day, and he still grabs him alone. Clearing his throat, Xiaoshu asked, What's going on? Shin Shinfu explained it to him from beginning to end, and then he entered the treatment room where mental power and supernatural powers were mixed up. With a soft white light, the energy fluctuations inside gradually became smaller, and he came out soon. What's wrong? Is she 12 years old this year? She will be 13 in 2 months. Then she didn't awaken her spiritual power before? Yes. No wonder. What do you mean? Shin Shinfu didn't understand. This time she awakened her spiritual power and supernatural power at the same time. The energy is too large, so her body can't bear it. Why did they awaken at the same time? Logically, shouldn't she awaken her spiritual power at the age of 7 or 8, and awaken her supernatural power around the age of 12? Xiaoshu explained, although this is the case for most people, there are some special cases.